I'm uploading copyrighted content on Patreon at Cultivation Audiobooks*. You can follow and request any novel you'd like. Please like, follow, and comment on the videos of this YouTube channel. It's free for you and a great motivation for me. Chapter 14:17, 90% certain the third layer of the abyss brink. Watching Dongfang Bai of the Union government leading a group of people into Dynasty's tent, almost everyone knew that the meeting was more than just them having a cup of tea. Many were secretly speculating on what the vice chief of the Union government and the emperor of Dynasty might talk about. What astonished many more people was that Dongfang Bai and the others walked out of the tent less than 10 minutes later. All their expressions upon coming out were extremely sour. What's wrong? Why are the people from the Union government wearing such unpleasant expressions? Those expressions, could it be that something went wrong with the negotiations? According to legend, Vice Chief of the Union government Dongfang Bai never displays his feelings. Even if he encounters something extraordinary, his face won't show anything unusual. What did Mr. Fu and Lin Huang say today that made him completely abandon control of his facial expression? When they saw the expressions of Dongfang Bai and the others, everyone wondered what happened. Afterward, people saw Lin Huang and Mr. Fu coming out later, looking as if nothing out of the ordinary had happened. Everyone's curiosity was suddenly piqued further, and they secretly speculated about what had happened in the tent. The heretics were also talking about it. "Boss, go and ask what happened." A purple-haired girl in pigtails elbowed the presiding judge, Sun Zhou, in the waist. "I won't go." Sun Zhou immediately shifted his gaze from Dynasty's camp. "You're obviously bursting with curiosity, why don't you go ask?" The girl, xianxia, was persistent. "I'm not curious." Sun Zhou turned and walked toward his tent, his face cold. "The look in your eyes just now betrayed you. Don't think I can't see it just because you're wearing a mask. That look is obviously saying, 'What happened? I really want to know.'" "Shut up. If you want to know, you can go ask yourself." Sun Zhou kept walking out of sight, out of mind. He went straight into his tent. Seeing that she could not bother the presiding judge any further, xianxia smiled and turned to look at the vice presiding judge, Zhou Tong. Before she could say anything, Zhou Tong dug out a booger with his pinky. Lifting his eyes, he met her gaze and flicked his pinky with a bland expression. "Can't you see that I'm busy? Go ask them yourself." After he finished speaking, he put his pinky into his other nostril. Xianxia was a little discouraged. She shifted her gaze from Zhou Tong, then looked in Lin Huang's direction. Perhaps because he sensed someone staring, Lin Huang turned his head a fraction and caught sight of Xianxia looking at him. Xianxia was taken aback for a moment when their eyes met. She hesitated, then walked slowly over toward the Dynasty contingent. "Your Majesty, can you tell me a little about what you said to Dongfang Bai just now?" Xianxia decided to ask anyway when she went over to Lin Huang. "I'm just curious. If you can't say anything, then just forget about it, treat it like I never asked." She did not use voice transmission when she said this, so everyone heard her words clearly. They immediately pricked up their ears and waited for Lin Huang to answer this question. Lin Huang glanced at the retreating silhouettes of Dongfang Bai and his party. Dongfang Bai had just said that after reporting to the Union government headquarters, the news would be announced as soon as possible. If they continued to conceal the truth, people would be taken by surprise by when true gods of medium or even high rank descended from the great world. If it was announced now, although it would hurt morale, it could also give everyone a few days to make more adequate preparations. The Union government will make an announcement in the next 2 days. Lin Huang did not use voice transmission either and glanced past Xianxia at the people behind her. "I can only reveal one thing. If we want to deal with the upcoming crisis, everyone must be more prepared." Although Lin Huang had not said anything specific, the majority of people fell silent when they heard those words. Even Zhou Tong, who was picking his nose in the distance, paused his hand briefly. There had been a lot of discussions previously because many people thought this matter was mere gossip, and probably only related to the Union government and Dynasty. However, Lin Huang's remarks meant that everyone was involved. In other words, the issues discussed between himself and Dongfang Bai in the tent just now were closely related not just to everyone present, but perhaps even the entire gravel world. Recalling the expressions of Dongfang Bai and the others earlier, it was not difficult for everyone to guess that what Dongfang Bai had learned from Lin Huang was most certainly not good news. Xianxia had originally come in a spirit of curiosity, but she too fell silent when she heard this answer. Without further questions, she nodded slightly, then turned and walked toward the heretics' encampment. Most of the people present knew that Lin Huang had been in the Great World for a year, and his understanding of it was far more in-depth than everyone in the Gravel World. Since he had mentioned a matter like that, he must have known something. It would not be baseless chatter. Besides, there was also his status as emperor. As the leader of one of the 6 organization giants, his words would carry a lot of weight with everyone. Many people immediately contacted their headquarters to report what Lin Huang had just said. On the Union government's side, Dongfang Bai and his party entered their tent, returned to the palace, and immediately dialed the number of Chief Zhang Shan. After a while, the call connected. Seeing the expressions of Dongfang Bai and the others on the video projection, Zhang Shan's heart thudded hard for a moment. What happened? The intruders have officially arrived. Not yet. When Dongfang Bai said this, Zhang Shan breathed a sigh of relief, but then he heard the next sentence. There's worse news. The chief of the Union government's heart suddenly began racing again. Lin Huang said that in order to avoid unnecessary panic, he concealed something in the information that he gave us. The invaders' highest combat strength is not that of the 3rd-ranked true gods that we estimated previously, but 9th-ranked true gods. There may even be several 9th-ranked true gods arriving at the same time. Upon hearing this, Zhang Shan's face suddenly turned bloodlessly pale. At the same time that Zhang Shan was having this conversation with the Union government, Mr. Fu was also talking to Lin Huang through voice transmission. It seems that your combat strength has not improved following your last closed-door cultivation. There is indeed no improvement. This round of closed-door cultivation was mainly for mastering more rule-bending powers, Lin Huang nodded and admitted. How about the elevation of your abilities? You said before that if a 9th-ranked true god really arrived, you could not guarantee that you would win. How about now, Mr. Fu asked again. It shouldn't be a big problem now. Lin Huang smiled. How sure are you, Mr. Fu asked insistently again. 90%. Lin Huang was entirely confident in himself. It's really 90%, Fu Xian asked rather uneasily. He was afraid that Lin Huang was deliberately deceiving him to give him peace of mind. As long as I don't encounter someone with half a foot across the heavenly god level threshold, I should be able to handle it. Lin Huang did not hide anything from Mr. Fu. That's good, Mr. Fu finally felt relieved when he heard these words. He knew his apprentice, and if Lin Huang had said so, then he must have absolute confidence in himself. Chapter 14:18. Weighty news. When the truth of the matter was revealed to the Union government, Zhang Shan immediately held a video conference. The final outcome of the discussion was that the actual situation would be shared with all the virtual gods, but it was not to be disclosed to the lower levels. There were too many individuals below virtual god level. If the news spread, it would only cause widespread panic. Things would also be difficult to control. Besides, this war with the invaders was essentially a battle between gods, and the outcome depended on high-level combat strength above virtual god level. It did not matter if the common people were aware of the actual situation or not. To avoid civil unrest, concealing the truth was the best way of dealing with things. After determining their plan of action, at noon that day, Dongfang Bai gathered the group of people in the abyss brink together. When many of the virtual gods present saw the serious expression on Dongfang Bai's face, they could already basically guess that the announcement this time would not bring good news. Many of them felt a little nervous. What I want to announce this time is bad news. After hearing it, I hope that you will keep calm and not panic. The highest combat strength of the invaders that we are facing this time is not low-ranked true god level as previously expected, but high-ranked true god level. It might even be 9th-ranked true god. As soon as Dongfang Bai said this, almost everyone present was confused. It should be noted that low rank and high rank were two completely different things. There were no true gods in the Gravel world. If the enemy were low-ranked true gods, they might be able to rely on Mr. Fu and several other concealed high-rank virtual gods to serve as the core of a battle formation. In a situation like this, there might still be a chance of winning. However, if the enemy were high-ranked true gods, it meant there was no chance of turning the tables. It should be noted that no matter how strong a battle formation was, there was also a limit to how far abilities could be improved. Judging from the current situation of the Gravel world, even if Mr. Fu Wu was a virtual god rank 9 and several high-rank virtual gods served as the core, joining forces with all the virtual gods in the Gravel world to form a battle formation, the highest level that the final formation could hold out against was 3rd rank True God. Any higher rank and it would be impossible. If they encountered 4th rank True Gods, they would barely have the ability to fight them, let alone if they encountered high rank True Gods above the 7th rank. We're done for, we haven't a hope. Let's go home to wash up and sleep, at least I can rest for a few days. Then what did we come here for? What was the point of everything we've done over the past few days? If our enemies are only low rank, we may be able to turn the tables if everyone works hard. But with high rank True Gods, it's no longer a disparity that a battle formation can hope to bridge. Seeing the hard-won unity from the past few days instantly dissolving, Dongfang Bai clenched his fists. He had expected this situation to happen. The enemy's strength is far beyond our expectations, we could even say that we have almost no chance of winning. But is everyone really willing to just hand over our world, our hometowns, to these invaders from the great world? Once our world becomes a vassal world, all of our resources will become fair game for the invaders. Not just the various minerals, the crystal cores in various monsters, and even the godheads in our bodies, will become their hunting targets. More than that, some cultivators may even be sold as slaves by these invaders, and female cultivators are likely to become targets of assault. They don't care if the living entities of a vassal world live or die, much less about the dignity of these people. It's even possible that after hundreds of years, they will exhaust all the resources of this world. To prevent us from taking revenge, they will slaughter all the living entities in our world. Are you willing for our future to become like that? We may die if we resist. But if we don't resist, all of us, even our children and grandchildren, will live a life worse than death itself. Even Lin Huang was affected by the inflammatory nature of Dongfang Bai's speech. Many of those present who had already planned to give up renewed their fighting spirit once more. Resistance might lead to death, but at least it would be a dignified death. Instead of being hunted down like dogs, it was better to fight to the death like a wolf now. However, there were also a few people who were not inspired by Dongfang Bai's speech and chose to withdraw to wait and see. The Emperor's Heart will be sending today's news to all the Emperor's Heart rings of those at virtual god level, but it will be sent in encrypted form. The message cannot be forwarded and will be automatically deleted within 10 seconds after it has been read. I hope that everyone will not disclose the news to relatives and friends below virtual god level to avoid causing unnecessary panic. If it's discovered that anyone has deliberately spread the news to the lower levels, causing riots, we will execute this individual immediately. Actually, Dongfang Bai had kept some things to himself. For example, the Emperor's Heart would monitor all the Emperor's Heart rings for all virtual god levels. All keywords related to the invasion of the Great World would be blocked, and the corresponding information and records would be automatically deleted, and so on. Less than half an hour after Dongfang Bai had finished speaking about the invaders, the Union government also issued an announcement for all those at virtual god level. Outside of the abyss brink, everyone who read this announcement was stunned. By the time people regained their senses, the news had been automatically deleted, and many people immediately contacted the Union government to clarify the matter. Everyone who received the answer broke down to some degree. On the side of the abyss brink, 7 people beat a retreat and voluntarily withdrew from the operation. As for those who stayed, most of them did so not because they had been swayed by Dongfang Bai's speech, but because everyone had analyzed the pros and cons of the matter. If they stayed and resisted, they could at least fight freely. If they did not resist, they might be able to eke out an ignoble existence for a little. Once the invaders had won, sooner or later they would wipe out the remaining virtual gods in the gravel world and eliminate any destabilizing factors. There were only 2 possibilities then: either be hunted or be a slave. Those who were able to become virtual gods were powerhouses in terms of their mentality. After countless battles, they rarely retreated without putting up a fight. So, even if theoretically they knew the chances of winning were 0, most people still chose to bite the bullet and tough it out. For them, retreating without putting up a fight was a path taken only by the weak. Upon seeing that most of the people had stayed, Lin Huang felt slightly more relieved. He had actually been a little worried that the news would cause everyone to fall apart. After all, their opponent was a strong enemy and they had almost no chances of winning. Fortunately, everyone's mentality had basically steadied. In the faces of many people, he even saw their determination to pledge their lives for the cause. Everyone is very motivated. At least this is good news, Mr. Fu smiled and said, "Yes, I've been worried that everyone's mentality would break down before the war started. Lin Huang also smiled and nodded. From the looks of things, these people are not afraid. The two were chatting when suddenly, several spatial fluctuations occurred. Almost at the same time, spatial fluctuations were reported in 3 different locations. Lin Huang immediately explored the surroundings with divine telekinesis and found that there were fully 8 space rifts emitting fluctuations. Chapter 14:19. Don't forget, I am an imperial censor. As the spatial fluctuations spread, a group of virtual gods who were in the abyss brink immediately returned to the area that they were guarding, formed a battle formation, and entered a state of readiness for battle. Lin Huang used divine telekinesis to sweep the area. The intensity of the auras behind the spatial fluctuations was only at beginner stage virtual god level, so he was not bothered. When he arrived, there were a total of 28 battle formations. Even after the 7 individuals had pulled out, after reorganization, there were now 26 teams, which was enough to deal with 8 invaders. Mr. Fu had not taken any action either but watched silently on the sidelines with Lin Huang. A few moments later, explorers teleported over through the 8 space rifts almost simultaneously. The 26 teams that formed the battle formations did not hesitate, they made their move immediately and killed the 8 explorers within seconds. This wave of danger could be considered to have temporarily passed. The expression on Mr. Fu's face did not relax at all, however. There are definitely more explorers today compared to yesterday. Yesterday, at most, there were teleportations from 3-dimensional gateways, there were 8 today. That's because they're increasing the intensity of their tests. Lin Huang was no stranger to this type of invasion. There had been extremely detailed descriptions in the information Bloody had provided. Most of the 30-over space tunnels here have been used multiple times. Under normal circumstances, the space tunnels that have been exposed to space rule for a long time are unlikely to have any internal spatial stability issues. Even if there were any problems, they would be small ones. What they did yesterday was not to test whether or not the space tunnels are effective, but to run trial tests. Yesterday they tried more than 30 tunnels one by one, some even tried more than once, and all the explorers were killed within seconds. In terms of the probability of damage to the space tunnels, this is extremely unlikely. They must have realized by now that it's not a problem with the space tunnels. If I don't miss my guess, they'll have probably guessed that someone on our side is running interference. Therefore, today they should be running a series of trials to determine whether or not someone is killing their explorers on our end. From the looks of things currently, the leader of the invaders is quite cautious in terms of character. If I were the leader of these invaders, I would increase the number of explorers and the level of combat strength in turn. At the very least, I would first locate a tunnel that I am sure is 100% alright. Once I find a tunnel like this, I will use it as a breach and initiate the first round of invasion as a test. When he heard this, the expression on Mr. Fu's face became even more serious. After a moment of silence, he asked, "Do you want to call for reinforcements?" Lin Huang thought for a moment. "We can call for them now, yes. Barring any surprises, this war should officially start within the next 2 days." When Mr. Fu heard this, he immediately contacted the Union government. Lin Huang also sent a message to Huang Tianfu and Gigi. About half an hour later, the Union government sent a notice to all the organizations with virtual god-level guardians, informing everyone that the situation in the abyss brink was critical and inviting them to join forces against the enemy. When most of the virtual gods saw the news, they immediately packed up and set off directly for the abyss brink as fast as they could. Of course, there were still a handful of people who chose to wait and see. On Dynasty's end, apart from Huang Tianfu and the sword servants guarding Lin Xin, as well as Xiaomo who was still in closed-door cultivation, all the other virtual gods were dispatched. On Misery's end, apart from Gigi who stayed behind, as well as the remaining 5 sword servants, the rest of the virtual gods were also dispatched. However, in the half-hour between the Union government receiving the news from Mr. Fu and their announcement, 3 more waves of invaders arrived on the abyss brink. All 3 waves happened simultaneously across 8 or 9-dimensional gateways, and none of them overlapped with the initial wave from before. A total of 4 waves of intruders arrived, and all 33 space tunnels were tested. Lin Huang guessed that the other party might have had more than 33 probes in the Great World, and there should be a few space tunnels that were genuinely damaged, resulting in unsuccessful teleportations. After these 4 waves of tests, everyone was on full alert and ready to deal with the arrival of a new wave of explorers at any time. Fortunately, before the 5th wave came, more virtual gods began to arrive on the third level of the abyss brink. Many virtual gods had already pinpointed the entrance location of the abyss brink. Some had only taken daily necessities, put them in their storage rings, and set off right away naturally. They arrived very quickly. These newly arrived virtual gods also very quickly got into a state of battle readiness and formed a new battle formation team. When the fifth wave of explorers arrived, the original 26 teams had increased to 29, one more than the 28 teams that had been there when Lin Huang first arrived. However, in this wave, the number of space tunnels with spatial fluctuations occurring doubled from 8 to 16. The next moment after the spatial fluctuations occurred, Lin Huang raised his brow slightly. The explorers have gone from virtual god rank 3 to rank 4. His divine telekinesis had detected that the combat level of this wave of explorers was higher. However, he was not too worried. Except for the two teams of Sword Servant, most of the 29 battle formations currently had virtual god rank 3s as the core, and the strength of all the formations was close to virtual god rank -5. There were even 3 teams whose cores were virtual god rank 4s, and their battle formation strength was close to rank 6. Moreover, the number of battle formations was almost double the number of explorers. Lin Huang's judgment was correct. This wave of 16 newly arrived explorers was quickly eliminated by the 29 formations on the spot. When the sixth wave of explorers arrived, the 29 battle formation teams in the gravel world had increased to 31. 17 explorers from this new wave were also easily killed. It was fairly easy to resist a further 6 waves of invaders one after another. However, the expressions on everyone's faces did not relax, because they knew that the next wave of the invasion would be even more intense. "We haven't got enough manpower, Mr. Fu was about to get up to join forces against the enemy but was stopped by Lin Huang. "Teacher, have you forgotten about my occupation?" Lin Huang asked with a smile. Just as Mr. Fu looked a little surprised, Lin Huang crushed a handful of monster cards. One after another, imperial monsters automatically coalesced and formed in front of him. Lin Huang summoned a total of 10 imperial monsters in this wave: Bloody Robe, Malachian Fiend, Imp, Eclipse Boa, Death Knight, Fallen Knight, Herculean King, Bing Wang, and 2 Dark Crescent Snakes. These 10 imperial monsters were not considered to be in the first ranks of Lin Huang's command, but their combat strength was already at 3rd rank True God level. After achieving True God level, monster cards below the rank of Supreme God no longer elevated their combat strength alongside the host. They needed to hunt on their own to increase their combat level. Sensing the rejection of the world will along with Lin Huang's secret voice transmission, the 10 imperial monsters immediately sealed their combat strength to virtual god rank -9. The sudden appearance of 10 imperial monsters immediately attracted the attention of almost all the virtual gods present. Chapter 14:20. The second round of summoning. I've heard that Lin Huang was not only a sword cultivator, but an imperial censor as well, but I always thought that being an imperial censor was just his minor. I never thought that his imperial monsters would be this powerful. Are all these really Lin Huang's imperial monsters? Judging by the strengths of their auras, they're obviously high-level virtual gods, right? He's not the emperor of dynasty for nothing. If these 10 imperial monsters were to join hands, I fear that the whole gravel world would be no match for them. Seeing the appearance of Bloody Robe and the other summoning beasts, everyone started discussing it among themselves. Although most of the people present could just make out that the 10 imperial monsters were high-level virtual gods, there were a few astute virtual gods among them who could clearly sense that the 10 imperial monsters were all virtual god rank -9. At the Union government's side, there was a slight change in Dongfang Bai's expression before it reverted to normal almost instantly, as if nothing had happened. Guan Zhang, who was standing at one side, frowned slightly and muttered in a low voice, "He's much stronger than he was a year and a half ago." At the heretics' camp, presiding Judge Sun Zhou tore his gaze away from the group of summoning beasts and turned to look at Zhou Tong and Cao Ya. No matter what happens in the future, the heretics must never become enemies with dynasty. Are those 10 summoning beasts that strong? Cao Ya could not help asking. They're not just peak stage virtual god rank 9, but they're also quadruple mutated mythical level monsters. What do you think? The reason Sun Zhou knew all this so clearly was because he had a detection type god rule relic. Just a quick glance had left him utterly flabbergasted. All 10 of them are quadruple mutated. Cao Ya could barely keep her voice down. Quadruple mutated monsters were few and far between in the gravel world. She had never seen one despite spending the last few centuries cultivating to virtual god level, which justified her great shock at seeing 10 of them by Lin Huang's side at the same time. Even though the others could not sense the fine details about these 10 imperial monsters, there were still a few among them who were able to sense the high combat levels they possessed. They were also very aware that, in this part of the gravel world, the Emperor of Dynasty was unrivaled. They all silently contacted the leaders of their own forces and passed the news back. Lin Huang noticed the small movements of the people but did not try to stop them. He knew very well that it was only a matter of time before his strength was revealed. Even if it was concealed for now, it would have been revealed anyway when the war breaks out in 2 days. It did not make much difference if it was revealed 2 days earlier or later. Lin Huang looked away from the other factions and his gaze fell upon the 10 imperial monsters before him. I don't think I need you guys to take action this round, but when the spatial fluctuations come through next round, all of you take one space tunnel each and block off any incomers. Attack them the moment they arrive, and kill off any that you can. Don't treat this like a game, this is war. At present, the world will of the gravel world has not been fully suppressed yet, so your combat levels are temporarily capped at virtual god level rank -9. You can release your combat powers and fully display your strengths once the world will has been completely suppressed. When the time comes, you will no longer feel any sense of rejection. Bloody Robe and the other summoning beasts nodded and patiently waited for the battle to begin. Not long after Lin Huang ended his speech, the 7th wave of explorers arrived. However, this wave exceeded everyone's expectations. Spatial fluctuations were transmitted from 33 tunnels practically at the same time. Even Lin Huang and Mr. Fu were dumbfounded when they sensed the spatial fluctuations being transmitted. You will take action this round too. Lin Huang immediately changed his mind and gave orders to the 10 imperial monsters. After receiving instructions to take action, Bloody Robe and the others immediately set off, each of them rushing to the location of a space rift. The moment Bloody Robe and the others set off, 31 contingents of battle troops also made their moves, assigning themselves to the remaining 23 space rifts that were not taken by the imperial monsters. They knew that the strength of a single imperial monster far exceeded that of several contingents of battle troops combined, and therefore did not require their assistance. Through the spatial fluctuations, Lin Huang's divine telekinesis sensed that virtual god rank 4s were still being sent over in this wave. He was slightly relieved if they were any stronger. The virtual god level battle formation from the gravel world would have a hard time killing them. Shortly after, 33 virtual god level rank 4 explorers were teleported over and were immediately ambushed. Bloody Robe and the other imperial monsters instantly cut them down, not even waiting for the explorers to fully step out of the dimensional gateway. The battle formation sites were obviously a bit slower, but they still managed to complete the coordinated attacks. Just when everyone let out a sigh of relief, several explorer monsters suddenly crawled out from the pile of corpses. When everyone had least expected it, they saw a thumb-sized eclipse boa suddenly open its mouth wide. A terrifying suction instantly enveloped the 3 resurrected explorer monsters, and they were swallowed in an instant. To think that there were 3 undying species hiding in there. Dongfang Bai and the others broke out into a cold sweat. The mysterious undying species, it would be very difficult to kill them in a short time without knowing their fatal spots, unless you used a rule, power or other special means. If it were not for the eclipse boa swallowing the 3 undying species, they feared that those over in the great world would immediately decide that the space tunnel that the 3 undying species went through had no issues. Thanks to the eclipse boa making a timely move when it did, they had won this round's mind games. In the next round of exploration, we can be sure they'll either increase the number of explorers or their combat level. It seems like having 10 imperial monsters is still not enough to ensure our safety. A handful of cards appeared in Lin Huang's hand. The demonic Buddhist Holy Sun, who was a supreme god rank 5, Bai, who was a class -4.5 pseudo-supreme god, and Charcoal, Tyrant, Grimace, Lancelot, Killer, Evil Dominator, Warlord, Thunder and Witch, who were at mythical level rank 4, were all impressively lined up in order. These were all of the monster cards in Lin Huang's possession that were at mythical level rank 4 and above, aside from the Bug Tribe card. After the cards were crushed, 11 imperial monsters quickly materialized in front of Lin Huang. The demonic Buddhist Holy Sun was dressed in white, his face half Buddha, half demon. However, at this moment, the aura emitted throughout his entire body was not cruel or fierce at all. His combat level was also the highest when he was sealed. His combat level was at 9th rank true god level, and he was even a powerhouse that was only half a step away from reaching heavenly god level. At the moment, his combat level was affected by his host, Lin Huang, and was suppressed at 6th rank true god level. Lin Huang's gaze fell upon the demonic Buddhist Holy Sun. From today onward, your name is Ku Rong. I thank you for bestowing this name upon me, Master. The demonic Buddhist Holy Sun pressed his palms together in front of him and took a deep bow toward Lin Huang, looking like an eminent monk that had reached enlightenment. After Lin Huang finished his sentence, a ray of golden light suddenly lit up from between the demonic Buddhist Holy Sun's eyebrows, and the demon half of his face started to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, that part of his face became as smooth as jade-like as the normal half of his face. A strange light flashed in the eyes of the demonic Buddhist Holy Sun. The abyssal energy that had caused him so much suffering for endless days and nights had suddenly disappeared completely. He focused his cultivation and realized that the energy was not actually gone, but had become dormant. Besides that, the energy that was originally uncontrollable was now under control. After a brief inspection, Ku Rong immediately snapped back to reality and once again pressed his palms together and gave Lin Huang another deep bow. Although he did not say anything this time, Lin Huang understood the reason for his actions. After returning a nod to Ku Rong, Lin Huang's gaze fell on Bai and Grimace. Among the 11 of them, apart from Ku Rong, Bai and Grimace had the highest combat level. They were both at 4th rank true god level, whereas Lancelot, Charcoal, and the others were at 3rd rank true god level. The combat strengths of the 11 of them were only displayed during the moment they were summoned, and they sealed their own powers under Lin Huang's urging. It had been suppressed to virtual god level rank -9. Looking at the 11 summoning beasts that suddenly appeared in front of Lin Huang, the numerous virtual gods that were present were speechless. Chapter 14:21, The 8th Wave. He summoned 11 more summoning beasts. All 11 of them are high-level virtual gods. A few of them look like humans. They're not protosses, are they? Everyone started chattering about it. They were quick to notice that Ku Rong, Bai, Grimace, Tyrant, Witch, and the others had appearances that were mostly similar to humans. Based on the knowledge that they have, they immediately concluded that Bai and the others were protosses. In actuality, a protoss had 3 forms and possessed a human form. However, not all that possessed a complete human form were protosses. Protoss was the general name for a group of several tribes who were jointly referred to by that name. Tribes that met the criteria and were willing to join the protoss could be called a protoss. Even so, there were some tribes in the Great World that possessed 3 forms and met all the criteria for joining the protoss, but did not do so in favor of maintaining the independence of their tribes. There were even a few tribes that had existed long before the establishment of the protoss. Although they did not join the protoss, even the most pure-blooded protoss tribes would still pay extreme respect to them. For example, the Observer tribe, who had existed since the Archaic Epoch, also possessed complete human forms. No one knew if this was for the sake of convenience or for other reasons, but practically every observer looked like a middle-aged man with a bald head. Even their facial features were all 70 to 80% similar. The only things that differentiated them were their heights and body shapes. There was even a legend in the God territory which claimed that a bald-headed human cultivator once accidentally arrived at the God territory and received courteous reception due to being mistaken for an observer. However, the people in the gravel world did not know all this. Aside from Lin Huang and the sword servants, everyone that was present, including Mr. Fu, probably had never seen the real appearance of a protoss. The news that a protoss looked like a human was only passed around through hearsay. On top of that, they did not know that most members of the 2-sword cultivator troops from Dynasty and Misery that were currently part of the battle formation to fight against the enemy alongside them were real protosses. There were even 2 pure-blooded protosses among them. Lin Huang chose to ignore everyone's comments. The 11 of you, guard 1 space tunnel each. Immediately kill anyone that gets teleported over. It doesn't matter how many of them there are, spare none. If you notice any space rifts that are missing, repair them at once. Upon receiving the instructions, Ku Rong, Bai, and the others each promptly chose a space rift to guard. The 2 waves of summoning beasts that were summoned by Lin Huang occupied 21 spots, and everyone present had no qualms about it. This was not the time to fight for resources. Everyone did not have enough manpower, and the explorers would only increase in number and strength. The appearance of the summoning beasts relieved a big load of everyone's burden, which was what everyone had hoped for. The 31 contingents of troops swiftly assigned themselves to guard the remaining 12 space rifts. However, Lin Huang furrowed his eyebrows slightly while looking at the 12 space rifts that were not guarded by the summoning beasts. Among the 31 contingents of battle troops, 3 of them had virtual god rank 4 cores, and the power of their battle formation was almost equivalent to virtual god level rank 6. The remaining 28 contingents had virtual god rank 3 cores, and their battle power was barely equivalent to virtual god rank -5. With such a deployment, if they were to face a virtual god level rank 6 explorer, they would collapse on all fronts. Lin Huang hesitated. Should he just summon the bug beasts to fill these 12 spots, or expose the sword servant's strength? The reason he was hesitant to summon the bug beasts was because a regular imperial censor had no way of controlling the bug tribe. Bug Master might have been regarded as a subdivision of the imperial censor a long time ago, but had long become independent and developed a different professional system. Under normal circumstances, no imperial censor would waste their time learning the Bug Master matters. They would rather utilize their time to find a few more imperial monsters to elevate their own strength. Another less prominent reason was that people from not only the Great World, but also the Gravel World, had a very bad impression of the Bug tribe. That was why the number of Bug Masters was much smaller than that of imperial censors. Lin Huang was also deliberating on whether he should expose the sword servant's strength. After all, once the sword servant's strength was exposed, it would definitely garner widespread attention, and it would be inevitable that certain people would notice the new virtual god-level sword cultivators in Misery. If they were to dig a little deeper, it would not be difficult for them to discover the relationship between Lin Huang and Misery. If this was any other time, Lin Huang would not have cared too much even if such things were exposed. However, this was a time of war, and Lin Huang did not want to arouse the suspicion of the Union government, Hunter Association, and other forces at a time like this and cause disharmony within the Union government army. While Lin Huang was still deliberating if he should summon the bug beasts or expose the sword servant's strength, the 8th wave of invaders had arrived. There were once again 33 space tunnels that simultaneously transmitted spatial fluctuations. When Lin Huang sent forth his divine telekinesis to sense the number and strength levels of the invaders that came through the 33 space tunnels, he could not help frowning slightly. The explorers that were teleported over this wave were virtual god rank 5s, which was an upgrade compared to before. However, the bigger difference was that the number of explorers that were teleported through each of the 33-dimensional gateways increased from 1 to 10. The second Lin Huang detected this, Mr. Fu also noticed the abnormality. His expression shifted slightly, and his figure immediately rose into the air and hung above the heads of the 12 groups of battle troops, ready to help at any time. When he saw this, Lin Huang opened his mouth to stop him, but ended up not saying anything and let Mr. Fu go. After seeing Mr. Fu taking action, the many virtual gods present gradually sensed the severity of the situation regarding this wave of invaders, and their faces turned pale. Some of them also noticed that Lin Huang had been sitting still this whole time, looking like he did not have the slightest intention of making a move. However, everyone had no objection to his behavior. After all, he had already dispatched 21 summoning beasts to join the battle. For an imperial censor, controlling such a large number of summoning beasts of such high caliber would tremendously drain them in all aspects. Besides that, there had long been a tacit consensus among the people that those who were in the imperial censor profession had no real strength of their own, and they mainly relied on imperial monsters in battles. Therefore, on the battlefield, it was normal for an imperial censor to summon imperial monsters to join the front lines of a battle while they themselves took a backseat. Even for Guanzhong and the others, who knew about Lin Huang's strength, when they saw that he had not joined the battle, the thought that came to their minds was, as expected, summoning 21 virtual god-level rank 9 imperial monsters at once is a bit too much even for Lin Huang. Of course, Lin Huang was unaware that he had unwittingly added a layer of drama in the minds of the others. He was not even a real imperial censor. He relied on monster cards to summon imperial monsters, which did not cause even the slightest burden on him. The reason he did not make a move himself was that he knew very well, even if the 31 battle troops from the Gravel World were not there, Bai and the others were more than capable of coping with the arrival of the 330 explorers. Chapter 1422, The Gods' Figurines Combat Souls Have Appeared. Ku Rong stood in front of a space rift with his eyes half-lidded, as if he were completely ignoring the spatial fluctuations in front of him that kept on coming continuously. He was dressed in a white monk's robe, his clothes fluttering in the wind caused by the spatial fluctuations, making him look like a celestial being. The moment the invaders arrived, he suddenly opened his eyes. Even without physically making a move, the bodies of the 10 virtual god-level rank 5 monsters began to disintegrate inch by inch as soon as they were teleported over. Not only their bodies but even their souls were rapidly being disintegrated in the same way. In an instant, the 10 explorers had been reduced to nothingness. Not even a drop of blood remained. Not far from Ku Rong, Bai was dressed in all black, his white hair wafting slightly in the wind. He stared at the space rift, face devoid of emotion, expression unreadable. After a moment, the spatial fluctuation quickly reached its peak, and 10 silhouettes gradually revealed themselves. At this moment, Bai stretched a finger out to point in the air, and 10 blood-colored electric arcs shot forth like living creatures. The next instant, the arcs plunged directly into the bodies of the newly arrived 10 monsters. A second later, the bodies of the 10 monsters began to shrivel up, and in just a few moments they became completely desiccated corpses. That was not all, though. After another half a second or so, the dried corpses began to disintegrate on their own, turning into dust in the sky. Tyrant was much more direct than the others in his attacks. As soon as the 10 explorers were teleported over, he leapt forward and punched them one by one, pummeling all the monsters into a bloody pulp. Charcoal, on the other hand, opened his wide mouth and spewed out his dragon flame, burning all the invaders into ashes that blew away in the wind. Meanwhile, Warlord made no moves whatsoever. Before the explorers were teleported over, he placed a row of small artillery batteries in front of himself. The moment the explorers arrived, blasts from about a dozen artillery batteries simultaneously sounded, and the blaze engulfed the 10 invaders. By the time the batteries ceased fire, the 10 monsters were nothing more than 10 lumps of pulverized meat, and it was impossible to tell what they had originally looked like. Seeing that these few did not even have so much as their corpses remaining, Lin Huang could not help crying out in his heart, "What a waste!" Lancelot, Killer, and the others were certainly far more conventional and used equally conventional killing methods. The only thing was that the speed of their kills was just a little faster and they eliminated their enemies within seconds. That is, all but Grimace, who was the most ostentatious one of all in his methods. The moment the 10 invaders arrived, Grimace instantly took control of their bodies and steered them to walk into his own god territory. What happened after that, no one knew. The 21 Imperial monsters annihilated their enemies almost instantly. However, it did not go so smoothly for the battle troops. Even if they had the upper hand, only the 3 teams with virtual god rank 4s as their cores were able to complete their kills. However, they were only able to kill 2 or 3 of the invaders. Upon seeing this, Mr. Fu immediately took action. However, at this moment, hundreds of scarlet electric arcs shot out almost simultaneously. Before Mr. Fu's own attack could land, the arcs instantly penetrated the bodies of the remaining 112 monsters. Impressively enough, the person who attacked was Bai, who had already completed his mission. Before this, when Lin Huang had asked them to help in bolstering attacks, Bai had already taken it upon himself to make this his second mission. Therefore, after completing his first mission, he turned around, immediately locked onto all the remaining explorers, and brazenly made a move. The scarlet arcs pierced into the bodies of the monsters in front of him like lightning bolts, and the creatures quickly shriveled into desiccated corpses at a speed visible to the naked eye, before finally disintegrating into fine dust all over the ground. Seeing this, Mr. Fu withdrew from the attack in some embarrassment. He knew very well that his own move would definitely not have been as effective. The numerous virtual gods who made up the battle formations were also dumbfounded when they saw the scene that unfolded before their eyes. Such an attack really shocked them. Just like that, the monsters which could not be defeated even by the battle formations that they had formed had all been summarily disposed of. This also gave everyone a new understanding of the strength of Lin Huang's summoning beasts. That was likely more than 100 virtual god rank 5s, and they were all killed instantly. What kind of ability is this? I've said it before, that white-haired Imperial monster looks exactly like a human, so he must be a Protoss. Do you all still have any doubts now? Say, could that white-haired individual be the strongest Imperial monster under Lin Huang's command? Or could there be an even stronger fellow? Just as everyone was debating hotly among themselves, another wave of reinforcements arrived. This wave of reinforcements consisted of 20 or more people. Lin Huang saw a few familiar faces, those were the sword servants under his command. The reason the sword servants were late was that most of them had never been to the abyss brink before, let alone pinpointed its coordinates. They had no choice but to teleport themselves to the nearest location with a portal, and then either teleport again and again through a fixed dimensional portal or fly over here. A few who were proficient in space rule could use it to rush over, but such individuals were few and far in between. This was why the sword servants had arrived later than the other reinforcements from the other major forces. At this point, including the 20 or more sword servants that were present, more than 260 virtual gods from the gravel world had been dispatched. Almost 80% of the virtual gods from the gravel world were now assembled on the entire third layer of the abyss brink. Judging from the situation earlier, the initial small contingents of battle troops comprising 7 or 8 people were obviously not enough to cope with the next invasion. Dongfang Bai had already begun discussions about the establishment of a stronger battle formation with the upper levels of various forces. As the head of dynasty, Lin Huang had naturally participated in the discussion, but he had not expressed any opinions throughout the entire process. He was still deliberating whether or not he should summon the bug beasts or reveal the sword servant's strength. Dongfang Bai naturally noticed that Lin Huang seemed to be considering something, and could not help asking, "Emperor Lin, if you have any ideas, please do tell us." Just as Lin Huang was at a loss for words, a sudden stirring came from within his body. It was the Eternity Fire, Qi Mushang's Goldfinger, sending him a message: "I can provide spiritual energy to the gods' figurines." The reason Lin Huang had not considered using the gods' figurines' combat souls before was that there were only 10 of them within his body that he could use, while there were 12 space rifts. Although there were still many unused figurines, there was no way for him to use them, and others would not be able to unleash their power even if they used them. However, now that the Eternity Fire had said so, he could summon 2 more gods' figurines and completely block all the dimensional gateways. "Leave the remaining 12 dimensional gateways to me. You can hone the battle formations and begin preparations for the start of the official war." Lin Huang considered this for a while before deciding to say it openly. Everyone was stunned by what they heard. Mr. Fu was slightly worried. "Is it really okay? It's all good, I can handle it." Lin Huang nodded, then summoned the 10 gods' figurines' combat souls, including the Ninetails Lynx, as well as 2 other gods' figurine that had been imbued with the spiritual energy of the Eternity Fire. Under Lin Huang's instructions, the 12 gods' figurines' combat souls quickly occupied the remaining 12 space rifts and became the new guardians. Chapter 1423, A Blind Spot in Mr. Fu's knowledge. The 33 space rifts were all guarded by Lin Huang's summoning beasts and gods' figurines' combat souls, so the virtual gods from the gravel world were finally able to catch a break. Many people looked upon Lin Huang with conflicting emotions. His abilities had completely exceeded the expectations of everyone present. They were all awestruck by how powerful Lin Huang was, yet at the same time, they feared him. Everyone was aware that even if all the virtual gods of the entire gravel world were present, their defenses would have broken sooner or later. However, with Lin Huang here, the invaders from the Great World would at least consistently fail in their explorations before the true gods arrived. Nevertheless, the 33 imperial monsters that Lin Huang summoned were also a great threat to everyone. He could slaughter all the virtual gods of the entire gravel world with a simple flip of his hand if he really wanted to. Most of the people present did not know that the last 12 monsters Lin Huang had summoned were gods' figurines' combat souls, not summoning beasts. The Union government was extremely conscious of Lin Huang's unpredictability, not only because he was strong as an individual, but also because he had Dynasty 1 of the 6 giants backing him. As far as the Union government was concerned, this was a great threat to them. For more than 800 years, the Union government had been the official representative of the entire gravel world, so they certainly did not want this position to be taken by another organization. With this concern in mind, Dongfang Bai could not help directing a question at Lin Huang. "Emperor Lin, if by luck we win this war, what do you plan to do next?" The question attracted attention, but not Lin Huang's. Rather, all the higher-ups of the other big organizations present pricked up their ears and awaited his answer. Mr. Fu lifted a brow, glancing at Dongfang Bai with a measure of obvious dissatisfaction. Dongfang Bai's question might have seemed to be mere random small talk, but those with a discerning eye understood the real meaning behind his question. "What do you mean, if by luck we win?" Lin Huang turned his head to look at Dongfang Bai. In this war, we must win. There is no second choice. Everyone was stunned by Lin Huang's words, but they quickly regained their senses. They all felt that Lin Huang was changing the topic of discussion and deliberately avoiding the question. Just when Dongfang Bai was about to laugh it off and let the topic slide, Lin Huang spoke up again. If you're asking about my personal plans after the war, I'm planning on taking Xin and the others to the Great World with me. The gravel world no longer has the cultivation resources I need. However, this is my home. If we have time in the future, I'll still bring Xin and the others back for a vacation, and meet up with old friends for a meal or a drink, or something along those lines. Of course, Lin Huang knew what Dongfang Bai was trying to ask, so he gave the answer that Dongfang Bai wanted to hear. As a matter of fact, that was what he was planning to do anyway. In his current situation, it did not make much sense for him to remain in the gravel world. Only in the Great World could his combat level be subsequently elevated. Moreover, there was a high probability that Lin Xin would be able to directly break through to virtual god level after her current closed-door cultivation. Once they arrived in the Great World, she most likely would have some measure of ability to protect herself, however small. Mr. Fu's combat level had also reached rank -9. If he wanted to achieve another breakthrough and advance to true god level, he could only do so in the Great World. As for the people of Dynasty and Misery, Lin Huang felt that if some of them wanted to depart with him, he would take them along. If not, he would let them stay and develop on their own. After receiving a response like this from Lin Huang, Dongfang Bai finally breathed a sigh of relief. He did not doubt Lin Huang's words because he knew that the main purpose of Lin Huang's trip to the Great World a year and a half ago was to rapidly increase his abilities. Now that he had returned 1.5 years later, there were genuinely no resources in the gravel world that were suitable for him to use in his cultivation. Although Lin Huang's answer satisfied the Union government, Dongfang Bai still had to be courteous and offer up pleasantries. This is our hometown after all, and our family and friends are all here. If I do go to the Great World one day, I myself might want to come back occasionally to meet up with friends and family. When the people around heard that Lin Huang was planning to leave, they all had mixed thoughts. Some of them were considering whether or not they should go to the Great World with Lin Huang. After all, they were already virtual gods. In the gravel world, virtual god level rank 4 was pretty much the limit. There would be no appropriate resources for them if they wanted to advance any further than that. Many people had never traveled to the Great World because previously there were too many others who had gone there and were never heard from again. Some of them even deliberately left their soul lamps and other such items behind before departing. The soul lamps had all been extinguished without exception, and this obviously meant that they had died. This was enough proof that going to the Great World was an extremely dangerous undertaking. Despite this, Lin Huang had not only gone to the Great World, but he had even stayed there for a year and returned alive. This proved that he had a safe way of reaching the Great World, which excited many people. There were also some others who felt that Lin Huang's departure would be the turning point for Dynasty to decline. They felt that their own organizations might have the opportunity to take Dynasty's position as one of the giants. Everyone present had their own thoughts on the matter. The space rift soon started transmitting space fluctuations again. The 9th wave of exploration began soon after. This time, all 33-dimensional gateways opened at the same time. The explorers' combat levels had been upgraded once more, and their numbers had increased yet again. All the explorers' combat levels had been raised to virtual god level rank 6, and their numbers had also increased to 20 per dimensional gateway. If it had not been for Lin Huang bolstering the rifts with the gods' figurines' combat souls just in time, it was certain that the virtual gods of the gravel world would have suffered many casualties in this wave of attack. Of the 31 contingents of battle troops that had been formed, 28 of them were led by virtual god rank 3s, and their strength was barely at virtual god level rank -5. If they were to face off against groups of virtual god rank 6s, the battle formations would be obliterated in an instant. However, in the face of Bai and the other monsters, virtual god rank 6s were nothing. In the time it took to lift an arm, 660 virtual god rank 6s were all subdued in an instant, with not a single one remaining. The whole battle took no more than half a second from beginning to end. All the virtual gods present could only gape at the scene that unfolded before them. From what everyone could see, the invaders who were stronger than themselves were no more than sitting ducks in the face of Lin Huang's summoning beasts. They were completely subdued without a single trace of resistance. Even Mr. Fu felt slightly despondent. He had not expected the group of little brats who had required his guidance back then to be far more powerful than himself right now. As a virtual god Rank9, Mr. Fu felt that he had little chance of being victorious against any of the summoning beasts that were present. Apprentice, these summoning beasts of yours, they can't have all been elevated to mythical level, can they? Mr. Fu could not help asking through voice transmission. Most of them are class 4, but there's also a class -4.5 and a class 5, Lin Huang nodded in response. Class -4.5 and class -5. Mr. Fu gulped. This was the first time he had heard of these two concepts. He had always thought that class 4 mythical level was the limit. Bai is at class -4.5 pseudo-supreme god level, and Ku Rong is at class 5 supreme god level. When he finished, Lin Huang was afraid that Mr. Fu would not know who Ku Rong was, so he added, Ku Rong is the little monk wearing the white monk's robe. There's a supreme god level. Mr. Fu silently screamed internally, but there was no way he could let his apprentice discover that he himself did not know of the existence of levels beyond mythical level. He stole a glance at Lin Huang, and when he saw no major reaction there, he nodded calmly. The little monk does look really strong, but I didn't expect him to be a class -5. Chapter 14:24. I want to go to an even more vast universe. Bai and the others easily dealt with the 9th wave of monsters, which finally enabled the virtual gods of the gravel world to see some part of Lin Huang's true abilities. This also stirred more people's curiosity about the great world. From what they could see, Lin Huang's abilities had substantially increased after only a year in the great world, and he was practically unrivaled now he had returned to the gravel world. Many people could not help but wonder if they would also experience such advancement if they made a trip to the great world. However, what they did not know was that Lin Huang was able to achieve such a level of advancement primarily because he relied on conduits. With their beginner stage virtual god level combat powers, merely surviving in the great world for a year would be a problem. After the 9th wave of monsters, 2 more waves of sword servants arrived at the abyss brink. Guanzong's brows creased slightly at the sight of dozens of unfamiliar faces with virtual god-level combat powers. As the head of the Union government's agency EA, he had within his grasp all intel and information on the entire gravel world. Even if it was impossible for the Union government to gather data on all the virtual gods in the gravel world, at least 95% of all virtual gods had data records. However, there were no data records on any of the 50 or more people who comprised these 2 waves of reinforcements. Apart from them, there were about 5 or 6 people that he did not recognize even among the previous wave of reinforcements. Even stranger was that these people seemed to know Lin Huang, and some of them even stepped forward to greet him. With these doubts in mind, Guanzhong turned his gaze to Dynasty's camp. His eyes swept the area and he realized there were also 9 people he did not recognize. He was quite sure that he had never seen any information in the database on these 9 individuals. After discovering this anomaly within Dynasty, Guanzhong immediately informed Dongfang Bai about what he had found. Dongfang Bai frowned after hearing that. How have you only just discovered this anomaly? For one, Dynasty is an ally, so I did not pay much attention to the status of their camp. On the other hand, though, Lin Huang and Mr. Fu are over there and they can intercept my gaze easily, so I'm trying my best to avoid looking in that direction. I only glanced over briefly just now, and thought that there were only 2 or 3 unfamiliar faces who were Dynasty's secretly cultivated new recruits. Do you think these unfamiliar virtual gods are Lin Huang's subordinates? Dongfang Bai asked. They might not necessarily be his subordinates, but there's definitely a connection. Guanzhong pondered for a moment before continuing. I even have my suspicions that these people may not be local residents of our gravel world. Why do you say that? Dongfang Bai asked, puzzled. I pretended to glance over there just now to observe, and the Emperor's heart rings on these people's hands are all black market goods. Most people may not be able to see the difference, but after doing intelligence work for so long, I can tell the difference between a black market item and a regular Emperor's heart ring with just a glance. So these people's identities are fake. Dongfang Bai's eyes widened slightly, and he turned to look in Lin Huang's direction. At this moment, Lin Huang also seemed to sense Dongfang Bai's gaze and looked toward him. When their eyes met, Dongfang Bai smiled and nodded at Lin Huang. then immediately looked away. Lin Huang raised an eyebrow. What an odd fellow. Why don't we take the initiative and just ask Lin Huang where these people are from? Guan Zhang asked. Do you think he'll tell the truth if he were really hiding some secret scheme? Dongfang Bai shook his head. Then, what should we do now? There's no conclusive evidence to prove that there's something amiss with these people, so should we report it? Guan Zhang asked again. Mention this to old Zhang. Just tell him about your suspicions and see what he says. Dongfang Bai contemplated for a while before deciding to just push this problem to Chief Zhang Shan. Guan Zhang nodded. After returning to the tent, he immediately contacted Zhang Shan and told him about all the things that he found odd. After hearing this, Zhang Shan pondered for a moment. I'll sort this matter out. Just when the 10th wave of monsters arrived, Mr. Fu's communicator suddenly rang. He opened the communication page and discovered that the caller was Chief Zhang Shan from the Union government. After a moment of confusion, he connected the video request. What's the matter, Xiaozhang? Old Fu, I heard from Guanzhang that there are many unfamiliar virtual gods who have appeared at the abyssal brink, and they seem to know Lin Huang. Do you know anything about this matter, sir? Yes, I'm aware of this. These are reinforcements that Lin Huang brought back from the Great World. There are more than 200 of them in total. Mr. Fu nodded. He had expected the Union government to ask about this sooner or later. Over 200 of them, and they're all virtual gods. Zhang Shan was dumbfounded. Based on what he had heard from Guanzhang just now, there were only around 70 unfamiliar faces. They're all true gods, Mr. Fu corrected. Zhang Shan thought he had misheard. They're all true gods. Yes, there are more than 200 of them and they're all true gods, Mr. Fu confirmed once again. Zhang Shan could only gape in shock, at a loss for words. If Lin Huang had brought back more than 200 virtual god powerhouses, he might have suspected that Lin Huang was planning to overthrow the Union government, or even get rid of the other top organizations, so that dynasty would be the reigning monopoly. However, since the individuals that Lin Huang had brought back were all true gods, conversely, he did not harbor any such suspicions. This was because if Lin Huang really had wanted to make dynasty the top organization, bringing back 2 true gods would have been enough to eliminate all other organizations in the entire gravel world. There was no need for him to expend so much effort to bring back more than 200 true gods just for that. These true gods, can we trust them? Zhang Shan inquired after collecting his thoughts. Could some organization from the Great World be using Lin Huang to infiltrate our world? These people are Lin Huang's subordinates and they obey his every order. Also, according to what I've observed, there really is no problem, Mr. Fu revealed another piece of information, which both he and Lin Huang had previously agreed they could disclose. He and Lin Huang had already expected the sword servants to be noticed sooner or later. Lin Huang had no intention of concealing the identity of the sword servants anyway. If they were reinforcements that he had borrowed from an organization from the Great World, the other organizations would always have worries in their hearts. However, if these were Lin Huang's own subordinates, then everyone's concerns would be reduced. At least Lin Huang himself was a local resident, and no one would want their own home to be destroyed or occupied. Can I have a few more words with Lin Huang? No problem, Mr. Fu turned the projection toward Lin Huang who was not far away. Lin Huang, are these people really trustworthy? Zhang Shan asked him outright. They're my people, so there won't be any problem. Lin Huang nodded. Then, I'll ask you one last question. I hope you can answer me truthfully. Zhang Shan's expression was serious. After a moment of silence, he stared into Lin Huang's eyes and asked, Can I trust you? Lin Huang nodded slightly. You can relax and trust me. This is also my home, so like all of you, I don't want the peace of the gravel world to be destroyed. I only have 2 purposes in coming back this time. One is to resolve the crisis in the gravel world. The other is to bring my close friends and family with me when I go. There's one other thing that you can rest assured about. I don't have any plans regarding this world. Even though there have been quite a few problems in the development of the Union government over the past 800 years, on the whole, the Union government has done all that they could. If I were to become chief of the Union government, I would certainly not be able to do what has already been achieved up until now. If I were to lead an organization, I might still be able to pull that off fairly well. However, if I were to become the ruler of a world, I'm very much aware that I wouldn't be able to do it competently. In your position, you have too many things to worry about, not just matters concerning cultivators, but you also have to take into account the countless ordinary citizens. For myself, I want to focus more on my own development. I like exploring the unknown and I enjoy feeling myself becoming stronger as well as the excitement that every battle brings. I don't believe that the great world is my final destination either. I want to go to an even more vast universe beyond the great world. Chapter 1425, Cannon Fodder. After ending the call with Lin Huang, Zhang Shan was silent for a long while. When he was young, he had also considered that if one day he were to become a virtual god, he must go to the great world to see what the vast world beyond looked like. However, as time went on and his own cultivation level increased, he also rose through the ranks of the Union government and had to gradually let go of his dream. He even thought that he would never think about it again. However, his conversation with Lin Huang today reminded him of his dream from long ago. I've reached virtual god level now, but I haven't been able to visit the great world, Zhang Shan said to himself with a wry smile. He definitely knew for a fact that Lin Huang not having plans regarding the gravel world was true. To Lin Huang, the gravel world was too small a stage. His arena lay in the vast sea of dazzling stars beyond. After a while, Zhang Shan dialed Dongfang Bai's number and briefly explained the conclusion of his conversation with Lin Huang. Dongfang Bai and Guan Zhang were speechless after hearing what he had to say. Old Zhang, are you sure he said that more than 200 of those reinforcements are true gods? Mr. Fu was the one who said it, so it shouldn't be anything false. Zhang Shan nodded. Dongfang Bai pondered for a moment before asking again, do you think we can trust Lin Huang? Zhang Shan nodded with barely any hesitation. I don't think Lin Huang will be much of a problem. On the one hand, he's a native resident of our gravel world, and he won't want his birthplace to become someone else's enslaved territory. On the other hand, he doesn't seem to have any great desire for status or power. If he really wanted to take control of the gravel world, with his current overall abilities he could have done so without expending much effort. The third point is that he's only 20 years old. His desire to explore is still at its peak, and for him, the gravel world is too small. After listening to this, Dongfang Bai was silent for a moment before he nodded. I understand. How should we deal with the matter after this, then? Do we act as if it never happened? We'll just treat it as if it never happened. Zhang Shan nodded. Also, regarding the information about the reinforcements, it's enough for the three of us to know about it. There's no need to tell a fourth party. The more people who know about this, the more likely that other problems will arise, and some people may take this as an opportunity to stir up trouble. With our current situation, unity within the gravel world is still very important. I understand, Dongfang Bai agreed. How's the situation over at the abyss brink? Zhang Shan inquired after they were done talking about matters regarding Lin Huang. Dongfang Bai's face betrayed a slightly embarrassed expression. Upon hearing this question, as of right now, 10 waves of invaders have tried to come through. The 10th wave has seen the arrival of 33 squads of explorers with 30 members each, and their combat level has been upgraded to virtual god level rank 7. Zhang Shan's expression became increasingly grave upon hearing this. However, the current guardians of the 33 space rifts are all Lin Huang summoning beasts, and they're all virtual god level rank 9. This was what Dongfang Bai was embarrassed about. There were more than 200 of his people, and they had all been reduced to mere bystanders. Virtual god level rank 9, it doesn't seem like they'll last for much longer, though. The expression on Zhang Shan's face did not relax at all. How are the pre-war preparations going? The preparations have been completed, Dongfang Bai replied. That's good. Zhang Shan nodded. That trump card, it's better to not use it unless we're at the most critical moment. Understood. Dongfang Bai nodded. Back at Dynasty's camp, after hanging up the call with Zhang Shan, Mr. Fu could not help asking Lin Huang a question. Do you really plan on taking Xin'er away from the gravel world after the war? I'll probably rest for a month or two before leaving. Lin Huang nodded. We must make arrangements for Dynasty and Misery's follow-up development plans. Besides, there are still many areas in this world that we haven't been to yet, and Xin'er might still have places she wants to visit. Before leaving, we should go to the places we want to visit and try not to leave behind any regrets, since I don't know when we'll be able to come back next time. Teacher, you should come with us. Go to the great world and take a look. Lin Huang suddenly changed the topic and said excitedly to Mr. Fu. Mr. Fu hesitated. He did not refuse, but he did not agree either. On our side here in the gravel world, as long as we get rid of the leader of the invaders, such invasions shouldn't occur in the future. After all, the location of the entrance to the dimension-bridging tunnel that connects the Great World and the Gravel World is very remote, and it's normally not so easily discovered. Not only that, but it also ought to be fairly unlikely for civil war to break out within the Gravel World for a while after this Great War. As long as the 6 giant organizations can find a balance, they should be able to maintain peace for a considerable amount of time. Besides, I think you should also think about yourself, teacher. You can't protect the Gravel World for the rest of your life. The future of this world should be left in the hands of its future generation. You've now fully recovered from your injury, and your combat level has reached virtual god level rank -9. There's no longer any way for you to advance your abilities in the Gravel World. However, in the Great World, not only can you advance to become a true god, but it's also not out of the question for you to break through to heavenly god level. If you ever want to return to the Gravel World, you can seal your combat strength and still come back. Mr. Fu was obviously swayed when he heard this. I'll consider your suggestion properly when the war is won. However, for now, let's put our focus on this war. Oh yes, under normal circumstances, if the invaders have been trying to test the dimensional gateways without success, will they keep delaying the start of the war? Is it possible that they might give up on the invasion? Mr. Fu voiced his doubts. If it were a newly opened space tunnel and the teleportation testing failed repeatedly, then the invaders would probably temporarily abandon the invasion. However, these 33 tunnels of the abyss brink have existed for a long time, and there have previously been many successful cases of teleportation. In terms of probability, even if there was a problem with the dimensional gateways, it's impossible for problems to occur in all of them. The invaders from the Great World will certainly know that the reason for the teleportation failures is because someone on our side intercepted and killed the explorers. Therefore, they won't give up on the invasion. They also won't keep delaying the start of the war. They're testing like this now only because the suppression of the world will in the Gravel World has not achieved results yet. Once the world will is completely suppressed, they'll immediately go to war without hesitation. But they don't know which dimensional gateway is functional. Won't they suffer a great loss if they go to war under such circumstances? Mr. Fu asked doubtfully. They'll send a large number of beginner and intermediate level virtual gods to pave the way, and they won't be testing with just a few dozen of them like they are now. They'll send tens of thousands of them through each gateway. Once they find a dimensional gateway that they suspect is functional, they'll send over a large number of high-level virtual gods for a further second round of exploration. After the 2 waves of cannon fodder have done their explorations, the true gods will enter in multitudes. After that, they'll officially arrive with an army and eradicate the entire Gravel World. High-level virtual gods are only mere cannon fodder. Mr. Fu was having a hard time comprehending what he had just heard. In the Great World, virtual god level is just the starting point for cultivation. There are many powerful tribes in the Great World whose children are virtual god level at birth, and by the time they grow up, they automatically advance to become true gods. For some top tribes, some of their newborn babies may even be born as true gods, and they automatically advance to heavenly god level once they reach maturity. Furthermore, the Great World is connected to countless mini-worlds, and the resources available there are more than 1,000,000 times that of an average mini-world. Their rules and sequences are complete, various types of energy exist in abundance, and cultivation is much easier. Becoming a virtual god there is 100 times easier than in the Gravel World. The number of virtual gods in the Great World is more than the number of all the transcendents in the Gravel World combined, so naturally, they can only be reduced to cannon fodder. Chapter 1426. Sword Alliance. The 11th wave of invaders arrived. Their combat level was already at virtual god rank 8, although their numbers remained at 30 for each tunnel. It was also in this wave that the other summoning beasts began to reach the limits of their capabilities, except for Kurong, Bai, and Grimace. With their combat levels suppressed at virtual god rank 9, it was not a problem for Charcoal and Tyrant to eliminate 30 virtual god rank 8 monsters. However, it was slightly harder for them to execute instant kills since their combat levels differed merely by a rank. In dealing with this wave of invaders, the overall killing speed of the summoning beast slowed down significantly. In the previous wave, Lancelot and the rest eliminated their opponents in less than 2 seconds. However, in this wave, Lin Huang knew at a glance that it would take them at least 7 seconds or more to kill their opponents. Mr. Fu and many sword servants who were present at the scene also noticed the anomaly. Mr. Fu's brows furrowed slightly. He knew that his abilities were slightly inferior to Lancelot and the others. Even if he joined in the fight, he would not be able to greatly alter the outcome. Lord Swordmaster, do you want us to make a move? Sword 101 asked, snapping his head around to glance at Lin Huang. No need for that. The moment Lin Huang's words escaped his mouth, around a dozen scarlet gleams of light shot out from his sleeves like lightning. They were the telekinetic weapons that had evolved from the god weapon not so long ago. Their level was akin to a god rule relic. In truth, the god weapon was not concealed in Lin Huang's sleeves but within his inner world instead. Lin Huang had just gotten used to unleashing his telekinetic flying daggers from his sleeves. The red gleams sliced across the sky like lightning and hurtled into the area of battle where Bai and the rest were. Before anyone could react, the red gleams pierced through the invaders, bodies one after the other like small, slithering scarlet snakes. In less than half a second, nearly half of those close to 1,000 virtual god rank 8 monsters were disposed of, leaving less than 100 for Lancelot and the rest to continue practicing on. After the red gleams had shot out and killed their targets, they shot back and disappeared into the depths of Lin Huang's sleeves. Although all of this happened in a flash, the crowd of virtual gods saw everything. Was that Lin Huang who just made a move? Those dozens of red gleams should be telekinetic flying daggers. Isn't he a virtual god rank -3? How did he manage to kill off so many virtual god rank 8s so easily in a matter of seconds? We're not talking about 1 or 2 invaders, we're talking about nearly 1,000 of them. For most people present at the scene, this was the first time that they had seen Lin Huang in action. When they saw what unfolded, they were utterly astounded. Even though Dongfang Bai, Guanzhong, and everyone else from the Union government had already anticipated Lin Huang's abilities, the expressions on their faces showed only disbelief. I always thought that Lin Huang's power was due to his strong summoning beasts. I never expected that his own abilities would be this terrifying. Now that I think back on it carefully, his details actually seem to have mentioned that he is a psychic as well. But I never expected his telekinesis to be this powerful. Dong Fangbai could not help lamenting. To be able to pierce through the bodies of dozens of virtual god rank 8s, I believe that his set of telekinetic weapons is on par with a god rule relic, at least. His abilities have grown far too powerful in the past 2 years. Guanzong's expression appeared rather convoluted. When he was spying on the Wei family 2 years ago, Guanzhong had already witnessed Lin Huang's strength. The current Lin Huang was goodness knows how much stronger compared to what he had been in the past. However, the stronger Lin Huang's real abilities were, the less worried the Union government was about him. The stronger he was, the less space he would have for advancement in the gravel world. Nevertheless, everyone did not know that Lin Huang's attack this time was far from an actual display of his true abilities. Lin Huang did not compound these flying daggers with any rule powers, elemental enlightenments, or sword doubt true meaning. Neither did he activate the flying daggers' innate rule power, nor even imbue them with divine power. The only thing Lin Huang used was the power of a virtual god rank 9's divine power to manipulate the flying daggers, and his attack was completed with ease. He depended mostly on the kinetic energy produced from his mastery of telekinesis, as well as the flying daggers' innate sharpness and durability. However, even an attack as simple as that was sufficient to astound all the virtual gods who were present. Mr. Fu vaguely managed to guess that Lin Huang had yet to go all out, but he was not sure what percentage of real strength Lin Huang had utilized. Only the sword servants and Lin Huang's imperial monsters knew that Lin Huang had yet to lift even a finger. Lin Huang's demonstration was just the tip of the iceberg, but it was sufficient to impress everyone there. Those who initially thought Lin Huang had ascended to his position only because of his summoning beasts now realized that this emperor from dynasty had grown far more powerful than they had ever imagined. The crowd began surreptitiously discussing heatedly among themselves as they tried to guess how powerful Lin Huang's real abilities were. Meanwhile, after recalling his flying daggers, Lin Huang remained seated on the spot with an expressionless face. He closed his eyes and continued his rejuvenation as though nothing had happened. Before the intrusion of the 12th wave of invaders, the abyss brink saw the arrival of yet another 2 waves of reinforcements. Most of them were sword servants. Taken together, both waves added up to a total of 56 sword servants. In addition to the 70 over sword servants who were already in the abyss brink, the total number of sword servants present had now reached 133 individuals. This meant nearly half the full contingent of sword servants were already present in the abyss brink. In truth, other than the Union government's camp, other camps started to notice the existence of this group of strangers too. Despite not having a databank as complete as that of the Union government, most top-notch organizations had their own intelligence systems and therefore had access to the information on most virtual gods. Moreover, there were not many virtual gods in the Gravel world to begin with, so they were bound to encounter each other much of the time. However, these sword servants had suddenly appeared out of nowhere. They did not just have unfamiliar faces, they had never interacted with the other virtual gods before. If it had merely been a few dozen unfamiliar faces, nobody would think too much of it. Yet, the most crucial point was that the number of people from the Sword Alliance's camp had exceeded 100. The total number of virtual gods in the entire Abyss Brink only came up to 371 people, and those from the Sword Alliance's single camp alone were already one-third of that number. It must be noted that even for the mystic butterflies who specialized in collecting intelligence, the virtual gods who had data records in their intelligence network numbered only 361 individuals. There were not as many virtual gods before Lin Huang's departure. Nearly half of these were demigods who had elevated to virtual gods in the past year, all thanks to Mr. Fu. Virtual gods whose data records were stored in the Union government's agency EA were even fewer, only 353. The data collected by other top organizations was even less, their records averaged around only 300 virtual gods. However, the addition of 133 sword servants increased the number of virtual gods present in the Abyss Brink to 371. This surpassed all the numbers in all the organization's records. Excluding the 19 sword servants from Dynasty and Misery, fully 114 sword servants had gathered under the banner of the Sword Alliance. Seeing more than 100 unfamiliar virtual gods congregating in an unfamiliar camp, everyone's minds were full of uncertainty. The current number of virtual gods present was almost more than all the virtual gods in the Union government and the Hunter Association combined. Curiosity got the better of some organizations and they attempted to acquire more information on this peculiar occurrence. The only information they managed to obtain was that this group of people belonged to a new organization named the Sword Alliance. Other than that, they had no luck finding out anything else. Noticing the lack of response from the people of the Union government while Dongfang Bai and the rest seemed unfazed, many people assumed that the Sword Alliance was related to the Union government, or even that the Sword Alliance was a secret organization formed by the Union government. A small number of people noticed that individuals from the Sword Alliance greeted Lin Huang as well, leading them to guess that the Sword Alliance might be connected to him. The crowd murmured among themselves in a heated discussion. Somebody even let his imagination run wild and joked that perhaps these were reinforcements that Lin Huang had summoned over from the Great World. Yet, nobody knew that this joke of his was the closest thing to the truth. Chapter 1427, The Thousand Snake Sect. The Great World, in the Undead Dimension. A sumptuous golden chair floated in midair, its backrest and armrests covered in esoteric snake-like patterns. On the highest point of the backrest were carved two triangular-headed venomous king cobras, mouths wide open to reveal their poisonous fangs. Seated cross-legged on this chair was a golden-haired man. He had just stopped shaking his crossed legs and the expression on his face was rather unpleasant to look upon. Sect leader, sir, the last wave failed to teleport through the dimensional gateways in all 35 portals again, a snake-headed, white-robed individual said in human language as he flicked his snaky tongue. 1 inches. Is it possible that the space tunnels malfunctioned? A long-legged young lady standing to one side blurted out. She seemed to be around 17 or 18 years old. At first glance, her appearance did not differ much from that of a human being. However, a close look would reveal that her eyes had reptilian vertical slit pupils. That's impossible. Even if there is any form of malfunction in the space tunnels, it's out of the question that all 35 portals have developed problems, the golden-haired man disagreed. But the Gravel World rules aren't complete at all. It's already so insanely difficult to level up to Virtual God that it's impossible for anyone to advance to True God. If the space tunnels aren't the cause of the problem, how did they manage to kill off so many high-level Virtual Gods instantly? The long-legged young lady asked. Moreover, 4 months ago they had only just triggered the alert for reaching 300 Virtual Gods, but the alert hasn't indicated that anyone has elevated to True God status. You're thinking only of native cultivators. They are definitely incapable of coping with our countless probes. But what if they got an outsider to help out? The man lifted his golden head to look at the young lady next to him. The internal space rules in all 35-dimensional gateway portals have long since been consolidated and stabilized. This isn't something that true gods can ruin through human agency. Even if special conditions arose and caused damage, it's impossible that all 35 portals can malfunction simultaneously. Having weighed both alternatives, I think it's more likely that there is a powerhouse who is obstructing us by killing off our people who try to set foot there. The golden-haired man declared with absolute certainty. But our scouts have all been upgraded to virtual god rank 8 standard, and they still haven't been able to find out anything at all. If this continues, we'll have to send the virtual god rank 9s, and we only have about 300 or so of them left in total, continued the young lady. What do you plan to do? For the next wave, send all the virtual god rank 9s to smash their way in. If there really is someone who's killing them off, they managed to annihilate nearly 1,000 virtual god rank 8s. Instantly eliminating 300 virtual god rank 9s shouldn't be too hard, the snake-headed man beside them added. The golden-haired man contemplated in silence for a while. Assign 100 high-level virtual gods and 300 intermediate-stage virtual gods to every gateway. In addition, divide 100 virtual god rank 9s into 10 squads and send them to 10 random tunnels. If it's a problem with the space tunnels, it would have seemed like you've arranged for half of our virtual gods to go to their deaths. The long-legged young lady still thought that the rounds of testing mandated by the golden-haired man were too radical for her liking. Currently, the world will in the gravel world hasn't been completely suppressed. Unless you would rather I send true gods to explore the ways, retorted the golden-haired man. The young lady was suddenly bereft of words to retort. There were around 30 true gods present right now. If they intended to enter the gravel world while the world will was still whole, they had no choice but to seal their combat strength at virtual god level. Under such circumstances, it would be like serving them up on a silver platter. What if we're still keeling over after this wave? Asked the long-legged young lady after a momentary silence. The golden-haired man set down his crossed legs and fell into a prolonged silence. We'll deal with that later. In the gravel world, the 12th wave of the monster invasion was more than 10 minutes later than the previous one. Just as everyone in the gravel world thought that the great world would give up on the invasion and prepared to rejoice silently, spatial fluctuations in all 33 portals occurred simultaneously. As guardians, Bai and his team increased their focus to 120% as they concentrated on the dimensional gateway, ready to make a move. Despite knowing that this wave of explorers would only be stronger than the one before, none of them harbored any notions of retreat. As the incoming spatial fluctuations were detected, everyone present at the scene dropped everything they were doing and focused their attention. Even the unending murmur of surreptitious discussion vanished entirely. Everyone knew that this wave was the key. Even Mr. Fu found it difficult to remain in his seat. If Lin Huang had not stopped him from doing so, Mr. Fu would have joined in the fight. Lin Huang was the only one who remained seated on his reclining chair. He did not stand up, but neither did he continue his meditation. His eyes were now wide open as they stared in the direction of the space tunnel not so far away. A moment later, the 12th wave of monsters finally arrived. Lin Huang scanned the area with his divine telekinesis and felt rather surprised. He initially thought that this wave would be completely made up of virtual god rank 9s, but he had not expected this hodgepodge of monsters consisting of intermediate stage and high-level virtual gods as well. Together with the virtual god rank 9s, this made up a total of 100 individuals. What's the meaning of this silver platter of a wave? Did they run out of virtual god rank 9s? While Lin Huang made this silent jeering comment in his mind, he shook his sleeve and multiple scarlet gleams shot out. This time, the number of telekinetic flying daggers that he propelled forth was more than the last round, fully 300 over daggers, since the explorers who had arrived this time were far more numerous. Scarlet telekinetic daggers shot out one after the other as though hundreds of blood-red lightning bolts were raining down. In a flash, the entire battlefield was covered with them. Not a single entrance from all 33-dimensional gateways was left out. The blood-red gleams pierced through the bodies of the intruders in the blink of an eye. Not only did the daggers eliminate the invaders' physical bodies, but they also shattered the invaders' souls. It did not matter if the invaders were undying species or spirit types. Once the flying daggers pierced through their bodies, they died an absolute death. In less than half a second, Lin Huang's telekinetic flying daggers disposed of tens of thousands of invaders, leaving only the dozen or so who were fighting the imperial monsters. Another 2 seconds or so later, Bai, Lancelot, and the rest of them managed to eliminate their own enemies, completing the total annihilation of the invading force. With that, the 12th wave of invading explorers from the Great World was proclaimed a failure yet again. Upon seeing the end results of the invasion attempt, the 30 over true gods, as well as the golden-haired man, lapsed into silence. "How about we file a report on this situation then?" After a protracted silence, the snake-headed man finally could not help voicing out his suggestion. "Ever since this mission was assigned to the Thousand Snake sect, there have never been any slip-ups. My grandfather and great-grandfather personally carried out the same mission and destroyed the cultivation civilization in the gravel world with their own hands. Do you think I am going to file a report now that it's my turn?" Noticing the hostility in the golden-haired man's words, the snake-headed man lowered his head and did not dare say another word. "No matter how much they resist or struggle, ants will be ants." The golden-haired man's murderous intent was boiling over. "Once our suppression measures come into effect, we'll begin arriving officially. But we still haven't managed to find out which spatial dimensional gateway." The long-legged young lady's words were interrupted by a glare from the golden-haired man. "No buts. I've made my decision." Chapter 1428, Wu Mo's Awakening, the third layer of the Abyss Brink. Dongfang Bai led Guan Zhong and a few others to Dynasty's site and headed straight for Lin Huang to ask him a question. "There haven't been any signs of movement in the dimensional gateways for over an hour now. Is it possible that the invaders have given up?" Lin Huang shifted his gaze to Dongfang Bai and ignored the faint look of expectation on Dongfang Bai's face. "The lack of movement is probably because they've lost too many virtual gods. They're also aware that their current mode of exploration is fruitless and have abandoned further attempts at it. However, that doesn't mean they will give up on their invasion. I'm guessing they're waiting for the world will to be completely suppressed before sending in their main army." Dongfang Bai was still somewhat reluctant to give up after hearing Lin Huang's words. "What you mean to say is that despite being unable to determine which of the dimensional gateways is functional, they will still persist in the invasion?" "Based on my understanding of the invaders, yes." Lin Huang nodded. "Aren't they afraid that all the dimensional gateways are problematic?" Guan Zhong could not help furrowing his brows and asking. "Number 1, the probability of all 33 dimensional gateways malfunctioning is extremely low. Number 2, when their main army arrives, it will also be a chance for exploration. As long as they teleport enough people over and we can't kill them in time, they will be able to determine which dimensional gateways are usable. Only then will the true gods arrive. So, as long as we massacre their main forces fast enough, their true gods won't arrive. That'll remove all risks of getting invaded by true gods." Dongfang Bai's eyes shone after hearing Lin Huang's words. Lin Huang peered sidelong at Dongfang Bai and shook his head helplessly. "It's not as easy as you think. If their true gods don't arrive and they give up on this invasion, after a while they will gather more virtual gods to form their main army a second time. When that happens, the invaders will only be stronger and far more numerous. However, if their true gods arrive all at once, we'll be dealing with less trouble in the future." The individuals from the Union government suddenly developed convoluted expressions once again. Naturally, they did not wish for the true gods to arrive. As cultivators in the gravel world who were unable to elevate to true gods, in their minds they held true gods in reverence. However, they also knew that what Lin Huang said was true. If the invasion failed, there would always be the possibility of their enemies trying again. Moreover, when that happened, their enemies would be even more prepared. If they managed to eliminate all of their enemies in one fell swoop, they would be able to destroy their enemies at the grassroots. The only thing was that Dongfang Bai and his group honestly did not have much confidence in themselves to handle an invasion from high-ranked true gods. This created a psychological dilemma for them. After receiving this less than satisfactory news from Lin Huang, Dongfang Bai led everyone back to their own camp, a helpless expression on his face. Dongfang Bai very quickly directed Guan Zhong to contact Zhang Shan over in faraway First City and update Zhang Shan on the most recent situation here. Zhang Shan's response was, "If the true gods arrive, you should all cooperate with Dynasty as best as you can. After all, Lin Huang's the only one who is capable of dealing with medium and high-ranked true gods. I'll attempt to sugarcoat the current battle results and try as much as I can to encourage more virtual gods to join the fight." At Dynasty's site, Mr. Fu could not help but lament. "I'm not sure if it's a good thing or a bad thing that our enemies have stopped exploring." "It's a good thing, of course." Lin Huang smiled. The fact that they've stopped exploring shows us that they've reached the limit of losses that they can cope with. Through the numbers they've lost, we can roughly estimate the total number of invaders this time. That last wave especially, they only sent 100 virtual god rank 9s. I'm guessing that this time they've only brought 300 virtual gods rank 9s with them. There shouldn't be more than 400. Based on these numbers right now, they shouldn't have that many true gods. My guess is that they have less than 100 of them. Further analysis of this data indicates that the invaders are either from a top grade 4 organization or an organization above grade -4. If it's a top grade 4 organization, their leader will only be a true god and there will only be a limited number of true gods within the organization. As long as we eliminate all the invaders in one swoop in the upcoming wave, they most likely won't have enough force to attempt a second invasion or even dare to attempt one. If it's an organization that is above grade 4, the fight won't be over even if they are unsuccessful in the current invasion. They will pick up the pieces very quickly in return. Even if heavenly gods are unable to arrive here directly, the strength of our enemy's next invasion will far exceed their current attempt. After listening to Lin Huang's words, Mr. Fu sank into silence for a while before continuing. I hope luck will be on our side, so the intruders we're facing turn out to be from a top grade 4 organization. I hope so too, otherwise, I'll have to stay even longer after dealing with this wave of invaders. Lin Huang was not worried about the number of invasion waves. He was more concerned about whether or not he could eliminate this problem for good and depart this place with his mind at peace. In the blink of an eye, another 2 days passed. The rest of the sword servants arrived one after the other. Except for one remaining sword servant who was tasked with guarding Lin Xin at the dynasty headquarters, the remaining 267 sword servants had all arrived at the abyss brink. Their numbers had now surpassed the total number of virtual gods in the gravel world. Upon seeing the increasing number of people in the Sword Alliance's camp, discussions on the issue had become even more rampant. There had never been many virtual gods in the gravel world, to begin with. Most of the time, virtual gods would run into each other quite frequently on a regular basis. Being in long-term closed-door cultivation meant that it was rare to see unfamiliar faces. In the Sword Alliance, however, all of them were strangers to the rest. Naturally, that gave rise to considerable debate. The sword servants paid no heed to these discussions. Lin Huang could not be bothered either, even though he knew the truth of the matter. Deep down, Lin Huang was aware that later on when the sword servants demonstrated their actual abilities, it would be dazzlingly impressive in the eyes of everyone present. When that moment arrived, all criticism would dissipate like smoke. On the third day, Lin Huang felt an abnormal fluctuation within his body. He sent his consciousness within him to investigate and discovered that the source of the fluctuation was Wu Mo's blood of the true god. Wu Mo was displaying signs of awakening. Ever since the fight against the God Masters 2 years ago that completely depleted her spiritual energy, Wu Mo had remained in a state of slumber. Even after Lin Huang arrived in the Great World, massacring countless true gods and imbuing her body with spiritual energy to the point of saturation, she had never woken up. Lin Huang knew that he could not be impatient in such a situation. There could have been many reasons why she had not woken up, and Lin Huang did not attempt to awaken her forcefully either. He just waited patiently for her to wake up in her own time. However, this time, she started to show signs of stirring, whether it was because she sensed the gravel world was under invasion or for some other reason was unknown. What impeccable timing to wake up. We'll have another individual with true god level combat strength to join us in the fray, Lin Huang murmured in a low voice as he watched the blood of the true god's internal aura grow stronger by the second. He very quickly retracted his consciousness back into his body and gave his surroundings a quick scan. Realizing that nobody had noticed this inconspicuous fluctuation that came from within him, Lin Huang rose to his feet instantly and headed to the Emperor Palace, which was camouflaged as a tent. His sudden departure attracted the attention of quite a number of people, but nobody thought too much of it. Mr. Fu's eyes were glued to Lin Huang until Lin Huang entered the tent as he felt somewhat surprised. However, he did not look into the matter and soon shifted his gaze in a different direction. Chapter 1429. Rather too brief a time after returning to the Emperor Palace, Lin Huang patiently waited for Wu Mo's aura within the blood of the true god to gradually strengthen. After about 2 or 3 minutes, Wu Mo's aura finally rose to its peak, and she woke up from her deep sleep that had lasted for nearly 2 years. Sister Momo. Lin Huang immediately greeted Wu Mo after sensing that she had awakened. Lin Huang, Wu Mo quickly consolidated her translucent body, and immediately checked on her state of being. My spiritual energy has been completely replenished. Lin Huang smiled and nodded. When he was killing true gods in the great world, apart from the 10 gods figurines combat souls being imbued with spiritual energy, any excess spiritual energy had been infused into Wu Mo's body. Her peak state was only that of a third-rank true god, so her spiritual energy had been replenished a long time ago. Did you go to the great world? Wu Mo's reaction was immediate, because the gravel world simply did not have enough resources to fully replenish her spiritual energy. I did, and now I've come back. Lin Huang nodded. How do you feel? Pretty good. My soul has almost been restored to its peak state, and I feel better than I did 2 years ago, Wu Mo said with a smile. I just lack a physical body. I've already prepared one for you. It's the body of a Protoss, Lin Huang said, retrieving a body from out of his space storage. A female clad in a black dress. She was a sorcerer type, and her combat level before her demise was 5th rank true god. When I first killed her, I thought that her physical body would be highly compatible with you. I've preserved this body all this time because I wasn't sure when you'd wake up. As Lin Huang spoke, he summoned the drop of blood of the true god that was leeching off of Wu Mo's body, bringing it out of her. The residual aura of the corpse is very powerful. Were you really the one who killed her? Wu Mo had a slightly surprised expression on her face. Yes, I killed her. Lin Huang nodded. Wu Mo's illusory silhouette floated in the air, her feet not touching the ground. Staring intently at Lin Huang, she scrutinized him carefully and soon discovered an anomaly. Your combat level is only Virtual God Rank 3, but it seems like you've already mastered rule-bending power. It wouldn't be impossible for you to kill a true god, but this body did belong to a medium-rank true god who was at 5th rank. After all, she was even a Protoss. Since they were in the gravel world, the thousand-face mask on Lin Huang's face simply disguised his combat level. It did not disguise his appearance, nor did it conceal the fluctuations of the rule-bending power in his body. My combat level is disguised. It's actually at Virtual God Rank 6, Lin Huang explained his combat power but did not extrapolate. Alright, we'll assume you killed her then, Wu Mo said as she pursed her lips. Lin Huang could not help smiling, however, he gave no further explanation. Try the body out to see if it's good or not. If it isn't suitable, we can change it to another one. Wu Mo nodded. Her illusory silhouette entered the blood of the true god and took control of it. The drop of blood turned into a stream of flowing purple gold light and flowed into the sorcerer-type corpse from between its eyebrows. A moment later, life force gradually began filling the sorcerer-type corpse. After about 5 to 6 minutes, the life force in the body of the sorcerer type finally reached its peak. Wu Mo opened her eyes little by little, sat up slowly, and then looked down at her hands and body. This physical body feels really good. It's even stronger than my original body, and our compatibility is over 85%. It should be even higher once I take some time to get used to it. Wu Mo was obviously very satisfied with this new body. As long as you think it's suitable. Lin Huang smiled and nodded. After getting a sense of her new body for a few moments, Wu Mo quickly calmed her excitement and asked, "How's the situation in the gravel world now? Has the invasion begun?" A few days ago, those over in the Great World were testing the dimensional gateways, but fortunately, the tests failed. They've probably been trying to suppress the world will of the gravel world for the past few days. It's estimated that after the suppression is successful, they'll arrive directly with an army. Lin Huang briefly described the situation of the gravel world. Wu Mo asked a few more questions regarding the Great World's impending invasion of the gravel world, and Lin Huang answered them all one by one. According to the sense of rejection that I currently feel from the world will, I estimate that there's still a few more days before the world will is completely suppressed. I'd like to take advantage of these few days to go back to the floating land and fetch something. After I retrieve what I want, I'll rush back here as soon as I can. Wu Mo felt a sense of rejection from the world will, and quietly sealed her combat level at Virtual God level rank -9. Go then. Lin Huang did not have any objections. Aren't you afraid that I'll become a deserter? Wu Mo smiled so widely her eyes crinkled up like crescent moons. I'm not afraid. Lin Huang shook his head. In reality, there was something else that he did not say out loud. It doesn't matter whether you become a deserter or not. As long as I'm here, this wave of invasion will be futile. Don't worry, I'll come back before the world will is completely suppressed. Wu Mo said and headed toward the gates of the Emperor Palace. Lin Huang followed behind and sent her off. Mr. Fu was obviously taken aback at seeing a woman suddenly walk out of the tent. Many of the people around also turned their eyes in her direction, their gazes full of curiosity. Is it another summoning beast? I don't think that's the case this time. She looks more like a secret mistress. She came out less than 10 minutes after Emperor Lin entered the tent. That's rather too brief a time. The crowd started chattering. Wu Mo glanced over her surroundings. Naturally, she heard everyone's comments, but she paid them no heed and turned her head back to ask Lin Huang a question. Previously, didn't you mention that there weren't many virtual gods in this era? This isn't considered, not many. There are more than 200 of them whom I brought back from the Great World for reinforcements. More than half of the rest were transformed from demigods this year, Lin Huang explained. Alright, I'll return to the floating land first, I'll be back in a few days. Wu Mo did not inquire any further. After saying that, her figure rose directly into the air, and she sped toward the exit of the abyss brink. This scenario baffled everyone even more. That young lady just now, only after seeing Wu Mo's figure disappear into the sky in a flash did Mr. Fu come back to his senses and question Lin Huang. That's Wu Mo, the sorcerer goddess I told you about before, the one from the Sorcerer Dao epic. Oh, I remember, the one from the floating land. Mr. Fu recalled that Lin Huang had brought up this true god member of the Wu tribe in one of their past conversations. I remember you said that she was leeching off of your body and had fallen into a deep sleep. So, she's woken up. She's woken up, yes. Why did she fly away? Did you two have a fight? Mr. Fu inquired, sensing gossip. I don't have that kind of relationship with her. Lin Huang immediately caught what Mr. Fu was implying, and said with a helpless expression on his face, she left because she wanted to go back to the floating land and retrieve something. Oh, Mr. Fu's expression said, I understand. Chapter 1430. Lin Zan's return. During the few days after Wu Mo's departure, Lin Huang could clearly feel that the world will of the gravel world was rapidly weakening. Every day, he sat in the reclining chair in front of the tent, seemingly closing his eyes in meditation. In actuality, however, he was silently cultivating his seamless technique to strengthen his telekinesis. His telekinetic threads increased by about 4,800 daily. By the time the total number of his telekinetic threads had increased from 200,000 to about 230,000, the world will had been weakened to the point where it could barely be sensed. Lin Huang knew that the official invasion was about to begin. It was on this day that an unexpected acquaintance of Lin Huang came to the abyss brink. Seeing this person whose face was 90% familiar appearing before him, Lin Huang hesitated to acknowledge him for a moment. On the contrary, it was Mr. Fu who suddenly exclaimed after being briefly stunned. Mo Kui. The man nodded slightly at Mr. Fu. I'm Lin Zan. Mo Kui is the name of my primordium, and I'm his clone. Xiaoxuan, is that really you? Only now did Lin Huang acknowledge him. The reason Lin Huang was not sure of the newcomer's identity a moment ago was that Lin Zan looked at least 25 or 26 years old. His combat strength was also at virtual god level rank -9. When Lin Huang first found Lin Zan, the lad was barely a 10-year-old child. Under normal circumstances, he should have had the appearance of a 13 or 14-year-old boy after 4 years. Now when Lin Huang looked at him, however, Lin Zan looked a bit more mature than himself. It's me. Lin Zan turned to look at Lin Huang, a conflicted look in his eyes. For a moment, he did not know how to address Lin Huang anymore. You've grown taller, and you look more mature than me. Lin Huang smiled and patted Lin Zan on the shoulder. I adjusted my body's growth rate slightly, so biologically I'm actually 25 years old now, Lin Zan briefly explained. Let's sit down and talk. Lin Huang pulled another chair out for Lin Zan and tugged him over to sit in front of the tent. He actually wanted to bring Lin Zan into the Emperor Palace to chat, but the invasion by the Great World could start at any moment. Therefore, he could only chat while sitting outside the tent so that he could keep an eye out for any changes in the dimensional gateways. Where have you been all these years? I spent most of my time in the land of origin, inquiring about my past, and recovering my memories. Did you find out what happened? Yes, I've investigated thoroughly. Lin Zan nodded slightly, then lowered his head to look down at the ground and continued, the outcome was that I'm just a clone that was bred from a machine. Xiaoxuan, it doesn't matter where you came from. What's important is that Mo Kui is Mo Kui and you are you. You're an independent individual with your own independent personality, and you have different experiences and different worldviews. You can live your life the way you want to. You may have come from Mo Kui, but you're not a replica of him, and you're certainly not his vassal. Don't live in his shadow, Lin Huang comforted Lin Zan. After learning about Mo Kui's situation from Mr. Fu, he actually had already expected this outcome. You don't have to comfort me like this. I've already come to accept it. Lin Zan raised his head and looked at Lin Huang. When I first found out about it, it was really difficult for me to accept, but I've been letting things sink in for the past few years. Now, although I haven't completely let it go yet, I've pretty much taken in everything. That's good, then. Lin Huang did not say much more. I heard, you went to the Great World for a year. How have you been in the past year? Lin Zan could not help asking. In the past few years, he had actually been discreetly keeping track of Lin Huang and Lin Xin's movements. After Lin Huang went to the Great World, he had even secretly gone to Emperor City, leaving only after being reassured that Lin Xin was safe there. My year in the Great World was very fulfilling. Most of my time was spent in cultivation and increasing my strength. Are there many powerhouses there? Lin Zan asked again. Quite a lot. In the Great World, Virtual God is just the starting point for cultivation. After that, there's True God, Heavenly God, and even Lord. Then, what's the combat level of the fellow who's invading our world? Have you managed to find out? I didn't come across any relevant information when I was in the Great World. However, through their testing during this period, I've roughly been able to determine that our opponent is at least a top-notch Grade 4 organization. In other words, their leader is at least a 9th-ranked True God or stronger. Our world rules are incomplete. The arrival of heavenly gods would directly lead to the collapse of the world, so they can only send over 9th-ranked True Gods at most, Lin Zan commented, then continued, I should more or less be able to deal with 3rd-ranked True Gods, but I don't think I'll be able to do anything if they're any stronger. That's to say, middle and high-ranked True Gods will be practically invincible once they arrive. Don't worry, I have a plan to deal with it. As soon as Lin Huang said that, Lin Zan carefully scrutinized him. Even though he did not directly voice his doubts, they were still clearly written on Lin Zan's face. Let's not talk about this anymore. How's sis, Lin Xin doing? Lin Zan almost said, Sister Xen out of habit. I went into closed-door cultivation not long after returning to the gravel world. She went into closed-door cultivation not long after I did and has still not come out yet. All the virtual gods of Dynasty have been dispatched. Is it still safe in Emperor City? Lin Zan immediately asked again. Don't worry, I've left a bodyguard with her. Lin Huang secretly mused in his heart, so you do have a conscience then, kiddo. You're still concerned about Lin Xin's safety. Oh, that's good. Only then did Lin Zan breathe a sigh of relief. He had rushed to the abyss brink right after he had finished with his own affairs without stopping by Emperor City, so he could not help inquiring after noticing that Lin Xin was not by Lin Huang's side. Just as the two of them were chatting, Wu Mo returned hurriedly. She seemed fit as a fiddle and much livelier than she had been when she left a few days ago. She appeared to have adjusted to her new physical body very smoothly. How are things over at the floating land, Sister Momo? Lin Huang asked by way of greeting. It's a mess. It took me a few days to sort it all out. If it wasn't for the war that's about to start here, I would have taught those bastards a lesson. Wu Mo said angrily, then noticed Lin Zan's presence. Who's this handsome fellow? Lin Zan, Lin Huang introduced, then added, my younger brother. Lin Zan glanced at Lin Huang after hearing that. He did not refute Lin Huang's words, however, he just smiled and nodded at Wu Mo. Your younger brother, how come he looks older than you? Wu Mo asked bluntly. He just matured faster than me, can't that be the case? Lin Huang shot back in return, then changed the topic. The war is about to start. How have you been adjusting to your new physical body? Compatibility has been increased to 93%, Wu Mo replied with a smile, obviously very pleased with her new physical body. How have things been around here these last few days? No explorers were teleported over during the days after you left. That's good news. It means that they've suffered some great losses during their previous testing. Wu Mo raised an eyebrow. That's what I think too. Lin Huang nodded in agreement. After barely exchanging a few words with Wu Mo, a new round of spatial fluctuations was suddenly transmitted from the dimensional gateways which had hitherto been still for several days, everyone in the abyss brink stopped what they were doing almost simultaneously and looked up at the dimensional gateways. Everyone knew that the official invasion war was about to begin. Chapter 1431. Borrowing troops 6 days ago, the Great World, in the undead dimension. From his seat on the golden snake chair, the expression on the golden-haired man's face looked extremely unpleasant. All 12 waves of explorations had resulted in failure. Not only that, but the entire squad had also been annihilated once more. No matter how many virtual gods he sent on these exploration quests, this gravel world with all its incomplete rules was akin to an endless black hole that swallowed everything up, leaving no trace at all. Not a single piece of information had managed to make its way back here. The whole group's been brought to its knees in a split second again, and we still don't know which of the dimensional gateways have no issues. What do you plan to do now? Asked the long-legged young lady, turning her head abruptly in the golden-haired man's direction. Wait for the suppressing effects to kick in, send in the army straight away, and force our way through without knowing what the situation is on the other side. The golden-haired man remained silent for a long time without answering her question. After a while, he slowly opened his mouth to speak. Yet, the answer he gave was completely unrelated to her question. These next few days, everyone get a move on and work together. Herd all the abyssal creatures in the undead dimension over here, whether they be spirit type or undying species. You're thinking of using them to continue exploring. The long-legged lady's eyes gleamed when she heard his answer. In reality, this was not such a bad idea at all. At least they did not have to keep expending people from their own side. I refuse to believe that they can still kill off millions of spirit type and undying species instantly. The golden-haired man snarled. After settling on this strategy, the entire group spent a bit more time discussing the details. In very short order they dismissed and went their separate ways to carry out this new plan. Simultaneously in time with the gravel world, the Great World, in the undead dimension. From his seat on the golden snake chair, the golden-haired man once again gathered everyone together. For the past 6 days, none of the 30-plus true gods and tens of thousands of virtual gods were idle. The true gods hunted solo while the virtual gods hunted in groups. Whatever abyssal lifeforms they managed to get their hands on, spirit type and undying species alike, were all tossed into their own god territories. Only today, the 6th day after the command, did everyone finally cease hunting. As per the time agreed upon, they all returned to where the dimensional gateways were. True gods, report the number of your captures. Virtual gods, tally up your totals while we deal with the reports here. The golden-haired man swept the entire surrounding area with his gaze and directed his order to the assembled individuals. Let me announce my hunting results first then. In the past 6 days, I've managed to capture 311 true god monsters. Among them, there are 53 high-rank ones, 193 medium-rank ones, and 65 low-rank ones. The long-legged young lady was the second person to speak. I've captured a total of 287 true god monsters, 41 high ranks, 147 medium ranks, and 99 low ranks. The third person to speak up was the snake-headed man. My total is 265 true god monsters. There are 43 high-rank ones, 159 medium-rank ones, and 63 low-rank ones. All 37 true gods took turns to announce their glorious results acquired over the past 6 days. The snake-headed man also tabulated the final numbers. The number of true god monsters captured is 4,981 in total. Out of these, 347 of them are high-rank true god level monsters, 1819 are medium-rank monsters, and 2,815 are low-rank ones. The total number for virtual god monsters is 2,860,000, with 338,000 of them high-level virtual gods. In merely 6 short days, the monsters everyone had managed to capture exceeded nearly 20 times their own number. First, seal all exits in the area to prevent them from escaping. After that, based on the distribution of the space tunnels, section the place up and seal it to create 35 divisions, the golden-haired man ordered the moment he saw that everyone was present. Several true gods who were experts in setting up barriers immediately went into action. They worked together to seal up the entire area. They then created a secondary space seal around the nearby surroundings of the space tunnels. Thus, 35 tunnel divisions were created. Everyone, mark all the virtual gods that you've captured with life imprints. Don't miss any of them out. Once this has been done, send the virtual gods that you hunted to Long Tail and the 35 members of the group. Remember who you hand over your captures to. Once the teleportation is completed, whoever's imprint that is not annihilated for more than 5 seconds must immediately report to me on who your receiver is, then we can single out which space tunnel might be safe. White Chief, calculate how many virtual gods long tail and the others should each receive how many beginner stage, intermediate stage, and high-level virtual gods. The numbers don't need to be too specific, long as all 35 groups have nearly the same number, that will be good enough. After the golden-haired man had completed a series of arrangements, all 35 true gods finished conducting the handovers very quickly. They then each selected a sealed division and stepped into it. The golden-haired man and the snake-headed man were the only two who did not enter any divisions and remained where they were. After everyone had entered their sealed divisions, the aura in the golden-haired man's entire body started to soar rapidly. In merely a few seconds, it had peaked. Like a rock that had been tossed onto the surface of a lake, his overwhelming aura rippled and spread out in all directions. Among the 30-something true gods present, there were only 3 other individuals who were 9th-ranked true gods apart from the golden-haired man. These 3 people were the most sensitive to the eruption of the golden-haired man's aura. They could detect things that outsiders could not because of their heightened sense of awareness. The strength of the golden-haired man's aura was clearly now very close to the level of a heavenly god. It had far exceeded that of an ordinary 9th-ranked true god. As they sensed this spine-chilling aura sweeping through, nearly everybody present felt their hearts skip a beat. Even breathing felt much weightier now. It was at this moment that the golden-haired man suddenly let out an explosive roar. Now, like a detonating bomb, his voice filled every corner of the area instantly, ringing clearly in everyone's ears. The instant he gave his command, his terrifying near-heavenly god-level aura enveloped the entire place. Everyone felt even their breathing had become heavier. At this very moment, the 35 true gods who had entered their respective sealed divisions activated their individual god territories, releasing all the virtual god monsters contained within. The only thought that occupied the minds of these millions of virtual god abyssal creatures the moment they were released spirit type and undying species alike was freedom. However, the next second they all sensed the life-threatening aura emanating from the golden-haired man. This aura was incredibly dangerous. All the creatures started frantically scuttling away from where the golden-haired man was in their attempts to escape this territory. However, a seal that had been collaboratively created by several high-ranked true gods was not something that mere virtual gods could shift at all. Millions of monsters bombarded the seal one after another. Unfortunately, the only effect it had was to cause barely perceptible ripples. As their attempts to escape were futile, they finally realized the truth. Eventually, they chose to swarm over toward the spatial dimensional gateway nearby. After all, the sooner they could leave this damnable place, the better. Who cared what sort of place lay on the other side of the dimensional gateway? They could deal with that when they escaped. In roughly less than 5 minutes, desperate with nowhere else to run, all the virtual god monsters swarmed through the dimensional gateways in all 35 divisions. I can't wait to see if you can still instantly kill off 3 million virtual gods arriving all at one go. Watching the number of monsters in all divisions clearing out completely, the golden-haired man could not help but quirk up the corners of his mouth slightly. Chapter 1432. The invasion begins in the 3rd layer of the abyss brink. The spatial fluctuations this time were much greater than before in all 33 space rifts. As he sensed the abnormality of the spatial fluctuations, Lin Huang could not help tightly knitting his brows together. Under normal circumstances, fluctuations from dimensional teleportation would be affected by the number of individuals being teleported. However, the spatial fluctuations this time far exceeded Lin Huang's previous prediction. Based on the strength of these fluctuations, I'm afraid the number of people being teleported through is over 100 times more than their previous exploration attempts. These teleportation numbers baffled Lin Huang greatly. Based on the number of explorers sent 6 days ago, the enemy's last try should have seriously crippled them. Otherwise, they would not have put a complete halt on their exploration attempts before they had figured out which dimensional gateway was safe. Yet now, it seemed as if the enemy had not exhausted even 1% of their manpower in their previous attempts. Despite not understanding the reason behind the current situation, Lin Huang snapped out of his present mental state and pushed his questions to the back of his mind. He returned his attention to the fight at hand. There are at least 1 million invaders in this wave. In fact, there might be more than 2 million, Lin Huang made a rough estimation from the spatial fluctuations. Even if the sword servants, Bai, and the rest unseal their combat strength, they won't be able to kill all the invaders in a short time. The invaders will realize all the dimensional gateways are working perfectly fine then. Following that, the enemy's true gods will arrive. This is already inevitable. The biggest problem right now is that the number of virtual gods has far exceeded my previous assumptions. It's entirely possible that there are more true gods than I expected. He had originally estimated that the number of true gods among the invaders would not exceed 100, but judging from the current situation, there might be far more than 100. In all honesty, the arrival of millions of virtual gods in this wave did not worry Lin Huang. He was more concerned about the true gods arriving in the coming waves. After all, he only had a limited number of true gods on his side. Other than himself and his army of summoning beasts, there were only 300 plus sword servants. If too many true gods showed up and Lin Huang's side could not hold them back, the virtual gods in the gravel world might face the possibility of complete annihilation. Once this line of defense in the abyss brink was broken, those true gods would be able to march straight into the gravel world's mainland. Once they were beyond the abyss brink, they could use the power of their divine telekinesis and easily locate the cultivation strongholds of major organizations to launch a full-on massacre. The current cultivation epic might face total destruction once again. The moment his mind strayed to these possible outcomes, Lin Huang felt sudden pressure on his initial full confidence. Meanwhile, the spatial fluctuations from the dimensional gateways grew stronger. Lin Huang and Mr. Fu were not the only ones to notice the anomalies. Other virtual gods in the gravel world rapidly sensed them too. Amid the consternation of everyone present, Lin Huang's voice suddenly burst forth like an explosion. Attention, all organizations, utilize all your area of effect attack methods. It doesn't matter if they are divine abilities, divine skills, weapons, or equipment, as long as they have an area of effect attack, use them in battle. The invading army this wave may very well exceed millions. Although Lin Huang was not the chief of the Union government, everyone had already witnessed his abilities in action. As a result, they readily believed him when he said this and readjusted their mental preparations for the battle ahead. After shouting his orders to those present, Lin Huang directed a new command to the Imperial monsters. You can all retreat now. Stop thinking about how to instantly kill off your enemies and switch to area of effect attacks. You may unseal your combat strength whenever necessary. After receiving their new orders, the Imperial monsters started rapidly retreating one after the other. Immediately after Bai and the rest retreated, the spatial fluctuations emanating from the dimensional gateways peaked almost simultaneously. A second later, a sea of invaders maniacally swarmed out from the dimensional gateways like a mighty cataract. The instant they teleported over, all the abyssal creatures, spirit type and undying species alike that had been forced into the dimensional gateways by the Thousand Snake sect now found themselves eye to eye with this assembly of the gravel world's low-level virtual god natives. Suddenly finding the perfect catharsis for their fury, millions of monsters maniacally swarmed toward the gravel world's virtual gods. Although Lin Huang had just given them a heads up, the virtual gods in the gravel world were still stunned for a while when they saw that the number of invaders far exceeded their own. The summoning beasts under Lin Huang's command made their moves without hesitation. Ku Rong's figure floated in midair, suspended with his eyes closed and hands clasped as he chanted phrase after phrase of religious scripture. As the scriptures started to echo through the area, myriads of golden ripples emanated from his body like waves and unleashed in every single direction. As the waves passed through all the undying species, spirit types, and other abyssal creatures, they screeched in agony and disintegrated into ashes. As a Buddhist cultivator, the nature of the divine power within Ku Rong was effective in countering negative energies. Even if he only had the combat strength of a virtual god rank -1, he could already put up a solid defense against a virtual god rank 3. What more, his current display of combat strength that was equal to the level of a virtual god rank -9. Wherever the religious scriptures were able to reach and cleanse, not a single one of the virtual god level monsters survived for more than a second. Apart from Ku Rong, Bai's performance was also eye-catching. His eyes were glowing scarlet, but he did not take any action whatsoever. However, the air surrounding his body was saturated with colorless, odorless almighty vampire particles that floated everywhere, but whenever the particles landed on a monster, they burrowed into the monster's body. After a while, the monsters' bodies started exploding one by one, transforming into blood demons at a speed visible to the naked eye. Each blood demon retained nearly all of the monster's original powers, they transformed into warriors under Bai's command and started attacking the invaders instead. Somewhere nearby, Grimace had managed to get a group of rebels under his power. What differentiated Grimace from Bai was that Grimace was cackling loudly as his ghastly outline glided through the sea of monster troops. All the monsters descended into chaos whenever Grimace passed by and began to attack each other wildly. This time, it appeared that Grimace bewitched the monsters with sound waves. Whoever heard his cackling would be dragged into a state of hallucination. In another area, Lancelot in a full set of crimson armor manipulated tens of thousands of flying swords, sending them weaving through the army of monsters. With each attack, he picked off tens of thousands of invaders. Charcoal's area of effect attack was even more direct. Nearly everything touched by the black dragon flame he spewed forth let out roars of pain and disintegrated into ashes. Tyrant was more violent. Straight away, he transformed into a celestial giant and stomped about with his 900,000 meters of height. With every step he took, he stomped across an area more than hundreds of thousands of meters, crushing everything into dust. In this battle, Warlord displayed his superiority in team fights. Seconds before the monsters arrived, he summoned millions of robots that filled the entire spatial dimensional gateway with dense gunfire, riddling the monsters with so many holes they looked like sieves. He was also the only one to annihilate all invaders in the dimensional gateway in less than 5 seconds, even faster than Ku Rong, Bai, and the rest. The other summoning beasts like which did well too. Although none of them unsealed their combat strength further, they had basically outdone themselves with their virtual god Rank9 combat strength. When they saw the ferocity of Lin Huang's imperial beasts at the peak of their prowess, the crowd of virtual gods in the gravel world was emboldened. They quickly formed their battle formations and joined in the fight. Chapter 1433. The True God Crasher, So Many Undying Species and Spirit Types. Lin Huang's brows furrowed upon clearly detecting the invaders' auras, but it did not take him long to realize what had happened. Could those bastards have captured these creatures from the undead dimension? A sudden epiphany hit Lin Huang. He now understood why the number of invaders that arrived this time had exceeded his estimation by so much. The one thing the undead dimension had in excess of was undying species and spirit types. In the past 6 days, the invaders from the Great World had obviously captured massive numbers of native monsters and abyssal trial participants from the undead dimension to front their army. This also explained the monsters' extreme fury after they were teleported here. Anyone who was kidnapped and then forced onto the battlefield would feel the same way as well. Lin Huang was considerably satisfied with how Bai and the rest of his summoning beasts were performing. However, he chose to sit on the sidelines and watch this time, without making any moves. Since the curtain had already risen as far as war was concerned, there was no longer any reason to keep pursuing instant kills. The fact that there was no problem with the dimensional gateways would be discovered by their enemies sooner or later. During moments like this, he preferred to cut some slack accordingly so that the invaders would be misled into underestimating the gravel world's strength. A brief show of weakness would prompt the enemy true gods to join in the fray sooner. If the gravel world started the fight in too overpowering a manner, it might trigger the invaders to be much warier. The act of hunting down abyssal creatures to be sent to the front lines was a result of the gravel world displaying too much force in the enemy's exploration stages. Lin Huang did not wish to see any more such surprises. Although the summoning beasts had yet to utilize their full abilities and the sword servants were preserving their energy, the massive crowd of virtual gods in the gravel world had nearly reached their limits. They had utilized an assortment of ranged attacks, both middle-ranged and long-ranged. As for the Union government, they utilized the True God Crasher immediately. Differing from the God Crasher Lin Huang obtained that could only cause damage to demigods, the Union government's True God Crasher had an alloy barrel that was made using divine stones as the main component. The weapon utilized divine crystals as its power source and virtual gods had to infuse it with divine power to activate it. If a virtual god rank 4 were to activate the True God Crasher, its power would be sufficient to annihilate a virtual god Rank 6. Additionally, the True God Crasher had area of effect attacks. This made it unnecessary for the attacks to completely land on the target. As long as the target was within range of the attack, they would be overwhelmed even if they did not die. However, weapons such as this had a more severe flaw as well. The higher the combat level of its user, the greater the power unleashed by the Crasher. However, the number of divine crystals expended would also be higher. Divine crystals, in themselves, were considered an extremely rare commodity in the gravel world. If not for the Union government obtaining plenty of divine crystals over the past year via royalties duplication, the Union government's existing divine crystal store would only have allowed them to use the True God Crasher a few times. Other than the Union government, other top organizations also played their trump cards. Nearly every virtual god hunter in the Hunter Association had brought along 2 or 3 beast spirits of nearly the same combat strength. Beast spirits shared some similarities with summoning beasts, but beast spirits had no physical bodies. Therefore, they were immune to most physical attacks, but the duration of their summoning was limited. After summoning hundreds of beast spirits, which even assembled into a gigantic battle formation taking the shape of a humanoid monster holding a gigantic sword, the battle formation shadow possessed abilities beyond that of a virtual god rank -9. With every slash delivered by the formation, wherever its sword energy passed through, monster carcasses piled up. On Misery's side, more than 30 virtual gods assembled in a battle formation that took the shape of a great golden Buddha. The great golden Buddha was over 10,000 jong tall, and from its mouth came recitations of religious scriptures. As the sound resonated, the bodies of the monsters began self-combusting in strange red fire. Once the fire had burned down completely, the monsters' bodies suddenly blossomed into enchanting red lotus flowers. In a trice, the battlefield seemed to be transformed into a lotus pond. On Shadow Killer's side, the battle formation consolidated into a black-robed death god. The black-robed death god's methods were rather bizarre. Beneath its billowing black robe, the shadows of the countless invading monsters came to life and twined around their hosts' physical bodies, dragging them toward the darkness beneath the black robe. However, whoever was dragged beneath the black robe lost all signs of life, as though their physical bodies and souls had been submerged in a bottomless abyss. Meanwhile, Mystic Butterfly consolidated into a purplish-red butterfly-like monster. The butterfly monster had a wingspan of over 100 meters. Although much smaller compared to other battle formation shadows, it was more intricate and surpassingly beautiful. As the butterfly's wings fluttered, sprinkles of starlight scattered all over. Yet, the moment they came into contact with just a tiny bit of these starlight sprinkles, the monsters' bodies began festering immediately, sprouting countless pustules until all that was left was a puddle of bloody pus. Lin Huang scanned his surroundings and noted that each organization was performing quite well. However, what he took notice of most was not the Union government, the Hunter Association, or Shadow Kill. It was Mystic Butterfly. That starlight, it doesn't seem like a toxin. It looks more like abyssal pollution type energy. Lin Huang had noticed that the invading monsters' bodies festered and grew pustules after coming into contact with the starlight, not because of toxins. It was a mutation caused by energy pollution. Despite camouflaging its move well, Mystic Butterfly failed to hide it from Lin Huang, who was proficient in rule power. All along, Lin Huang had not bothered too much about this giant organization that had been created on the basis of intel gathering. Yet, now it seemed like Mystic Butterfly had a definite connection to the Abyssal tribe. However, now was a time for war. Lin Huang had no plans to air Mystic Butterfly's dirty laundry just yet. Lin Huang had another reason for not wanting to burn this bridge. Just because Mystic Butterfly had Abyssal-related skills, it did not mean that they sided with the Abyssal camp. An example of that was Lin Huang himself. He commanded the Bug Tribe Queen Mother and the Great Bug Tribe Army as well as the Galactic Hive, but that did not mean he sided with the Bug Tribe. "I hope they're only borrowing those abilities to use," mumbled Lin Huang internally while simultaneously adding Mystic Butterfly onto his personal watchlist. Other than the several giant organizations, the other organizations seemed to be performing well too. Hardly any of them were deliberately slacking off. Everyone understood that if they lost this fight, it would be equivalent to giving up the gravel world to the invaders. Nobody wanted to be enslaved, neither did they want to see their homeland laid to waste. Thus, there was nothing to do but to go all out in this battle. This time around, even Mr. Fu rolled up his sleeves and joined in the fight, and Lin Huang did not stop him. Mr. Fu unleashed his full power with no reservations the moment he entered the battle. Clad in full body armor, he charged directly into the swarm of monsters. Lin Huang retained a strand of divine telekinesis on Mr. Fu that allowed him to watch over Mr. Fu's movements, in order to lend a hand whenever necessary. Of course, the battlefield was not completely devoid of people who were slacking off. Other than the summoning beasts under Lin Huang's command, the sword servants did not unleash their full power at all in their attacks. None of them unsealed their combat strength to true god level. There was also Wu Mo and Lin Zan. Both of them knew that the conclusion of the entire battle did not lie in the current fight. They were both preserving the divine power within them in preparation for the battle with the true gods later. To them, this fight was merely a warm-up and naturally did not require too much of their attention. Meanwhile, Lin Huang himself did not make any moves. Even so, nobody complained. Everyone had already witnessed his true abilities, they merely thought that he was conserving his energy for the later stages of battle. Chapter 1434, The True Gods Have Arrived. Great World, Undead Dimension. Countless numbers of abyssal monsters, undying species, and evil spirit types went through the dimensional gateways. Tang Ran sat in his luxurious, golden chair, body tense. His golden hair was slightly disheveled, his torso leaning forward slightly, and his eyes were firmly fixed on the area where the dimensional gateways were. A moment later, individuals reported back in succession that the undying species, evil spirit types they had marked had survived for more than 5 seconds. As the number of people reporting back increased, Tang Ran finally relaxed his body slightly, and the curve of his lips widened. I knew it, there aren't any problems with the space tunnels. It's someone from the gravel world messing with us. The reason he could confirm this was that if there really was a problem with the space tunnels, no matter how many people entered, they should have all died instantly. For long-distance space tunnels that spanned across worlds such as these, once there was a problem with the space rule, the strength of the resulting dimensional storms and space rifts would far exceed what a true god's physical body could withstand. If the explorers were fine after 3 seconds, then it could be assumed that teleportation was successful. Tang Ran had deliberately extended the reporting time to 5 seconds just to be on the safe side. 10 seconds after teleportation, the snake-headed man gave his report on the statistical data. Fundamentally, we can conclude that there are 30 completely functional tunnels. There are 2 tunnels where the explorers died instantly, and 3 tunnels where the explorers all died within 5 to 7 seconds. There were a total of 35 tunnels on the Great World side, but only 33 teleportation exits on the Gravel World side. The 2 malfunctioning tunnels had only just been discovered. As for the remaining 3 problematic tunnels, they were the 3 space rifts guarded by Warlord, Ku Rong, and Bai respectively. Those 3 tunnels are probably being guarded by powerhouses. It's unlikely that there's a problem with the tunnels themselves. Tang Ran made a snap decision, however, let's avoid using them, just in case. 30 tunnels are already sufficient for our use. After he finished speaking, Tang Ran turned his head toward the snake-headed man. Have them send their captured true gods into those 30 tunnels. The snake-headed man nodded and immediately sent a voice transmission to the numerous true gods present, then began arranging for a new wave of teleportation. The 37 true gods, including Tang Ran, were swiftly divided into 2 batches, and the true gods they had captured were sent through the dimensional gateways. Gravel World, 3rd layer of the abyss brink. Lin Huang suddenly raised his head and looked in the direction of the dimensional gateways. Millions of virtual god-level invaders had just been teleported through barely 10 seconds ago, yet spatial fluctuations were already being transmitted from the dimensional gateways again. This time, the spatial fluctuations were being emitted from only 30 dimensional gateways. However, Lin Huang anticipated there was a high chance that true gods would arrive with this wave. The world will of the Gravel World had completely fallen into a deep slumber and would not be waking up any time soon. In other words, the true god's arrival would not be rejected any longer, and the invaders would be able to come through with full true god combat strength, their abilities no longer limited. Although Mr. Fu and other local virtual gods were busy, they quickly noticed the anomaly in the space tunnels. Most people had also guessed what was going to happen next, and the color drained from more than a few faces. Lin Huang's voice boomed through the air. Everyone get ready, the true gods should be arriving in this wave. Don't conceal anything. If you have any hidden trump cards that can go up against true gods, now's the time to bring them out. From the very beginning, he knew that among the many Gravel World virtual gods present, more than 30 of them were concealing their true combat strength. Besides the 2 individuals from Misery, there were still 6 more people who possessed combat strength equivalent to a high-level virtual god. 2 of these 6 were virtual god rank 9s and were from the Union Government and Shadow Killer respectively. Including the 2 individuals from Misery, the Gravel World would be able to form at least 8 battle formations that would be able to go up against the true gods. However, the strongest one would only be able to battle a 3rd-ranked true god. Lin Huang also anticipated that in addition to battle formations, the other top organizations should also have other means of attack. After this reminder, Lin Huang immediately directed his next words to all of his sword servants and summoning beasts via voice transmission: unseal your combat strength, and prepare to face the true gods. Upon Lin Huang's order, each of the summoning beasts immediately removed their seals. Their auras, originally virtual god level rank 9, instantaneously broke through to true god level. Terrifying auras were continuously released one after the other. Sensing the unprecedentedly powerful auras of the summoning beasts, the virtual gods from the gravel world were completely stunned. In particular, the few high-level virtual gods who had concealed their true combat strength were the ones who could clearly sense the summoning beast's true god-level power. This aura, it's that of a true god. These summoning beasts under Lin Huang's command are actually all true gods. Exactly how strong is Lin Huang, for him to be able to control so many true god-level summoning beasts? Right as everyone was still in shock, more waves of fearsome aura were felt from a short distance away. Everyone turned their heads to look in that direction. It was the site where the Sword Alliance had set up camp. Wave upon wave of terrifying sword Dao rose into the air, and each aura was almost strong enough to rip apart the heavens. That group from the Sword Alliance, they're all actually true gods. The strength of these guys' auras exceeds even those of Lin Huang's summoning beasts. Where on earth did these sword cultivators pop out from? Even the upper tiers of the Union government who had received the news from Lin Huang in advance could not conceal the shock on their faces when they sensed the true aura of the individuals in the Sword Alliance. This group of reinforcements that Lin Huang brought back from the Great World, the strength of their auras is more than a little terrifying. Seeing that the combat strength of the sword servants and the imperial monsters were all unsealed, Lin Huang waved his hand again in a grand gesture and summoned the mythical level bug beasts, excluding several bug tribe queen mothers before the second wave of teleportation could be completed. A celestial centipede king, 2 multi-eyed worms, 2 superbrain worms, 2 golden bugs, Busby the bug servant, and 4 spider mother bug guardians. Once the 12 bug beasts had been summoned, they immediately attracted everyone's attention. The bug tribe, don't panic, these are all bug beasts that I subdued from the Great World. Lin Huang noticed that a lot of people were wary of the bug tribe and immediately ventured an explanation. Although not many imperial censors would sign contracts with bug beasts, there was no rule stating that the summoning beasts of imperial censors had to be monsters other than bug beasts. In addition, Lin Huang had been to the Great World. Perhaps the imperial censors of the Great World were able to control bug beasts. Upon considering these 2 points, most people relaxed. In any case, it did not matter what type of species Lin Huang's imperial monsters were. As long as he was a human and the imperial monsters he summoned fought for humans, that was enough. Why should they care if the monsters he summoned were bug beasts, abyssal creatures, or other things? The bodies of the 12 bug beasts quickly consolidated in front of Lin Huang. All their combat levels were that of 3rd-rank true gods. Before Lin Huang's 12 bug beasts could join the battle, the teleportation from the space tunnels had been completed. Thousands of true god monsters had arrived. Chapter 1435, The Hive has descended. Lin Huang used divine telekinesis to sweep around, and the expression on his face suddenly changed to one of shock. Almost 5,000 true god-level monsters had arrived. His prediction had been off by miles. It must be noted that previously, he had predicted that the number of true god invaders would be no more than 100, but the actual number was 50 times more than that. What a smack in the face. Nevertheless, Lin Huang also noticed that most of these nearly 5,000 true gods were undying species and spirit types, while a small number of them were abyssal creatures. None of them were protoss from the god territory. This further confirmed his previous guess. The invaders had captured a large number of monsters from the undead dimension to serve as vanguards, not only virtual gods but also true gods. Fortunately, among the nearly 5,000 true gods, most of them were low and medium rank. There were not many high-rank ones, only 300 of them, and among those, only 3 were 9th rank. Seeing the sword servants unhesitatingly charging into the battlefield filled with true gods, Lin Huang activated his divine telekinesis, and over 300 telekinetic flying daggers shot out from the cuffs of his sleeves. The blood-colored arcs, which were like lightning bolts, delineated boundary line after boundary line, heading off all the high-ranked true gods among the arrivals. In reality, with his current strength being close to the limit of a true god, it would not have been difficult for him to eliminate these high-ranked true gods within seconds. The reason he only obstructed them and did not kill them outright was actually to avoid exposing his strength to the real enemies from the great world that had yet to arrive. If he were to instantly kill these high-ranked true gods, there would be a high chance that the real enemies from the great world would call for reinforcements. Everyone from the gravel world also bore witness to the scenario of Lin Huang blocking off the numerous high-ranked true gods entirely by his own abilities. Although the vast majority of people could not gauge the specific combat level of the group of monsters that Lin Huang had blocked off, they could still sense the flagrantly terrifying aura emitted by each of those monsters. Each aura was like a monstrous demonic flame in the eyes of Dongfang Bai and the others, and their hearts were beating wildly just seeing them from a distance. There was no doubt that if even just one of those beasts were to set foot here, it would be enough to annihilate the entire gravel world. However, Lin Huang, relying solely on his telekinetic flying daggers, was able to block off these giant monsters from entering everyone else's battlefields. The people who previously might have made an extremely high estimation of Lin Huang's strength suddenly found themselves re-evaluating. The 300-plus monsters cordoned off by Lin Huang are probably all high-ranked true gods, but he stopped all of them on his own. I underestimated his strength once again, Dongfang Bai murmured. The gravel world really is too small for him. It was only then that Dongfang Bai was truly convinced by Zhang Shan's words. The gravel world is too small for Lin Huang. At present, the situation still isn't looking very good. The number of invaders' virtual gods or true gods far exceeds our own forces. Lin Huang alone can block off more than 300 high-ranked true gods, but he has less than 300 sword servants, and only a few dozen summoning beasts. The number of true gods on the invaders' side is 10 times more than Lin Huang's numbers. There's also the number of virtual gods. The enemy has more than 2 million of them, while we only have a little over 200. Before the true god invaders arrived, Lin Huang and the others were still able to help out, but now they're too busy taking care of themselves, so all we can do is face the enemy as 1 against 10,000. Guan Zhang felt completely hopeless about the outcome of this battle. However, at this moment, Lin Huang suddenly made a move again. Within the void, a gigantic galactic hive its size comparable to that of the moon suddenly descended onto the battlefield. The shape of this hive was like a rugby ball-shaped ellipsoid, standing upright in the void more than 10 meters off the ground. There were untold numbers of bottomless holes on its surface, which gave everyone goosebumps just by looking at it from afar. The main reason Lin Huang summoned the hive was that there was too great a disparity in the number of virtual gods between them and the enemy, and the sword servants and summoning beasts were too busy dealing with their own true god-level opponents to help the virtual gods of the gravel world. Moreover, with the previous foretaste of the bug beasts being summoned, coupled with the pressure brought on by the number of invaders, everyone's aversion to the bug tribe army should have been greatly reduced. Lin Huang felt that this was the perfect time to summon the bug tribe army. Even so, most people were taken aback when they saw a galactic hive suddenly appear in the void. The bug tribe, where did this hive come from? Just as the people of the gravel world were utterly confused, countless bug beasts swarmed out of the hive like an ocean wave, then flocked towards the spirit types and undying species. Only at this moment did Lin Huang speak again. Don't panic, everyone. I bought this galactic hive from the great world in preparation for this war in the gravel world. Lin Huang's lie, naturally, was to appease everyone. If he told everyone that this hive had long since been in his possession and that he had been raising a bug tribe army, it would inevitably make people wonder if he was secretly plotting something. It was easier for people to accept that the hive was an existing treasure, bought at a high price solely for this war. The most important thing was that everyone did not think that this hive could have been obtained from the gravel world, and its value was certainly high, so there was not much to doubt about Lin Huang's words. Within this galactic hive, in addition to the 6 queen mothers, 2 of them were spider empresses, there were also 10 mythical level incubators. Originally, the majority of the bug tribe army, which comprised hundreds of millions of bug beasts, were either at imperial level purple gold rank or were demigods. After returning to the gravel world, about 300,000 of them broke through to virtual god level by evolving through mutual feeding within the hive. Furthermore, through Lin Huang's hunting in the great world for the past year, he had obtained a large amount of virtual god corpse materials, and the 6 queen mothers gave birth to a batch of virtual god level bug tribe fighters. This led to the bug tribe army's numbers reaching 1 million. Within this bug tribe army of 1 million troops, most of them were beginner stage virtual gods, but there were also more than 20 true gods who were conceived by the 6 queen mothers, using true god corpses as the main material. Lin Huang was not the slightest bit worried about the losses that the Bug tribe might suffer in the war. As long as the bodies of the Bug tribe fighters were not too damaged, they could still be reconstructed after death. At most, they would need to consume a bit more material and energy. For the Bug tribe, almost all types of beast corpses could be used as incubation material. This was also one of the main reasons why the Bug tribe was rampant in all the different great worlds. After this battle, the number of Bug tribe army members under Lin Huang's command would only increase, not decrease. As soon as the massive Bug tribe army joined the battle, everyone from the gravel world suddenly felt that a huge burden was lifted off their shoulders. The participation of more than 20 Bug tribe true gods in the battle slightly reduced the pressure on Bai and the others, but just barely. After all, the disparity in the number of true gods between them and the enemy was still huge. Fortunately, the true gods that had been sent over were all fighting on their own with no cooperation among each other, which gave the sword servants and summoning beasts a chance to catch their breath. Despite that, the invaders still had a huge advantage due to their sheer numbers. Even though the battle this round was temporarily at a stalemate, if this were to continue, defeat would only be a matter of time for the gravel world. Chapter 1436. Lin Xin emerges from closed-door cultivation. The Great World, the Undead Dimension. Tang Ran leaned back on the chair and sat cross-legged again. More than a minute had passed since the true gods from the undead dimension, nearly 5,000 of them, had been teleported to the gravel world. In all 30 gateways, there was not a single one where a true god had been exterminated. This made him absolutely certain that there was nothing wrong with any of these 30-dimensional gateways. What is the situation on casualties for the true gods? Tang Ran asked as he swept his gaze over the 30-plus virtual gods present. Before teleportation commenced, all 37 true gods, Tang Ran included, had marked the true gods they had captured with life imprints. Whenever a marked monster died, however, the life imprint would automatically dissipate. The snake-headed man standing off to one side did some calculations, and very quickly shared his results. The total number of low-ranked true gods was 2,518, and 57 died. The total number of medium ranks was 1819, 81 died. As for high ranks, the total number was 347, and 0 died. Not a single one of the high ranks died. Tang Ran lifted his brows upon hearing that, looking at the snake-headed man in astonishment. Yes, according to everyone's feedback, none of the life imprints on the high ranks have vanished. The snake-headed man nodded. From the looks of things, there are two possibilities. Tang Ran pondered for a moment before putting forward his inferences. Either there are very few high-ranked true gods in the gravel world, or they are deliberately giving us the impression of being weak by not killing the high-ranked true gods. I don't think the latter is very likely. The long-legged girl standing to one side could not help commenting. If they were really trying to show that they're weak, they could have done so more realistically and killed off a token few that would have prevented us even more from discovering their ruse. If they didn't kill any of them, I think it's more likely that they simply don't have the ability to defend against high-ranked true gods. It's also possible that the time is too short. After all, it's less than 2 minutes since they teleported, the snake-headed man off to the side added. Then when should we make our arrivals in the gravel world? The long-legged girl glanced at the snake-headed man and asked. We'll wait a little longer and see if the situation changes. Tang Ran thought about it for a moment and gave his answer as such. The gravel world, the abyss brink. Lin Huang used divine telekinesis to control Flying Dagger after Flying Dagger, hemming the high-ranked true gods into one area to prevent them from interfering with other parts of the battleground. At the same time, he was monitoring the situation across the entire field of battle. Without interference from the high-ranked true gods, the 200 sword servants with their combat strength of 6th-ranked true gods were practically unstoppable on this medium-ranked true god-level battleground. If Lin Huang had not informed them in advance to slow down the speed of the massacre to avoid the Great World detecting any anomalies, it would have taken merely the work of 2 minutes for the number of slaughtered true gods to reach almost 1,000. Currently, the sword servants were taking it easy. Although they were fewer in number than the invaders by far, they were all practicing their sword skills and were comfortable with their unsealed combat strength. If not for the very beginning when they had used too much force, the number of medium-ranked true gods they had killed could still have been reduced to half of what they had slaughtered now. Over at the low-ranked true gods battleground, Ku Rong and Bai dominated the wave of battle even though they were 4th rank. Although their numbers were considerably less compared to their opponents, the Imperial monsters were all at 3rd and 4th rank, so there was not much in the way of pressure. Moreover, under Lin Huang's directive, their main mission was not to kill the enemy but to control the battlefield and prevent these true gods from drifting into the virtual god battlefield. On the virtual god level battlefield, there were now millions of bug beasts that had joined the fight. This considerably eased the pressure on the many virtual gods of the gravel world. In contrast to the abyssal creatures, undying species, and spirit types who were fighting individual battles, the bug tribe fighters demonstrated amazing tactics and cooperation. The degree of tacit understanding between them was even greater than the results of long-term drills carried out by the major organizations of the gravel world. Under the 6 Queen Mother's tactical Grandmaster level commands, the bug tribe fighters transformed into small platoons of vanguards, quickly defeating group after group of invaders. The major organizations of the gravel world also played their trump cards. What surprised Lin Huang most was that the Union government's trump card turned out to be clones of 3,000 virtual gods. Among them were 1,000 individuals who looked exactly like Lin Zan, and these 1,000 had the highest level of combat strength. They were all virtual god rank 9s. The other 2,000 individuals were 1,000 clones each of a man and a woman. Their combat levels were virtual god rank 3 and virtual god rank 6. The minute Lin Huang saw this, he knew the Union government was the organization that had initially created Lin Zan. Although he harbored considerable doubts in his heart, he temporarily suppressed them. Thanks to the addition of the bug tribe and all the major organizations playing their trump cards, the number of virtual god invaders was dropping sharply. Almost every minute, tens of thousands of them died. In contrast, the number of casualties in the gravel world was much smaller because almost all the fighting was done in small squads. Occasionally, if someone slipped up, someone else would immediately fill in for them. Mr. Fu, Lin Zan, and several virtual god rank 9s all carried out their respective parts with ease and skill while keeping an eye on the battlefield situation. It was while the battle was still in full swing that a sword servant on the roof of an independent courtyard in Dynasty's gravel world headquarters suddenly opened his eyes and looked down through the tiles of the house. He sensed that the woman he had been guarding for more than half a year had finally awakened today. In the room, Lin Xin slowly opened her eyes. She herself did not know how long she had been in closed-door cultivation this round. Every time she finished eating a godhead, she automatically entered a state of cultivation. When she woke up, her combat strength would have increased a rank. She then consumed another godhead and entered a state of cultivation again. She had done so repeatedly. This had continued until this last round when she had swallowed 9 virtual god rank 9 godheads. It was not until today that she had emerged from her state of cultivation. I've advanced to virtual god rank 9. Lin Xin checked her body, feeling the surge of the massive divine power within her. There was also a godhead within her that looked like a black hole. Only then was she able to confirm that her combat strength truly had advanced to virtual god rank -9. I don't know how long I was in closed-door cultivation this time, but my brother will definitely be pleasantly surprised when he sees my combat level. When Mr. Fu finds out, I'm sure he'll get a shock, and I'm certain I'm more powerful than brother Xiaomo. Lin Xin opened the door and walked out in a happy mood. Miss Xin. A figure suddenly appeared in front of Lin Xin and bowed to her in respect. And you are? Lin Xin was startled. What she found more extraordinary was that she had not even sensed the other party's approach. I am a sword servant under the command of the Emperor, and I have been responsible for guarding Miss Xin during this period of closed-door cultivation, Sword 106 replied. Oh, I see. Thank you so much for your efforts all this time. Lin Xin quickly thanked Sword 106. May I ask, how long have I been in closed-door cultivation? A total of 198 days, Sword 106 remembered very distinctly. 198 days. More than half a year, Lin Xin exclaimed in amazement. She had not expected her closed-door cultivation to have lasted for so long. Her previous closed-door cultivations had never lasted for more than a month. In some disbelief, Lin Xin clicked on the calendar of the Emperor's heart ring and exclaimed again in astonishment. Today is October 23rd. After confirming that it had been indeed more than half a year since she went into closed-door cultivation, Lin Xin still found it difficult to believe, but she soon accepted this as fact. She made a sweep with divine telekinesis, trying to probe for traces of Lin Huang, but found nothing. What surprised Lin Xin even more was that in all of Dynasty, out of all their powerhouses, only Huang Tianfu and Xiaomo remained here. Not only were Lin Huang and Mr. Fu not around, but even Huang Baiyu and the others who had been guarding Dynasty's headquarters all along were gone as well. Where's my brother and Mr. Fu? As Lin Xin asked this question, in her heart she already had a vague inkling of the answer. They've all gone to the abyss brink, Sword 106 explained briefly. The invasion from the Great World started 9 days ago. The invasion war has begun. What's the situation now? Lin Xin asked hurriedly. That, I don't know, you will have to ask Huang Tianfu. As soon as Sword 106 finished his speaking, Huang Tianfu had already appeared at the courtyard gate with Xiao Mo beside him. Xiao Mo's face betrayed his astonishment when he sensed Lin Xin's aura. Huang Tianfu was also obviously taken aback, but he immediately came to his senses. I will go into details of the situation in the abyss brink later with you, my Lady Virgin. Before that, there are some matters that His Majesty asked me to explain to you. Let's talk inside then. Lin Xin nodded and ushered the three of them into the room. Chapter 1437, Brother, I want to join the battle too. On the third layer of the abyss brink, most of the areas had been reduced to battlegrounds, but there was a clear distinction between each of the battlefields. The Virtual God area was led by Virtual God rank 9s such as Mr. Fu and Lin Zan, and the Bug Tribe fighters were the main army of resistance. With the largest number of people and the smallest disparity in terms of numbers, the battle in this area appeared to be the most intense. The battlefield of the True Gods was subdivided into 3 parts. Low-rank True Gods were led by the Summoning Beasts and Gods figurines combat souls under Lin Huang's command. The numbers on this battlefield had the widest disparity between parties, but this was the battle zone that Lin Huang was least worried about. His god territory had been quietly spread out from early on, and within the range of his monster paradise, the Imperial monster cards could be resurrected. As for the gods' figurines combat souls, they were corpses, to begin with. As long as the spiritual power that propelled them was not dispersed, they would not die at all. Even if their physical bodies were severely damaged and could not continue fighting, they would be fully restored within 24 hours after being thrown into the Bug Tribe's restorative pod for a while. As far as the medium-ranked True God battlefield was concerned, Lin Huang was not worried in the least. Although the number of sword servants was only 1/7 that of the invaders, the sword servants were all 6th-ranked True Gods, and their abilities were almost at the level of 7th-ranked True Gods. Dealing with a disorganized, undisciplined group of spirit types and undying species of 4th to 6th rank was not a problem. If Lin Huang had not given prior instructions, the invaders on this battlefield would have already been slaughtered by the sword servants in the last 10 minutes. As for the battlefield of the high-ranked True Gods, Lin Huang single-handedly controlled this area. Of the several hundred telekinetic flying daggers that had evolved from Lin Huang's god weapon, one was assigned to each intruder. From the time the group of invaders had teleported over until now, they had been entangled non-stop by these telekinetic flying daggers. If they were even slightly careless, the invaders' bodies would get stabbed full of holes. Like a game between cats and mice, the telekinetic flying daggers cordoned off a group of high-ranked True Gods in a specific area. The True Gods could not escape even if they wanted to, let alone interfere with other battlefields. As Lin Huang was happily relishing the control that he had over the battlefield here, he suddenly sensed that reinforcements were coming from the third layer of the abyss brink. Only after a sweep of divine telekinesis did he discover that it was Lin Xin and Xiao Mo. There was another person with them who looked familiar. Lin Huang recognized that it was the sword servant who had guarded Lin Xin during her closed-door cultivation, but he could not remember his identity number. However, after his divine telekinesis sweep, Lin Huang was taken aback. This was because he realized that Lin Xin's combat strength had already reached Virtual God rank 9, which was 3 ranks higher than himself. This girl's constitution is really enviable. Huang was speechless. He had desperately hunted for various resources and only now was he able to reach Virtual God rank 6. In the gravel world, there was no way for him to progress any further. However, Lin Xin had merely relied on consuming godheads, and in just over 6 short months, she had advanced 9 ranks up from Imperial level Purple Gold rank, one after the other, to her current Virtual God rank -9. It seemed far too easy. Conversely, a look at Xiao Mo who was beside her revealed that although he had been in closed-door cultivation for several months, his combat strength had not changed much. However, Lin Huang noticed that Xiao Mo emanated rule-bending power fluctuations, and vaguely sensed that it was wind attribute elemental enlightenment. Obviously, Even though Xiao Mo's combat strength had not improved in the past few months, his ability was no longer what it used to be. Right now, even if he encountered a high-rank virtual god, he should have the power to put up a fight. Of course, this was based on the premise that his opponent had not mastered rule-bending power. Xiao Mo's potential definitely exceeded Lin Huang's expectations, as Xiao Mo was able to master rule-bending power while still a virtual god rank -3. Lin Huang withdrew his divine telekinesis, and less than half a minute later, Lin Xin and the others entered the field of battle. Brother. From quite a distance away, Lin Xin had also noticed Lin Huang. She had been in closed-door cultivation for more than half a year, which meant that she had not seen Lin Huang in more than 6 months. You've come. Lin Huang nodded slightly and acknowledged her. Despite controlling the battlefield with hundreds of telekinetic threads, this did not affect him having a conversation with people at all. Lin Xin had planned to show off her cultivation results immediately the moment she saw Lin Huang. However, she noticed that Lin Huang was in battle mode and she did not dare interrupt him. She was on the verge of saying, "Brother, my combat level has advanced to virtual god rank 9, but she stubbornly refrained. Instead, Lin Huang took the initiative and brought it up. The results of your 6 months of closed-door cultivation are really quite remarkable. You've reached virtual god rank 9. When she heard Lin Huang reveal her combat level, Lin Xin immediately felt elated and blurted out what was on her mind. "Brother, I want to join the battle too." Lin Huang nodded. "Alright, go to the virtual god battlefield then." Lin Huang agreed because Lin Xin now had the ability to protect herself. As long as she did not encounter any true gods, with her current combat level, not many people could fight her head-on. In addition, Mr. Fu was also on the virtual god battlefield, along with Lin Zan and the others, and they would always monitor Lin Xin's situation. Therefore, Lin Huang was not worried at all. Besides, his little sister really needed some opportunities for actual combat. Lin Xin had not expected Lin Huang to agree to her request so easily. Before she came to the abyss brink, she had prepared several sets of rhetoric to try and persuade her brother to let her participate in the battle. However, Lin Huang had agreed immediately without her even needing to bring any of it up. She was instantly ecstatic. "Thank you, brother." As soon as she finished speaking, she left Xiao Mo immediately and went straight to the battlefield where Mr. Fu and Lin Zan were. "Your Majesty, I'll go to the virtual god battlefield too then," Xiao Mo said quickly as well. "Go ahead. With your current ability, you'll have no trouble protecting yourself." Lin Huang nodded. Xiao Mo had a moment of slight bafflement. Although he knew that his ability had improved, he did not know just how much it had improved. He was not even aware that the new ability he had mastered was a rule-bending power that only true gods could master. Watching the two of them join the virtual god battlefield one after the other, it was a while before Lin Huang shifted his gaze to the sword servant who had just arrived. "Thank you for your efforts. For the past half a year you've guarded Xin Er's closed-door cultivation every step of the way. This is your humble servant's duty." Sword 1061 bowed and said. "Your identity number is Sword 106. Alright, I have it." Lin Huang nodded slightly. "You may go to the battlefield then." Sword 106. "Yes, Your Majesty." Sword 106 bowed again. After getting up, his figure rose into the air and hurtled toward the middle-rank true god battlefield where the sword servants were. After the sword servant had departed, Lin Huang returned his gaze to the area where the virtual gods were fighting. Once on the battlefield, Lin Xin and Xiao Mo quickly entered battle mode. Lin Xin wore silver armor and wielded a brace of pistols. Bullets flew forth furiously and each bullet penetrated through a monster's head with great accuracy. The monster's head then burst apart, rendering it a headless creature. Her equipment had evolved from the god weapons given to her by Lin Huang, and there were 3 pieces in total. One piece had evolved into the suit of armor that she wore, one had evolved into a 100-use firearm, and the last had been transformed into a spiritual god weapon which guarded her spiritual dimension. Not far from Lin Xin, Xiao Mo transformed into a black shadow and quickly shuttled back and forth through the battlefield. He did not have an accurate understanding of his current ability, and the opponents he chose were all beginner-stage virtual gods. Between his attacks, one by one the beginner-stage virtual god monsters were easily killed, and none of the monsters could so much as even touch the hem of his shirt. Chapter 1438, Combat Goddess on the Virtual God Battlefield. Mr. Fu also noticed Lin Xin and Xiao Mo as they appeared on the scene. Although Lin Huang had mentioned to him that Lin Xin's constitution was special, Mr. Fu was still shocked when he saw that Lin Xin's combat level had advanced to virtual god rank -9. One must know that Mr. Fu had been stuck at the stage of condensing his godhead for more than 300 years. It had taken more than 700 years for him to advance from virtual god rank -1 to virtual god rank -8. However, it had taken Lin Xin only half a year to advance from imperial level purple gold rank to virtual god rank 9 in practically no time at all, which was far superior to his own ceaseless cultivation attempts. Watching Lin Xin roaming the battlefield like a human gun turret, almost no monster could get within 20 meters of her. Mr. Fu's thoughts involuntarily turned to this girl's older brother, and he could not help but turn his gaze toward the battlefield where the high-ranked true gods were. That young man was suspended high in the air, looking down on the entire battlefield by himself. Directly below him, scarlet electric arcs kept flickering, and hundreds of high-ranked true god monsters were forcibly trapped in the area enclosed by the arcs, unable to leave at all. Comparisons are odious, Mr. Fu could not help muttering in a low voice. Naturally, he knew that just on combat level alone, Lin Huang was only a virtual god rank 6 at present, which was not even as good as Lin Xin, but Lin Huang's power far exceeded his combat level. The talent and potential of these two siblings made Mr. Fu envious. Mr. Fu shifted his gaze from Lin Huang and turned to look at Xiao Mo, who had burst onto the battlefield with Lin Xin. He knew that Xiao Mo had been in closed-door cultivation for several months, but from what he could see, it seemed that Xiao Mo's combat level had not improved at all. The lad was still virtual god rank -3. In some puzzlement, Mr. Fu observed Xiao Mo for a while and soon noticed an anomaly. This boy, could it be that he's mastered rule-bending power? Mr. Fu knew about the existence of rule-bending power. In fact, he had been trying to master rule-bending power for more than a year since advancing to virtual god rank 9, but he had not gotten anywhere with it so far. After watching Xiao Mo easily shuttling to and fro on the battlefield to the point where even some high-level virtual gods could not take a shot at him, after some thought, Mr. Fu realized that Xiao Mo could probably only do that if he had mastered rule-bending power. However, what made Mr. Fu so angry and amused at the same time was that Xiao Mo did not even know that his abilities had improved by leaps and bounds. All his attacks were targeted at beginner-stage virtual gods. He would just avoid any intermediate stage to high-level virtual gods, slipping away even more adroitly than a mudfish. He's only virtual god rank 3 and he's mastered rule-bending power. That's really enviable. Mr. Fu, who had always felt that he was fairly talented, received a critical blow to his confidence a third time. He even began to wonder if there were more geniuses in this era than in the old. At this point in his thoughts, he used divine telekinesis and swept the perimeter, his gaze then shifting to Lin Zan. Mo Kui, his apprentice, was also one of the most amazing geniuses from the old era, and it took him more than 200 years of cultivation to advance from a mortal to virtual god level. This kind of cultivation speed was now instantly overshadowed by Lin Huang and other present-day individuals. However, after observing Lin Zan for a moment, Mr. Fu's jaw dropped in some astonishment. The original sword cultivator Mo Kui had now become a master of both sword and saber. Lin Zan wielded a saber in his left hand and a sword in his right. As he swung his weapons, he left behind a multitude of afterimages for both sword and saber in his wake, easily bisecting the corpses of the virtual gods as if he was slicing melons and vegetables. What Mr. Fu did not know was that Lin Zan was not only a master of swords and sabers but also a secondary cultivator in firearms. In terms of firearms ability alone, his skill was even higher than Lin Xin, who was a virtual god rank -9. In addition, although Lin Zan had not achieved true god status yet, he had already mastered 6 types of rule-bending power, and his overall ability was sufficient to go up against low-ranked true gods. In fact, Lin Zan and Mr. Fu had already noticed Lin Xin and Xiao Mo when they entered the third layer of the abyss brink. Seeing Lin Xin, Lin Zan's mood underwent some obvious fluctuations. In the early days when he became a member of Lin Huang's family under the identity of Lin Zan, he had spent most of his time with Lin Xin since Lin Huang was away from home quite a lot. Before he came into contact with Lin Huang and Lin Xin, he was just the product of an experiment. No one had taught him how to get along with others. Most of this knowledge and subsequent life experiences, he learned through observing Lin Huang and Lin Xin. Therefore, he had an ineffable bond with Lin Huang and Lin Xin. In addition, Lin Huang had always been an independent character, and Lin Xin had always been in a position of being protected. His attachment to Lin Xin was even deeper than with Lin Huang, growing as it did out of his protective mindset. Seeing Lin Xin in such close proximity again, Lin Zan vaguely felt that he had gone back to 4 years ago where he was still part of Lin Huang and Lin Xin's family. However, he quickly became aware that Lin Xin did not recognize him. It was not difficult for him to understand why this was so. After all, over the past 4 years, he had changed greatly. Based on common sense, he should look like a 13 or 14-year-old boy, but now, he looked at least 25 years old. Given that he looked only 60 to 70% like he did in the past, Lin Xin was unlikely to recognize him at a glance. After observing in secret, Lin Zan discovered that Lin Xin was no longer the little girl he knew 4 years ago. He was a little puzzled by the fact that her combat level had already reached Virtual God rank -9. He decided to wait until the war had ended before asking Lin Huang what was going on. Currently in terms of ability, Lin Xin was already the top powerhouse in the gravel world. Her use of firearms was not very much weaker than Lin Zan's own abilities. Lin Zan felt gratified at this. He still clearly remembered that Lin Xin often pestered him to guide her on firearms practice 4 years ago. She had said that she wanted to master firearms well and get admitted to the Martial Hunter College so that after graduation, she could help her brother shoulder part of the pressure. The Lin Xin of today had done everything that she had aimed for previously. Lin Xin had no idea that she was being observed. Her current combat strength was already Virtual God rank 9, but the battle before her right now was the first one she had participated in since she had advanced to Virtual God level. This was also officially the first time that the god weapons Lin Huang had given her were being put to use since being activated. She had a good mental attitude. She did not regard this as a war, but as a practical combat exercise. She wielded a firearm in each hand, one silver and one black, one utilizing rapid speed sword skill and the other utilizing force type. The bullets spewed out furiously like tongues of flame. Almost every bullet could blow apart a head. As the artillery fire provided catharsis, her mood became more and more cheerful. She was constantly familiarizing herself with this body that was countless times stronger than before, and her hands could barely feel the recoil of the guns. Many moves that she could not do before, she could now perform. Not only that, almost every time that she took a shot, she progressed just a bit further in the use of Virtual God level divine power. She became more comfortable and familiar on the battlefield, like a natural combat goddess. Chapter 1439. Welcome on your arrival in our world. More than half an hour had passed since the captive monsters from the undead dimension had been teleported to the gravel world. Tang Ran, who had been dozing on his chair with his legs crossed in front of him, finally opened his eyes and looked at the snake-headed monster beside him. What is the situation now? 1524 low-ranked true gods died, with 994 remaining, 1151 casualties for medium ranks, with 668 remaining, 7 casualties for high ranks, with 340 remaining. The snake-headed man finished sharing the data and continued, our opponents should have expended quite a lot of manpower. The number of our true gods dying every minute is decreasing. This is good news, isn't it? It means that the number of true gods on our opponents' side is decreasing, Tang Ran commented, lifting his brows. The snake-headed man hesitated but added nonetheless, however, the speed of the virtual gods dying has not slowed down. In fact, it's marginally increasing slowly. Is it possible that they were affected by the battle of the true gods, so more virtual gods died? The long-legged girl off to the side asked. This is also a possibility. The snake-headed man nodded. As the number of true gods on our opponents' side declines, it's possible that these true gods will completely put aside their apprehensions and fight to the death. If that's the case, more virtual gods will certainly be affected than before. After the snake-headed man finished speaking, he added, but this is just speculation. Only those on the battlefield would know what the exact situation is like. No matter what, you have an explanation for everything, the long-legged girl commented, curling her lips. Enough, stop fighting. Tang Ran waved his hand. Prepare to descend. Sect leader sir, I think we can wait a little longer. The snake-headed man hurriedly stopped him. Although the number of casualties for the true gods has slowed down, it has not stopped entirely. That means that there should still be quite a number of true gods guarding the gravel world. So we wait for the undying species and spirit-type true gods to stop dying completely, then go clean up the aftermath. You're so idealistic. The long-legged girl began shaming the snake-headed man again. Have you ever considered that if these uncontrolled undying species and spirit types stay in the gravel world for just a fraction longer, they could cause the death of hundreds of millions of non-cultivators? The more losses suffered by the basic population of the gravel world, the further delayed the next cultivation era will be. Our harvesting of resources will also have to be postponed. The snake-headed man was rendered speechless and unable to refute her arguments. Tang Ran, who was beside them, was distracted for a moment. Whether it was due to overhearing these words or for some other reason was uncertain. When he returned to his senses, he nodded immediately. This time the girl is right, we can't wait any longer. But what if this is a trap? What if they're deliberately slowing down the slaughter of the true gods to bait us? The snake-headed man raised the biggest worry in his heart. So what if it's a trap? Tang Ran stood up, set aside the chair behind him, and looked at the snake-headed man with burning eyes. It's impossible for a heavenly god to go to the gravel world. Not only that, but I have also mastered 36 strength rules. Among true gods, besides the top few, who can challenge me? What do you think is the probability of peak true god powerhouses appearing in this part of the gravel world? After hearing this, the snake-headed man fell completely silent. It was not that he did not know the abilities of his sect leader, but all along it had been his cautious character that had allowed him to stay alive up to this point. Upon careful consideration now, however, his worries were indeed a bit redundant. Sect leader Tang Ran's abilities were indeed in the top tier among true gods of the god territory. Below heavenly god level, except for a few monster level fellows who could not afford to be provoked, there was really no need to worry about anyone else. In this area of the gravel world, the possibility of encountering such a monster was almost zero. After thinking about this, the snake-headed man finally abandoned his attempts to discourage Tang Ran. Get ready for now, later we will teleport through the 30 gateways confirmed to be safe. Seeing that the snake-headed man did not refute this, Tang Ran immediately gave an order, which was passed along to the rest. A short while later, Tang Ran took the numerous virtual gods and true gods present, divided them into 30 teams, and stepped into the dimensional gateway. In the abyss brink, Lin Huang had instructed the sword servants and summoning beasts to control the speed of their slaughter. He himself had killed 7 high-ranked true gods, but this was not done deliberately. This came about purely because these 7 monsters had violent tempers and were eager to break free from telekinetic flying daggers entangling them, resulting in too many wounds on their bodies. They all ended up severely injuring themselves and died. Lin Huang had controlled the tempo of battle on this field for over half an hour before another wave of spatial fluctuations was transmitted from the space rifts. As they sensed these spatial fluctuations, everyone in battle could not help being a little distracted. The expressions on the faces of every individual in the gravel world were not pleasant to look upon. Although both warring parties had entered a stalemate, the enemy wielded a numerical advantage. The true god battlefield that Lin Huang was leading had been suppressed at every turn and was now forced to fall back on passive defense. On the virtual god battlefield, although the gravel world currently had the advantage, it was only marginal. After half an hour, the enemy returned with reinforcements and obviously came prepared. The situation was not optimistic. Dongfang Bai could not help asking Lin Huang via voice transmission, "Now the enemy is arriving with reinforcements again, what should we do? What can we do? We can't block the dimensional gateways," Lin Huang responded with a smile. "What I mean is, do you have any trump cards on your end that can handle this batch of reinforcements?" Dongfang Bai also vaguely observed that Lin Huang's attitude was not indicative of worry. "Yes," Lin Huang merely replied with a single word and gave no further explanation. Dongfang Bai still wanted to inquire further, but after careful consideration, he abandoned this intention. Lin Huang's answer just now made it clear that he did not want to explain anymore. In fact, while Dongfang Bai was asking Lin Huang these questions, Mr. Fu, Lin Zan, Lin Xin, and Xiao Mo were all asking Lin Huang similar questions. That was why he was too lazy to waste more words in explanation. Once he had dealt with the various questions of these individuals, Lin Huang turned his head and looked toward the space rifts. He sensed that the spatial fluctuations in all 30 rifts were getting increasingly stronger. The corners of his lips could not help curving up slightly. "They're finally coming." Of course, He knew that the ones who had waited half an hour before leisurely arriving should be the masterminds behind this invasion of the gravel world. In only half an hour, it was impossible for this group of individuals to round up another lot of undying species and spirit types again, as there was not enough time. Therefore, this wave of newcomers could only be the actual invaders. Lin Huang stared at the dimensional gateway fixedly, impatiently waiting for the enemy to arrive. He deliberately ordered Bai, the sword, servants, and the others to slow down their slaughter of true gods in order to draw these invaders out. This goal had now been finally achieved. In just a few moments, the spatial fluctuations of all 30 space rifts reached their peak. After that, tens of thousands of figures poured through almost simultaneously. Lin Huang made a sweep with divine telekinesis and instantly locked onto the handful of 37 true gods. Upon his first glimpse of Tang Ran and the several other 9th-rank true gods, he flashed a cordial grin. Welcome on your arrival in our world. Chapter 1440. I just want to ask you something. The instant he led the army over, Tang Ran immediately made a sweep with his divine telekinesis. He wanted to see for himself firsthand what kind of enemy he was dealing with. After scanning his surroundings with divine telekinesis, he was able to see an enormous hive and a bug tribe army that numbered practically millions. Tang Ran could not help being slightly stunned. The bug tribe, for a brief moment, the thought that perhaps the gravel world had been secretly occupied by the bug tribe even crossed his mind. However, he quickly discarded this thought the next second when his divine telekinesis picked up that apart from the bug tribe, humans and other protoss were attacking the spirit types and undying species too. What's going on? Tang Ran's mind experienced a brief moment of confusion. Even after scanning his surroundings with divine telekinesis, he still could not make head or tail of what kind of sight he was dealing with. Was he up against the bug tribe, protoss, or humans? Fortunately, what allowed him to breathe a slight sigh of relief was that he discovered the numbers on his side far exceeded those of his opponent. Not only were there more virtual gods on Tang Ran's side, but the number of true gods he had with him far exceeded those on the enemy's side. In fact, the number of true gods in Tang Ran's army was at least 10 times greater than that of his enemy. Most importantly, he detected not a single hint of high-rank true god aura within his enemy's sight. Just when Tang Ran thought victory was already at hand, he suddenly realized that the hundreds of high-rank true god-level undying species and spirit types that he had sent over previously were all holed up in a small, narrow area. Fixing his eyes on that spot, he noticed red gleams that flickered like lightning as they entangled themselves with all of the high-rank true gods, rendering the true gods unable to escape. Are those telekinetic flying daggers? A good look at the telekinetic flying daggers and how they kept hundreds of high-rank true gods in check like puppets caused Tang Ran to feel a chill down his spine. It was at this moment that he finally noticed an individual hovering in the air over the area where the high-rank true gods were imprisoned. It was a young man who peered down at Tang Ran from above. A teasing curve played about the corners of the young man's lips as he suddenly uttered casually, "Welcome on your arrival in our world." In that instant, Tang Ran understood this was his enemy's painstakingly calculated scenario. Following Lin Huang's booming voice, nearly all of the invaders mentally reached the same conclusion. Suddenly, a voice broke the spell that paralyzed the army. "This fellow's just bluffing, he's only a virtual god." Unexpectedly, the voice belonged to the young lady with long legs. Hearing that, Tang Ran came to his senses and used his divine telekinesis on Lin Huang. The information that he obtained said that Lin Huang's combat strength was only virtual god rank 6. Perhaps he's not the person controlling the telekinetic flying daggers. An idea occurred to Tang Ran. As Tang Ran readied to make a large-scale sweep with his divine telekinesis in his search for the powerhouse who controlled the telekinetic flying daggers, he felt an aura locking down on him. An instant later, a flicker of a blood-red gleam shot through the air at him like a flash of lightning. Tang Ran hastily dodged the attack. Before forming a conclusive understanding of his enemy's strength, he did not dare to be rash and allow himself to be hit. While he twisted his body aside to dodge the attack, he noticed from the corner of his eyes that he was not the only person who had been attacked. The snake-headed man, the long-legged young lady, and some others were also forced to dodge and flee. Is he targeting all the high-rank true gods? A glance and Tang Ran understood what had happened. All 37 high-rank true gods were the only ones to be targeted, while other medium and low-rank true gods, as well as virtual gods, were spared from the attack. Tang Ran had no time to mull over whether his enemy was disdainful of them or lacking in strength. he sent his divine telekinesis sweeping across the area to find the mastermind. It only took his divine telekinesis a short while to sweep across the whole third layer of the abyss brink, but it came up with nothing. Did any of you see where the telekinetic flying daggers came from just now? Tang Ran asked the other 36 true gods simultaneously through voice transmission. Most of the replies were, "It was too fast, I couldn't see clearly." However, a small number of people replied, "It seemed to have originated from that area where the high-ranked true gods are." Only the long-legged lady hesitated for a while before answering. "I think it came from that virtual god, but I'm not so sure." In reality, she had briefly observed the flash of a red gleam from Lin Huang's sleeves. She was just in denial of the fact. "Did you see it clearly?" Tang Ran asked urgently. "I'm not very sure. I think I saw a flash of a red gleam from his sleeves just now, but I could be wrong," said the long-legged lady while shaking her head. "Forget it. No matter if he's the culprit behind it or not, we'll take care of him first before we pursue this matter." Tang Ran immediately fixed his gaze on Lin Huang, who stood quite some distance away. Tang Ran temporarily abandoned his attempts to discover the wielder of those flying daggers and locked on his new target Lin Huang. Although Lin Huang was not even a true god, he had given Tang Ran a sense of unease since the beginning. Pretty quick reaction. The instant Lin Huang felt Tang Ran locking onto him with his aura, he also sensed that the strength of this man's aura was the highest among all the invaders. Yet, Lin Huang felt not the slightest hint of panic. However, Lin Huang's gaze quickly passed over Tang Ran and landed on the long-legged young lady standing not far from Tang Ran. Tang Ran failed to notice this. His legs exerted tremendous force as he used the void as a stepping stone and abruptly began skyrocketing upward, charging toward Lin Huang. Lin Huang did nothing to block this attack. He merely gave Tang Ran an indifferent glance and allowed Tang Ran to charge forward. Tang Ran whirled the spear he held. Like a descending meteor shower, the spearhead struck out to attack. Yet, Lin Huang merely took a single step forward and his figure vanished on the spot. Right in the midst of his astonishment, Tang Ran suddenly found himself falling into the center of the amassed high-ranked true god-level undying species and spirit types. Everyone who witnessed this scene was flabbergasted. This was because, from their viewpoint, they only saw Tang Ran, spear in his hand, ignoring Lin Huang who hovered above him. Then, Tang Ran plunged straight into the area below, where all the high-ranked true gods were gathered. Only a small number of individuals began observing Lin Huang with a weightier gaze. They roughly guessed that Tang Ran must have fallen prey to an illusion-type rule power. The fact that Tang Ran's opponent was able to so subtly cause Tang Ran to fall prey to an illusion was proof enough that the enemy had reached a terrifying level of rule power. What kind of existing being have we offended now? The long-legged young lady could not help feeling a sudden chill. Initially, when she noticed that Lin Huang was merely a virtual god rank 6, she thought that he was just bluffing. Now, it appeared that he must have faked his combat strength. Whether it was his telekinetic daggers or his control over Tang Ran just now, it was more than enough proof that his real power was close to that of a heavenly god. Lin Huang was either the creme de la creme among the true god monsters or a heavenly god who had entered the gravel world through some special method. There was no third possibility. Why would there be someone like this in this part of the gravel world? After discovering Lin Huang's true strength, a multitude of thoughts began churning inside the long-legged young lady's head. Amid her convoluted thoughts, while she was still trying to get a handle on the situation, she abruptly discovered that a figure had suddenly appeared in front of her. As she raised her head and looked straight at the other's face, her body froze instantly. All thoughts of escape died completely. "Don't panic, I just want to ask you something." Lin Huang's magnetic voice drifted into the young lady's ears like a lullaby. His eyes, deep as a fathomless lake, drew the young lady in. She sank further and further down into their depths. The long-legged young lady stood immobile with her guard down, staring blankly at Lin Huang as if she had lost her soul. Chapter 1441. Heart glimpsing in the unending darkness, a gigantic face that blocked out the sun emerged slowly into view. The long-legged lady suppressed her auras as much as possible and curled her body up tight, hoping that the face would not notice her. However, the next instant, the eyes in the massive face suddenly snapped around and locked onto her. At that moment, she felt as if time had frozen. She was unable to move a single inch of her body, much less flee. She could not even move her fingers at all. "I'll ask the questions now, you answer." As the massive face spoke these words, the long-legged lady finally realized that she could move slightly now, and hastily nodded. At this moment, her mind was completely overtaken by terror with no room for any other thoughts. Who are you people? I'm Tang Qing. I'm the deputy sect leader of the Thousand Snake Sect. We are all from the Thousand Snake Sect. The Thousand Snake Sect. Lin Huang was unfamiliar with this name. He felt that it would probably not be that much of a major organization. I should get Bloody and the others to do some investigation later. Why are you invading the gravel world? The massive face asked a second question. Myriad Tribe Palace ordered it. I don't know the specifics. Only the succeeding sect leader from the Thousand Snake Sect will be told. Myriad Tribe Palace. Lin Huang was certainly familiar with this name. Myriad Tribe Palace was one of the top grade 6 organizations in the God territory. Their overall strength was not under that of Death Sickle. Who's your sect leader? My elder brother. His name is Tang Ran. Before answering this question, Tang Qing made a strenuous effort to avoid giving a reply. However, she discovered that she had no means of resisting at all. Whatever the questions posed by the massive face, she would answer truthfully in the shortest time possible, as though she were a puppet whose strings were completely controlled by the person in front of her. What she did not know was that Lin Huang had used a god rule called heart glimpsing that allowed him to read all the information he required directly from his target's souls. This scenario was merely an illusion. In reality, Lin Huang did not need her to open her mouth to answer. Her soul would answer all of Lin Huang's questions with no reservations. However, this god rule could only be used on people who were much weaker than the user. Tang Qing fulfilled the necessary criteria perfectly. Although she had more than 30 types of god rule at her fingertips, she had not reached control level in any of them. Faced with the compounded effects from the hypnosis god rule combined with the heart glimpsing god rule at control level, she was utterly helpless. Lin Huang had chosen Tang Qing as his breach point because he had managed to sense that, among the few RANK9 true gods, the rule fluctuation from her was the weakest. Is the Thousand Snake Sect responsible for the previous invasions too? This was one of the questions that Lin Huang truly wanted to know the answer to. Yes, clearing up this part of the gravel world has always been the Thousand Snake Sect's responsibility. Tang Qing blurted out the truth with no means of resisting. Last time, it was our grandfather. Before that, it was our grandfather's grandfather. Are they still alive? Lin Huang narrowed his eyes as he asked. They died as they were evolving into heavenly gods. Lin Huang was quite surprised to hear her answer, but he soon felt relieved. How many people from the Thousand Snake Sect are here this time? How many stayed back? All the true gods and virtual gods are here. Tang Qing tried her best to shut up, but to no avail. There are a total of 23 small worlds that we are monitoring. We gather all the true gods and virtual gods together whenever it's about time to harvest them and sweep across those worlds. Nobody is willing to give up on such opportunities to obtain resources. What you're saying is that all the cultivators below virtual god level in the Thousand Snake Sect know that you've come out to harvest small worlds. Some know, but most people shouldn't be aware of this. This form of resource harvesting is the concern of the upper levels. Nobody in the lower positions is authorized to know. However, close friendships among the sect are unavoidable, so it can't be helped if some news gets leaked. Even so, everyone knows their place and it's impossible for them to reveal the list of small worlds and their coordinates. Their knowledge of this should be very limited. Myriad Tribe Palace should know, shouldn't they? About the list of small worlds under your surveillance, their coordinates, and so on. Lin Huang could not help frowning when he asked this question. He more or less knew the answer, but he wanted to hear his guess confirmed from Tang Qing's own mouth. They do. Apart from the few small worlds allocated to us from Myriad Tribe Palace, we are required to report to them and register the small worlds we discover. A flicker of hope blossomed in Tang Qing's heart as she answered this question. No matter how powerful this fellow in front of her was, he could not possibly be strong enough to go up against Myriad Tribe Palace. If the Thousand Snake Sect did not get annihilated this round, it would only be a matter of time before the news reached Myriad Tribe Palace. When that happened, these people would end up being the object of Myriad Tribe Palace's wrath. Tang Qing mustered up all her courage, wanting to spew this out to scare the man before her. Yet, she became aware that she was not able to speak a single word if she was not being asked a question. How long would it take for Myriad Tribe Palace to realize that something has happened to your harvesting expedition? Lin Huang understood that he could not prevent this matter from being revealed. The only thing he could do was to find out how much time he had so he could mentally prepare himself. Under normal circumstances, it will take around 1 year for us to finish sweeping across all the small worlds. Most of our time is spent traveling. If we take more than a year and 3 months to finish our harvesting, somebody in the Thousand Snake sect will probably report this to Myriad Tribe Palace. Once the report is sent, within 3 days someone from Myriad Tribe Palace should be sent to investigate the matter. We have been away for more than 2 months now. Which means to say, we still have a year and a month of leeway at most, Lin Huang calculated mentally. His brows were now knitted together even more tightly. In the short span of a year and a month, he was not confident that he could improve his abilities to the level where he could take on a powerful organization like Myriad Tribe Palace. After all, Myriad Tribe Palace was a grade 6 organization headed by a monstrous entity who was a half-step lord. Under their command was a multitude of heavenly god powerhouses who followed them. Lin Huang collected himself and continued asking, "What's your sect leader Tang Ran's strength level? How many strength rules has he mastered, and at what level?" From what I know, Tang Ran has mastered a total of 67 types of rule. Out of these, 36 are at adept level and 11 are at control level. No matter how reluctant she was, Tang Qing still could not help spilling out every truthful detail about Tang Ran's true abilities. Lin Huang nodded slightly. Tang Ran's abilities placed him among the more outstanding true gods in God territory. After obtaining information on Tang Ran, Lin Huang continued his interrogation. Tang Qing answered everything without fail. As Tang Qing's position was rather special after all, she was the younger sister to the Thousand Snake sect leader. Her knowledge of things was second only to Tang Ran. After his interrogation, Lin Huang was fairly satisfied with the information he had extracted. Once he had ascertained that he had no other questions to ask, Lin Huang did not plan on letting Tang Qing live. In the darkness, the gigantic face rapidly withdrew. As Tang Qing breathed a sigh of relief, a massive palm appeared, blotting out the entire horizon. An instant later, the palm descended as if the sky was falling. Tang Qing was crushed out of existence, her expression still full of consternation and terror. Chapter 1442, Lin Huang vs Tang Ran. Tang Ran brandished the spear in his hands to counter not only those blood-red flying daggers with their strange trajectories but also the undying species and spirit types that pounced on him from all directions. While this group of undying species and spirit types were not highly intelligent, they were still able to recognize that this Protoss who charged in all of a sudden right before their eyes was the culprit who had sent them to the gravel world here. These monsters were unable to find any catharsis for their initial ire, as they were suppressed by Lin Huang's telekinetic flying daggers. Without a doubt, Tang Ran's appearance gave them all a common outlet to vent their frustration. In the midst of being harassed by hundreds of undying species and spirit types, as well as Lin Huang's blood-red flying daggers, Tang Ran suddenly sensed Tang Qing's life force rapidly vanishing from somewhere close by. He froze in disbelief before reacting instantaneously, letting out a heartbroken howl of grief in the direction of Tang Qing's fast dissipating aura. Tang Qing. Before Tang Ran could even complete his sentence, he felt Tang Qing's aura disperse completely. His own sister was truly dead, the girl who was only a few years younger than him yet always enjoyed acting youthful and dressing up like a high school student. The girl he had witnessed growing up, whose personality was still as naive and gauche as that of a young lass. The girl who had always competed with him, but who had always stood by him during crucial moments. That girl who was always verbally defiant, but who in reality was always silently following in his footsteps. In a way, Tang Ran was not a sentimental person when it came to affection, and he had never been close to his parents or elders from the time he was a child. As for Tang Qing, whom he had grown up with, he was not particularly close to her either. The most he could say was that he cared for her in a detached fashion. He had always thought that if the day came when Tang Qing were to die, he probably would not be overly upset, just like when his own parents had passed away. The worst that could happen would be that he brooded for a day, but he would then get on with his life by the second day without pining or harboring any other unusual emotions. However, now that he actually sensed Tang Qing's life force dissipating, Tang Ran involuntarily discovered a myriad of unusual emotions bubbling up uncontrollably: grief, fury, hatred. He never thought that Tang Qing's death would stir up so much emotional turmoil within him. His golden spear swept forward in an attack, slicing through the two spirit types in front of him and reducing them to pulp. Only after clearing the obstacles blocking his line of sight did Tang Ran finally see Tang Qing's fallen body on the ground as it gradually transformed into a god's figurine. After staring blankly at his sister's dead body for a moment, he finally shifted his gaze upward and saw Lin Huang hovering above the ground not too far from the corpse. Eyes burning with fury, he snarled at Lin Huang, "I'm going to kill you." Lin Huang turned to look at Tang Ran, expression bland. "If I don't mistake my guess, you should be Tang Ran, the sect leader of the Thousand Snake sect, yes?" Lin Huang made this deduction based on the other party's reaction after Tang Qing's death. Not only that, the rule-bending power fluctuations from Tang Ran were the strongest among all the invaders. Watching Lin Huang eyeing him indifferently and inquiring about his identity as though nothing had just happened, Tang Ran's fury escalated to full-blown rage. He no longer had any doubts whatsoever about Lin Huang's capabilities. Whatever rank this individual had demonstrated his combat level to be, he still was the man who had killed Tang Qing within seconds. His abilities could not be underestimated. The golden divine power within Tang Ran's body surged wildly. He imbued the spear in his hands with layer upon layer of the rule-bending powers in which he was most adept. The numerous undying species and spirit types that had been harassing him sensed the strength of his rule-bending power fluctuations and began retreating warily in the face of a superior enemy. Tang Ran ignored these monsters completely. At this moment, he had eyes only for Lin Huang. Lin Huang was also staring at Tang Ran with great interest. He could not help raising his brows slightly at the way Tang Ran utilized his rule-bending powers. "Interesting, I'll play along with you." Lin Huang could clearly sense that the 5 types of God rule power Tang Ran had imbued his spear with were already at control level. Lin Huang was finally starting to take Tang Ran more seriously as well. One should know that rule-bending power at this level was enough to inflict serious harm upon Lin Huang. While Lin Huang was only starting to get down to business on his end, Tang Ran had already launched off the ground. A minuscule gesture with his spear and the telekinetic flying daggers which had been persistently tangling with Tang Ran were swept aside right away. The spear point then transformed into a blazing golden star, reducing the distance between Tang Ran and Lin Huang at a terrifying speed. Just when that blazing star-like spear point was about to close in on Lin Huang, bolts of blood-red lightning suddenly shot out from the cuffs of Lin Huang's sleeves one after another. Those rank 2 god weapon flying daggers were already top-notch god rule relics at peak strength. Moreover, this time Lin Huang had imbued them with numerous types of lightning, fire, and wind elemental enlightenment. With a total of 5 compounded layers of elemental enlightenment, the telekinetic flying daggers became even keener, swifter, and more mighty than before. If Lin Huang's opponent had not been a powerhouse who had mastered rule-bending power at control level, he might not have been able to withstand even a single blow. However, Tang Ran was clearly no ordinary true god. The spear that he wielded was also a top-notch god rule relic. Imbued with numerous types of control-level rule-bending power, its force was unrivaled as well. Upon seeing the blood-colored lightning coming at him, Tang Ran flicked his wrist slightly and the tip of his spear transformed into points of starlight which hurtled toward the blood-red rays. He originally had assumed that it would be just as easy to sweep these flying daggers aside like he had done previously, clearing the obstacles in his way. However, Tang Ran was unprepared for the fact that this first clash of blows would almost tear his spear from his grasp. His own spear point felt as if it had struck an immovable mountain, wave after wave of terrifying aftershocks transmitting through the entire weapon. At the same time, frightening pulses of rule-bending power from the flying daggers assaulted him, draining the rule power within him rapidly. This is elemental enlightenment at control level. Just a single blow and Tang Ran was now certain that the other's capabilities far outstripped what he had expected. By imbuing many layers of control-level rule-bending power on a telekinetic weapon, his opponent had proven that his use of rule-bending power was far superior to Tang Ran. After verifying his opponent's true capabilities at this initial stage, Tang Ran finally began gradually calming himself down. The rule power on his spear also began increasing 1 layer at a time from the initial 5 layers. Each layer increase was an extra burden for him to bear. However, he quickly realized that when he compounded his rule-bending power to 6 layers, his opponent also did the same. When he increased it to 7 compounded layers, his opponent also matched him at 7 compounded layers. Against the flying daggers, the spear point could gain no clear advantage from start to finish. Tang Ran immediately felt the blood rushing to his head. Heedless of possibly burning out, He increased his powers layer by layer as if he were competing with Lin Huang. 6 layers, 7 layers, 8 layers, 11 layers. The battle had not lasted more than 10 minutes, but Tang Ran had already revealed his trump card. He had compounded 11 layers of control-level rule-bending power all in one go, without considering the compatibility, coordination, and possible conflict between the different types of rule-bending power. On his side, Lin Huang was calm and collected to the very end. The control-level rule-bending power on his flying daggers was also compounded 1 layer at a time, all the way to 11 layers. Although both parties had compounded their control-level rule-bending power up to 11 layers, Lin Huang's flying daggers were becoming more powerful. The blood-red lightning bolts were becoming swifter and stronger, almost crushing Tang Ran toward the end of it. The only reason for this was that Lin Huang had also carefully considered the combination of different types of rule-bending power before compounding them together. The ultimate compounded effects far outstripped that of his opponent by miles. From beginning to end, Lin Huang had not moved an inch from where he was standing, but the blood-red flying daggers were forcing Tang Ran to retreat further and further away. Chapter 1443, I've found you. In the void, thousands of blood-crimson lightning bolts blasted out one after another and surrounded a lone figure. The figure was holding a spear in their hand which emitted sparks of golden light as it collided with the lightning bolts. Every impact was like the rumble of a thunderstorm. It changed the color of the sky and made the earth tremble. The scene was comparable to the fantastical stories of cultivation and overcoming ordeals that were described in cultivation novels. However, in reality the blood-colored arcs of electricity were just the afterimages that trailed behind the countless telekinetic flying daggers due to their immense speed. The so-called spectacle of cultivation and overcoming ordeals was in fact just a battle scene where Lin Huang was controlling thousands of flying daggers to crush Tang Ran. The battle between the two had lasted for more than 10 minutes, and Tang Ran had been forced to use up all his trump cards. He had used 11 types of control-level rule-bending powers, but his opponent's strength was far beyond what he had imagined. Each of Lin Huang's telekinetic flying daggers was similarly boosted by 11 types of rule-bending powers, but his utilization and synergy of the rules types were far superior to Tang Ran's, which forced Tang Ran to drain 120% of his strength to withstand every wild blow. Although Lin Huang did not continue to superimpose his rule-bending powers, he was mounting increasing pressure on Tang Ran by increasing the number of telekinetic flying daggers with every minute that passed. In the beginning, there were only 100 flying daggers, which then doubled to 200, 400, 800, currently, the number of daggers had surged to 3,200. Tang Ran was beginning to get worn out by the relentless onslaught. He felt like his opponent was merely toying with him, that his adversary was just testing the performance of his toy. This sort of test was usually destructive in nature, and often ended with as one would expect the toy being broken into pieces. Despite his fear and anxiety, Tang Ran still felt his rage rising. This guy is either a true god limit or a heavenly god. And he's pretending to be a virtual god so he won't be rejected by the will of the gravel world. This is so goddamn unfair. It seemed to slip his mind that he was the leader of a grade 4 top organization from the great world who brought a group of true gods to attack a gravel world with rules that were not even complete. How was any of that fair? Lin Huang was indeed fighting Tang Ran with the purpose of gauging his strength, but he never intended to belittle his opponent. He increased the number of telekinetic flying daggers time and time again to evaluate exactly how much strength he needed to expand to deal with a top powerhouse in the second echelon of true gods such as his current opponent. This way, the next time he encountered an enemy of similar strength, he would know how much power he would need to expend. 3,200 daggers, and he's almost at his limit. Lin Huang had been observing Tang Ran's reactions. If I increase it to 4,000, I should be able to finish him off. A second after making this deduction, another 800 blood-colored lightning bolts shot out from Lin Huang's sleeve cuffs, once again darting toward Tang Ran. Naturally, Tang Ran immediately noticed Lin Huang's fresh attack. After scanning once with his divine telekinesis, he determined the number of new daggers. It only increased by 800. He's not going to double them this time. Tang Ran was slightly caught off guard, but then he laughed to himself and muttered, "Looks like this bastard thinks he doesn't even need 6,400 flying daggers to finish me off." In the next instant, 800 blood-colored electric arcs struck from different directions and angles, and the original rhythm of the battle was disrupted. Tang Ran, who was already reaching his limit, continuously brandished the spear in his hand, trying his best to parry the 800 newly added telekinetic flying daggers, but ultimately he could no longer hold out. The countless crimson rays searched for any gaps to enter, like a poisonous snake prying on the weakness of its prey, and finally penetrated Tang Ran's body. The spear in Tang Ran's hand slowed down fractionally due to the inflicted damage, and more blood rays seized this opportunity to swarm down on him. In an instant, thousands of telekinetic flying daggers tore Tang Ran into pieces like a pack of ravenous wild beasts. Elsewhere on the battlefield, almost everyone had been distracted by the fierce battle between the two. They all saw Tang Ran being completely swallowed up by countless blood-colored lightning bolts. Practically everyone's gazes were focused on the scene. After a while, the lightning bolts dissipated into the wind, and there was not a trace of Tang Ran left behind. Seeing this, everyone in the gravel world was overjoyed. The strongest enemy was finished off by Lin Huang, which meant that the war was practically half over. On the other hand, the people from the Thousand Snakes sect fell into despair. They never thought that Tang Ran would lose. They were well aware of Tang Ran's strength. His name was ranked 12th among all the true gods in the god territory. Among the true gods, only a handful of them could kill Tang Ran, and those individuals were all top powerhouses at true god limit. Despite that, Tang Ran was obliterated by the other party right before everyone's eyes. The only reasonable explanation would be that this young man who killed Tang Ran possessed strength that was at least equivalent to true god limit, or that he may even be a heavenly god. However, as his allies rode their wave of high spirits, Lin Huang could not help but raise an eyebrow. He's not dead yet. He was quite sure that his opponent's physical body had been torn to pieces by the telekinetic flying daggers. Moreover, in order to avoid any mishaps, he deliberately added god-slaying power when superimposing the 11 rule powers. Logically speaking, both the soul and physical body of a person killed with god-slaying power should have perished together. However, Xiao He did not send him any fatality notifications, which made Lin Huang certain that his adversary was definitely not dead. Lin Huang's divine telekinesis swept around at full strength in search of Tang Ran's aura, but he found nothing even after a round of searching. He pondered for a moment, still not giving up. His pupils suddenly turned an inky black color, and he immediately activated Truth Vision God Rule. After a while, the corners of Lin Huang's lips twitched up slightly. "I've found you." In the next moment, Lin Huang took a step forward and vanished from his original spot, then appeared in front of a virtual god member of the Thousand Snakes sect with a snake tail. The snake-tailed virtual god looked at Lin Huang, frozen in place. Everyone else was also in a daze, puzzled as to why Lin Huang had singled out a virtual god. "Stop hiding and come on out." Lin Huang directed his words toward the snake-tailed virtual god. What? The snake-tailed virtual god's face was scrunched with confusion. "If you won't come out by yourself, shall I do it for you?" Ignoring the snake-tailed virtual god's reaction, Lin Huang continued, "You better make your decision fast. If I attack first, you won't have a chance to make a move yourself." As soon as he finished his sentence, the body of the snake-tailed virtual god suddenly started convulsing. The features on his face contorted into a hideous and terrifying sight, and in an instant, the bones in his face were distorted to the point that he did not look human anymore. His mouth, which was originally regular-sized, was stretched out to the extreme to match his twisted bones. A moment later, he opened his blood-filled mouth, which had been completely dislocated and torn, and the golden-colored head of a snake slowly crept out from his mouth. Not long after, the body of the snake-tailed virtual god slowly went limp, not unlike the skin of a snake after shedding, and a giant golden-colored python with black markings slithered out of his torn and bleeding mouth, inch by inch. Chapter 1444. Ranked 6. Using his innate talent and divine ability, Tang Ran had shed his shell and faked his death at the cost of losing his mortal form, one of his 3 forms, and returning to his python origin form. After slithering out of the snake-tailed virtual god's body in his python form, he did not try to run away. His origin form being discovered meant that his feigned death was a complete failure, which unexpectedly made him calm down. "I'm curious, how did you find me? My feigned death was flawless." Lin Huang eyed the giant python in front of him but did not make any immediate moves. He observed the pair of bat-like wings on the other's back with interest. Although they were currently in a contracted state, they were undoubtedly a genuine pair of wings. "I have a probing-type god rule ability." This was naturally a cover-up. He could not possibly explain to his adversary that he did not receive a fatality notification from his Goldfinger. However, Tang Ran just nodded silently and accepted the statement. There were many probing type God rules, so it was not surprising that there existed a special probing God rule that could detect his fake death. I still have one more question. Are you actually at true God limit, or at heavenly God level? Tang Ran brought up the question with a note of dissatisfaction in his voice. Neither. The corners of Lin Huang's lips twitched up slightly as he replied. This response left Tang Ran completely stunned. If he was not at true God limit, nor a heavenly God, then was he a lord? He never once considered that the virtual God level rank 6 that Lin Huang had been displaying this whole time was his real combat strength. You've already asked 2 questions, but I'll give you the chance to ask one more. As Lin Huang spoke, 4,000 telekinetic flying daggers floated in the air in front of him, all pointed directly at the giant python. Seeing this, Tang Ran felt a chill run down his spine. After a moment of careful deliberation, he asked his third question. Can we call it a truce? Before Lin Huang could give him an answer, he hastily added, the Thousand Snake sect will surrender and even hand over all the items in our storage equipment as compensation, as long as you let the survivors leave safely. I admit that we have made a grave mistake, that we shouldn't have invaded this gravel world that has already been occupied by you. Lin Huang gave a hearty laugh after hearing Tang Ran's words. First of all, I'm a native resident of this gravel world. What you and your people have invaded is not a world I have conquered, but my hometown. Secondly, does the Thousand Snake sect have any right to negotiate a truce with us? If anything, the ones who should be negotiating with us are the myriad tribe palace who are above you, right? Lin Huang's words hit the nail right on the head, and Tang Ran felt his heart thump loudly in his chest. Of course, he did not actually want to call it a truce. The proposition was only for the sake of temporarily saving his life. He still had to avenge his younger sister who was killed by them. Moreover, as Lin Huang pointed out, even if the Thousand Snake sect and Lin Huang were to reach a settlement, it would be meaningless. After all, one word from the myriad tribe palace, and the Thousand Snake sect would have no choice but to obey their orders. Whether or not a truce could really be agreed was not something that could be decided by the Thousand Snake sect. Therefore, the answer is no. As soon as Lin Huang said that, the 4,000 telekinetic flying daggers once again turned into blood-colored lightning bolts and charged right toward the giant python incarnation of Tang Ran. The bat wings on Tang Ran's back suddenly unfolded, and with an abrupt flap of his wings, he quickly retreated backward. His current speed was more than 10 times faster than his human form, and was comparable to that of Lin Huang's telekinetic flying daggers. Lin Huang could not help raising his eyebrows. As expected, his strength is on a different level when in his origin form. Many of the Protosses that he had killed previously all died in their mortal forms, as they did not even have the time to change their physical forms before they were annihilated within seconds. Some of them would directly enter the battle in their god's form, but very few would reveal their origin form. This was because once their origin form dies, they would die for good. However, meeting someone like Tang Ran, who initially went into battle with his mortal body before revealing his origin form, was a first for Lin Huang. He could clearly feel the huge difference in strength between Tang Ran's 2 different forms. In his origin form, Tang Ran clearly had a higher level of control over the rules. Lin Huang noticed that the current Tang Ran could even use wind elemental enlightenment to slightly interfere with the trajectory of his telekinetic flying daggers. Although the effect was very subtle, compared to his previous state of complete inability to defend himself, he was definitely much stronger than before. Looks like this fellow possesses the wild beast Tang Snake's bloodline from the primeval epoch. The bloodline is very diluted, but the fact that there's even a trace of it left to this day, and that it hasn't been watered down to nothingness by other bloodlines, is already quite impressive. The voice of the stone tablet suddenly resonated within Lin Huang's body. Tang Snake, what rank is it? Lin Huang curiously asked. Those who were considered wild beasts during the primeval epoch were all pure spirit rank 6, and they would achieve lord-level strength when they became adults, the stone tablet explained. The rank that's above Supreme God rank 5 is pure spirit level rank 6. Lin Huang had always surmised that there were more ranks above Supreme God rank 5, but he did not expect that today would be the day he found out that above Supreme God, there was still pure spirit. It's a pity that the Tang Snake's bloodline in this little gremlin's body is too faint and his other bloodlines are too muddled, or there would have been a slight chance that he could have become a lord, the stone tablet said rather regretfully. Even if it wasn't diluted, he still won't become a lord, because he'll die here today. Lin Huang took over the conversation. We can't leave a single one of these invaders alive, or they'll just bring trouble to us sooner than later. If they completely wiped out these invaders, at least news would not reach the Myriad Tribe Palace until a year later. However, if even one of them were to survive and manage to escape back to the Great World, the anomaly in the Gravel World would be reported back to the Myriad Tribe Palace on that very day. Even with a year's time, Lin Huang knew that he would not be able to elevate his strength to a level sufficient to fight the Myriad Tribe Palace. Even so, he could at least use that extra time to come up with other strategies. However, if the Myriad Tribe Palace was to find out about the anomaly in the Gravel World now, the entire Gravel World would most likely be destroyed within the same day. This was also the reason Lin Huang refused to negotiate with Tang Ran. Even if Tang Ran could guarantee that what happened here would not be reported back to the Myriad Tribe Palace, it was impossible to be sure that no one else would secretly leak the news. After all, just as how the flames of a fire cannot be swathed with paper, as long as an event has taken place, the day it comes to light will arrive sooner or later. The only rational solution was to silence them with death. This was also the safest approach. The stone tablet did not say anything more. It just sensed the Tang snake's bloodline in Tang Ran's body and felt a little rueful about it. Even if Tang Ran had the full Tang snake's bloodline within him, if Lin Huang wanted him dead, it would not be able to prevent him from achieving that. Although Tang Ran possessed a pure spirit bloodline within his body, it was too faint, and in reality it did not increase his strength by much, it only greatly increased his potential in wind elemental and water elemental attributes. Out of the 11 types of control level God rule power that he had mastered, 6 of them were of wind and water elemental enlightenment. However, Tang Ran himself did not seem to be aware that he had the Tang snake's bloodline within himself. In fact, he might not even know that he had an innate talent in wind and water elemental enlightenment. The 67 God rule powers that he had cultivated were very disparate in nature, most of which had nothing to do with either wind or water elements, and a lot of time and energy had therefore been wasted in the cultivation. If he had specialized in wind and water all these years, there might have been 20 or 30 elemental enlightenments that could have reached control level, or even broke through to complete stage. Chapter 1445. New monster card. Tang Ran hunched up, making himself smaller. His wings kept on oscillating, figure darting around the void non-stop as he dodged the blood-colored lightning bolts coming at him from all directions. In his original form, his mastery of strength rule was much smoother. If forced to, he could even use compounded elemental enlightenment and affect the trajectory of Lin Huang's telekinetic flying dagger attacks, but the effects were very minimal. Even so, the disparity between his abilities and Lin Huang's was still too great. Like before, he continued to be completely overwhelmed. Lin Huang did not panic at all and maintained his original tempo of battle. The number of rules that had been compounded on the telekinetic flying daggers remained unchanged, but the red gleams that shot out from the cuffs of his sleeves kept increasing. Initially, it was only 4,000 telekinetic flying daggers, but that quickly increased to 5,000, then 6,000. Each of the telekinetic flying daggers transformed into scarlet lightning bolts and shot out like lasers. They drew countless fine lines across the void, hurtling toward Tang Ran like a dragnet. In contrast, Tang Ran was like a little fly flying wildly through a realm covered with cobwebs. By the time number of telekinetic flying daggers had increased to 10,000, the blood-red gleams left in the air by every one of those daggers was like a blood-red torrent of lightning arcs that swept toward Tang Ran to overwhelm him. At the same time, the dragnet that Lin Huang had woven finally took shape, completely sealing off all Tang Ran's avenues of escape and containing him within a sphere-shaped space. This scenario caused the entire Thousand Snake sect immense anxiety. Seeing that Tang Ran was finally completely hemmed in, almost everyone fell into despair. This time, it was Tang Ran's original form that was trapped. He was unable to use his divine ability to shed his skin for the second time. Moreover, if his original form died, he would truly be dead with no possibility of being resurrected. In the void, the entire blood-red sphere-shaped space formed by the telekinetic flying daggers kept getting continuously smaller, shrinking the area that Tang Ran could move about in. Tang Ran kept flying along the boundary of the sphere with rapid speed. He tried to find a point he might be able to use as a breach, but he could find none at all. When he saw that the sphere-shaped area delineated by the telekinetic flying daggers was becoming smaller and smaller, Tang Ran suddenly accelerated and charged toward a random point within the space. Just when Lin Huang felt puzzled, Tang Ran's figure suddenly shrank rapidly, almost instantly becoming the size of a mosquito. With his golden spear suspended in front of him, he hurtled toward the gap between two flying daggers. The spear, compounded with 11 layers of control-level rule-bending powers, pierced forward in an attack. The tip of the spear transformed into a dazzling golden ray and charged with the force of a thunderbolt toward the point of energy connection between the two flying daggers. The next second, the golden ray pierced through the blood-red ball of lightning arcs, causing a fissure in the scarlet sphere created by the thousands of telekinetic flying daggers. When he saw this, Lin Huang could not help exclaiming in surprise. His enemy's attack, a desperate gambit for life, did indeed end up giving him a fighting chance of survival. However, Lin Huang's surprise was only momentary, and the corners of his lips quirked up the faintest hint of a smirk. Tang Ran did not linger around to try and do more with this end result. Powered by rapid speed, in a flash, his figure swooped out through the fissure in the sphere. Right as he was about to continue his escape, he discovered that there was a figure already standing in front of him. Fixing his gaze on this apparition, he felt a chill suddenly run through his entire body. It was Lin Huang who was blocking his way. He had no idea either when Lin Huang had appeared. Tang Ran's fright lasted only briefly as he suddenly became aware that Lin Huang was right in front of him. In that instant, he harbored the illusion that he could turn the tables. This fellow is a psychic, he's only proficient in mid to long range attacks. He's certain to be weak in close combat, but close combat is my strong suit. As long as the threat of those telekinetic flying daggers can be eliminated, this fellow's nothing to be afraid of. With this thought in mind, Tang Ran's courage returned. His figure instantly returned to normal size. Golden spear, suspended in front of him, he hurled himself forward to attack Lin Huang. In an instant, the spear was imbued with compounded layer upon layer of rule-bending power. With this attack, Tang Ran no longer merely compounded 11 layers of control-level rule power, he also stacked them with all 67 rules that he had mastered. In a flash, he threw himself toward his opponent and the spear hurtled through the air from a distance of less than 1 meter away from Lin Huang. Wherever the tip of the spear pierced through, it seemed as if time and space disintegrated inch by inch. When Tang Ran saw that Lin Huang remained expressionless from beginning to end, he assumed it was just because the distance was too close, and the speed of his attack was also too fast for Lin Huang to be able to manipulate the telekinetic flying dagger attacks in time. However, the moment his spear thrust forward, Tang Ran suddenly noticed that a blood-colored hilt had appeared in Lin Huang's hand out of nowhere. "Where's the blade?" Just as suspicion floated up in Tang Ran's heart, he suddenly felt a cold sensation coming from his neck. When he looked at Lin Huang again, he realized that the blade was a narrow silver one and that it was stained with a golden red splash that was dripping down along the point of the weapon. "I don't know where you got the courage to engage in close combat with me." The sword in Lin Huang's hand gradually dissipated and he looked at Tang Ran with pity in his gaze. These were also the last words that Tang Ran heard before his consciousness was completely obliterated. The gigantic python's head slowly slid down and the headless corpse collapsed forward onto the ground. 2 strands of Lin Huang's telekinetic threads reached through the air, and the headless corpse was deposited into his space storage. However, another telekinetic thread suspended Tang Ran's head in front of Lin Huang, parallel to his own head. When Lin Huang stared into the pair of blue diamond-like eyes in the python's head, his pupils instantly turned dark blue, like that of a starry sky. The control-level God Rule Brain Read instantly initiated. Brain Read was the best type of God Rule to decipher a brain that was not completely dead but had lost its sense of self-protection. This was also why Lin Huang did not need to keep Tang Ran alive. Unlike Heart Glimpsing, which probed the level of the soul in a mere passing flash of time within the material realm, Brain Read required a specific amount of time. Lin Huang waited for the Brain Read progress bar to slowly rise while he looked at the push notification that Xiao He had just sent through. "Congratulations to the host. You've obtained a complete monster card. Tang Meng, Pseudo-Supreme God, I obtained a complete monster card." Lin Huang was a little surprised and immediately retrieved the card to check it. Monster card. Tang Ran, Rarity. Supreme God, Pseudo, Monster Name. Tang Meng, Type of Monster. Mutated Snake Species, Winged Snake Tribe. Bloodline. Tang Snake, Unawakened Combat Level. 6th Rank True God, 9th Rank True God Major. Spear Dao, Wind Elemental Enlightenment. Water Elemental Enlightenment. Major Skills. God Slaying Spear, God Crashing Storm. Minor Skills. Sea of Illusion, Spear Tao, True Meaning Level, God Rule, Sharp, Elemental Enlightenment, Storm Wind, Sea of Wrath, Summon Authority, Activated, Card Remarks, Trainable. Remarks: it is recommended that training start with the purification of the wild beast's bloodline. When he saw that there were hundreds of skills on Tang Ran's skill slots, and even the page on rule-bending powers was densely packed, Lin Huang felt that he had profited greatly by this card. Xiaohe even helped note suggestions about the direction training should take, obviously extremely optimistic about the Tang Ran card. If a wild beast really has the potential to achieve pure spirit rank 6 as the stone tablet says, then this Tang Ran card definitely needs to be properly trained. Lin Huang had already begun to quietly plan in his mind how he would train Tang Ran, his newly acquired imperial monster. Chapter 1446, The War is Over. It took almost 5 or 6 minutes to read Tang Ran's memory. Lin Huang casually put the snake's head into his space storage, only then did he begin searching for the answers he wanted within Tang Ran's memories. It took him merely a few seconds to find specific information on the Thousand Snake Sect. The Thousand Snake Sect was a top-grade 4 organization in the God territory. Its founder was Tang Wei, Tang Ran's great-great-grandfather. At that time, Tang Wei had only just elevated to true God level, and the Thousand Snake Sect started out as a mere grade 2 organization. After the Thousand Snake Sect had been established, it did not see any improvement for several years, and Tang Hui's combat strength advancement was also extremely slow. Right around this time, Myriad Tribe Palace had just been promoted to a grade 6 organization. They began recruiting and expanding. Almost all the grade 2 to grade 5 organizations were fair game for recruitment. As soon as Tang Wei got the news, he submitted an application, and the Thousand Snake Sect successfully became an affiliate organization under Myriad Tribe Palace. Through the first batch of benefits issued by Myriad Tribe Palace, he managed to successfully advance his combat strength to that of a 3rd-rank true god. Not long after this elevation in Tang Ran's combat level, a mysterious member of Myriad Tribe Palace's top-tier personnel suddenly came to him and assigned a mission to the Thousand Snake Sect. This task was to eliminate mini-world number 4,815,162,342. This mini-world designated as number 4815162342 was the current gravel world that Lin Huang had traveled to. In that era, however, the rules of the gravel world were more complete than they were now. It was even possible to breed true gods then. To ensure that the Thousand Snake Sect successfully completed its mission, that unknown member of Myriad Tribe Palace's top-tier personnel even sent out 109th-ranked true gods to arrive with Tang Wei and assist in this genocide. Although Tang Wei felt that there was something odd about this mission, he still accepted it. The mission was carried out without any hitches. With the assistance of 109th-ranked true gods, the Thousand Snake Sect took less than 10 days to fulfill their task of elimination, completely annihilating all the cultivators in this mini-world. However, something even stranger occurred afterward. That same top-tier individual sought out Tang Wei and informed him not to tell anyone about the genocide mission carried out on mini-world number 4,815,162,342. Tang Wei soon discovered that everyone else in the Thousand Snake Sect had completely no recollection of the number and coordinates of this particular mini-world. Although Tang Wei felt that this was extremely peculiar, he did not dare probe further into the matter. As for Myriad Tribe Palace, no one was sure if it was because Tang Wei was sufficiently obedient in following orders or for some other reason, but mini-world number 4815162342 was then classified as a subordinate territory under the Thousand Snake Sect. Several other mini-worlds and gravel worlds were also given to the Thousand Snake Sect as subordinate territories. The task of supervising mini-world number 4,815,162,342 fell to Tang Wei as well. Tang Wei set up an alert system as long as the number of true gods in that mini-world exceeded 10 people, or the number of virtual gods exceeded 300, he would lead a group there to wipe them out. After several such eliminations, a great deal of resource plundering also happened. Mini-world number 4,815,162,342 rapidly degenerated into a gravel world with incomplete rules. Myriad Tribe Palace Zos. According to Tang Ran's memories, the impression Tang Wei had of this upper-tier individual in Myriad Tribe Palace was only the name, Zos. Nothing else was known. This was because that particular individual always wore a loose black robe that hid everything beneath it. However, Tang Wei had a vague guess about the identity of that individual. It was highly likely that they were one of the founders of Myriad Tribe Palace. Why would a grade 6 organization like that be interested in our little gravel world, especially one that likely has a half-step lord behind it? With this suspicion in mind, Lin Huang continued to dig deeper into Tang Ran's memory. After more than 10 minutes of searching, he finally found a potential answer to this question. Although Tang Wei did not have the courage to probe further into the truth of the matter, Tang Ran's grandfather became curious about this issue and secretly investigated it for many years. In the end, based on the conclusions of various investigations, Tang Ran's grandfather speculated that mini-world number 4815162342 was likely to be the God Territory world core left behind after the death of a heavenly god, or perhaps even a half-step lord. Moreover, this heavenly god or half-step lord might have had a hostile relationship with Myriad Tribe Palace. The black-robed top-tier individual might also have had some unknown personal grudge against the mini-world. He chose to annihilate the cultivators in this mini-world over and over again, but had not destroyed the entire world or slaughtered all the living beings there. The purpose for this was so that the descendants of the enemy would keep building up hope repeatedly, but watch it collapse every time. Tang Ran had also run some investigations based on the clues left by his grandfather. However, he had not made much progress, so he had abandoned the attempt. However, his own speculations were similar to that of his grandfather. With the ability that Myriad Tribe Palace possessed, or even the abilities of the unknown top-tier black-robed individual, destroying a mini-world, or even a gravel world, was a mere snap of the fingers. There was no need at all for this repeated torment. Lin Huang had not expected that the final answer would be something like this. Then again, perhaps it was just a personal grievance, which had dragged the gravel world's cultivation epics into suffering extinction time and time again for millions of years. From a psychological standpoint, Lin Huang found it difficult to accept this conclusion. Perhaps the real truth is only known by that Zhou's individual from Myriad Tribe Palace. Lin Huang had already made up his mind that someday he had to find out the real reason from Zhou's himself. Lin Huang did not get an exact answer to the foremost question that he wanted to ask, so he had no choice but to let it go and dig no further into it. Instead, he sought answers to other secondary questions. It took another 10 minutes to confirm that the information previously obtained from Tang Qing was correct. It was true that all the virtual gods and true gods of the Thousand Snake sect had arrived in the gravel world, and there was still more than a year before any reports would be sent back to Myriad Tribe Palace. Lin Huang felt slightly more relieved after finding this out. If that's the case, we can finish things up now. After confirming that no other fish had slipped through the net, Lin Huang felt that it was almost time for the war to end. This eased his mind a little, and his gaze swept over the 3 areas of the True God battlefield. An instant later, the tens of thousands of telekinetic flying daggers that had besieged Tang Ran transformed into blood-colored lightning bolts. They shot out in 3 directions, directly targeting the 3 True God battlefields. In a flash, blood-red lightning bolts blotted out half the sky. A moment later, the True God-level invaders on all 3 battlefields were impaled by the blood-colored lightning bolts one after the other, and their life force was instantly dispelled. It did not matter whether they were 1st rank or 9th rank, a single attack and they all died without exception. This happened for no other reason than every one of Lin Huang's telekinetic flying daggers retained the compounded 11 layers of control-level rule-bending powers. The might of each blow was almost equivalent to a full-strength attack by Tang Ran, perhaps even stronger. Besieged by an attack of such power, the numerous true gods of the Thousand Snake sect, as well as the undying species and spirit types from the undead dimension, could put up no resistance at all. They could not defend themselves against Lin Huang's attacks, much less even try to dodge in time. Even to the eyes of the 9th-ranked true gods, the speed of the flying daggers was faster than their divine telekinesis could perceive, and was certainly beyond the limits of what the naked eye could see. In the void, true god corpses fell to the ground one by one. Everyone in the gravel world watched, stunned, and the invaders were all in a state of desperation. When Lin Huang's numerous sword servants and imperial monsters saw what was happening, they immediately turned and charged into the virtual god battlefield. Their participation immediately broke the initial stalemate. The invading virtual gods died in swaths, wailing in despair. Lin Huang was not idle either. He summoned 5 giant titan bugs that stomped into the virtual god battlefield. Chapter 1447. Lin Zan's secret. With the addition of true gods, the sword servants and the imperial monsters, the virtual god battlefield was now a one-sided massacre. Less than 10 minutes later, all the virtual god-level invaders had been annihilated, not a single one had survived. Lin Huang had already stored the loot and monster corpses from the true god battlefield into his space storage much earlier. On the virtual god battlefield, the Hunter Association, Dynasty, and other organizations, as well as the Bug Tribe, were rapidly sorting out the loot. Dongfang Bai, chief of the Union government, walked over to Lin Huang. The expression in his eyes as he gazed at Lin Huang was completely different now. Before, he had regarded Lin Huang as one of his peers, mainly because Lin Huang was the emperor of Dynasty. After seeing Lin Huang's true abilities in this last battle, however, Dongfang Bai was now completely in awe of this young man. Everyone on the third layer of the abyss brink knew that if Lin Huang had not been present at this invasion along with the reinforcements and imperial monsters that he had brought with him, the invaders would long since have broken through into the gravel world. Emperor Lin, on behalf of the Union government, I offer our sincere gratitude. The first words out of Dongfang Bai's mouth were his heartfelt thanks. Chief Dongfang, you're most welcome. The gravel world is also my homeland. Lin Huang felt the change in Dongfang Bai's attitude as well and gave him a slight nod. Where on earth did these invaders come from? Dongfang Bai asked this because he had noticed Lin Huang holding up Tang Ran's head to read his memory after Lin Huang had killed him. They are from the God Territory, a top grade 4 organization by the name of the Thousand Snake Sect, Lin Huang explained briefly. We've killed so many of their people, will there be trouble from them in the future? Dongfang Bai asked, frowning. He was rather worried about this. There'll be some trouble, yes. Lin Huang nodded. As to the specifics of the situation, I'll pay a visit to the Union government in a few days, and I'll explain it all in detail then. Chief Dongfang, if you could, please help me make an appointment with Chief Zhang. It would be preferable if all the higher levels of the Union government can be present. Of course, if there's anything that the Union government can assist with, please do let me know. Dongfang Bai nodded quickly. The two of them chatted for a while. The virtual god battlefield was finally cleaned up as best as could be done. The upper tiers of all the various major organizations came over to exchange words with Lin Huang one after the other. After all, Lin Huang had already established himself as the most powerful individual in the gravel world, with Dynasty one of the organization giants under his command. In the wake of this war, Dynasty had faintly overshadowed the Union government in terms of the limelight. After Sun Zhou, the heretics, presiding judge, had greeted Lin Huang, he gathered all his subordinates and departed from the third layer of the abyss brink. When they returned to the second layer of the abyss brink, Xiaoya could not help speaking out. I feel more and more that silly girl Sha Yu's failure to pull Lin Huang back into the heretics last time was a huge mistake. That's true. If Lin Huang were the heretics, presiding judge, it wouldn't be Dynasty in the limelight now, but as heretics. Zhou Tong's response was muffled as he inserted his little finger into one nostril. Hey, that's enough, you two. Are you so brazen already, to be able to say something like this to my face? Sun Zhou's expression was black with anger. If Lin Huang was our presiding judge, I think we could move our headquarters into that hive. Think about how awesome it would be with millions of virtual god-level bug guards. Not only that, anywhere you wanted to go, you could directly fly over in the hive. No matter where we went, everyone would be envious. Zhou Tong ignored Sun Zhou, continuing to agree with Xiaoya. I think that white-haired imperial monster is incredibly handsome. I'd move my desk opposite him, even if I had to remain in the office every day. I'd be more than willing. After this comment, Xiaoya abruptly turned to look at Sun Zhou. I think that you should go get plastic surgery and marry someone from Dynasty. Then you can gift the heretics to Lin Huang as dowry, FCK off. Suddenly Sun Zhou had the urge to resign from his post of presiding judge. On the third layer of the abyss brink, following the departure of the contingent from the Union government, all the various major organizations also departed after they had greeted Lin Huang. Lin Huang recalled the hive and all the imperial monsters. After the people from Misery left, he returned to Emperor City as well with the people from the dynasty. Wu Mo temporarily returned to the floating land. Lin Zan followed Lin Huang and returned to the Emperor City. After requesting Huang Tianfu to help Lin Zan find a place to stay, Lin Huang, Mr. Fu, and the upper tiers of both Dynasty and Misery held a short video conference. Lin Huang explained about the Thousand Snake Sect and Myriad Tribe Palace. He also informed everyone present of the potential crisis in a year. After finding out this information about Myriad Tribe Palace, everyone present who had been feeling relieved for less than half an hour suddenly felt twice the amount of pressure from before. After the meeting, Lin Huang went to look for Lin Zan. At the first possible opportunity. Because of the war happening previously in the Abyss Brink, there were many questions that he had not asked Lin Zan. Now, he finally had the time to do so. I always assumed that it was either Lieb Labs or Xiabel Studio that cloned you. I didn't expect it to be the Union government. The Union government obtained gene technology from an ancient ruin more than 300 years ago. 2 years after they completed explorations in those ruins, they set up a genetic laboratory. Later, they obtained related biotechnology from several ruins in succession and trained a large number of biological researchers. Right up until 100 or so years ago, they obtained cloning technology once again from a nearby ancient ruin. After that, the entire laboratory's work focused on that direction. Over the past 100 years or so, they have carried out many cloning experiments in secret. It wasn't until 11 years ago that the technology reached an initial level of advancement sufficient enough to successfully clone cultivators. 8 years ago, they began to use demigod-level samples for cloning experiments. Among these samples were the remains of Mo Kui. I'm one of those clones. The level of security in this sort of laboratory is generally extremely high. It's certainly not inferior to what's used at the Union government headquarters. How did you escape? This was the question that had puzzled Lin Huang the most. Previously, I'd always thought that I had escaped too. Then I returned to my place of origin, only to discover that I was sent out. The reason for this was that the laboratory found that all clones don't have the ability to advance via hunting and killing monsters. Our bodies can't integrate life seeds to become transcendent, let alone life fire tinder. Hundreds of laboratory staff have spent years on this problem, but none of them were unable to solve it. Therefore, someone in the laboratory suggested sending clones into the gravel world to conduct differentiated social observation experiments. They would allow the clones to develop freely and see whether it was possible for them to find a way to evolve. 4 years ago, they selected 100 clones just like me and placed them in the gravel world as a social observation experiment. Most of these 100 clones were adopted, but most of them were adopted into ordinary families and didn't become cultivators. Only a few individuals, myself included, were exposed to the life power of cultivators. Aside from me, however, the life power in the others' bodies quickly dissipated within a year, and they could not assimilate life power a second time. It was only later that I also discovered that if it weren't for you teaching me army attack tactics, I wouldn't have been able to embark on the path of cultivation. There is only one way that clones can cultivate, that is, you must learn the cultivation method that the parasite body used in its cultivation path to be able to cultivate normally. The cultivation path of my parasite body, Mo Kui, was based on army attack tactics, and what you taught me happened to be army attack tactics. So, I became the only cultivator among 100 cloned individuals. However, the Union government has been continuously keeping me under observation. They also know that you infused me with life power, which allowed me to assimilate into a silver-level cultivator. However, due to the short duration of my exposure to army attack tactics, my combat strength never advanced to gold level, which led them to think that ancient cultivation methods were not that effective. That's why they left me alone. Later, the drop of Mo Kui's god blood that Mr. Fu left behind transferred a lot of Mo Kui's memories to me. At that time, I didn't know that I was a clone. I thought I was Mo Kui, who had been able to regenerate through some means. Because of my incomplete memories, as well as too many unanswered questions, I desperately wanted to search for the truth, so I left you all. After I received Mo Kui's god blood and left you, I was finally free of the Union government's surveillance. My combat strength improved every day and my abilities also became more powerful. I also quietly continued to investigate the mystery of my own origins. In only half a year, I advanced to virtual god level. After another 6 months, I elevated to virtual god rank 3 and finally located the Union government's genetic laboratory. There, I fought a massive battle with the virtual god who was in charge of overseeing the place. After I won, I finally learned the truth from the scientific researchers themselves. After that, the Union government contacted me many times to negotiate with me. In the end, Zhang Shan personally came to inform me of the crisis in the gravel world and offered certain terms in exchange to persuade me to cooperate with the subsequent cloning experiments. Those few batches of virtual god clones on the battlefield were all created by them with the information and physical data that I provided. After listening to Lin Xuan's experiences over the past few years, Lin Huang was silent for a long time before he stretched out his hand, placing it on Lin Xuan's shoulder. You've had it rough these past few years. What do you plan on doing next? Lin Huang asked again. I don't know. Now that the mystery of my origins has been untangled, I've not much of a purpose anymore. Lin Xuan shook his head and smiled bitterly. If I have to give a purpose, then maybe it might be advancing to true God. Why not go to the great world together with us then? Lin Huang suggested. With your current virtual god rank9 combat strength, you'll only be able to advance further if you go to the great world. Xianxia is also virtual god rank9 already, and there's really no need to stay in the gravel world any longer. Our family can be reunited in the great world, Lin Huang continued. Teacher will also head to the great world with us. You should have a lot of memories of him in your mind, right? Teacher. Lin Xuan fell silent after hearing this. Of course, he had memories of Mr. Fu. Mr. Fu had adopted Mo Kui from an early age and raised him. To Mo Kui, Mr. Fu was both master and father. Lin Xuan had previously emphasized that he was Lin Xuan when he met with Mr. Fu in the abyss brink, mainly because he did not know how to face Mr. Fu. After all, he was not Mo Kui. Yet, Mo Kui's memories were like Lin Xuan's personal experiences, which made him felt like Mr. Fu was both his master and father. Don't think too much about it, just let things develop as they will. Lin Huang also noticed Lin Xuan's struggle. However, he also knew that Mr. Fu had no children, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that he thought of Mo Kui as his own since he had raised Mo Kui as an infant. He would inevitably think of Mo Kui when he saw Lin Xuan, who was exactly the same in appearance and temperament. The relationship between the two would indeed be very awkward. I may still need to remain in the gravel world for a month or two. After that, I'll take Xianxia and the others to the great world, Lin Huang continued. Don't get all knotted up about it, let's just go together. You'll have to go to the great world sometime anyway. Alright then, Lin Xuan finally agreed. After all, he had nothing more to worry about in the gravel world. The only ones who had ties here were Lin Huang and Lin Xin. Chapter 1448. Returned to First City on the same day that everyone in the Abyss Brink returned to their respective organizations, news that the war had been won quickly spread throughout the cultivation world. There were a handful of virtual gods who uploaded videos to the hard network that they had secretly recorded. Although the videos were deleted by the Emperor's heart within seconds, some cultivators still managed to view them. A few people quickly took screenshots and shared them continuously on different social media platforms. By the time the Emperor's heart had managed to eliminate all the screenshots from all these social media platforms, almost half of the cultivators who were following this incident had seen at least some of the screenshots. In less than half a day, hundreds of versions of various stories were fabricated based on these screenshots. However, the main focus in almost every version was Dynasty's Emperor, who had returned 6 months ago. This was because most of the videos that were posted on the Heart Network were of Lin Huang and a few of the True God battlefields. That was also why many of the screenshots posted had Lin Huang in them. One of the clearest screenshots taken showed the scene where Lin Huang had just cut off Tang Ran's snakehead, holding it up in front of him to read his memory. This scene was interpreted in several versions of the story as Lin Huang's act of declaring his victory after he had slaughtered his opponent. Fortunately, there were multiple versions of the story and most of the details would not stand up to scrutiny, but in general, they were not far from the actual facts themselves. Under the Emperor of Dynasty's leadership, the people in the gravel world had defeated the invaders and resolved the crisis. Many people who did not like Dynasty and Lin Huang immediately criticized these stories for being untrue. They intimated that these stories were compiled by the people of Dynasty, or by fans of Dynasty, to promote Dynasty and Lin Huang. Some people even deliberately made accusations, trying to provoke conflict between Dynasty and the Union government and stir everyone up to attack Dynasty and Lin Huang. Fans of Dynasty retaliated furiously online, flaming those who spread such rumors. In no time at all, an online war of words was raging. In the space of less than a day, it engulfed almost all the social media platforms commonly used by cultivators. Even the Union government and the internal forums of the Hunter Association were spammed by flame wars from both sides. However, even though the online war went on for one full day, except for the Emperor's heart continuously deleting posts, none of the participating organizations' official accounts put forward their opinions. The Union government did not make an appearance to clarify the situation for the entire day, which caused everyone to vaguely speculate about whether or not the rumors were true. So the dominant force in the battle was not the Union government or the Hunter Association, but Dynasty. Just as a big storm was being stirred up on the internet, Lin Huang quietly brought along a few members of Dynasty's upper-tier personnel and arrived at the No. 1A1 foothold in No. 1 Zone First City. This was where the Union government's headquarters was located. In the conference room, Lin Huang, Mr. Fu, Lin Zan, Huang Tianfu, and Huang Tufu were all present. Two sword servants were sitting as observers by the wall behind Lin Huang's chair. They were Sword 101 and Sword 102. Their actual combat strength had been resealed. What was displayed in public was their previous combat strength of virtual god rank -9. No one in the entire room dared to look down on them. On the Union government's side, the Union government chief Zhang Shan, Vice Chief Dongfang Bai, the head of the Agency for Agency Ea Guanzhong, the Union Government Committee Chairman Zhao Lingming, Committee Vice Chairman Ran Ning, and Chu Shu, Press Representative Han Yao, and almost all upper-tier personnel were present. In addition to the Union government and Dynasty, the Hunter Association led by Vice President Wu Xing had also brought 3 elders along. Lin Huang was not surprised by the appearance of the Hunter Association. The group of people exchanged brief greetings before Zhang Shan went straight to the point. Emperor Lin, everyone is here now, so let's start first with what you're able to share. Lin Huang nodded. Let me think about where I should start. After a while, he spoke again. The Thousand Snake Sect is a Grade 4 organization in the God territory of the Great World. As for what's considered a Grade 4 organization, it's one that is protected by top true gods. Not only that, the number of true gods will be no less than 100, and the number of virtual gods in the organization will be over 10,000. The Thousand Snake Sect is considered relatively powerful among Grade 4 organizations. Here in the Gravel world, if you exclude me as an anomaly, the highest level an organization can reach is only Grade -2. The Thousand Snake Sect can easily slaughter thousands of Grade 2 organizations under normal circumstances. However, behind this mighty Thousand Snake Sect is another extremely powerful backstage player. This backstage player is Myriad Tribe Palace, which is one of the top Grade 6 organizations in the God territory. Upon hearing this, the expressions of almost everyone present changed drastically. They were not even very clear what a Grade 6 organization was, but they had already realized that it was a behemoth that would have no rival in any Gravel world. Emperor Lin, with your current ability, what sort of a chance do you stand against Myriad Tribe Palace? Dongfang Bai could not help asking. Lin Huang glanced at Dongfang Bai, shook his head, and smiled bitterly. Let's not talk about what I am currently. Even if you give me a year, I have no chance of winning if it comes to a head-on clash. The Grade 5 organizations above the Grade 4 organizations are always protected by heavenly gods. As for the Grade 6 organizations above the Grade 5 organizations, they are all protected by top-tier heavenly gods, and the Guardians are practically all powerhouses at 9th rank heavenly god level. Not only that, the number of heavenly gods exceeds 100. As a top Grade 6 organization in the God territory, Myriad Tribe Palace's overall ability is second only to the 5 major Grade 7 organizations protected by lords. There are rumors in the God territory that their palace masters and deputy palace masters are half-step lord peak powerhouses. There are thousands of heavenly gods under their command, and there is a multitude of true gods. When they heard that, the expressions of Zhang Shan and the others present including Mr. Fu and Lin Zan became increasingly despondent. They finally understood why Lin Huang had said that even after a year, his ability would not be sufficient to go up against Myriad Tribe Palace. Having heard Lin Huang's description of Myriad Tribe Palace's might, Zhang Shan could not help speaking up again. Would a lofty organization giant like Myriad Tribe Palace interfere in this conflict between ourselves and the Thousand Snake Sect? Lin Huang's expression revealed a degree of helplessness as he continued, this is what I want to talk about next. The reason why the Thousand Snake Sect attacked our Gravel world was because they were following Myriad Tribe Palace's orders. As soon as the words were out of Lin Huang's mouth, the atmosphere in the entire meeting room dropped to freezing point. Why, we're just a Gravel world with incomplete rules. Why are we being targeted by one of the top Grade 6 organization in the God territory? It was Mr. Fu who posed the question this time. I don't know the specific reason. There's nothing specific about it in Tang Ran's memories either. Lin Huang shook his head. However, from Tang Ran's memories, I know that every time the Gravel World's cultivation epics have been destroyed, it was directed by Myriad Tribe Palace with the Thousand Snake Sect as the instrument. In other words, from the very beginning, the conflict between ourselves and the Thousand Snake Sect has essentially been a conflict between us and Myriad Tribe Palace. In the conference room, everyone's hearts gradually sank completely. Since the Thousand Snake Sect's invasion has failed now, that means Myriad Tribe Palace will send someone here in person. Lin Zan asked, turning his head toward Lin Huang. Yes. Lin Huang nodded helplessly. Every time the Thousand Snake Sect eliminates a subordinate mini-world, it takes about a year, at most no more than 1 year and 3 months. It's been 2 months now since Tang Ran and the others set off. That is to say, in a year and a month at the very latest, Myriad Tribe Palace will receive news that Tang Ran's invasion has failed. At Lin Huang's words, almost everyone present fell into despair. This was completely different from the previous invasion of the Thousand Snake Sect. If Myriad Tribe Palace really showed up, even Lin Huang would not be able to turn the tide. The fate of the Gravel World could only be imagined then. Lin Huang, is there really nothing that can be done? Mr. Fu even forgot the nickname that he used to call Lin Huang when he was being a good apprentice, and used his name instead. The only thing I can think of is to destroy the 33 space tunnels in the abyss brink. I'm not talking about sealing them, but completely annihilating them to the point where nothing is left. Although this is not a solution to the fundamental problem, at least it can buy us some time. However, there is a caveat to this delay, which is, if Myriad Tribe Palace does not have the specific dimensional coordinates of our Gravel World. This way, it will be extremely difficult for them to re-establish the space tunnels. If they do have our dimensional coordinates though, it doesn't make much sense to destroy the space tunnels. At a rough estimate, it can delay them for a few months at most, and they will soon be able to rebuild the space tunnels. Let's set aside the question of whether or not they have our dimensional coordinates first. The internal space rules for these space tunnels have long since stabilized, since they've existed for several eras. If they could be destroyed, our predecessors would have destroyed them long ago. Zhang Shan exhaled in a long sigh. Can you do it, Mr. Fu asked Lin Huang with a glimmer of hope. I've tried, but it doesn't work. Lin Huang shook his head. If I could do it, I would have destroyed all these tunnels long ago and directly cut off the path for the Thousand Snake Sect's invasion. I've asked you to this meeting to discuss whether there might be a way to solve this problem of Myriad Tribe Palace. It doesn't matter if it's destroying the space tunnels or some other way. Everyone brainstorm and share what you think, even if there's only a hint of possibility, share it. In the conference room, everyone fell silent, as if they were thinking about whether or not there might be a possible solution. Suddenly, Zhang Shan's Emperor's heart ring began vibrating. He looked down in surprise. He clearly remembered turning off his communication signal before the meeting started. However, when he saw the number that popped up on the communication page, his expression suddenly changed. My apologies, I have something that I need to deal with. As soon as the words were out of his mouth, Zhang Shan got up and left the conference room. He closed the door to the conference room and surrounded himself with a barrier screen. Then, he clicked on the message that had just been sent through to the communication page. After he read it, his expression became even more puzzled. Zhang Shan turned off the communication page and stood still, considering things for a while. Only then did he turn around and open the door of the conference room again. His gaze traveled through the assembled individuals and settled directly on Lin Huang. Emperor Lin, there's a matter on my side that requires you to come with me. When he saw that 2 sword servants were preparing to stand up, Zhang Shan immediately added, the rest of you can wait in here in the conference room, we should be back soon. Lin Huang nodded at the sword servants, signaling for them to sit down and be at ease. He then nodded at Mr. Fu, who looked at him, then stood up and walked toward Zhang Shan alone. Chapter 1449. Conversation with Emperor's Heart. After they left the meeting room, the two walked a distance along the promenade before Lin Huang finally asked, can you tell me what this is about now? Emperor's Heart wants to see you. Zhang Shan stopped and activated screen barriers before he turned and confronted Lin Huang. Emperor's Heart. Lin Huang was not expecting this answer and was a little surprised. It's sentient. He raised this question because, apart from Goldfinger, he had not seen any god relic or god rule relic with sentience. Even a God sequence relic like Thousand Face only had a weak consciousness and did not have the ability to think independently. It has always been sentient. Zhang Shan nodded and gave an affirmative answer, but these words seemed to have a deeper meaning to it. Lin Huang fell into silence as he contemplated the messages from Zhang Shan's words. 1. Emperor's heart was not a product of the new era, it may have come from a certain ruin or wasteland. 2. From the very moment it was discovered, Emperor's heart had been sentient. 3. Emperor's heart had the ability to communicate with humans, and it should have reached a certain cooperative relationship with the Union government. After he summed up the few pieces of information, the first thought that popped into Lin Huang's mind was artificial intelligence. Before Lin Huang traveled over, artificial intelligence was also one of the developing areas of science and technology. Many giant technology companies had established specialized departments and developed many derivative products such as drones, sweeping robots, smart translators, etc. However, the development of artificial intelligence on Earth was still in its infancy stage, and it was still far from advanced artificial intelligence. However, Lin Huang vaguely felt that Emperor's heart might be an advanced piece of artificial intelligence. Otherwise, it was impossible for it to build the Emperor's heart network throughout the entire gravel world on its own. After all, this world had no programmers. In an instant, Lin Huang had a whirlpool of thoughts in his mind, but the last thing he said out loud was one short sentence. Why does it want to see me? I don't know. Zhang Shan was telling the truth, he did not know why Emperor's heart suddenly wanted to see Lin Huang. When he received the news from Emperor's heart, he was no less surprised than Lin Huang. Lin Huang could also tell that he did not lie. He nodded slightly and did not press Zhang Shan any further. After he deactivated the screen barrier, Zhang Shan summoned a dimensional portal, and Lin Huang followed him into it. Lin Huang was not wary of Zhang Shan potentially plotting against him. With his current ability, there was really nothing that could threaten him in this gravel world, whether it was people, monsters, battlefields, battle formations, or weapons. However, he was still on guard against Emperor's heart. If it was artificial intelligence, it may possess weapons beyond this gravel world. If it was a Goldfinger, it likely had mastered a terrifying unknown power. As he pondered the matter, the dimensional portal opened. Lin Huang collected his thoughts, followed Zhang Shan, and stepped out of the portal. The underground cave in front of him was not unfamiliar to Lin Huang. 2 years ago, Guanzhong brought him here when he unlocked his Emperor's Heart Ring. The giant sphere was still suspended in the void. The entire structure looked like it was constructed from the roots of countless trees, layered on top of each other, but there were round holes on the surface. It looked a bit like a huge honeycomb. As Lin Huang considered his next move, a deep voice of a middle-aged man resounded. Zhang Shan, I want to be alone with Lin Huang for a while. The sound was transmitted from the inside of the sphere. Zhang Shan nodded slightly in the direction of the sphere, then turned and addressed Lin Huang, then I shall leave first. As he spoke, he turned around, pushed open the dimensional portal again, and stepped into it. Soon, the dimensional portal was closed and gradually faded away. When he saw Zhang Shan leave, Lin Huang raised his vigilance slightly and looked at the sphere in the void with scorching eyes. At this moment, the suspended sphere suddenly squirmed, and the structure that looked like plant roots moved like living tentacles and quickly condensed into the shape of a human head. Its face had a full set of facial features. Its hair was thick, and it had a bushy beard and a sideburn. When he saw that, Lin Huang was visibly taken aback, but soon recovered his composure. Hello, Lin Huang, I'm Emperor's Heart. The bearded head was the first to offer a greeting. Hello, Lin Huang responded quickly. No need to be nervous, I have no ill intentions. The bearded head seemed to notice Lin Huang's heightened guard. Although it is the first official meeting between you and me today, I actually knew about you ages ago and have been observing you silently. After he heard this, Lin Huang still did not lower his guard. When you say ages ago, how early do you mean? The first day that you traveled over. Emperor's Heart had a faint smile on his face. He seemed to expect that Lin Huang would not guess his answer. When he heard the answer, Lin Huang's expression stiffened slightly. He never expected that he had entered the sight of Emperor's Heart so early on. The day was June 6, 5 years ago. The exact time was 8:08 in the morning. Emperor's Heart even offered a more precise time. Lin Huang's heart jumped when he heard it. Of course, he clearly remembered the specific time he had traveled over, and it was exactly the time Emperor's Heart stated. The reason I know it so clearly is because the Emperor's heart ring you wore was abnormal for a moment on that day. Your life fluctuation disappeared for an instant. Although it returned to normal in the next instant, I still caught it. I knew that the moment Lin Huang's parasite body died, you traveled here. You know about the existence of travelers, so you are a Goldfinger. Lin Huang realized the identity of Emperor's heart at this moment. That's right, Emperor's heart readily admitted. Who is your host? Lin Huang pressed. My host died a long time ago. Emperor's heart's answer did not surprise Lin Huang. I'm asking about the current host. Without a host, how can you function as a Goldfinger? If you only perform part of the function, you don't need to have a host. A temporary host is fine, Emperor's heart explained. Do you remember the stairway tree? That is my current host. Stairway tree. Lin Huang certainly knew about the stairway tree in the Genius organization. It was the largest tree he had ever seen in his life. But isn't that just a virtual thing on the internet? Why can't virtual things act as a host? Emperor's heart retorted. The essence of consciousness is information. The network can store information, so why can't it store consciousness? Okay. Lin Huang conceded that Emperor's heart had a point. It had the ability to digitalize their own consciousness, so it was not impossible to hide the ontology in the network. I think we should go straight to the topic. What do you want with me? Lin Huang changed the subject. Mainly two things. One is about Myriad Tribe Palace, the other is related to my host. Chapter 1450. The one who came from the abyss. I had always known that this gravel world is facing a threat from a certain organization of the Great World. The Emperor's heart paused to gather his thoughts a little and continued. To be precise, it is under threat from one individual. The Myriad Tribe Palace is just their pawn. Are you sure? Myriad Tribe Palace is the grade 6 top organization in God territory, and they have at least 2 half-step Lord level powerhouses. Lin Huang's face was full of amazement. He always thought he had fully excavated the background of the Thousand Snake sect, which stopped at the Myriad Tribe Palace. If such a huge organization is only a pawn, then is the person you are talking about a certain Lord of God territory. They are an extremely powerful Lord. However, they don't come from the God territory but from the abyss. The Emperor's heart finally revealed this secret that he had kept hidden for many years. A Lord from the abyss has also developed a grade 6 peak organization in God territory. Who possesses such great ability? Lin Huang asked hurriedly. Their name cannot be mentioned, because wherever their name is uttered, their sight will be cast there. Their eyes cannot be directly gazed upon. Those who look directly upon them will be completely plunged into the sea abyss and perish on the bottom of the sea for eternity. Their call cannot be answered. The responder will lose all of his will and become their slave forever. Although the Emperor's heart's words were somewhat vague, Lin Huang understood how terrifying this, was. Why is such a terrifying existence setting their sights on a small place like ours? Lin Huang suddenly guessed the answer when he asked this question. He raised his head and stared at the huge head floating in the void, frowning slightly. You know so much, is it because of you that the gravel world is being targeted? To be precise, it is because of my host. The Emperor's heart finally told the truth. They and my host are mortal enemies and have fought many times. In the last battle, my host was defeated, and the remnant of my host's soul and I fled. You fled to this gravel world, and then you were discovered. So, they sent someone to chase after the two of you. Lin Huang guessed the subsequent plot. It's not as simple as you think. The Emperor's heart shook his gigantic head. You should know that there is more than one great world, right? The battlefield where my host fought with them is not in this great world. After my host's initial defeat, my host split their God territory into 1,000,000 fragments and projected them toward different great worlds. The severely injured soul of my host and I were hiding in one of the fragments of God territory and descended into this great world. The gravel world under your feet is that fragment of God territory. To some extent, you are all descendants of my host. Lin Huang did not expect this turn of events. What happened after that? Was this fragment discovered? After the epic battle between the two, my host died in the battle, but they were also seriously injured. For millions of years, that person should have been hiding in the abyss to heal their wounds. But before returning to the abyss, they left behind a projection in the incubus world, which has induced a large number of believers in their dreams. For these years, that person's followers have been searching for the existence of my host's God territory fragments in various great worlds. Over millions of years, most of the fragments of the God territory have been discovered, including ours. I have a few questions. As he listened to the story, Lin Huang could not help but interrupt the Emperor's Heart's narration. According to the information I got from the Thousand Snake Sect, Myriad Tribe Palace should have discovered our gravel world long ago. Why doesn't the powerhouse of the Myriad Tribe Palace directly come to destroy our world? Even if they don't want to let other organizations know, as long as a lord hides their identity, they won't be discovered by making a single attack. Also, why did the Myriad Tribe Palace get the Thousand Snake Sect to only eliminate cultivators and not ordinary people? Isn't it more effective to eliminate all living things once and for all? The reason is very simple. That person wants to obtain the source of my host's strength. They want to get their hands on me, a Goldfinger. Myriad Tribe Palace discovered that our gravel world is a fragment of God territory, but they didn't know that the remnants of my host and I were hiding on this particular fragment. So, they have not taken the next step to refine the gravel world forcefully and enshrine it for that person. Instead, they have been waiting for that person to give instructions for the next step and dare not make a move themselves. As for not eliminating all life forms, the reason is simple. God territory fragments are not complete worlds. Here we are referring to incomplete worlds, not incomplete rules. Once a large number of life forms die out, the world composed of God territory fragments will soon move towards self-disintegration. You should also know that when the Thousand Snake Sect made a move on this world several times in the past, the rules of the true God of this world were still complete. But more than 800 years ago, the rules were no longer complete. This is due to the death of a large number of cultivators. The entire energy of the God territory fragments scattered, leading to accelerated disintegration. It knows that my host's remnant soul cannot be awakened in a short time, and once the fragments of the God territory attached to the remnant soul collapses, the remnant soul will die for good. What that person wants is the living remnant soul with the memory of the host intact, and as such, they do not want the fragments of God territory to collapse. As for the cultivators who instructed the Myriad Tribe Palace to hunt for the fragments of God territory, the reason is also very simple. Because once the native cultivators of the God territory fragments have reached the true God level and mastered rule-bending powers, they may be recognized by the world will of the mini-world, and it is even possible for them to successfully refine the fragments of God territory. At this point, the huge head of the Emperor's Heart looked down at Lin Huang, and after a pause, he continued. You want to relieve the gravel world of its current crisis. Here is the solution. Lin Huang listened for a moment, and then immediately reacted. He looked up at Emperor's Heart with a look of surprise. You mean, for me to communicate with the world will and refine this piece of God territory? But, even refining it would be useless. Won't the several spatial dimensional gateways in the abyss brink still exist? Myriad Tribe Palace can still transport people over. After you refine this piece of God territory fragment, you will have control over the world will. By that time, you can easily peel off the third layer of the abyss brink. No matter how stable those dimensional gateways are, they can only be transmitted to the third layer of the abyss brink that has been stripped, and can't reach the gravel world. The Emperor's Heart had obviously put some thought into it. Lin Huang fell into silence for a while after he heard that. Are you sure this method is feasible? 100%, the Emperor's Heart answered very firmly. Lin Huang fell silent for another moment, then suddenly raised his head and asked, Am I your previous host? No, the Emperor's Heart said without hesitation. Then your host has been awakened. Lin Huang asked again. My host has successfully reincarnated. The Emperor's Heart nodded. Then why are you asking me to refine the fragments of your host's God territory, instead of letting your host do it themselves? Stripping off the third layer of the abyss brink, wouldn't your host be able to do the same? Lin Huang pressed. All virtual gods and true gods born in this gravel world can try to refine it, but my host alone cannot. The Emperor's Heart looked serious and shook his head. If my host refines any fragment of God territory from their previous life, there will be energy fluctuations similar to those in the previous life, and this fluctuation will be instantly captured by that person from the abyss, who will find out our precise coordinates. I have followed my host for millions of years and have seen countless geniuses in the vast sea of stars, and there are also other travelers. Your talent and potential, among all the people I have seen, can be easily ranked in the top 3. If my host wanted to choose a person in this gravel world to refine the fragments of his God territory, I believe they would choose you. Lin Huang was surprised that the Emperor's Heart would have such a high evaluation of him. Lin Huang instantly quelled his doubts. Then I will give it a try. Chapter 1451. Don't all games have an opening CG? My host is a traveler like you, but they probably did not come from the same place as you did. Their world possesses extremely advanced technology and has even developed artificial intelligence close to the level of Goldfinger's. Also, the world that my host traveled to was not this great world of yours. That world was much vaster and stronger than your great world. There even existed powerhouses whose strength exceeded that of a lord. Powerhouses whose strength exceeded that of a lord. How could such a powerful world be invaded by the abyss? Lin Huang could not help asking. All I can say is that the power of the abyss far exceeds your imagination, the Emperor's heart earnestly explained. The abyssal creatures that you see in the gravel world are mainly from the shallow layers of the abyss. Their role in the abyss could be compared to that of plankton in the sea. In the middle layers, even true gods and heavenly gods are merely little fishes and shrimps at most. The truly terrifying part of the abyss lies within the deep layers. There are countless ancient monsters that lay dormant there. Some of them are even born as lords, some have breaths that could transform into black holes and swallow the stars even as they lay in deep slumber. As for the ones that lay dormant within the deepest depths, if even one of those fellows were to awaken, it would be enough to unleash a scene of bloody carnage across the whole universe. If the abyss is as powerful as you say, why haven't they conquered the entire universe? Lin Huang did not doubt the honesty of the Emperor's heart's words, but he felt that based on the description he heard, the abyss was easily strong enough to conquer the whole universe. I am not entirely sure of the reason, but I have heard of a legend which states that the ruler of the abyss is always in a dormant state, and their deep slumber would construct one dreamland after another. The closer the abyssal creatures are to their ruler, the stronger they become. It also means that the deeper they fall into dreamland, the more difficult it is for them to leave the abyss. The abyssal monster who is the rival of my host is one of the strongest among the monsters who are still able to leave the abyss. Upon hearing all this, Lin Huang could not help inquiring once again, what's the monster's exact strength? Can you tell me? He wanted to have a clear understanding of the level of the potential enemy he might have to face in the future. It is the level of Lord, also known as the mighty divinity level, in the universe. Powerhouses that have reached mighty divinity level will develop Dao tattoos within their bodies to consolidate Dao seals. Lord level is divided into 4 ranks based on the complexity level of the Dao seals formed by the Dao tattoos. Dao seals formed by 10 or less Dao tattoos are known as level -1. Dao seals formed by 10 to 100 Dao tattoos are known as level -10. Dao seals formed by 100 to 1000 Dao tattoos are known as level -100. Dao seals formed by more than 1000 Dao tattoos are known as level 1000. A simple way to categorize the lords would be as lower rank, middle rank, upper rank, and ultimate rank lords. My host, as well as that fellow from the abyss, are both ultimate rank lords. Millions of years ago, my host and I passed by your great world. I recall that there were no ultimate rank lords in this great world during that time, Emperor's heart added. Lin Huang was left speechless by what he heard. The existence of the abyss was too terrifying. For a moment he even considered retreating and searching for another way to overcome the crisis brought about by the Myriad Tribe Palace. He could not even afford to anger the Myriad Tribe Palace, let alone the great abyssal monster that reigned above the Myriad Tribe Palace. The Emperor's heart seemed to have noticed Lin Huang's doubts and quickly continued, however, you don't have to worry. Even if you refine the Godhead fragment, that fellow from the abyss probably won't cause any trouble for you. There are millions of God territory fragments, so there surely must be more than one that has been refined by others. That abyss fellow will not leave the abyss as long as the coordinates of my host and I have not been secured. All you have to do is think about how to deal with the Myriad Tribe Palace. You say that, but it will inevitably cause some consequences, one way or another. Lin Huang bluntly said what he was dreading. The Emperor's heart was stunned for a moment after hearing those words. He obviously did not expect Lin Huang to have thought so deeply into the subject. This was actually something he had wanted to conceal if possible. The Emperor's heart let out a dry laugh but still continued on with the conversation. This so-called consequence is just an illusory concept. Even if your actions indirectly affect the future, it definitely won't be as serious as you think it is. Lin Huang did not want to get further entangled in this topic, so he just changed the subject. I'm a little curious, when did your host's defeat in battle take place? 4.83 million years ago, the Emperor's heart stated the fact blandly. This piece of God territory fragment arrived in this world 3 days after my host's defeat. After that, the remnant soul of my host went into a deep sleep, and I used the seed of the stairway tree as a host body to begin slowly growing. At that time, most areas of the God territory fragment were still old-growth forests with various living creatures. I imparted the knowledge of cultivation to a bunch of kids that caught my eye, and some of them indeed excelled in their cultivation. This era is called the primeval epoch by the descendants of this world. The primeval epoch of the gravel world was started by you. Lin Huang exclaimed involuntarily. Yes, it's just a pity that less than 1,000,000 years after the start of the primeval epoch, this piece of God territory fragment was discovered by that person's subordinates, who mobilized the invasion and began purging this land. After the end of the primeval epoch, I once again passed down the knowledge of cultivation to a new batch of people, but a little over 1,000,000 years ago, another major bout of purging happened. That was the end of the era that was coined the archaic epoch by your people. After that, I intervened in the advancement of the gravel world again and again, bringing out different systems of cultivation routes each time. Despite that, the cultivators were all massacred to extinction every time. After listening to the Emperor's Heart's explanation of this period of history, Lin Huang was bursting with more questions to ask. How much do you know about the opening of various virtual eyes during the new era? Was this also that person's doing? Hearing this question, the Emperor's heart fell silent for a moment before speaking again. The new era was started by me. Those virtual eyes were also opened by me. The Emperor's heart did not know how to react to Lin Huang's expression of shocked disbelief, so he just continued. Due to previous cultivation epochs being eradicated over and over again, I've started using a more unorthodox approach. I remember my host telling me that in their world, there were many games where one could increase their levels by fighting monsters. Using this as an inspiration, I used up nearly all the energy that I've accumulated over millions of years to reform the entire God territory fragment. All newborns throughout the whole gravel world will become game players, who can upgrade their levels through fighting monsters. The virtual eyes were also opened to grant experience to all cultivators. So you're saying that the opening of 3,000 virtual eyes more than 800 years ago was your doing? Lin Huang felt that things were becoming more and more outlandish every second. Yes, because conventional methods can no longer allow any powerhouses in this gravel world to rapidly evolve, let alone break the vicious cycle that is the destruction of the cultivation epochs. Desperate times call for desperate measures. But didn't that group of invaders all claim that they're from the God territory? Lin Huang asked, puzzled. That's all just an act. Don't all games have an opening CG? Chapter 1452. No, you don't want to know. I have one more question. After I cleared the 81st checkpoint on the stairway tree, I received an invitation from an organization called the Club. Were you the one who sent me that letter? Yes, but also no. My host is a member of the club. That invitation letter was the one and only invitation right that my host had. To be honest, the checkpoints on the stairway tree were not set by me. All I did was put the invitation letter on the top floor of the stairway tree. The 81 checkpoints were assessment requirements that were automatically set by the invitation letter based on its surroundings and environment. Whoever clears the checkpoints will automatically be eligible to join the club. Those assessments were all set by the invitation letter. Lin Huang's face was filled with amazement. But it just looks like a regular piece of card. There isn't even that much energy fluctuation remaining. It's just an object created by a powerhouse who has surpassed Lord level, so it'd be weirder if you actually could sense any energy fluctuation from it. Emperor's heart could not help but retort. Since your host is a member of the club, you should know a few things about it, right? Lin Huang pressed for information on the club. I don't really know that much about it. All I know is that after my host joined the club, apart from receiving a few missions, my host has only met a total of 3 other club members in the span of millions of years. The organization is very laid back, and members practically have free reign. However, one thing that I can be sure of is the fact that rewards for their missions are extremely lucrative. His chat with the Emperor's heart lasted for almost an hour. Many of Lin Huang's doubts had been cleared, and the conversation was gradually coming to an end. Why haven't you asked me who my host's reincarnation is? The Emperor's heart suddenly took the initiative to ask Lin Huang this question. Would you tell me? Lin Huang raised his eyebrows. He did not think that the Emperor's heart would disclose such confidential information to him. After all, the host's reincarnation definitely had not fully grown up yet. Logically speaking, from the Emperor's heart's perspective, Lin Huang could potentially be a great threat to the reincarnated host. Although Lin Huang did inquire about a lot of secrets, he still chose to avoid such questions out of a sense of propriety. Hearing this rhetorical question, the emperor's heart smiled and changed the subject. When are you leaving the gravel world? My original plan was to resolve the crisis in the gravel world, stay for 2 to 3 months at most, then leave after a short rest. Lin Huang felt no need to hide his plans. Now that there's the matter regarding the Myriad Tribe Palace, however, things have become a little uncertain. Well, firstly, I'll have to try and see if I can refine this piece of God territory fragment. After saying that, Lin Huang asked, if I manage to successfully refine it, will there be any effect on my God territory? If the refinement is successful, the God territory fragment will become a part of your God territory. Once you've evolved into a true God, you could even keep it in the God territory within your body and completely cut off the connection between the gravel world and the outside world. If that happens, even if the Myriad Tribe Palace were to reconnect the space tunnels with the original coordinates, all they would be able to find after teleporting is an empty void. So, there won't be any side effects? Lin Huang pressed. No, there won't. It's essentially the same as accepting an incomplete inheritance, except the inheritance is neither a cultivation method nor a memory. What side effects can you possibly have from refining an inheritance fragment? The emperor's heart was a little speechless. He did not expect Lin Huang to be so cautious. By the time Lin Huang was sent back to the Union government's headquarters by the emperor's heart, more than an hour had passed. In the conference hall, the crowd had not dispersed. Due to Lin Huang's absence, they could not proceed with the main agenda of the meeting and could only discuss some minor issues as they waited patiently for Lin Huang's return. Everyone, that is, except Zhang Shan, who had been a little preoccupied with his thoughts. Due to the fact that the emperor's heart and the Union government were only tied by a partnership and were not constrained by a binding contract, his current worry was the possibility of Lin Huang and the emperor's heart forming a contractual relationship and knocking the Union government off its perch. If that were to really happen, then Dynasty would not only have Lin Huang, but also true God reinforcements and control over the entire heart network. With that, Dynasty would replace the Union government's current position in no time. After being teleported back, Lin Huang headed straight toward the conference room. When he pushed open the doors and walked in, all heads turned to look at him. Noting the questioning look in the eyes of Mr. Fu and the two sword servants, Lin Huang gave them a slight nod to signal that he was okay, then strode back to his seat. Please excuse me, let's continue, shall we? The meeting continued soon after Lin Huang's return. It was not until past 4 o'clock in the afternoon that the meeting neared an end. Yet, the various proposals that were brought up during the meeting were still not enough to relieve the crisis of the gravel world. After thinking about it, Lin Huang felt that the only reliable solution was still the emperor's hearts. However, it was impossible for him to bring up the matter regarding refining the gravel world in front of so many people. It was highly unlikely that everyone would agree to it. The Union government, in particular, would definitely be firmly opposed to the idea. Therefore, Lin Huang had no choice but to execute this plan secretly. After the refinement had been completed and the crisis resolved, it would no longer matter if other people found out. Their objections would mean nothing by then. At the end of the meeting, Lin Huang suddenly stood up. Chief Zhang, if I may be so bold, I have a request that I hope the Union government will agree to. Please go ahead, Your Majesty. Zhang Shan became alert at once. He thought that Lin Huang was going to mention something related to the emperor's heart. I hope that the cloning department of the Union government will destroy all of my younger brother's clones and genetic materials, Lin Huang said and glanced toward Lin Zan who was next to him. Zhang Shan was confused for a moment. Your younger brother? Do you mean Lin Zan? That's right. Lin Huang nodded with a serious expression. I don't care about the other clones, but for Lin Zan's, I wish for all of them to be destroyed. Zhang Shan traded glances with Dongfang Bai who was beside him, as if they were exchanging voice transmissions through divine telekinesis, before nodding. Very well. With that brief interlude, the end of the meeting was ultimately declared. Lin Huang was about to summon a portal to leave when he heard Zhang Shan's voice calling out from behind, Your Majesty, please stay back for a moment. Lin Huang paused and turned around. Is there anything else, Chief Zhang? With an eye signal from Zhang Shan, Dongfang Bai and others all quickly left. Lin Huang also asked Mr. Fu to leave. Soon, Zhang Shan and Lin Huang were the only ones remaining in the conference room. Emperor Lin, did your talk with the emperor's heart go well? It went pretty well. Lin Huang smiled and nodded. He had a general idea of what Zhongshan was worried about. We talked about a lot of things, and I also learned a lot of secrets. That's good. Then, Zhongshan really wanted to press for more details, but he could not bring himself to say it out loud. Don't worry, I won't snatch the emperor's heart away. Lin Huang knew what Zhongshan wanted to ask and could not bear seeing the man's embarrassed look any longer, so he just told him the truth. Its host has successfully reincarnated, so it won't choose a second host. Its host has been reincarnated. Zhongshan was taken aback. Who is it? How would I know? I didn't ask. If you guys want to know, just ask it yourself. After realizing he had probably sounded a little too desperate, Zhongshan coughed twice before swiftly changing the topic. Then, did it bring up any useful suggestions for our current crisis? It did. Lin Huang nodded, but did not bother to elaborate. Could you give me the specifics? Zhongshan immediately pressed. You wouldn't want to know, Lin Huang said, shaking his head firmly. Chapter 1453. Like the rear bumper of an old car upon his return from First City to Emperor City, Lin Huang went into closed-door cultivation at the first possible opportunity. However, this round of closed-door cultivation was not aimed at improving his abilities, rather, it was for him to consider how he might try to communicate with the world will. According to the Emperor's heart, it was possible for anyone who had mastered rule-bending power to communicate with the world will of the gravel world. However, the Emperor's heart had not disclosed how to communicate with the world will. It had only mentioned that the world will's willingness to communicate would vary from person to person. As for how to refine and integrate the God territory fragments, the only thing the Emperor's heart had said was that entrance to the world core would only be permitted by the world will if one obtained sufficient approval from the world will itself. In other words, this was all a game of currying favor. In this guessing game of how to obtain favor, though, I either need to pick the right option, or I have to present the other party with something that they like before I can conquer the target. This thought caused Lin Huang some awkwardness. But there aren't any ABCD options to choose from in communicating with the world will. I don't even know what sort of gift it might like. Amid so many uncertainties, Lin Huang decided to try and see if he could successfully communicate with the world will first. An overwhelming wave of divine telekinesis emanated from within his being, spreading in all directions like ripples, and continuously extending further into the distance. 100 meters. 1,000 meters. 10,000 meters. 10,000 kilometers. 100,000 kilometers. 500,000 kilometers. At last, the wave halted at 600,000 kilometers. Lin Huang's divine telekinesis was able to cover practically more than half the entire gravel world. Quite a number of virtual god-level powerhouses sensed the arrival of this powerful wave of divine telekinesis. Lin Huang's divine telekinesis was instantly recognizable, not just to Dynasty but also to the faraway Misery, the Union Government, the Hunter Association, and the virtual gods from organizations such as Mystic Butterfly, Shadow Killer, and the Heretics. However, several virtual gods who were not so familiar with Lin Huang thought that some powerful existence had once again arrived in the gravel world. This gave them a bit of a shock. Some even secretly contacted the Union government to report the situation. The Union government itself was unsure whether to laugh or to cry, even as they had to help explain that this was Lin Huang's divine telekinesis. All the members of Dynasty did not know why Lin Huang had suddenly sent his divine telekinesis out to probe in this manner. Isn't His Majesty in closed-door cultivation? Why has he suddenly caused such a stir? Mr. Fu even sent out his own divine telekinesis probe to inquire of Lin Huang, what's happened? Nothing's happened, I'm just trying an experiment, Lin Huang responded. Other organizations began to speculate among themselves about what Lin Huang might be up to with his current actions. Could he be looking for some sort of treasure? He might also be trying to find someone. Then again, he might just be purely demonstrating his power. Amid everyone's various speculations, Lin Huang suddenly sensed a wave of consciousness making contact with him. The wave of consciousness did not convey any verbal information, rather, what was transmitted to Lin Huang was a joyous, even lively emotion. The world will. Lin Huang was stunned for a moment but immediately pulled himself together. His initial idea had been to extend his divine telekinesis and probe around first, then try to communicate with the various incomplete rules-bending powers in the void. Afterward, he would search through the vestiges of these rules-bending powers for clues to see if he could find any traces left behind by the world will. However, he had never expected that less than 10 seconds after sending his divine telekinesis out, the world will would take the initiative to search for him. Based on what the Emperor's heart had described, the world will was still in the stages of infancy due to the gravel world's incomplete rules. Most of its behavior was instinctual. In fact, its subjective consciousness was not very strong. It was also unable to understand human language. When he sensed the desire for connection that the world will conveyed, Lin Huang's divine telekinesis also sent out a message of goodwill. As soon as he made known his intentions, the world will was even more thrilled. Lin Huang speculated that the world will displayed such friendliness to him probably because he had killed the invaders from the Thousand Snake sect. Although the world will did not have a high intelligence, it was still very much aware that the Thousand Snake sect were the ones who had suppressed it before. After condensing his divine telekinesis and having some friendly fun with the world will for a little, Lin Huang then guided the world will to the periphery of the abyss brink. Lin Huang's divine telekinesis transformed into a large hand and stretched out a finger, pointing toward the abyss brink. At the same time, Lin Huang sent out a thought: I must find a way to solve the problem of the abyss brink. Even though the world will was unable to communicate in words, it managed to catch the gist of what Lin Huang meant. Propelled by Lin Huang's divine telekinesis, the world will directly broke through into the third layer of the abyss brink. Upon entering there, the world will's mood dropped very conspicuously. Lin Huang's divine telekinesis once more transformed into a large hand and pointed in the direction of the dimensional gateways. The world will then fully understood what Lin Huang meant. It quickly nodded, indicating that it needed Lin Huang's help to solve this issue. Without even waiting for Lin Huang to state his request to refine and integrate his God territory fragments, the world will suddenly traveled through the dimensions and arrived in Emperor City. It transformed into a dense cloud of fog shaped like a human figure and appeared in the Emperor Palace. Before Lin Huang could react, the other party had suddenly discovered his physical location. He saw the humanoid-shaped cloud of thick fog rapidly heading toward him. Lin Huang only felt his vision being enshrouded by the fog, and he experienced a brief moment of confusion. When he came back to his senses again, he was already in the void. In the pitch-black darkness of the void, Lin Huang quickly saw a thin red gold sheet not too far away. It was about the size of a palm. The sheet was translucent and irregularly shaped. It looked a bit like a torn half of a playing card. He stretched his hand toward the sheet to investigate it, placing it in his palm. He was just about to examine the object carefully, only to discover that it was disintegrating into countless red gold sparks. The sparks then transformed into countless points of starlight that swarmed right into his inner world. Lin Huang quickly sent his consciousness into his body to probe and discovered that the myriad red gold sparks were making for the God territory within him, Monster Paradise. However, the strangest thing was that the sparks, which descended with terrifying momentum like a meteor shower, did not cause any damage at all to Monster Paradise. After falling into his God territory, they only generated layer upon layer of ripples in the void, which then quickly dissipated and vanished completely. Before Lin Huang could even react, he realized that the integration was complete. That's it. He was utterly startled, still finding it hard to believe. Refinement and integration have been completed just like that. Lin Huang checked his God territory, still harboring some doubts. His God territory did not seem to have changed much, but Lin Huang suddenly discovered that a wreath of dense fog in human shape had infiltrated the entire area. The world will can enter my God territory. Only after seeing the incarnation of the world will appearing was Lin Huang finally able to confirm that he had indeed completed the integration and refining of the God territory fragments. How do I use the power of the world will to strip off the third layer of the abyss brink? Right as this doubt arose in Lin Huang's mind, he suddenly experienced a moment of disorientation. When he regained his senses, he found that his perspective was now completely different from before. Wherever he looked, there were no longer any solid objects. There were only dots and lines of various colors scattered in all directions, as well as fluctuating clouds. It took Lin Huang a moment before he suddenly realized what had happened. Is this the perspective of the world will? I've become the world will. Lin Huang looked around Monster Paradise and quickly discovered a gateway. He sensed that on the opposite side of the gateway was the aura of the gravel world. After hesitating for a moment, he dived in. Once he exited the gateway, Lin Huang found that he had returned to the gravel world. How do I get to the abyss brink? He could not see any solid objects, so he could not even tell which direction was which anymore. In the midst of his worries, his figure suddenly shifted. An instant later, he appeared directly at the entrance of the abyss brink. Although it was different from what he could see in the material world, it took Lin Huang only a glance to recognize that this was the abyss brink. Whenever I think about a place, I'll immediately appear there. This kind of ability is really enviable, Lin Huang muttered under his breath. The next second, he appeared on the third layer of the abyss brink. Very quickly, he saw all the 33 space tunnels. At this moment, looking at them from the perspective of the world will, he only saw 33 huge black vortices leading into the unknown like wormholes. After only a brief observation, Lin Huang made his decision without further hesitation. Strip it off. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire third layer of the abyss brink began shuddering violently. In just a few seconds, the third layer of the abyss brink completely separated from the gravel world, tossed into the void, it vanished instantly without a trace. It was like the rear bumper of an old car that had fallen off, left behind while the vehicle kept moving further and further into the distance. Chapter 1454, Advanced Monster Paradise. Once he had seen the third layer of the abyss brink completely stripped away and all the dimensional gateways vanish completely, only then was Lin Huang finally able to exhale a long breath. The impending danger posed by Myriad Tribe Palace could be considered temporarily resolved for the time being. Lin Huang also detached himself from his merged state with the world will, and his consciousness returned to his body in faraway Emperor City. He had only just come to his senses when the world will returned to him almost immediately. It transformed once more into a cloud of dense, humanoid-shaped fog and flew around Lin Huang several times to express its inner elation. Although the world will was not fully sentient, it could sense that the threat brought on by the dimensional gateways had been removed. It circled Lin Huang several times and suddenly dived into Lin Huang's inner core again, entering the god territory within him. Lin Huang quickly sent his consciousness into his mind so he could observe what the world will wanted to do. Very quickly, he saw a faint white mist beginning to rise in his god territory. As the white mist rose, the gravel world on the other side of the gateway began to merge with the god territory at a speed visible to the naked eye. Didn't the Emperor's heart mention before that I would have to wait until I reached true god level before I could begin the process of integration so I could recall the gravel world into my inner world? Lin Huang hesitated, harboring traces of doubt, but in the end, he did not stop the world will from what it was doing. Lin Huang sat cross-legged in the Emperor Palace for 3 full days. Within his inner world, only then did the god territory fragments and his own god territory finally integrate fully. At that moment, Lin Huang felt as if the entire gravel world was within his grasp, as if the god territory had been birthed from his own body. What amazed Lin Huang even more was that many rule-bending powers in the gravel world rapidly began a recovery process, and those particular rule-bending powers were all the ones that he had mastered. As the 120 rules he had mastered became part of the world, Lin Huang discovered that the number of rules was still increasing. These are the rules that Mr. Fu and Lin Zan have mastered. He discovered that the rules replicated by the gravel world to become part of the world rules included not just those that he, Mr. Fu, and Lin Zan had mastered, but also those of the other people in the gravel world who had mastered rule-bending powers. The exceptions were the sword servants, who were non-local residents. Not only that, these hundreds of rules were still slowly evolving and being derived. The world will was beginning to derive more rules on its own to perfect the world. After a violent shudder like an earthquake in the gravel world, all these complete, replicated rules circulated within the void like Dao tattoos. At that moment, almost everyone who had mastered rules, or who were close to mastering them, was ecstatic. Rule-bending powers are starting to undergo recovery, and the pathway to becoming a true god is now accessible. The integration with Monster Paradise had allowed the gravel world to become a complete world from its original broken state, so it was now possible to have the opportunity of becoming a true god. The area of Lin Huang's Monster Paradise had also started to expand even further. Originally it only had a radius of 600,000 kilometers, but now it had expanded to 1.2 million kilometers right away. Once again, Lin Huang's Monster Paradise had advanced. God Territory. Monster Paradise, God Territory's territorial range. Radius of 12,000 kilometers from the God Territory possessor, potential to grow. God Territory Ability 1, within the God Territory's territorial range or in the gravel world, the dead summoning beast soul will return to the God Territory with its body reconstructed with divine power and revived. Those that have broken souls will have their broken soul pieces recalled and recovered. They can also be resurrected in the gravel world. Ability Restriction 1. Each summoning beast can only be revived 200 times within 24 hours. Their soul will disintegrate when it surpasses 200 times and they won't be able to return to the God territory. Potential to grow. Ability restriction 2. Each summoning beast can only have their soul recovered 18 times within 24 hours. Their soul will disintegrate if it surpasses 18 times and they won't be able to return to the God territory. Potential to grow. Derivative ability. If the God territory possessor is dead within the coverage range, he can choose to use a summoning beast to substitute death. The summoning beast that is chosen as the substitute won't be able to be summoned within 24 hours. Potential to grow. Remarks. The God territory possessor can only be substituted for death 18 times within 24 hours. He can only be substituted 6 times if his soul disintegrated. Potential to grow. God territory ability 2. Within the God territory's territorial range, the God territory possessor and his summoning beasts would have an 18-fold boost on their strength, speed, and spirit. The other summoning beasts would have a 60% drop on their strength, speed, and spirit. Potential to grow. Remark 1. The God territory possessor can turn off the boost and undermining effect as he wishes. Remark 2. The weakening ability of the God territory is not effective for life entities that exceed the God territory possessor's level by 1 level or more. God territory ability 3. Within the effective range of the God territory, the God territory possessor can freely borrow any skills from all monsters within the effective range of the God territory. Remark 1. The borrowing of monster skills already possessed by the God territory possessor is invalid and will not result in a compound effect. Remark 2. Within 24 hours, the God territory possessor's number of monster skill spaces will temporarily double and the maximum number of borrowed skills must not exceed the God territory possessor's number of monster skill authorities. If he originally has 100 skill spaces, he can borrow up to 100 more skills. Lin Huang checked the specific information and found that the number of revivals had increased exponentially from the original 100 times to 200 times. The number of soul recovery and death substitutions had also soared from 12 times to 18 times. The strength, speed, and spirit boost had also increased from 12-fold to 18-fold, and even the weakening ability had increased from 50% to 60%. The most important thing was that the summoning beasts did not need to return to the God territory to be revived, but could directly be resurrected in the gravel world on the spot. In other words, the entire gravel world had become Lin Huang's home turf. While Lin Huang was still observing the changes in the gravel world and monster paradise, the Emperor's heart ring on his finger suddenly began vibrating. Lin Huang looked at the Emperor's heart ring, rather startled. Before he went into closed-door cultivation, he was absolutely certain he had cut off all network and communication signals. Harboring these doubts in mind, he clicked on the communication page. The caller's number did not display any numbers, only 2 words, Emperor's heart. As far as he could remember, he had not added the Emperor's heart to his address book, but he was also instantly able to confirm that the caller was the Emperor's heart. After being connected, the voice of the Emperor's heart came through, sounding rather excited. You succeeded. Yes, I succeeded. Although this was a very abrupt question, Lin Huang knew exactly what the other party was asking about. I anticipated that you would succeed, but I didn't expect you to do it so quickly. The tone of the Emperor's heart's voice was one of exhilaration. From the looks of it, you not only completed the refining but also the integration as well. Yes, Lin Huang nodded. This kind of thing could not be concealed from the Emperor's heart. Has the 3rd layer of the abyss brink been stripped off? The Emperor's heart asked again. Yes, it has. That's good. The threat from Myriad Tribe Palace has at least been temporarily removed. The Emperor's heart finished speaking and added, when Myriad Tribe Palace notices the anomalies in the gravel world, they will definitely try to re-establish the coordinates of the gravel world over and over again. Unless it's the last resort, or there is definite evidence to prove the existence of myself and the host, they would dare not contact it who shall not be named from the abyss. I hope so, or we'll all die miserably. Lin Huang raised his brows upon after hearing that. The matter was already done and he had no regrets about it, even if the enemy that he faced in the future might well be the terrifying being within the abyss. Since the integration has been completed, you can now keep the gravel world within you without having to wait for true God level, the Emperor's heart said with a laugh. However, now that the 3rd layer of the abyss brink is gone, the path leading to the virtual zone has also been destroyed. If you have no way of returning to the great world, I can help you by opening a gateway. There's no need for something as complicated as that. I have a way to return to the great world. If Lin Huang wanted to return to the great world, It was a very simple matter. It only required a thought for him to be teleported back to the Great Heaven Palace, and he could make his exit from the Great Heaven territory. As for the others, he could wait until he returned to the Great World, then release them directly from the God territory within him. Chapter 1455. The third layer of the abyss brink is gone. The world rule of the gravel world was starting to be restored. The earliest ones to sense it were the few virtual gods who were either close to or have already mastered rule-bending power. Seeing the rule sigil ripple through the void, they were overjoyed despite not being quite sure what had just happened. They were joyous because this meant that the era that required to sense rule-bending power from god rule relics or other rule devices has passed. The sensing rule would be 10 times easier than before. The shackles of true God were unlocked as well. The virtual gods rank 9 of the various large forces, as well as a handful of virtual gods rank 8, all went into closed-door cultivation immediately, eager to use this opportunity to complete the breakthrough to the next step. Here at Dynasty, Mr. Fu and Lin Zan also instantly went into closed-door cultivation. As for the other virtual gods, they could feel tangibly that the divine power of the gravel world had become more abundant. Many gifted cultivators also sensed the abnormality of the energy within the gravel world. The current changes of the gravel world were somewhat similar to a commonly used phrase in a novel that Lin Huang had read before in his past life, spiritual influence anabiosis. The monsters in the gravel world sensed changes in the energy density more acutely than to humans. Many monsters broke through their current combat level straight away, with a few gifted monsters even upgrading. The virtual gods and monsters hiding at inhibited places like the peaceful ocean collectively became stronger. The anomaly of the gravel world quickly became the topic of discussion of the cultivation world. The internal platforms within the various large forces, as well as several large social platforms where cultivators congregated at, were all discussing the sweeping changes in the gravel world. In the beginning, many people thought that it was just a figment of their imagination. It was only after seeing similar views from many others online that they soon understood that this world has truly changed. The post that stirred up the most heated debate, "Is there a bug on the third layer of the abyss brink?" blew up on the second day after Lin Huang came out of closed-door cultivation. What happened was that an Imperial level realized that he was unable to enter the third layer of the abyss brink, then described this strange scenario he had experienced online. On the same day this post was published, there were several curious cultivators who also entered the abyss brink and eventually found out that they were unable to enter the third layer of the abyss brink. Therefore, this post went absolutely viral. The various large forces also sent out members immediately to investigate. After confirming that this was real, they too appeared to be dumbfounded, even somewhat anxious about the development. The Union government was no exception. They feared that the anomaly of the abyss brink was connected to the Myriad Tribe Palace. When Zhang Shan caught wind of this matter, the first thing he did was to dial Lin Huang's number. "What are your thoughts about the anomaly at the abyss brink? Is it possible that this was the doing of the Myriad Tribe Palace?" Zhang Shan did not beat around the bush and posed this question with some urgency. "It's got nothing to do with the Myriad Tribe place. It was my doing," Lin Huang admitted candidly. "You did it?" Zhang Shan looked flabbergasted. "You sealed the third layer?" His first response was to assume that Lin Huang had just sealed the third layer of the abyss brink so no one could enter. "I did not seal it. I stripped it away." Worried that Zhang Shan did not understand, he added, "From now on, there will no longer be the third layer of the abyss brink." "What?" Upon hearing the explanation, Zhang Shan looked even more dumbfounded. "I'm unable to destroy the space tunnel. The only way I could think of to eliminate the danger from the Myriad Tribe Palace was to strip the third layer of the abyss brink away from the gravel world. So, I did just that," Lin Huang said casually. Only then did Zhang Shan finally understand what Lin Huang meant, but he was still astonished. However, he did not know how Lin Huang managed to do it and certainly did not realize that Lin Huang had already refined the entire gravel world. "But if you do this, won't the tunnel to the virtual zone from our world be sealed off too? How are we able to go to the great world in the future then?" Zhang Shan frowned. The severity of the situation suddenly dawned on him. "Relax, there isn't just one tunnel to the great world." In order to make it more believable, Lin Huang added, "From what I know, there is a tunnel that leads straight to the great world somewhere at the bottom of the peaceful ocean, even bypassing the virtual zone." The reason he revealed this was because he actually was planning on creating a tunnel entrance at the bottom of the peaceful ocean to connect the gravel world directly to the great world. "Could you provide us with the coordinates of this tunnel of yours?" Zhang Shan immediately asked. I haven't found it, but this piece of information came from a very reliable source. I am sure it exists. Lin Huang could only buy time with this method. After all, he had not opened up such a tunnel and naturally did not know its non-existent coordinates. Zhang Shan did not know what to make of Lin Huang's answer. He composed himself slightly before posing another question. There's something else. Since yesterday, it seems like the energy density in the gravel world has increased. Many monsters have become stronger. I even heard from Sir Chen that the world rule of the gravel world has started to recover. Do you know anything about this as well? I could sense it, but I'm not really sure about the specifics of what happened. Lin Huang obviously did not reveal the truth. He chose to lie about this matter because he did not wish for the Union government to find out that he was the one who refined the gravel world. The reason was very simple. He was fully aware that the Union government would never approve of what he had done. Even if it was too late to change it, the moment he revealed the truth, Lin Huang figured he probably would have to face endless rounds of meetings and debates with the Union government. Even though Zhang Shan and the others were no match for him, they still had the power to annoy him to death. It was precisely because Lin Huang understood this clearly, hence he chose to conceal the truth instead. Of course, he was not planning on covering up the truth forever. If the Union government ever found solid evidence, he would confess quite readily. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, he even went as far as to not tell Dynasty and Misery about him refining the gravel world. Only Mr. Fu, Lin Zan, Lin Xin, and a few others knew about it. After the telephone conversation with Lin Huang ended, Zhang Shan sat in front of the office desk, lost in deep thought. Naturally, he did not believe that Lin Huang had no idea about what caused the changes in the gravel world. If he had to hazard a guess, he would even surmise that these changes were most likely brought about by Lin Huang himself. However, he did not know what exactly Lin Huang had done. After pondering this over without much success, Zhang Shan rubbed his temples before dialing a number, delivering the news of Lin Huang stripping away the third layer of the abyss brink. Half an hour later, the Union government released an announcement. After investigating, we have found that due to the massive threat posed by the space tunnel on the third layer of the abyss brink, a strong individual personally destroyed the entire third layer of the abyss brink. From today onward, the third layer of the abyss brink no longer exists. The moment this announcement was released, the entire cultivation world was shaken to its core. The Union government neither revealed who this strong person was, nor did they say that the abyss brink has been stripped away, instead saying that it has been destroyed for the sake of clarity. Although the Union government did not provide a name, almost all the virtual gods knew that this matter was definitely connected to Lin Huang in some way. Even if he did not personally do it, he was definitely involved. After having seen the announcement, a good number of virtual gods immediately turned to the Union government to inquire about the virtual zone. The Union government gave the same response as Lin Huang at the bottom of the peaceful ocean. There was a space tunnel that also led to the great world. Numerous cultivators under the virtual gods were also astonished upon hearing this announcement. Online discussions were spreading like wildfire. The third layer of the abyss brink is gone just like that. The imperial level, demigod, even the god level monsters within it are also gone. This totally sucks. I was planning on going to the third layer next week to have a look. I even took my pants off already. I haven't been there either. After 5 years of struggles, I got to see the first layer. It's okay even if the third layer of the abyss brink is gone. The peaceful ocean welcomes you. There is bountiful seafood in the peaceful ocean. You can have first dibs. Chapter 1456. Return to respawn point No 7D101. Having completed the refinement and integration of the gravel world, as well as eliminating the threat from the Myriad Tribe Palace temporarily, Lin Huang started contemplating returning to the Great World. Before doing this, however, he was prepared to keep Lin Xin company for some time. After all, with the time spent in closed-door cultivation, both of them have not seen each other much for about a year and a half. In truth, it was also a convenient excuse to give himself a relaxing holiday. During these 1.5 years, he spent most of his time on the go, cultivating and elevating his abilities. Due to the crisis within the gravel world, he was almost always highly strung. Now, he could finally slow his pace down slightly. Early in the morning, Lin Huang dragged Lin Xin along with him to Mrs. Fatty's Soup Dumplings shop. It was the end of October already. The autumn season in Emperor City was nearing its end. The weather was gradually turning colder. This change in temperature did not affect cultivators much, but ordinary people have been forced to layer up with thick outerwear. The tables and chairs that Mrs. Fatty usually arranged outside her shop entrance had been taken back indoors, with only 2 empty tables left within the shop. After all, soup dumplings were the sort of food that should be eaten hot and did not taste as good cold. Lin Huang and Lin Xin entered the shop and immediately sat down at one of the empty tables. "Bro, you woke me up first thing in the morning just to eat dumplings." While Lin Xin did enjoy eating Mrs. Fatty's soup dumplings, she did not particularly like waking up early. Especially since graduating from the Martial Hunter College, she organized most of her schedule by herself. She normally slept until a little past 9 in the morning. Since moving to Emperor City, this routine turned into a lifestyle, and no one in Dynasty dared to disturb her lie-ins. "We haven't had a proper chat in almost a year and a half." Lin Huang smiled. "Yeah, it's been a year and a half already," Lin Xin lamented. She still remembered how difficult it was to adjust the year Lin Huang left for the great world. Even though in the past Lin Huang was often away from home, at least she could use her Emperor's heart ring to contact him anytime. It was common for them to send messages or converse with each other directly through a digital screen. However, during the year that Lin Huang went to the great world, he went completely off-grid, hence the feeling was not the same. "You should have been to a number of places in the gravel world already. Is there anywhere in particular you would like to visit but never got around to?" Lin Huang grinned. "You want to travel?" Lin Xin felt slightly bewildered. It was a rare sight for Lin Huang to be so carefree. It's not easy to get time off. It would be good to travel and get some fresh air. Lin Huang nodded. Hearing this, Lin Xin could not help but smile. "It's rare to see you this laid back. The crisis in the gravel world has been eliminated. And I don't have any way to upgrade my combat level here. During this time before I return to the great world, let's treat it as a holiday then." Lin Huang explained merrily, casually looping his hands behind his neck and leaning back into the chair. "Moreover, you have evolved into a virtual god rank 9 in a single breath. It isn't a good idea for you to evolve to the true god level at least for a while. You should first familiarize yourself with using divine power as a virtual god rank 9, Lin Huang added. Rather than using this as an excuse to take a break, I think that someone is worried my combat level ranking has become too high and will leave him in the dust. What's there to be smug about? If I were to have your physique, I would have evolved to the heavenly god level by now at the very least, if not the lord level." Lin Huang pouted. "Besides, combat levels are virtual, only abilities are real. As a virtual god rank 9, you can't even beat me, a virtual god rank 6. There's nothing to brag about. Who wants to compete with you?" Lin Xin had witnessed firsthand Lin Huang's abilities on the battlefield. She felt that her own brother was completely out of a normal person's league. "Alright, let's change the topic. Give me a list of the places you want to visit in these 2 days. I need to spend some time on the walkthrough." Lin Huang returned to the initial subject. "No need to go through the trouble. I've already listed them out, and I've also completed the walkthrough." With that, Lin Xin made a digital file appear before them. Lin Huang stared at it. Sure enough, there were more than 30 places listed clearly on it. "Choose the places that you want to visit the most first. We'll spend the next 2 months touring around these places. As for the remaining ones, let's wait until next time." Lin Huang did not want to visit any of these places in passing. If he deemed a place interesting, he did not mind staying there for a month. To meet his ideal pace, visiting 30 tourist spots over a span of 2 months was an impossible feat. Alright, although Lin Xin was slightly unwilling, she knew that it was difficult enough for Lin Huang to carve out 2 months' worth of time. It should be snowing in Winter City by now. Lin Xin raised her head to look at the cloudless skies above. "My first stop would have been Winter City, but Xiaoxuan is in closed-door cultivation. His closed-door cultivation should not take too long. 2 months should be enough. We can put Winter City as the last stop." Lin Huang knew that Lin Xin wanted to relive the moments the 3 of them shared 4 years ago. "Let's make Wulin Town our first stop then," Lin Xin suggested. "Wulin Town it is then." Hearing this, Lin Huang blinked in surprise but immediately nodded in agreement. Respawn point No 7D101 Wulin Town was the first place that he had arrived at after crossing over to this world. It was also the place where Lin Huang's former self and Lin Xin had grown up together. Although it was a barren grade D foothold with almost no tourist attractions, it bore many of Lin Huang and Lin Xin's childhood memories. Lin Huang could easily understand why Lin Xin wanted to return to have a look. I don't even know what has become of Wulin Town now, Lin Xin murmured to herself. Once we've had our breakfast, we shall start our journey, Lin Huang announced, just as Brother Fatty cheerfully served 2 trays of dumplings over to them. After 10 minutes or so, the siblings finished their breakfast. As they were leaving the shop after having paid the bill, Lin Huang glanced to check the time. It was not 7:30 yet. He craned his neck to look at Lin Xin. Do you have anything you need to prepare, or shall we set off straight away? Let's start our journey right now. Lin Xin also looked at the time, a faint smile etched upon her face. In the past, I used to leave for school around this time. Lin Huang waved his hand, and a black whirlpool-like dimensional portal appeared before them. What is this? Lin Xin blinked in surprise. Of course, she knew that this was not a dimensional portal. I'll explain later, Lin Huang said, pulling Lin Xin along to step into the whirlpool. In the blink of an eye, both of them arrived right in front of the house in Wulin Town that the siblings had lived in at the very beginning. The door plate with the number 23, as well as the sidewalls of the 3-story villa, was creeping with vines. The partially shaded rooftop garden was also completely covered with plants. Want to go in to have a look? Lin Huang said, taking the first step toward the house. After keying in the door password, he was surprised to hear a beep sound signaling that the door had been unlocked. He initially thought that the password had long lost its use and was even prepared to force the door open. Clearly, there was no need for that. Pushing the door open, the siblings stepped forward one after another. Looks like nothing much has changed. Lin Xin sounded gratified. The layout inside the house was evidently the same as before. Even the couch, carpet, as well as the tables and chairs in the dining hall, looked the same as when they had left them. The only change was that there were lots of mushrooms growing from underneath the floorboards. Also, the household furniture was coated with a thick layer of dust, and there was a faint moldy stench in the air. Chapter 1457. The Emperor's Heart's host. After strolling around the house, Lin Xin remained in the bedroom on the 2nd floor, while Lin Huang returned to the 1st floor. Suddenly, a misty human-like form appeared in front of him again. The world will. Lin Huang was about to inquire why it had appeared. Before he could do that, however, the world will suddenly lifted its misty arm and touched a finger to the space between his eyebrows. The next instant, a series of unfamiliar scenes suddenly appeared in Lin Huang's mind. Initially, everything was pitch black, and all he could hear was someone in the room talking. This child was born with a broken life wheel, he won't live long. This voice sounded familiar to Lin Huang. After racking his brain, he finally realized who the voice belonged to. The Emperor's heart. That's not a big issue. I can heal it for him. This voice sounded a bit like Lin Xin, but the vibe it exuded was not quite the same. Or maybe, we can use him as your reincarnation's protector, the Emperor's heart continued. Didn't you obtain a traveler summoning formation from the club once? This little fellow's body just so happens to be a good host, but he's Lin Xin's older brother. The voice that sounded like Lin Xin's was obviously hesitant. Moreover, the summoning formation has a success rate of less than 10%. If it fails, there's a very high chance of him dying immediately. With the current speed at which his life light is fading away, he only has 3 months left to live. Besides, as your older brother, there's no one more suitable than him to be your protector. As soon as the voice of the Emperor's heart finished speaking, a moment of silence fell over the room. Don't hesitate anymore. You only have a limited awakening period for your remaining consciousness. Once Lin Xin wakes up, you'll lose this opportunity entirely. Besides, you don't know when you'll awaken the next time. Who knows, this boy's life light would probably have already completely dispersed by then. All right then, Lin Xin's voice agreed, albeit begrudgingly. After a long while, Lin Huang felt as if his body had been moved, then placed on the floor. A soft sound drifted to his ears from not too far off, but he did not know what was happening. Quite some time later, Lin Huang suddenly felt that his body seemed to be floating. At that moment, he suddenly regained his senses. However, he now had a bird's-eye view of the entire room. Lin Huang's body had been placed in the center of a blood-red formation on the floor of the living room, currently completely enveloped in an all-encompassing golden light. His unconscious body even began to float up slowly. Not far from the formation stood a woman with purple hair and golden eyes, who was 90% similar to Lin Xin in appearance. Next to the woman was a translucent head floating in the air. This was the Emperor's heart whom Lin Huang had just met not so long ago. However, he only caught a brief glimpse of this scenario before the purple-haired, golden-eyed woman seemed to sense something and suddenly looked right up at him. An instant later, everything before him dissolved into pitch darkness, and his consciousness retreated immediately from the scene within his mind. Once his consciousness had returned to his body, Lin Huang frowned slightly, recalling the scene from just now. So, the reincarnation of the Emperor's heart's host is Lin Xin. It wasn't a coincidence that I traveled to this world, it was because I was summoned by that purple-haired woman. Lin Huang roughly guessed what had transpired. After a moment of silence, Lin Huang searched for the number that the Emperor's heart had previously used to call him, and sent a message. Your host's reincarnation is Lin Xin. He wanted confirmation from the Emperor's heart regarding the truth of what he had just seen. Sure enough, less than a second after he sent his message, he received a communication request from the Emperor's heart. After connecting, the Emperor's heart asked immediately, "What do you know?" "I'm in Wulin town now, and I've recovered that part of my memory," Lin Huang said and glanced at the spot where the world will now vanished had previously appeared. "I know that Lin Xin is the reincarnation of your host, and I also know that my traveling to this world was due to both of you. Is there anything else I need to add?" On the other side, the Emperor's heart was silent for a while. "I knew that your memories would be restored sooner or later, but I didn't expect it to be so soon. Actually, I never intended to keep concealing this matter. If you had asked me about my host's reincarnation the last time we met, I would have given you an honest answer. However, you didn't ask, so I continued to keep it from you. Lin Huang is an exceptionally good host. He's Lin Xin's older brother, so as a traveler, I would definitely protect my younger sister from this world. Both of you planned things out extremely well. It was a little hard for Lin Huang to let this matter go. It had never occurred to him that his traveling might actually have been set up by someone in a calculated move at that. Lin Huang, we don't harbor any ill will toward you, the Emperor's heart explained. Your traveling to this gravel world was indeed due to our influence. However, if we hadn't summoned you at the time, the you in that different world, Earth, would have traveled to another world anyway. This is destiny. The destiny line you had in your previous world was broken long ago. If you want to talk about owing anything to anyone, then we do owe a debt to the original Lin Huang. After all, he lived 3 months less. I admit that it was selfish of me to do so, and I am willing to bear any consequences. I also admit that I neglected the lives of others, but the truth is that to a Goldfinger, the life of everyone else other than our host means nothing to us. I don't think I did anything wrong. In that particular situation, the decision I made was the best one for the protection of my host's reincarnation." The Emperor's heart's explanation caused Lin Huang to fall silent again. He fully understood the Emperor's heart's behavior of wanting to protect its host. Although the method used was not the most desirable, it was indeed the best decision for Lin Xin. After pondering for a moment, he asked a question that he felt was more pressing. "What did you mean when you said earlier that even without your summons, my destiny line in my original world had been broken?" "The summoning formation randomly selects travelers. We were not the ones who chose you, therefore we also had no way of knowing what kind of person the traveler would be. The fact that you were teleported means that at the time, you had already been selected by destiny to become a traveler. Even without our summoning formation, you would have traveled to another world. I said that your destiny line was broken because a traveler only has one complete consciousness. If you travel to any other world, your consciousness in your original world will be removed. You can only exist in one world at any given time. Therefore, when you are chosen by destiny to become a traveler, your destiny in your original world has already ended. For ordinary people, destiny is a continuous line. Even if there are ups and downs, it will not break. On the other hand, the destiny line of a traveler is interrupted and skips around." Lin Huang had a better understanding of the matter now, and he felt a little more at ease. After all, he had been selected as a traveler before being summoned to the gravel world. Without the Emperor's heart's summons, he would have still ended up traveling to another world regardless. At least, looking at it now, traveling to the gravel world had been a good thing in the end. After all, he was doing well in this world. "I have another question. What will you do if I take Lin Xin to the great world with me?" "I will leave with my host's reincarnation." The Emperor's heart gave its answer without hesitation. "As for the gravel world, I will leave a doppelganger here to handle daily affairs. How are you going to explain all this to Lin Xin? Lin Huang asked again. I don't intend to explain anything for the time being. The Emperor's heart had obviously already figured out how to deal with this. Informing her of her previous incarnation won't do her any good, it may even cause that individual from the abyss to covet her instead. Regarding my circumstances, you don't need to tell her, and you don't have to mention it in the future either. Lin Huang made this decision because he did not want Lin Xin to be mentally burdened by it in the future. After all, he had been summoned by her previous incarnation, and with Lin Xin's temperament, she would inevitably feel guilty about it. Very well, the Emperor's heart readily agreed. Just as the two of them finished talking, Lin Huang sensed that Lin Xin was about to come downstairs and immediately closed the communication page. Chapter 1458. Sky High. Lin Huang did not let Lin Xin know about his conversation with the Emperor's heart. For the whole day after that, the two siblings basically strolled around Wulin town, revisiting their childhood memories. The two of them walked down the same paths that they used to walk. They even went to the reserve college where they had studied, looking around the convenience store that was next to the college, and visiting the residents that had long since changed owners. The siblings strolled around until the street lights by the roadside were turned on, before stopping at a noodle house near their home. This noodle house was also a place that the two siblings used to patronize frequently. The owner was still the same old man from 5 years ago. Compared to 5 years ago, however, his hair, which had already been thinning, was obviously even more sparse now and had also become much whiter. The small shop's business was average, with only 2 tables occupied by customers. Lin Huang and Lin Xin found an empty table to sit at and quickly ordered their meals. Uncle Lu, 2 bowls of beef. Noodle soup with an extra portion of beef each, please. Okay, please have a seat, both of you, and you'll be served soon. The sparse-haired old man greeted them and busied himself immediately, obviously not recognizing the pair. After a bit, the noodles were ready. When Uncle Lu went up to their table to serve the noodles, he caught a clearer glimpse of their faces and could not help but scrutinize the two of them carefully. A moment later, he could not resist asking Lin Huang, "Young man, why do you look so familiar to me?" "Uncle Lu, I'm Lin Huang," Lin Huang replied with a smile. Only then did a look of sudden realization cross Uncle Lu's face. "Ah, you've grown up so much in the blink of an eye. I still remember you used to be so thin and small, but now you've grown so tall." "Oh, that's right, I remember you had a younger sister called Lin Xin." Uncle Lu clearly did not recognize Lin Xin, who was now a young woman very different from the little girl she once was. "She's this girl here right next to me," Lin Huang answered as he motioned with his head in Lin Xin's direction. "Lin Xin," Uncle Lu's eyes widened, his face full of disbelief. "You were just a little pudding back then, but you've really matured so much. Now, you've grown into a young lady. How pretty you've grown up to be." Lin Xin blushed slightly, embarrassed by the compliments. "I haven't seen both of you for so many years. Where did your family finally move to?" Uncle Lu asked warmly. "We're in Emperor City now," Lin Huang responded with a smile. "We took the opportunity to come back and have a look around while on vacation." "Oh, Emperor City, is it quite far?" Uncle Lu evidently did not know where Emperor City was. Perhaps because of Lin Huang and dynasty, there was not a single cultivator who did not know of Emperor City, but for regular citizens, it was normal to have never heard of it. "It's a little far." Lin Huang smiled and nodded. "Then you better have a good time during this trip back." Uncle Lu patted Lin Huang on the shoulder. "Since it's not easy for both of you to come back for a visit like this, today's noodles are on the house. Uncle Lu, you really don't have to. If you do that, we won't dare to come back here and eat again the next time we visit." After demurring for a bit, Lin Huang quickly paid the bill before he had even taken a bite of his noodles. Uncle Lu chatted with Lin Huang for a while, only getting up to leave when the next wave of customers arrived. After finishing their noodles, the siblings bid farewell to Uncle Lu before returning to the house where they used to live during their childhood. "Do you want to stay here for the night? Or should we just head straight to our next destination?" When they reached the doorstep, Lin Huang turned to look at Lin Xin. "Let's tidy the place up a little and stay for the night." Nostalgia flashed through Lin Xin's eyes. "We don't need to go through all that trouble. Let's just set up 2 tents and sleep in the small garden on the 3rd floor, Lin Huang suggested. "Okay," Lin Xin immediately agreed. The two of them entered the house and headed for the 3rd floor right away. Seeing the vines and vegetation that covered the whole floor, Lin Huang reached a hand out and pressed it against the wall. All the plants instantly started moving like living animals, leaving the entire central area of the garden clear. Seeing this, Lin Xin was amazed and promptly asked, "What kind of ability is this?" Plant Soul Law. In a nutshell, it's a law-bending power that can control plant life. What Lin Huang did not tell her was that there was a definite possibility that this type of law-bending power would cause an effect that would awaken the souls of ordinary plants, allowing them to gain spiritual intellect. "Can I learn it?" Lin Xin seemed very interested. "You can. I'll teach you when I have time," Lin Huang responded readily. The two quickly set up their capsule tents, sat outside them, and lit a bonfire, watching the starry sky and chatting. The night was far advanced and almost all the lights in the town were out before the two of them got into their tents to sleep. The next morning, only after Lin Xin had gone to the second floor to freshen up did Lin Huang get out of his tent and walk straight toward a corner of the garden. In that corner, there was a cracked flower pot with a small tree growing in it. When it realized Lin Huang had come over, the little tree's leaves and branches started trembling. After Lin Huang's use of Plant Soul Law yesterday, he had immediately noticed that this little tree's soul had been successfully awakened, and it had gained spiritual intellect. Walking to the small tree, Lin Huang reached for its trunk and grasped it, imbuing it with a small trace of divine power. The little tree began to grow rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. In an instant, it went from the thickness of 2 fingers to the thickness of a water bucket, causing the flower pot to shatter. "That's good enough. Restrain yourself a bit, you can slowly grow after I leave." Lin Huang lightly patted the tree trunk. The tree, which was now 20 to 30 meters tall, shook its trunk slightly, and the momentum of its growth instantly slowed down. "Since your soul has been successfully awakened, that's your good fortune," Lin Huang said, then continued, "I don't have any other requests, you protecting this town will be enough." After Lin Huang finished speaking, he extended a finger and transmitted a visualization image called Sky High from the True Spirit Guide into the tree's spiritual dimension. The tree trembled slightly, then immediately bowed to Lin Huang, bright green leaves fluttering to the ground. Lin Huang did not bother saying anything more. He turned around and packed up the tents, put out the bonfire, and walked downstairs. After he had gone downstairs, the size of the tree immediately increased again, but the speed of its growth was much slower than before. "Where would you like to go for our second stop?" When he went down to the second floor, Lin Huang asked Lin Xin this after seeing that she was done freshening up. "Let's go to the White Capital." Lin Xin thought about it for a while, then gave an answer that did not surprise Lin Huang. "I want to go back to the Martial Hunter College for a look around." In fact, when Lin Xin had wanted to come to Wulin Town for their first stop, Lin Huang had already guessed that the White Capital would undoubtedly be her choice. Wulin Town held memories of both their childhoods, while the White Capital was the place where they had grown up. Lin Huang had become a teacher to other people for the first time in the Martial Hunter College, while Lin Xin had officially embarked on the path of cultivation as a student in the Martial Hunter College. She had even lived in the White Capital for over 2 years. "Okay," Lin Huang immediately agreed. "We can stay in the White Capital for a while. Aside from the Martial Hunter College, there are many other places to visit in the White Capital, and there's also a lot of good food and fun places to enjoy. If any of your classmates are still in the White Capital, you can also ask them out for a meal or something." "Alright, then we'll stay there for a few more days." When she heard Lin Huang mention her classmates, conversely, Lin Xin's mood dropped even more. She had chosen such a nostalgic route because she knew that Lin Huang would take her with him when he left the gravel world. She did not know when she would come back. The next time, there was even a chance that she would return here ever again. "Perhaps this will be the last time we can gather," Lin Xin silently said in her heart. Chapter 1459, Return to White Capital, the capital city of No. 7 Zone, White Capital, also known as Respawn Point No. 7A1, was the most vibrant respawn point in the entire No. 7 Zone. Upon their return to White Capital, Lin Huang and Lin Xin found a hotel near Martial Hunter College to stay in. After checking in, neither of them retired to their hotel rooms. Instead, they headed straight for Martial Hunter College. Martial Hunter College was completely open to the public. In fact, most of the colleges in White Capital were as well. After all, since White Capital was the capital city of the number 7 zone, it was guarded by demigods. Moreover, For a prestigious educational institution like Marshall Hunter College, which had powerful transcendence for its dean and vice dean, no one would dare stir up trouble there under normal circumstances. When the Saint members of the top dark organizations back in the day attacked the students of Marshall Hunter College, even they did not dare charge into White Capitol and instead launched the attack at the trial site. However, as they approached the college entrance, Lin Huang was genuinely surprised when the security guard on duty recognized him on sight. Mr. Lin. Lin Huang too recognized the man as the security guard who worked there 4 years ago. Although there were more strands of white hair on his head than before, his appearance had not changed much. Lin Huang could remember because back when he used to chat with this security guard, this old uncle had mentioned that his son was one of the students in Lin Huang's class. The only thing Lin Huang could not recall was the identity of the security guard's son. After lingering for a bit at the entrance and making small talk, Lin Huang and Lin Xin soon made their way into the campus. After the two of them had covered some distance, Lin Xin could not stop herself from grumbling, "You only stayed in the college for half a year while I was here for 2 years, and this security guard recognized you and not me. Maybe it's because I'm handsome," Lin Huang teased cheerfully. Lin Xin could not help but roll her eyes at her brother. Lin Huang took his time before eventually explaining to her, "That security guard is the father of one of my students." "Oh, I see." The explanation made Lin Xin feel relieved. After all, the number of enrolled students at Marshall Hunter College was around 150,000. Tens of thousands of students graduated each year, while tens of thousands of new ones enrolled at the same time. It was natural for the security guard to not remember all of them. On the other hand, it was equally natural for him to remember his son's teacher. The two of them walked along the main path, passing by the student dorms and the 2 cafeterias. They then made a left turn at the cafeterias and saw a familiar teaching block opposite the sports field. After returning to this place 3 years later, Lin Huang felt a strange sense of nostalgic fondness. Not only was this the place where he had become a teacher for the first time, but it was also the starting point for his garnering of knowledge. In fact, it was thanks to the library at Marshall Hunter College that he obtained an all-around understanding of the gravel world, as well as finding out what kind of world he was in. Lin Xin harbored even deeper feelings toward this place. She studied here for a year and a half, assuming the identity of Ling Shui. After that, she stayed on as a teacher for around half a year, so in total, she was here for 2 years. The amount of time she had spent in White Capital not only surpassed that of Winter City by leaps and bounds, but even Emperor City as well. Apart from Wulin City, you could say this was the closest place she could call her home. On top of that, she had made several close friends at Marshall Hunter College, as well as a group of students with which she had a pretty good relationship. Marshall Hunter College was one of her fondest places as far as her memory went. "I haven't been back for 2 years. The students in my year should have all graduated by now." Lin Xin could not help but sigh. "Even my students should have graduated by now." Based on the 3-year schooling period of the education system, the majority of students at Marshall Hunter College graduated at the end of their 3rd year. However, there were a fraction of students who flunked a subject and had to repeat a year. Having said so, it had been more than 4 years since Lin Xin had enrolled. Even if she had peers who repeated a year, they would have graduated by now too. Back in the day, Lin Xin was in the 1st class, the highest achieving class in the Sword Dao faculty. The chances of someone having to repeat a year from that class were not high. As the siblings stood in front of the teaching block reminiscing about their past, a girl who was walking toward the teaching block spotted them. As her gaze swept across Lin Xin, she suddenly froze before speed walking in their direction. "Senior Sister Ling." Before she even got close to them, the girl called out loudly and waved her hand at Lin Xin. Lin Huang turned his head in the girl's direction. The girl was not tall, about 1.60 m, with a sheephorn hairstyle. Age-wise, she looked like she was still a student. "You're Yangshan." Lin Xin recognized the other person straight away. "Senior Sister Ling, is it really you?" When she heard Lin Xin's reply, the sheephorn-haired girl immediately sprinted toward them. When she was right in front of them, she grabbed both of Lin Xin's hands, her face beaming with excitement. "Yangshan, weren't you supposed to graduate in July? Why are you still at school?" Lin Xin could not help but ask. "I joined the faculty. I'm now the teacher of the Year 1 11th class of the Firearms faculty," the sheephorn-haired girl answered with a grin. "I see. Congratulations are in order, then." Lin Xin was overjoyed for her as well. The sheep-horn-haired girl was not Lin Xin's classmate, but her student. She was also the first student to stir up trouble and make things difficult for Lin Xin during her first class. However, Lin Xin had responded by taking the students to the shooting range. After a round of God demonstration, she managed to convince all the students beyond any doubt, and Yangshan became a fan of hers since then. In the 6 months that Lin Xin taught, none of the students in the class was willing to address her, teacher, as she was far too young. Under Yangshan's instigation, everyone started calling her senior sister Ling instead. At the start, Lin Xin protested several times before eventually giving up. "And this person by your side is your boyfriend?" Yangshan asked with a nosy expression and a teasing smile. "My brother," Lin Xin answered grudgingly. "Ah, I see," Yangshan replied, evidently disappointed. "So you're back this time because I'm on break for a while and decided to make use of my free time to come visit," Lin Xin explained with a grin. The two of them chatted for a bit until the school bell went off. Only then did Yangshan quickly bid farewell and darted quickly toward the teaching block. "That person was one of your students?" Lin Huang smiled. "Yeah, she was also the first one to find fault with me." Lin Xin nodded with a laugh. "She said that I had just graduated and had no teaching experience, and that I didn't even graduate from the firearms faculty. So she openly questioned whether I was qualified enough to teach them." "And then what happened?" Lin Huang pressed curiously. "Then, I took them to the shooting range." Lin Xin raised her eyebrows and did not finish her sentence, as no explanation was needed for what followed later. "Not bad, you have my style." Lin Huang gave her an approving thumbs up. "Hey, I got everyone's unanimous approval on my first day at work," Lin Xin teased him cheekily, unlike someone else whose students ran to the administrative office to collectively file a complaint about him, and even won the annual award for the least popular teacher. "I became very popular later, I'll have you know. The students were practically begging me not to resign." Lin Huang's mouth twitched. The past was fresh in their minds, vivid images kept appearing before them. After strolling around the college, they returned to the teachers' flats at the end. Lin Huang and Lin Xin used to stay at the same teacher's flat. The 3-story building was currently occupied. The siblings watched from afar but did not approach it. When they departed from Martial Hunter College, it was already noon. Chapter 1460. Doomsday Sect. After leaving Martial Hunter College, Lin Huang and Lin Xin hung around in White Capital for a week. They took their time visiting several of the hottest tourist spots and checked out more than 10 renowned restaurants and greasy spoons before moving on to their next stop. In the month that followed, the sibling duo kept traveling and making stops, feeling an unprecedented sense of satisfaction from their trip. Along the way, Lin Huang also visited the siblings Yi Zheng and Yi Yeyu, Lang Yuexin, Li Lang, and several other old friends for a joyful reunion. When they journeyed to No. 3 Zone, Lin Huang remembered that his senior Lu Ming was the vice dean of the Martial Hunter College there. He also wanted to see for himself what the Martial Hunter College of No. 3 Zone looked like, so the siblings made the place their first stop. Early in the morning, Lu Ming received the duo at a brunch shop near the entrance of the Martial Hunter College. "Senior brother, long time no see." Standing at the shop entrance, Lin Huang spotted Lu Ming, who was sitting next to the French windows, and immediately waved his hand in greeting. Out of the many students under Mr. Fu's instruction, Lin Huang was the closest to Lu Ming. Apart from the Yi siblings and a few other diehard followers, he was Lin Huang's closest friend. Lu Ming stood up with a smile, beckoning with his hand for Lin Huang to come over. "Come in quickly." As the siblings entered the shop and sat down, Lu Ming took a good look at Lin Huang. "After not seeing you for so many years, it seems that the more you mingle, the better you get at it. You've become more handsome too, junior brother." As an imperial-level cultivator, Lu Ming knew all the happenings in the cultivation world like the back of his hand. Excluding the year when Lin Huang had gone to the Great World, Lu Ming was more or less aware of everything that Lin Huang had gone through these years, as he had been keeping a close eye on this junior brother of his all this time. "Senior brother, you've changed a lot as well. Your sword Dao has advanced to level 6, and you've slimmed down a lot. I imagine you must have been practicing with your sword often." Lin Huang teased him good-naturedly. Lu Ming's combat level was currently yellow gold rank, and his sword Dao also had advanced to level -6. With his current abilities, he could be considered a powerhouse even when compared to other imperial-level cultivators. "It's true that I have been practicing with my sword a lot, but that isn't the reason I slimmed down." Lu Ming shook his head with a smile. I only started losing weight this past month. I've been managing the college enrollment of reserve students for over a month now. I'm being worked to the bone. Isn't the enrollment of reserve students an easy task? Lin Huang felt slightly bewildered. He had been a teacher at a martial hunter college before and naturally knew about the reserve students' enrollment. Under normal circumstances, the enrollment of reserve students took place 6 months in advance to select the most outstanding students from hunter reserve colleges to undertake the reserve assessment. Passing the assessment would be tantamount to meeting the entry requirements of the martial hunter colleges. Students who passed would not have to take part in the regular assessment in June and only had to stay on in their hunter reserve colleges until graduation before enrolling at martial hunter colleges straight away. The reason this task was easy was that there were not many students in hunter reserve colleges who fulfilled the reserve assessment requirements. In number 7 zone where Lin Huang was stationed previously, there were no more than 1,000 students who met the reserve assessment requirements each year. For comparison, the number of regular graduates from hunter reserve colleges every year was as many as 30 million. The reserve quota was kept small mainly because the numerous large colleges demanded that the quota be highly inflexible, with the most basic requirement being iron level combat. This meant that to qualify, one would have to possess the ability to kill iron level rank -1 monsters before his or her 16th birthday. As hunter reserve colleges only taught the basic knowledge, practically offering no real combat courses or teaching official combat skills, there were very few students who could accomplish this threshold. It used to be a breeze, but I don't know what happened this year. The number of reserve students submitted by the various hunter reserve colleges has increased by several times over. Even some small grade C footholds also submitted reserve numbers. Lu Ming looked rather gloomy. Usually, our college's yearly reserve quota is around 3,000 students. This year, the number submitted has reached about 13,000. Students were not qualified to submit their own names for this reserve quota. It was the dean of every hunter reserve college who submitted the names after doing a thorough check on each student's circumstances. Every December, martial hunter colleges would run a preliminary selection on all the reporting students. The pass rate of the preliminary selection would be recorded. The hunter reserve colleges with too low a pass rate would be investigated. If they were found to be untruthful, the dean would be sacked straight away. Hence, under normal circumstances, none of the deans from any of the hunter reserve colleges would submit a false quota. I don't know if it's due to the changes in the force density in the air that the number of talents this year has suddenly increased. Lu Ming also could not make sense of what this was all about. On the contrary, after hearing all of this, Lin Huang figured out what was happening. The rule of the gravel world was completed, making cultivation a lot easier. The more gifted ones or those with stronger abilities felt the changes of the world more intensely. Amongst the younger generation, there were many who were naturally gifted or had potential, and they were all becoming increasingly excited around now. To be frank, these 2 months have been quite extraordinary. Lately, the internet has been buzzing with talk of how in the danger zones and forbidden lands of each level, the monsters' abilities in general have increased. I've seen many posts claiming that some people found a good number of immortal level monsters at a moderate danger zone, as well as imperial level monsters at a severe danger zone. Here, Lu Ming suddenly lowered his voice. I have a friend who works for the Union government. Some time ago when we were drinking together, he revealed that lately the Union government has been discussing in meetings about dividing the ranks of certain danger zones. Of course, Lin Huang knew that these changes were brought upon by himself. It was not really a bad thing that monsters have become stronger. Humans were becoming stronger as well, it was just that many people have not realized it themselves. In the long run, these changes would only make the humans in the gravel world stronger. Compared to the Emperor's heart straight up opening the virtual door, these changes brought about by Lin Huang were rather insignificant. After having breakfast and chatting with Lu Ming escorted the siblings around the martial hunter college for a while, before leaving in a hurry after receiving a prompt from his messenger. Lin Huang knew he was busy and did not try to keep him any longer. After Lu Ming left, the siblings also took their leave after making a simple round about the martial hunter college of No. 3 zone. Upon returning to the hotel, Lin Huang opened his Emperor's heart ring and started going over the various large social platforms. Throughout this past month or so, he never looked at messages from social platforms. The most he would do each day was to give the news a cursory glance before sleeping. This was because he felt that there was too much time wasted in scrolling through social platforms. On top of that, he often came across various heated arguments, which were usually not only meaningless, but could also easily sour your mood. As he was on holiday, Lin Huang had decided he might as well block out all this toxic noise. However, after his conversation with Lu Ming, he was slightly curious about what people were saying about the changes to the gravel world. After opening up several social platforms one after another and taking a look at some of the most viral posts, Lin Huang did not know whether to laugh or cry. What made him truly speechless was that a group of people was advocating the coming of doomsday. The monsters' increasing strength meant that the gravel world was heading toward its end, for these monsters would continue to become stronger and ultimately conquer the whole gravel world. More importantly, there was actually a good number of people who believed this kind of theory. A large group of people even formed an online alliance called the Doomsday Sect. If you have so much free time, why can't you guys focus on cultivating instead? After skimming through some headlines, Lin Huang finally had enough and shut off all the social platform pages. Thankfully, not everyone is this senseless. There are still many people in this world who are actively forging ahead and continuously becoming stronger. Chapter 1461, Anomaly in the Peaceful Ocean. After the meeting with Lu Ming, the Lin siblings' itinerary over the next few days continued as usual. The information that was being spread on social media platforms did not give Lin Huang any cause for concern. He also did not continue monitoring the various noisy debates on the internet, he merely checked the news every day as per usual before he went to bed. On this particular day, Lin Huang clicked on the online news page like he usually did before he went to sleep. The headline displayed on the Union government's home page immediately caught his attention. The title read, "Notice Peaceful Ocean Off Limits." The peaceful ocean is off limits, what on earth is going on? Puzzled, Lin Huang immediately clicked on the notice. In view of all the monsters in the peaceful ocean becoming more powerful overall, the Union government and the Hunter Association will be organizing a combined extermination campaign. From now on until further notice, the peaceful ocean is now a restricted zone. All cultivators below virtual god level are forbidden to set foot there. After the extermination operation has been carried out, we will announce at the earliest opportunity when the area will be accessible again so that normal hunting can resume. After Lin Huang had finished reading the notice, he could not help raising his brows. His first reaction was that the Union government was concealing the real reason for sealing off the peaceful ocean. This was because if they were really looking to mount an extermination campaign, it would not be necessary to make such a big fuss over declaring the place off limits. Something must have happened that the Union government did not wish the outside world to know about, which was why they had made a strategic decision like this. Somewhat puzzled, Lin Huang dialed Huang Tianfu's number. Before the dial tone had even finished ringing, the video call connected. "Your Majesty." The minute Huang Tianfu saw Lin Huang appear on the call, he initiated greetings, a smile on his face. Lin Huang gave a slight nod. "Tianfu, what's been happening lately over at Dynasty?" "Everything is normal," Huang Tianfu replied, then extrapolated a bit further, "Mr. Fu and Lin Zan are both still in closed-door cultivation. Other virtual gods are also in closed-door cultivation, and there are also some in the Royal Wasteland. For the time being, there haven't been any unusual situations that have been reported back. Oh, I almost forgot, there's also some good news. Huang Wuji has elevated to virtual god level. It just happened in the last 2 days. I didn't think it was anything particularly important, so I didn't want to bother you with it. With his talent and potential, his advancement is to be expected." Lin Huang nodded slightly. Huang Wuji had initially been ranked with Chan Do as one of the 5 princes and could be considered exceptionally gifted among the younger generation. If Lin Huang had not suddenly appeared out of the blue, eclipsing the 5 princes' brilliant talent, the 5 princes would probably have become the most formidable powerhouses of this epoch. Moreover, if Lin Huang had not interrupted, Huang Wuji might very well already be holding the current position of Dynasty's emperor. The first prince's advancement is indeed a cause for celebration. Please reward him with a top-notch God Relic weapon and a top-tier set of God Relic armor. As for any other rewards, I'll leave that up to you." "Very well, I'll make arrangements." Huang Tianfu nodded vigorously. "Oh yes, today I saw the notice that the Union government sent out regarding the peaceful ocean being off limits. What's happened over there?" After settling the matter of Huang Wuji, Lin Huang switched the topic of conversation to what he really wanted to ask Huang Tianfu. For now, I still don't have any definite news, Huang Tianfu finished speaking, then added, however, I've heard that the Union government has had several virtual gods dying in the peaceful ocean. This news hasn't yet been verified, though, up until now I still haven't received any information about what the actual situation is. Once you have any news, remember to let me know immediately. Lin Huang nodded. The two men chatted for a little while longer before Lin Huang finally ended the call. Virtual gods dying in the peaceful ocean, Lin Huang was still more concerned about the matter of the peaceful ocean being declared a restricted zone. It's normal for virtual gods to die. Besides, there are numerous large and powerful monsters in the deep sea area of the peaceful ocean. Not only that, after the world rules were finally complete, those monsters would have become more powerful anyway. Sealing off the entire peaceful ocean right off the bat, however, means the situation is probably more complicated than it looks. Lin Huang made this assumption because he had had dealings with Zhang Shan, Dongfang Bai, and the others more than once. He was very much aware that, based on the characters of these two men, they would not lightly make a decision like this. Curious now, Lin Huang clicked on the black market forum. Very quickly, he saw topics related to the peaceful ocean being sealed off. These topics were fairly numerous as well. He investigated by clicking on a few posts that were trending more than the rest and discovered that all kinds of things were being bandied about. Some people said that a powerful monster suspected of being a true god had appeared in the peaceful ocean and had slaughtered all the virtual gods that the Union government had sent out for exploration purposes. Some others said that a dimensional gateway from the Great World had appeared in the deep sea area of the peaceful ocean, and armies from the Great World were invading once more. Still others insisted that the monsters on the seabed of the peaceful ocean had undergone abnormal changes, resulting in an explosive increase in power and turning the area into a zone forbidden to humans. After Lin Huang finished reading all the posts, he still had no clue about what had happened in the sea areas of the peaceful ocean. Although it only took a glance for him to identify the contents of many posts as being fake, there were also speculations in the contents of some other posts that could very well be possible. After closing the black market forum, Lin Huang muttered irresolutely to himself for a while, then decided to push the whole matter of the peaceful ocean to the back of his mind for the time being. The way he saw it, the matter had no real connection with him. Even though he was curious, he was not curious enough to immediately ask Zhang Shan or Dongfang Bai. Rather, he decided to wait patiently for news to come from Dynasty. In the blink of an eye, another 3 days went by. The Lin siblings departed from Magical Sky City, the Grade 3A1 foothold where the Martial Hunter College was, and arrived at the Grade 3A5 foothold of Wanbao City. Lin Xin's reason for choosing Wanbao City was that it was no. 3 zones trade city, and it was also the largest trade center in the gravel world. She wanted to wander around and see if there might be anything that she wanted. After the siblings had eaten breakfast and found a hotel they could check into for a stay, Lin Huang's Emperor's heart ring suddenly began vibrating. Lin Huang clicked on the communication page to take a look, and his brows involuntarily went up suddenly. Initially, he had thought that the caller was Huang Tianfu, but he had entirely not expected that it would be the chief of the Union government Zhang Shan. As soon as he saw that the caller was Zhang Shan, Lin Huang's first reaction was, could this be related to the peaceful ocean? With this in mind, Lin Huang accepted Zhang Shan's video call request. Emperor Lin, I hope you've been well recently. Although Zhang Shan wore a smile, there was something unnatural about it. I'm doing very well. Every day I see beautiful scenery and eat good food, Lin Huang answered with a laugh. Traveling really is something that gives a person pleasure. Of course, Zhang Shan and the others were aware that of late, Lin Huang had been on vacation. I feel very bad about having to interrupt your holiday. Zhang Shan's smile held a faint touch of helplessness within it. If it were not for the fact that he had encountered a matter that forced him into a last resort, naturally, he would not have contacted Lin Huang. Is it the matter of the peaceful ocean? Lin Huang asked, quirking his brow. Yes, it is. Zhang Shan nodded hurriedly. Tell me in detail then, what on earth is going on? Around 6 months or so ago, we sent several virtual gods to the seabed of the peaceful ocean to search for that entrance to the great world that you'd mentioned. At this juncture, Zhang Shan lifted his head with a touch of embarrassment to gauge Lin Huang's reaction. It was a team of virtual gods, 11 in total, and the team leader was a virtual god rank -4. The very day that they began their explorations, we lost contact with all 11 of them, one after the other. The third day after they lost contact, We gathered together 2 contingents, each headed by a virtual god rank-6, and sent them to the peaceful ocean to investigate why the previous team had gone missing. Each contingent was comprised of 25 virtual gods, out of which 4 of them were intermediate stage. On the second day after the 2 teams had descended into the peaceful ocean, we started losing contact with them again one by one. By the 3rd day, we had lost contact with every single one of them. After this second investigation failed, it took us another week of preparation. Then 3 days ago, the day the notice was sent out, in fact we gathered together yet another large contingent and headed to the peaceful ocean. Last night, Guan Zhang reported to me, confirming that we had definitely lost contact with all of them. Chapter 1462, The Union Government's Request for Help. After listening to Zhang Shan's explanation, Lin Huang pondered over it for a moment before inquiring further. You said they lost contact one after the other, so that means during the journey communication was still taking place. Yes, it was, Zhang Shan affirmed, then added, you're also aware that there's no signal in a vast majority of the areas in the peaceful ocean. It's only possible to get a signal in a handful of places. That's why we gave orders to the 2nd and 3rd exploration teams to report back the moment they reached an area where there was a signal, whether they discovered any anomalies or not. At this point in his narrative, Zhang Shan's voice paused for a moment. However, this is the strangest part of the entire matter. All the messages that came back to us said that there was nothing out of the ordinary. Once the teams descended into the sea, apart from the first time when the number of people reporting back to us was normal, every other time the number of people sending back messages was always less. But not a single one of the messages that we received mentioned discovering anything unusual. It's like they never realized that the number of people in the team had gotten smaller. Not only that, once we discovered that the number of team members was decreasing, we sent out a warning and an order to retreat to those who were still sending back messages as usual, but we never received any responses. There was no way of connecting to any video call requests and communication calls. By the time we received news from them and tried to call them back immediately, there was no way to get through either. Their messages were only able to come through occasionally, and communication became entirely one-sided. We were only able to watch mutely as the minutes and seconds ticked by, seeing the number of people sending messages back decreasing continuously until finally, we lost contact with every single one of them. Upon hearing this, Lin Huang furrowed his brow and sank into a long silence. Only after a while did he speak again. From what you've described, I can think of 3 possibilities. The first is, they fell under some sort of illusion and weren't able to discover that the numbers in their team were decreasing. The second is that something masqueraded as a member of the team, then more and more of the members were gradually replaced. The third possibility is that the people who sent messages back weren't the actual team members themselves. Another thing is that you mentioned there was no way for the other party to receive the messages that you sent out, and that both voice and video call requests could not connect. Communication flow was only one-sided. This doesn't seem like something a creature living long-term in the deep sea would be able to do. They don't even know what an emperor's heart ring is. So, either this is caused by human agency, or it's caused by monsters of high intelligence that have previously come into contact with the human race. Of course, the possibility of influences from the environment itself can't be ruled out entirely either. Is there any possibility that the dimensional gateway you mentioned has been discovered, and invaders from the Great World are breaking through into our gravel world from the peaceful ocean? Zhang Shan hesitated for a moment, before directing his question at Lin Huang straight away with some amount of worry. My feeling is that the chances of that are fairly low. Lin Huang shook his head, but in his heart, he knew that the chances of that happening were absolutely zero. Aside from the fact that there was currently no dimensional gateway on the peaceful ocean seabed anymore, even if there really was one, any spatial fluctuations from another world teleporting into the gravel world would not be able to be concealed from the world will. If anyone teleported over, Lin Huang would sense it the moment it happened. The only thing was, since Lin Huang had previously concealed the truth from the Union government, he could not come forward now and tell them the actual situation. He could only find other means of vetoing the possibility of Zhang Shan's suggestion. The Thousand Snake Sect and Myriad Tribe Palace definitely won't find out so quickly about the failed invasion launched by Tang Ran's group. Not only that, the Thousand Snake Sect already has no more powerhouses above virtual god level. If Myriad Tribe Palace were to invade, they would have sent their troops over the first day they discovered the existence of the dimensional gateway. They wouldn't need to wait for 6 months without doing anything. If any other organizations in the Great World discovered the gateway, at most they would explore for 1 or 2 days. Once they had confirmed that there were no issues with the dimensional gateway, they would have launched a general offensive right away. There would be no need to wait this long. This matter has already caused all the high-level personnel in the government to panic. We've lost a majority of our virtual gods and we have no way of sending anyone else out there to investigate. Zhang Shan's expression was full of anxiety. I'm at my wit's end already. I hope that your majesty might be able to lend us a hand and help us solve this crisis. The way Zhang Shan addressed Lin Huang had also changed. Previously he had always used the title, Emperor Lin, but now he referred to Lin Huang as, Your Majesty. Chief Zhang, there's no need for that. This matter definitely has something fishy about it. 2 virtual god rank 9s have already gone missing, so it's useless for you to keep sending people out there. Lin Huang nodded slightly. Since I'm still in the gravel world, I'll make a trip there and help take a look at things for you. Only after hearing Lin Huang's answer did Zhang Shan feel vastly relieved. At first, he had been afraid that Lin Huang would decline, or seize the chance this matter afforded to demand an exorbitant price while talking terms, but Lin Huang had not done so. In fact, he had agreed to look into the matter without hesitation. If this had been previously, Lin Huang might actually have put forward a few terms and conditions to exchange his services for some cultivation or information resources. However, as far as the Lin Huang of the present was concerned, the Union government did not have anything that he found desirable or that he wanted. Another reason Lin Huang had agreed so readily to Zhang Shan's request was that the entire gravel world was already his own god territory. Resolving the gravel world's issues meant resolving the issues of the god territory within him. Once he had agreed to look into things, Lin Huang then inquired about the details of some other matters before disconnecting from his call with Zhang Shan. Lin Xin returned to the living room only after seeing that Lin Huang had finished his call. Brother, did Chief Zhang bring up anything important? A problem's cropped up over at the Peaceful Ocean, Lin Huang explained briefly. I need to make a trip there. Can I go with you? Lin Xin asked immediately. I'm already virtual god rank 9 so I should be able to help out. It's better you stay in Wanbao City and wander around to see if there's anything you want. Lin Huang shook his head, smiling. The situation over there is somewhat complicated. I'll feel better if I go alone. You don't need to worry, though. If it's something quick, a day should be enough to resolve it. If it's something that takes more time, 2 or 3 days should be sufficient to sort it out. Lin Huang had just finished speaking when something occurred to him. I'll summon Little Witch to accompany you. By the time the words left his mouth, he had already crushed Witch's card in his right hand, and her form was rapidly coalescing in the room. Little Witch. As soon as she saw Witch, Lin Xin's mood suddenly improved exponentially. When Witch saw Lin Xin, she became excited as well. Seeing the 2 girls rapidly begin chatting together, Lin Huang then pulled out 2 storage rings and passed one each to Lin Xin and Witch. Inside these rings are some divine stones. If there's anything you want to buy, just get it. Don't feel you can't afford to spend the money. Little Witch 2, buy whatever you want to buy. Within each of Lin Huang's 2 storage rings were around 1,000,000 divine stones, enough to buy even a complete set of top-notch god relics. Moreover, apart from the 3 god weapons that Lin Huang currently had on him, the rest of his equipment was fundamentally all top-notch god relics, so he had no need to spend any money in this respect. Around 1,000,000 divine stones worth of pocket money was definitely enough to spend. Now that Lin Xin had Witch to look after her, Lin Huang could finally stop worrying. Even though his own sister was already a virtual god rank 9 and her abilities were in no way weak, he was still afraid that Lin Xin might be at a disadvantage. After he had settled Lin Xin's affairs, only then did Lin Huang bid the 2 girls farewell. With a wave of his hand, he stepped into the dimensional whirlpool. Chapter 1463, The Mysterious One-Eyed Monster. From above the peaceful ocean, Lin Huang's divine telekinesis spread rapidly. Using the boost from the world will, he scanned the whole sea area. His divine telekinesis spread out like ripples on the surface of water, searching for anomalies inch by inch. Unlike the virtual gods of this world, even though his combat strength was only at virtual god level rank 6, the strength of his divine telekinesis was comparable to that of a 9th rank true god. With the added boost from the world will, even abnormalities at a microscopic level could be easily sensed. With this level of scanning, nothing under the surface of the entire peaceful ocean could be hidden. All the virtual god level monsters took cover when they sensed this wave of powerful, overwhelming divine telekinesis, wanting to shrink their presence as much as they could. Many of the monsters even began physically trembling for fear that they would become Lin Huang's prey. After only a few seconds of scanning the area with divine telekinesis, Lin Huang, who was floating above the peaceful ocean, suddenly raised his brows. The next instant, his figure vanished from where he was. When he appeared again, he was already by a deep-sea trench. Lin Huang spoke as he stared at a nearby reef. "Come on out, you don't have to hide anymore. You didn't actually think you could elude being detected by my divine telekinesis using that little trick of yours, did you?" A black shadow slowly moved through the reef and came out, quickly coalescing into a humanoid creature. It was not a human being, but a humanoid monster. Its single blood-red eye looked even redder under the brim of its conical bamboo hat from its head down. Its entire body was enveloped in a long black robe. "Biologically speaking, you aren't a native of the peaceful ocean, are you?" Lin Huang commented, observing the other party. He quickly discovered that the other's aura gave him an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Where is this strange sense of familiarity coming from? Lin Huang's confusion increased. "It's you." The one-eyed monster, on the other hand, began to seethe violently with killing intent after getting a good look at Lin Huang. Before Lin Huang could figure out what was going on, he saw the other's figure suddenly spring forward. From under its black robe, a sword-wielding arm emerged, the weapon slashing down at him with a gleam like a black curtain. Lin Huang pointed his finger, and his sword Dao enveloped in divine power also transformed into a blood-red sword gleam as it shot out. The sword gleam of the one-eyed monster was instantly ripped apart, just like a piece of cloth being sliced through by a blade. Seeing its sword gleam disintegrate immediately, the one-eyed monster hurriedly retreated. However, the killing intent emanating from its entire being did not reduce in the slightest, and it clearly had no intention of giving up on its target, which was Lin Huang. Although Lin Huang was baffled, he did not bother exchanging fruitless words with his opponent. Regardless of whether or not the other party was the culprit who had caused the disappearance of the Union government's people, he would take it down first before any further talk. Nevertheless, in terms of strength, this monster before him, whose combat strength was already at peak virtual god level rank 9, had already mastered sword Dao true meaning as well as 2 types of water enlightenment. It was indeed capable of taking out the Union government's 3 waves of troops. When Lin Huang was scanning the area with his divine telekinesis earlier, this one-eyed monster had the highest combat level in the entire peaceful ocean. That was why he was able to find it instantly. Attack thwarted, the one-eyed monster's form immediately retreated. After narrowly avoiding the onslaught of Lin Huang's blood-red electric arc-like sword gleam, it found firm footing on a nearby reef. Its black robe inflated like a jellyfish, then slowly contracted. The figure paused on the reef for only a moment. A second later, it launched off with a sudden burst of energy from its legs, and its form once again resembled a flash of lightning. Almost at the same time, what was originally a single figure instantly split into dozens of figures, surrounding Lin Huang from different directions. Lin Huang could not help raising a brow when he saw this. More than 30 black-robed figures wielding black blades immediately surrounded Lin Huang, advancing until they were less than 10 meters away from him. Lin Huang appeared to be frozen with fright, remaining in place without moving a muscle. He did not stir even when all the one-eyed monsters brandished their swords, and their web of black-colored sword gleams approached him with overwhelming force. Just when Lin Huang's form was about to be engulfed, he suddenly raised his hand again. His movements were so fast that they seemed slow, even creating afterimages within the deep sea. The next instant, however, with just a lift of his hand and the pointing of a finger, a blood-red ray shot out at extreme speed. It pierced through the web of swords formed by the black-colored sword gleams and was swallowed up by the distant shadows. With a soft muffled grunt, the black web of swords instantly disintegrated into a mass of debris. The illusions that you created using first glimpse level water elemental enlightenment might be able to fool others, but they're not enough to fool me. Lin Huang shot an indifferent smile in the direction of the black shadows. Within the black shadows, blood oozed continuously from the front of the one-eyed monster's black robe. Its do-or-die second attack just now had been easily seen through by Lin Huang. Moreover, Lin Huang had only launched a very casual assault. Not only was the monster unable to dodge the attack, but it also could not even block the onslaught entirely despite using all its strength. Even with an attack as casual as this, the monster's combat effectiveness had been reduced to less than 70%. The fury in the gaze of the one-eyed monster gradually faded, only to be replaced by apprehension, hatred, and a trace of dread. Now that its thoughts were no longer controlled by anger, it quickly calmed down. In fact, ever since Lin Huang had unleashed his divine telekinesis earlier, the monster had already known that there was a huge gap in ability between both of them. However, it still chose to test Lin Huang, and the result of its 2 attempts only served to make it feel even more hopeless, as the other was much more powerful than it had imagined. Initially, it had thought that its mastery of Sword Dao True Meaning and several types of water elemental enlightenment would allow it to at least put up a fight. However, after an actual exchange of combat, it finally realized how wrong it had been. Lin Huang's proficiency in Sword Dao True Meaning and God Rule far exceeded its own. All kinds of thoughts flashed through the monster's mind for only an instant, before it turned around and fled without hesitation. Its figure transformed into a black shadow, then escaped silently in the opposite direction from Lin Huang. However, as soon as it moved, a familiar voice was suddenly heard from close behind it, not even 100 meters away from where it had just been. "Hey, I don't remember saying that you could leave." As soon as it heard that voice, the one-eyed monster's heart dropped to the pit of its stomach. Just when it was preparing to ignore the voice and speed up its escape, it suddenly felt a faint chilly sensation on its neck. It immediately ceased all movement and stood stock still on the spot, not daring to move an inch. It knew that if it were to make even the slightest movement, its head would part ways with its neck. Only after forcibly calming itself down did the monster become very much aware that not only its neck, but also its 4 limbs, were entangled by an invisible thread. It had no idea exactly when this had happened. It could not move its body at all. Just like a puppet, it was completely under the other's control. That terrifyingly powerful human male finally came slowly around from behind the monster and stopped in front of it. At the sight of that familiar face, the one-eyed monster could not stop its killing intent from surging up again. Although this was instantly suppressed via reason, it was still noticed by the man standing before it. Chapter 1464, The One-Eyed Monster's Secret. "You're displaying obvious killing intent toward me, but why?" Lin Huang carefully scrutinized the other with some curiosity. "Not only that, you seem rather familiar to me." Lin Huang quickly searched through the memories in his mind. After a while, he finally recalled a similar monster in a memory from 4 years ago. One-eyed, wears a conical bamboo hat, uses a sword. The way the monster looked in his memory gradually superimposed itself over the one-eyed monster in front of him. "I vaguely remember now," Lin Huang said slowly, staring at the one-eyed monster in front of him. "You were the first life-fire monster from when I elevated to a transcendent the regal sword killer whom I killed 4 years ago." The reason for Lin Huang initially not remembering was that in his memory, he had killed this monster a long time ago, and he had subconsciously left out the monsters that he had slaughtered. Moreover, the other's physique and build had undergone significant changes, so he did not recognize it right away. Now, though, his recollections were gradually becoming clearer. Lin Huang compared the aura of the monster from his memories with the aura of the one-eyed monster in front of him. Although its aura had changed a great deal, he was still rapidly able to locate similarities between them. He also became more certain of the other's identity. Not only was this one-eyed monster standing before him his first life-fire monster from when he evolved to Holy Fire level, but because he had killed it, he had obtained a complete monster card Regal Sword Killer. However, Lin Huang looked at the one-eyed monster in front of him with increased astonishment. "I'm baffled. I was sure that I had killed you back then. How did you survive?" Lin Huang was absolutely certain that he had completed a successful kill because Xiao He had clearly sent a fatality notification at the time, and he had even obtained a complete monster card. Even if his opponent did possess revival-type divine abilities or powers, as long as he did not fully complete the kill, there was no way Xiao He would send out a fatality notification. Nonetheless, the fact remained that he had obtained the Regal Sword Killer monster card, which served to prove that he had genuinely killed the other party. As this logical paradox circled around in Lin Huang's mind, he suddenly thought of another possibility. Maybe the other really did die, but after Xiao He confirmed its actual demise, something unknown brought it back to life again. At this point in his ruminations, Lin Huang looked at the one-eyed monster in front of him with gleaming eyes. He very much wanted to know how the other had resurrected after being certified as dead. The one-eyed monster evidently also noticed the change in Lin Huang's gaze. Initially, the scrutiny that it received had clearly been one of slight puzzlement. Now, however, Lin Huang looked at it as if he had discovered something of interest, and was eager to dissect it and obtain its secrets. The one-eyed monster swallowed. It did not like Lin Huang eyeing it in such a fashion. Such scrutiny made the monster feel like a slab of meat on a chopping board, which made it shudder. It tried struggling a bit, but its limbs and neck were still firmly secured. With no way of breaking free, it watched the corners of Lin Huang's mouth slowly turning up, his lips moving to utter a few words, "Look up and look into my eyes." As if it had no control over its body, the one-eyed monster raised its head and looked into Lin Huang's eyes. Those dark blue eyes were as deep and unfathomable as a starry sky. The next second, the huge scarlet eye of the one-eyed monster rapidly turned a deep shade of blue, as if it had frozen over. The control level God Rule, Brain Red, immediately set to work. The progress bar of Brain Red slowly went up, and Lin Huang waited patiently. After about a minute, the one-eyed monster's memories had been completely read and obtained. Lin Huang quickly scanned through this chunk of newly acquired memory, searching for the secret that he most wanted to know: how the other had been resurrected after being certified as dead. Before finding the answer to this question, Lin Huang managed to read, within the monster's memories, the whole process of the monster hunting down and killing the Union government's 3 waves of troops. It had created illusions with water elemental enlightenment and confused all the members of the troops, then followed behind them like a cat and mouse game, killing them off one by one. Even the short reports of the troops' safety came as a result of being deliberately bewitched by the one-eyed monster's illusions, which made them cut off the communication signals of their emperor's heart rings the moment they sent the messages. The monster's purpose in doing so was actually very simple: it wanted to create a mystery that attracted more explorers to come and investigate, providing more prey for itself. The reason the monster hunted down humans was not due to its enmity with Lin Huang either. It was so that it could learn human sword skills, and it just so happened that there were sword cultivators among all 3 waves of the Union government's explorers. As for the others, they had become innocent funerary objects to accompany these several sword cultivators in death. The Union government's mystery of its disappearing troops was now solved, and Lin Huang was not very surprised by this result. The moment he saw this one-eyed monster using water elemental enlightenment to create illusion clones, he had already guessed that there was an 80% chance it was the murderer. Having the ability to create illusions meant that it also had the ability to take down the Union government's troops. Setting aside the case of the Union government's disappearing troops for the time being, Lin Huang continued to hunt for the answer that he sought. In short order, he located the scene that he most wanted to see. The wind howled over the deathly silent Elam Island. In the sky, moonlight calmly streamed down from 2 full moons, one red and one purple. At midnight, under the black soil, at the very position of the regal sword killer's ruptured heart, a faint golden light appeared. On the entire island, black-colored death energy began wildly flowing backward from the wound on the regal sword killer's chest into the golden light emanating from its heart. During all this, the regal sword killer's body was also undergoing extraordinarily drastic changes. By the time it was 4 or 5 in the morning, the worry-inducing blackness over the entire island had completely dissipated. When the first rays of sunlight shone down upon the island at dawn, the corpse of the regal sword killer buried under the mud slowly opened its single scarlet eye. What was that golden light in its heart? The dark blue color of Lin Huang's pupils faded, and his gaze shifted downward, stopping at the center of the monster's chest. He pondered for a moment, then quickly conjured up his god weapon battle. Sword to hand. During this time, the one-eyed monster had also fully recovered consciousness. "You're also a sword cultivator, so I'll pay you my last respects." As soon as Lin Huang finished speaking, he thrust the point of his sword forward. The long, narrow blade instantly pierced through the one-eyed monster's chest, once again ripping its heart apart. Just when Lin Huang was about to bring his sword down to slice open the other's chest and dig its heart out, the one-eyed monster's body rapidly disintegrated. It dissipated in the air, turning into points of black-colored starlight that streamed into Lin Huang's body. When the black starlight touched Lin Huang's body, for a moment, he contemplated whether or not to dodge. However, he did not sense any threat from the starlight, so he gave up on evasion. He sank part of his consciousness into his body and checked the whereabouts of the starlight. He saw that the starlight headed straight to his card slots after entering his body, and all of them went into a specific card. Lin Huang took a closer look. To his surprise, he found that this was the Regal Sword Killer card. Just when the last of the black starlight was about to penetrate Lin Huang's body, a beam of golden light suddenly sprang out from within the black light, turning into a lightning arc that pierced straight through the point between Lin Huang's eyebrows. It happened so quickly that Lin Huang had no time to react. He immediately checked to see where the golden light had gone. He saw the golden light crash into his spiritual dimension like a meteor, heading straight for his sword soul, and finally entering the battle sword formed from the sword heart in his sword soul's hands. After that, the golden seal tactics on the blade lit up again, and line upon line of golden divine patterns that resembled living creatures began to drastically transform at a speed visible to the naked eye, shifting around before finally consolidating into a more complex yet quaint seal tactic. Lin Huang felt dizzy just looking at the seal tactic. After the new seal tactic had formed, the golden light on the surface of the blade gradually disappeared, then slowly resurfaced on both sides of the sword hilt like relief carvings. At that moment, Lin Huang suddenly sensed that his sword Dao true meaning was getting increasingly stronger. In just the blink of an eye, he broke through his bottleneck at true meaning level peak stage right away, reaching a whole new level. The three levels of sword Dao true meaning were true martial level, true meaning level, and true self level. Lin Huang had been stuck at true meaning level for quite some time now. He had even used the time cabin card but still had not been able to achieve a breakthrough. He had never expected that he would get his breakthrough at a time like this. Amid Lin Huang's amazement, a notification tone suddenly came from Xiao He. Congratulations, the mythical level rank 4 monster card, Regal Sword Killer, has evolved and advanced to Supreme God level rank -5. Chapter 1465. Imperial Sword Killer. Lin Huang did not expect to receive that many benefits just from killing a virtual god rank 9 monster. Not only did his sword Dao advance to true self level and his abilities upgraded once again, but Killer also advanced to class 5 and became the second supreme god level monster card he possessed. Monster card. Killer, rarity, supreme god level, name of monster, Imperial Sword Killer, type of monster, Protoss, combat level, 6th rank true god, major, sword Dao, major skills, killer, other sword skills, sword realm, minor skills, true illusion, sword Dao true meaning, first glimpse, god rule, water snap, elemental enlightenment, sea of illusion, summon authority. Activated, card remarks, train with maximum effort. Lin Huang immediately summoned the killer card for inspection. Its rarity has changed from its initial mythical level to supreme god level, and the name of the monster had also changed from the original, Regal Sword Killer, to Imperial Sword Killer. Additionally, Killer's sword Dao true meaning was only at true martial level originally and has now been upgraded to true meaning level. God rule and elemental enlightenment also increased by 3 functions, clearly inheriting one-eyed monster's god rule power. To cap it off, a lot of sword skills have been added to the information page of the skill slot. After examining the card information on Killer, Lin Huang kept the card quickly. Once again, he immersed part of his consciousness into his body in order to look over the details of the massacre of the small teams from the Union government by the one-eyed monster. The culprit had been dealt with, but since he promised Zhang Shan to fully resolve this problem, he still needed to find the corpses of the victims. Following the scenes he saw in his memory, Lin Huang soon found the location where one-eyed monster was hiding the dead bodies. There was a bright flash and, a second later, he showed up at the corpses' hiding place that was not far away. At the nearby depths of the ocean trench, numerous corpses lay suspended underwater, bound together by a kind of seaweed and spiraling round and round in a helical fashion. After moving closer, Lin Huang noticed that the rattan-like seaweed was wrapped around the corpses' necks. There was nothing unusual with the seaweed, clearly it was just being used by one-eyed monster as a rope replacement. Lin Huang examined the corpses. There were a total of 99 people. 3 troops and 4 small teams, not a single one spared. However, all the godheads within the corpses had been taken away, undoubtedly by one-eyed monster for refinement. Thankfully, all the emperor heart rings and other belongings of the deceased were left untouched. After examining the state of the corpses, Lin Huang quickly stored the corpses into a storage ring one at a time. After sweeping one wave of divine telekinesis to ensure that he had not missed anything, Lin Huang left the place with a flash. The moment he departed from the peaceful ocean, Lin Huang immediately activated the dimensional whirlpool and reappeared instantly at number 1 city before hurrying toward the Union government headquarters not too far away. A moment later, when Zhang Shan, the chairman of the Union government, saw Lin Huang in the living hall, he was rather astonished. Emperor Lin, why didn't you let me know in advance that you were coming? Zhang Shan quickly masked his misgivings, proceeding to exchange pleasantries with Lin Huang cheerfully while secretly trying to guess his intentions. The matter has been resolved, hence I came straight here. With that, Lin Huang produced the storage ring containing all the corpses and placed it directly on top of the coffee table. The matter has been resolved. Zhang Shan appeared flabbergasted when he saw Lin Huang reveal the storage ring. He stared blankly for a moment, his reaction rather delayed. Your 3 small squads were attacked by a monster. That monster's combat level was at the peak of virtual god rank 9 and was adept with an illusion-type elemental enlightenment. Its abilities were comparable to an ordinary first-rank true god. All the victims' bodies should be inside this ring. If the number of people you previously reported to me is accurate, then not a single one of them was spared. The bodies are virtually unscathed, and their personal belongings are more or less intact. The only thing is that their godheads have all been dug out by that monster. Most likely for refinement, Zhang Shan hastily picked up the ring and used divine telekinesis to explore its contents. Almost instantly, his expression fell. 99 virtual gods, all dead. The worst-case scenario he had dreaded still ended up happening. Truthfully, before he saw the corpses, he had been holding onto a flicker of hope that there would be survivors. He did not dare to optimistically believe that the group was just trapped somewhere, all alive. Although this outcome was foreseeable from the very beginning, in the moment of seeing the corpses firsthand, Zhang Shan's expression cracked. What about the murderer? Is it still alive? After regaining his composure a moment later, Zhang Shan raised his head and asked Lin Huang. I killed it, Lin Huang replied mildly. Can you hand over the body for us to deal with? We can purchase it for 10 times the market price. Zhang Shan pressed. It's not that I don't want to give you the body. After I killed that monster, its body disintegrated on its own. Lin Huang's tone was somewhat resigned. Before heading over, he had predicted that the Union government would want him to present the murderer, but he could neither produce the body, nor could he tell them the truth. His only option was to fabricate a lie. I think that the monster was possibly just a clone. Zhang Shan did not probe further and readily believed this explanation. It was abnormal for such a formidable monster to suddenly show up in the gravel world itself. If it were a clone of some formidable being from the great world, then that explained everything perfectly. If it's just a clone, is it possible for its primordial form to be hidden in the gravel world? Zhang Shan asked somewhat worriedly. Unlikely. Lin Huang shook his head. For its clone to grow to this stage, there isn't much reason for its primordial form to remain in the gravel world. It would only be able to seal itself, and its abilities would not be much stronger than its clone. Before I leave the gravel world, I will do another round of careful examination. If its primordial form actually is hidden in the gravel world, it cannot escape undetected by me. Also, bury the people in the ring well, I will make the arrangements. Zhang Shan nodded with a grim expression. Really, there was no need for Lin Huang to mention this. Any fallen virtual gods of the Union government would be buried properly and with great dignity. Just as Lin Huang was preparing to leave, Zhang Shan suddenly asked a question. Is it possible that the sudden appearance of that monster has something to do with the dimensional gateway at the bottom of Peaceful Ocean? He still believed in what Lin Huang had said previously about a gateway at the bottom of the Peaceful Ocean. Lin Huang paused for a moment before shaking his head. I'm not sure. I didn't find that gateway when I went into the ocean this time. Since it was his lie to start with, he had to see it through all the way. He had personally announced that there was a dimensional gateway at the bottom of the Peaceful Ocean. Therefore, despite knowing everything about the one-eyed monster, at this moment he could only play dumb in front of Zhang Shan. Don't waste your time and effort on looking for that gateway. I'll definitely be able to find it before I leave. I'll send you guys the coordinates then. In order to prevent the Union government from wasting their time and resources, Lin Huang followed up with this statement. Zhang Shan merely gave a small nod and smile and did not say anything, silently watching Lin Huang leave. After ensuring that Lin Huang had left, he opened the communication page of his Emperor's Heart Ring and dialed a number. Get someone to do an autopsy. Chapter 1466, Lin Zan. Comes out of closed-door cultivation. Lin Huang had taken no more than half an hour to settle the matter with the Union government. Now, he rushed back to Wanbao City without delay. When he returned to the hotel, both Lin Xin and the witch were not in the room. After deploying a wave of divine telekinesis, he located the two ladies at a nearby commercial district shopping for clothes while drinking milk tea. He hesitated slightly for a moment, then decided not to disturb the two ladies in their shopping. Leaving the hotel, he walked straight into a nearby cafe, ordered a cup of black coffee, and sat down to look up the news and browse social platforms. Although the Union government had banned all news about the peaceful ocean 3 days ago, it was still the most talked about matter online and its popularity had yet to die down. Around midday, Lin Huang looked at the time. It's almost 12, the two girls should be about done with their shopping. Using divine telekinesis again, he discovered the two ladies trying on shoes at a shoe shop. Lin Huang switched off the web page on his Emperor's Heart ring and appeared with a flash at the entrance of the shoe shop before walking directly toward the two ladies. Bro, Lin Xin was visibly astonished seeing Lin Huang appear. All of a sudden she did not expect Lin Huang to be back so soon. Little did she know, Lin Huang had already returned to Wanbao City over 3 hours ago. You're back so soon. I returned as soon as I settled the matter. Lin Huang nodded with a smile. After you ladies are done browsing this shop, let's have lunch. Okay, Lin Xin readily nodded. The two women tried on shoes for a while and eventually bought a pair each. After Lin Huang settled the bill for them, he turned to the two women. What would you like to have for lunch? We saw a hot pot restaurant just now. There were quite a number of people lining up. I'd reckon it must taste pretty good, Lin Xin suggested. What about you, little witch? What would you like to eat? Lin Huang craned his neck to look at the witch next to Lin Xin. I'm okay with anything. The witch did not offer an opinion, for a card monster like her did not need to eat or drink at all. Moreover, due to the fiend-like tendencies which haunted her, she had extreme tastes when it came to food preferences. She liked to drink blood and eat her meat raw, her favorite being sashimi made from the offal of mammals. However, she could not share these sorts of preferences in front of Lin Huang and Lin Xin. Thankfully, offal was also served in hot pot, albeit boiled, but this was still within the boundary of the witch's food preferences. Seeing that the witch did not object, it was decided then that they would have hot pot for lunch. Lin Huang brought the two ladies upstairs and quickly found the hot pot restaurant Lin Xin mentioned on the 6th floor. There was still a long queue at the entrance. The three of them had to wait for more than half an hour for their hot pot and finished their food at around 1. Lin Huang initially thought that he could return to the hotel immediately. However, the two ladies who had eaten to their heart's content began strolling around the commercial district again enthusiastically, and this time they insisted on dragging Lin Huang along with them. The three of them wandered around until the skies turned dark. When they finally returned to the hotel, Lin Huang felt like he was about to collapse from exhaustion. As night fell, the two ladies started fussing about wanting to have supper. Lin Huang was adamant on not leaving the hotel and managed to send them away on their own after a fair amount of effort. In the days in Wanbao City that followed, Lin Huang was dragged along every day by the two ladies to window shop. Until the end of the daylight hours. He was starting to regret summoning the witch. Initially, when Lin Xin was all by herself, she did not have much interest in window shopping. In the month and a half that the siblings had been touring around, there were times when it was Lin Huang who had to drag her out for a stroll. Who could have known that, now that she had the witch as her close friend, Lin Xin completely let herself go to enjoy herself. The three of them lingered in Wanbao City for 5 days before finally leaving. Within this short period of 5 days, not counting the witch's purchases, the amount of stuff that Lin Xin alone had bought was several times more than her purchases in the last month and a half. After leaving Wanbao City, Lin Huang resisted the urge to send back the witch and instead continued accompanying the two ladies to tour around for more than a week, before finally receiving news about Lin Zan coming out of closed-door cultivation. As soon as Lin Zan came out of closed-door cultivation, he got in touch with Lin Huang. Bro, I've leveled up to true god. These were the first words Lin Zan said to Lin Huang the moment the communicator got through. After nearly 2 months of closed-door cultivation, Lin Zan finally succeeded in a breakthrough to the true god level. Upon hearing this, Lin Huang looked at the projection of Lin Zan in front of him with a gratified expression. Well done, boy, you're the first person in the gravel world to level up to true god since the new era. 2 months ago, Shin'er told me that we'll wait for you to come out of closed-door cultivation before returning to Winter City together to stay for a few days. Lin Huang said with a smile. It's already the end of December and it'll be a new year in just a couple of days. Although there's still some time before the end of the year, we can celebrate New Year's Day in Winter City. Since you've already come out of closed-door cultivation, Xin and I will finish up our trip here in these 2 days and hurry over to Winter City. Let's meet up there then. Okay. Lin Zan agreed without much hesitation. After ending the conversation with Lin Zan, Lin Huang immediately contacted Lin Xin, who was out shopping. As soon as she received the news about Lin Zan coming out of closed-door cultivation, Lin Xin dragged the witch along with her and hurried back to the hotel. Xiaoxuan has really come out of closed-door cultivation. The moment she returned to the hotel, the first thing Lin Xin did when she saw Lin Huang was to shriek this question. It's true. Lin Huang nodded. Have you told him about going back to Winter City together? Lin Xin asked instantly. When she spoke to Lin Huang through the communicator a while ago, Lin Xin immediately rushed back after hearing the news about Lin Zan coming out of closed-door cultivation. They had not gotten to discussing other matters. I've told him. What did Xiaoxuan say? Lin Xin pressed. He said, okay. Lin Huang repeated Lin Zan's exact words. Then, are we going back to Winter City now? Lin Xin asked with an eager expression. There's no need to rush. I've already told him that we'll wrap things up here in these 2 days and go there to meet up. We can stay there until New Year's Day. There's still more than a week between now and New Year's Day. Lin Huang explained cheerfully. There's nothing to wrap up. I'll pop over to the bathroom and pack all my toiletries. Then we can leave. With that, Lin Xin sprinted to the bathroom. Only then did Lin Huang turn his attention to the witch, who was still rooted to the same spot. Little witch, your holiday ends today then. With that, the witch nodded and burst spontaneously into golden specks of light, before transforming into a card in Lin Huang's hands. He was returning the card to his inner world when Lin Xin emerged from the bathroom with her toiletries packed. You really are an impatient one. Lin Huang shook his head with a resigned smile. I haven't been to Winter City in nearly a year. I went back once in February at the end of the Lunar New Year and cleaned the house. But I didn't even stay and return to Emperor City on the same day itself. Lin Xin said all this mildly, but Lin Huang could detect some bitterness. Alright, let's stay there a few days longer this time then. After saying this, Lin Huang quickly checked out of their hotel room on the Heart Network before summoning a dimensional whirlpool with a wave of his hand. He clutched Lin Xin along with him and stepped into it. In the next moment, the two of them stepped out from the whirlpool onto thick piles of snow. Looking at snowflakes fluttering down the sky, as well as the 3-story villa not too far away, Lin Huang was slightly lost for words. It was like he had returned to that wintry Lunar New Year 4 years ago. Chapter 1467. New Year's Day. It was now the last third of the lunar calendar's 12th month, and Winter City had long since been transformed into a snowy white world, just like it had been 4 years ago at the end of the lunar year. The Lin siblings were in the midst of watching snowflakes drifting down from the sky, their faces full of mixed emotions, when the door of the villa was suddenly opened by someone. Standing in the doorway was none other than Lin Zan. I expected both of you to arrive 2 days later. I had even planned to use all of today to pack, then go buy some things for the festivities and decorate the house a little. Lin Zan's face bore a warm smile. You arrived really quickly. We were delayed by less than 10 minutes, and you've teleported over already, Lin Huang returned, going toward Lin Zan as he spoke. I'd previously used a portal to set coordinates for this place. Since there wasn't anything particularly pressing, I notified Huang Tianfu after ending the call and came over immediately, Lin Zan explained with a chuckle. At this point, Lin Xin came over to stand in front of Lin Zan, craning her neck to look up at the young man who towered over her by more than half a head. Xiaoxuan, why does it feel so strange now, calling you by that name? If that's the case, you may as well call him Daxuan from now on, Lin Huang suggested from where he was standing beside them. Lin Zan's expression was wordlessly eloquent, but he did not object. Since in appearance, he now looked to be 5 or 6 years older than Lin Huang, he himself felt awkward at being called Xiaoxuan by Lin Xin. Daxuan honestly rolls off the tongue a lot smoother, so from now on I'll call you Daxuan instead. The minute Lin Xin finished speaking, she added hurriedly, your name might have changed, but don't you go forgetting that I'm still your big sister, Daxuan. Even though she was willing to let Lin Zan change his embarrassing name, Lin Xin still steadfastly refused to abandon her position as the older sister. Lin Zan's expression indicated he did not have much of a choice, but he did not object either. Alright, let's hurry and tidy up the house for a bit, Lin Huang suggested quickly, dispelling Lin Zan's awkwardness. Given that they had not met for the past 4 years and Lin Zan had experienced a great deal in that time as well as awakened Mo Kui's memories, having him reintegrate so quickly into this family was definitely hard on him. Lin Huang was more than willing to give Lin Zan some time to let him slowly settle in. Under Lin Huang's guidance, all three of them very quickly began spring cleaning. It took the three of them one whole afternoon before they finally managed to clear the house, both inside and out. The bedsheets and quilts in the cupboard have been there for quite a few years, let's just get new ones. The toiletries in the bathroom are also past their expiry dates. Everything in the fridge can be tossed out. As he spoke, Lin Huang jotted down the things that they needed to buy. Both of you look around and see what else needs to be changed. Lin Xin and Lin Zan mentioned a few things. Lin Huang wrote them all down and made a checklist. The three of them went out to eat lunch, then headed straight for the supermarket. They purchased everything on the checklist, went home, and did another round of decorating so that the house, with its faintly forlorn air, now had an atmosphere of festive cheer. For the next few days after that, neither of the three siblings went out much. Lin Huang spent most of his time cultivating the seamless technique and increasing the number of his telekinetic threads. Lin Xin coaxed Lin Zan to engage in combat practice with her. Naturally, their training ground was not in Winter City. Given that one of them was virtual god level rank 9 and the other a first-rank true god, the mere aftermath of a combat session could easily destroy Winter City entirely. Their combat battlefield was in Lin Zan's god territory. In the blink of an eye, a week or more passed by very quickly. Lin Huang's telekinetic threads had increased by another 20,000 strands, bringing the total number to around 250,000 strands. Lin Xin's combat skills had also gone up a level under high-intensity face-to-face training. Currently, her abilities were no weaker than Mr. Fu's before he went into closed-door cultivation. As New Year's Day, the first day of the first lunar month, drew closer, Lin Huang finally halted his cultivation of the seamless technique. Lin Xin and Lin Zan also stopped their combat training. New Year's Day was actually the new era's New Year, but everyone was accustomed to celebrating the end of the lunar calendar's old year, so New Year's Day was slightly less significant in comparison. At present, however, there were still 2 months before the end of the lunar year. Lin Huang was not planning to remain in the gravel world for much longer, so he had chosen New Year's Day to step into the new year. On the night of New Year's Day, Lin Huang showed his two siblings how to wrap dumplings. Although there were dumpling shops in the gravel world, this was the first time that Lin Xin and Lin Zan had made dumplings on their own. Both of them were very interested to learn and displayed great enthusiasm in the wrapping process. The dinner that the three of them had was also very simple. Each person had a bowl of dumplings, and they did not eat much more than that. The remaining uncooked dumplings were all packed and stored in the freezer. That night, heavy snow fell outside the windows once again. Lin Huang and his two siblings sat around the fireplace, happily chatting about the amusing experiences that they had gone through over the last few years until the wee hours of the morning ushered in the new year of the new era. Only when they heard the melodious sound of the New Year's Eve bell did the three young people break off their conversation, turning their heads to look outside the window at almost the same time. Right at this moment, from not too far off, countless fireworks soared into the air in quick succession, bursting into gorgeous displays of light in the heavens. Although the temperature was 20 degrees below zero, Winter City was currently bustling and lively even in these early morning hours. The merchant street not far from Lin Huang and his siblings' small district was full of people coming and going. There were even a great many individuals who stopped where they were to watch the fireworks. In the Lin house, however, everything was unusually quiet. The flames flickering in the fireplace cast a warm yellow light that illuminated the faces of all three Lin siblings brightly. None of the three said anything. They just quietly watched the fireworks soaring into the sky outside their window, bursting into bright blooms. The fireworks display lasted for over half an hour before finally stopping. Only then did Lin Huang and the other two finally tear their eyes away. 4 years ago, they let off a similar display of fireworks at the end of the lunar year. Lin Huang was the first to break the silence. That's right, I remember it very clearly. It was just like this. We lit the fireplace in the house as well. Lin Zan nodded, smiling. I remember it a little differently. Daxuan and I ran to the window to look at the fireworks for a little while. Then it started to snow all of a sudden, so we ran outside to have a snowball fight. Lin Xin reminisced, laughing. By the time we came back after we were done, the fireworks display had finished a long time ago. Lin Zan gave a faintly embarrassed chuckle. Of course, he remembered these things, but he felt awkward bringing them up again. The three of them chatted idly for a while longer before Lin Zan abruptly turned to Lin Huang and asked, "Once New Year's Day is over, when do you want to go to the Great World?" Upon hearing this inquiry, Lin Xin perked up her ears as well. "We'll stay for one more day. On the third, we'll go back to Emperor City first. Let me sort out my remaining affairs, then we can go." Lin Huang obviously already had a clear-cut itinerary planned out. When Lin Xin heard this, she fell silent for a moment, then asked suddenly, "Brother, in the future, can we still come back to the gravel world to visit?" "Of course you can." Lin Huang smiled and nodded. "If both of you want, you can come back here any time you wish. Returning from the Great World doesn't seem as if it's an easy thing, right?" Lin Zan furrowed his brow slightly as he asked this. He felt that Lin Huang was saying this merely to humor Lin Xin. "Don't worry, since I've said it, I definitely can do it." Lin Huang chuckled and patted Lin Zan on the shoulder. He did not extrapolate further. When he heard Lin Huang say this, Lin Zan still harbored some doubts, but he did not pursue the matter any further, choosing to believe Lin Huang. After all, this man had managed to accomplish far too many things that other people were unable to achieve. Chapter 1468. I want to resign from my position as emperor. On the 3rd of the first month, Winter City's consecutive days of heavy snow finally cleared up, and the city welcomed the rare warmth of the winter sun. After finishing breakfast, the three Lin siblings did not linger for too long but headed straight back to Emperor City. Over 2 months had passed between the invasion of the Thousand Snake sect and the present. According to the plans Lin Huang had drawn up for his itinerary, it was almost time to go back to the Great World. Upon returning to Dynasty's headquarters, Lin Huang called a meeting the minute he arrived. Apart from Mr. Fu and a few others who were either still in closed-door cultivation or at the wasteland ruins and were unable to be contacted, all the other virtual gods arrived within half an hour of being notified. Although Huang Tianfu had not given the reason for Dynasty calling everyone together when he sent out the notification, practically everyone guessed that the emperor was about to return to the Great World. This time, when Lin Huang departed, it was impossible that he would be back in the gravel world within a year. He might be parting from them forever. Lin Huang arrived promptly at 9 in the morning. Everyone in the conference room rose to their feet. Lin Huang's gaze swept over his surroundings. With a slight nod to everyone present, he began to speak unhurriedly. "Please take a seat." Lin Huang only resumed speaking after everyone in the conference room had seated themselves. "I'm quite sure that all of you have guessed my purpose in calling this meeting. The threat to the gravel world has been temporarily resolved, and my vacation is almost at an end. However, before I return to the Great World, I would like to talk about my plans for Dynasty's future one last time. First of all, I hope that Dynasty will continue to remain neutral. Since Dynasty is fundamentally a dark organization, it's not realistic to expect everyone to change and become upholders of justice. However, I also hope that I won't see any among you return to embracing the dark side. Just remain as a neutral organization, unbiased toward either side. If you feel something is right, do it. If you think it's wrong, then don't. There's no need stand in line. My next point is possibly something that everyone should be a bit more mindful of. What I want to say is that I will give Dynasty access authorization to Royal. I also won't remove your registrations from Royal's records. Given that I have a larger quota for affiliate organizations in Royal and I myself am not likely to establish several dozen or even several hundred organizations, these quotas may as well be put to good use. Huang Tianfu will still be responsible for access authorization. Wanan and Tufu will assist in managing things." When they heard this, Huang Tianfu and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief. Their greatest worry had been that Lin Huang's departure would signal the termination of any affiliate relations with Royal. If that were the case, they would be denied access to Royal entirely. Losing Lin Huang's protection meant that Dynasty had only two paths open to them. Either they seceded from Royal and returned all the resources that they had obtained there, or they became a leaderless affiliate organization that was subjected to the lowest level of resources and treatment. Furthermore, they had a limited period by which to become vassal to another Royal member. If they exceeded this length of time, Dynasty and all its members would be entirely considered Royal's private property. My third point is that in the future, I hope Dynasty can become a training base for me to nurture and train talent. I will also be establishing my own organization in the Great World, and I extend an invitation for Dynasty to send talented people to me in days to come. Of course, the standards of this organization that I will be establishing are higher, and the lowest level of combat strength will be virtual god level. In the future, these standards may get even higher. When they heard this, the eyes of numerous individuals present began to gleam. As an affiliate organization of Royal, all of Dynasty's members naturally hoped that they might become official members of Royal someday. However, Royal's selection process for members was extremely difficult. Practically nobody in Dynasty was qualified for admission. If they joined Lin Huang's organization, it would clearly be so much easier. It must be noted that most of the people present had become acquainted with Lin Huang's abilities while in the abyss brink. Huang Tianfu and a few others were even aware that those several hundred true god-level sword cultivators were not reinforcements from the Great World, they were Lin Huang's own sword servants. This was also to say that the organization Lin Huang was going to establish in the future already had several hundred true god-level guardians. Furthermore, with Lin Huang and his astoundingly talented potential, a developing organization like this was something that Huang Tianfu and the others dreamed of joining. Even the ones present who did not know about the sword servants were also optimistic about Lin Huang's future and were looking forward to joining his organization. Moreover, they had witnessed as Lin Huang took charge of a dynasty originally in decline, and developed it into one of the present 6 giant organizations. Fourthly, if at all possible, don't reveal Dynasty's connection with misery. Although the Union government and other organizations have already noticed, unless it's really a last resort, best not to bring it to light. My 5th point is that I hope to see Dynasty continue to develop peacefully. Since you now have access authorization to Royal, there won't be a lack of resources, and skirmishes over such will decrease significantly. Furthermore, the world rule is continuously being restored. The next few decades will see an explosion of prodigies and geniuses. This will also be when everyone sees a surge in the advancement of abilities. Stay low profile and keep growing if there's no need, don't take the limelight. Of course, not taking the limelight might sound like a bit of a mockery coming from me, since I've already taken way too much of the limelight in the gravel world. The meeting continued for over an hour. Lin Huang brought up more than a dozen points, and the majority of everyone present listened attentively. My hopes and expectations for all of you are generally outlined in these dozen or so points. After today, I will not continue to hold the position of emperor. Your future path will be up to all of you now. When Lin Huang finished speaking, he retrieved the emperor crown, the emperor saber, and the dragon robe from his space storage, placing them on the conference table. Your Majesty, whether or not you are willing to accept it, as far as Dynasty is concerned, the position of emperor is forever yours. Huang Tianfu was the first to speak. Tianfu is right. Furthermore, according to Royal's rules, as long as Dynasty remains under your name, you will always be our emperor. Honest, straightforward Huang Tufu stood up hurriedly and chimed in. Lin Huang could not help teasing them when he heard this. So, Tufu, what you mean is, you still want me to break off the affiliation with Royal? Everyone present broke out in a cold sweat, and even the hitherto calm Huang Tianfu betrayed a discomfited expression. That's not what I meant. Huang Tufu waved his hands, slightly flustered. That's all right, I know what you meant. Lin Huang smiled and nodded. Your Majesty, I feel that you really don't need to resign from your position as emperor. You've also mentioned that in the future, you hope Dynasty might be able to become your base for training up talent and potential. When you've gone to the great world, even though we can't directly serve you, the very least we can do by proxy is to expend some effort on your behalf. We also hope that Dynasty will continue to be your training base and that our relationship won't be just cut and dried, cold cooperation. Huang Wanan also spoke up to dissuade Lin Huang. After being dissuaded by everyone, Lin Huang finally gave up but did not take back the pieces of equipment on the conference table. Very well then, I'll continue as emperor. However, I won't hold on to this equipment any longer. With my abilities now, I have no need for them. After such a difficult time persuading Lin Huang to continue as emperor, everyone present finally breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, Huang Wuji, who had been the first to arrive at the meeting and who had not said much the entire time, suddenly came to his feet. Your Majesty, I would like to join your organization and go to the great world with you. Chapter 1469. Meet at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Huang Wuji was the first prince of Dynasty, and one of the 5 princes of the younger generation. Excluding Lin Huang, he, along with Chan Do and a few others, were gifted geniuses who possessed the most powerful talent and potential in practically the entire gravel world. He was even considered by Dynasty to be the one most likely to inherit the position of emperor. Currently, he had also advanced to virtual god level, just like Chan Do. Whether it was talent, potential, or combat power, he fully met Lin Huang's recruitment criteria. Upon hearing Huang Wuji's words, a lot of Dynasty's members had shocked expressions on their faces. As he was the former first prince, even though he was unable to take the position of emperor, he would definitely be Huang Tianfu's heir in the future, and it would only be a matter of time before all of Dynasty was within his grasp. Many people believed that Huang Wuji was the one who looked forward the most to seeing Lin Huang leave the gravel world, because once Lin Huang departed, he would become the main training focus for the whole of Dynasty. Most people would never have expected that he would give up everything he could obtain in Dynasty and journey to the great world with Lin Huang. Even Lin Huang was a little startled by his decision. "Are you sure you want to go to the great world with me?" Lin Huang asked after a moment of silence. As emperor, he had already discussed future development plans with Huang Tianfu and the others. He knew better than anyone how much attention and training Huang Wuji would receive from Dynasty after he left. "Maybe there are a few things that I wasn't clear about. If you want to join my organization, you'll really need to consider it carefully. Since the organization is in the initial stages of being established, you'll need to obtain most resources yourself." Lin Huang glanced over at everyone present, then directed his gaze back toward Huang Wuji and continued, "With your natural talent and potential, you'll get the best resources for training if you stay in Dynasty. If you follow me, you won't have the luxury of resources or privileges." "I understand." Huang Wuji did not hesitate. "I've never been one to pursue privileges, I've only sought to grow stronger. I'm also very much aware of the kind of training I would get if I were to stay in Dynasty. If I stayed in the gravel world, perhaps within a short time, my combat level would increase even more than if I went to the great world. However, in the long run, going to the great world is the better choice for me, because only in the great world will I face more challenges, even more difficult ones. Only then can I truly become stronger through repeated trials and not just elevate my combat level. What I want is a bigger stage. I hope that you'll grant me this opportunity, Your Majesty." Huang Wuji's gaze burned, and he clearly had already steeled his heart to leave the gravel world. Lin Huang stared at him for a while. When he saw Huang Wuji's resolute attitude, he nodded. "Since you're determined to do this, come with us then." Seeing Huang Wuji successfully join Lin Huang's organization, the others that were present could not help feeling stirred as well. Huang Tufu was the first to stand up. "Your Majesty, I also would like to go to the great world with you." As soon as he said that, he stole a glance at Huang Tianfu and Huang Wenan, who were next to him. Huang Wenan maintained a poker face, but the expression on Huang Tianfu's face darkened considerably. "Enough of that now, I'll save places for all of you. Once you've reached virtual god level rank 9 and your successors have been chosen, then you can join any time." Lin Huang glanced over at Huang Tianfu, Huang Wenan, and Huang Tufu. The reason he turned Huang Tufu down was that the three of them were the backbone of Dynasty, the ones who maintained its normal operations. The absence of either one of them would result in Dynasty being unable to operate normally for at least a certain amount of time. Moreover, the positions that the three of them held within Dynasty were not ones that could be easily replaced by anyone else. This was why Lin Huang set out two conditions for them. One was to reach virtual god level rank 9, and the other was to train suitable successors. Alright, Huang Tufu seemed to have already expected this result beforehand, commenting with a chuckle, "I was initially thinking of slacking off a bit and escaping my responsibilities, but I didn't expect that Your Majesty would see through my little plan. The reason I agreed to take Huang Wuji with me is that his departure won't affect Dynasty's normal operations. The three of you would still do best to stay behind and properly build up Dynasty. Dynasty is my talent training base, as well as an important part of the organization that I'm putting together." After Huang Tufu's unsuccessful request, several people in the conference room also asked to join Lin Huang's organization, but Lin Huang turned them all down. His response was, "You should elevate to high-level virtual god first." Although Lin Huang had given virtual god level as the entry requirement, it was aimed at super geniuses like Huang Wuji. For those whose talent and potential were insufficient, if their combat level did not reach that of a high-level virtual god, it would be extremely difficult for them to survive in the great world. Lin Huang setting out this condition was actually for their own good. As soon as the meeting with Dynasty was over, Lin Huang went straight to Misery. At Misery, he also set out the same conditions as with Dynasty. Misery was also included in the talent training plan. After the meeting, several people also expressed their desire to join Lin Huang's organization but were all tactfully turned down by Lin Huang on the grounds that they had to elevate to high-level virtual god first. After leaving Misery, Lin Huang summoned Sword 103. How's the formation of the Sword Alliance going? In the past 8 months, we have recruited 23 super geniuses and 318 other geniuses in 13 safe zones. Most of the Sword Cultivator geniuses already belong to an organization, and most of them are part of major organizations such as the Union Government and the Hunter Association, so it's unlikely that they'll change sides. Persuade the ones you can, but don't force the ones you can't. Also, don't use physical violence to persuade them, Lin Huang exhorted, then fell silent for a moment before continuing. You should also pay attention to other gifted geniuses who are not sword cultivators, and recruit any suitable ones as well. Previously, Lin Huang had wanted to form the Sword Alliance because he had obtained a large number of Sword Dao inheritances. Furthermore, all the sword servants were strong sword cultivators, so it was easy for them to train new sword cultivators. At that time, he had not considered recruiting other people because he was afraid of holding back other types of cultivators. Now, however, his thinking was more open. Although he had obtained very few other types of inheritances, the sword servants were all top-tier heavenly gods, who almost certainly possessed other types of inheritances from their previous combat levels. Besides that, they had also fought against other types of powerhouses before, and their ability to make discerning judgments could in no way be compared with that of ordinary cultivators. Therefore, they were actually entirely capable of teaching newcomers who were below virtual god level. Moreover, whether from Dynasty or Misery, the gifted geniuses that they would send to his organization in the future would not all be sword cultivators, so a more diversified expansion was still necessary. After Sword 103 had departed, Lin Huang turned his head and looked in the direction where Mr. Fu was undergoing his closed-door cultivation. He could vaguely sense that Mr. Fu was on the verge of breaking through to true god level. From the looks of it, he'll be able to break through in a few days. Lin Huang had a pleased smile on his face. The spiritual energy recovery of the gravel world had undoubtedly benefited Mr. Fu a great deal. That night, on the grounds of going into closed-door cultivation for a few days, Lin Huang quietly placed the gravel world within him, then teleported himself back to the Great Heaven Palace. After coming out of the Great Heaven Palace and following the map Bloody had provided, he traveled on his own for several days and went through dozens of teleportation points before finally reaching the Great World's human domain. On an uninhabited and remote border planet within the human domain, Lin Huang opened a gateway to the gravel world. The other side of the gateway was connected to a cave at the bottom of the peaceful ocean that was hidden by a massive shipwreck. After finishing these preparations, Lin Huang returned to the gravel world again. Upon his return, Mr. Fu had already successfully evolved to true god and come out of closed-door cultivation 2 days ago. As soon as he pushed open the doors of the Emperor Palace, Lin Huang heard Mr. Fu's voice transmission in his ears. You've finally come out of closed-door cultivation, my good apprentice. Congratulations on successfully evolving to true god, teacher. Lin Huang smiled and replied via voice transmission. I never expected that I would actually be able to break through to true god level in this lifetime. Mr. Fu's voice was full of joy. After a momentary pause, Mr. Fu asked directly, when do you want to go to the great world? A little impatient, aren't we, sir? Lin Huang laughed. After evolving to true god, I suddenly feel that everything in the gravel world is dull. For some reason, there seemed to be a hint of melancholy in Mr. Fu's voice when he said that. Then, let's set it for 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. I'll notify the others. Lin Huang set the time right away. Before returning to the great world to make arrangements, he had already informed Lin Xin and the others in advance, telling them that he would set a departure time once he came out of his closed-door cultivation. This was so that everyone could quickly prepare for departure within those few days. After the exchange with Mr. Fu, Lin Huang quickly composed a message and sent it out to everyone. Let's meet at the square at the entrance of the Emperor Palace at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Chapter 1470, Departure from the Gravel World at 8:30 in the morning. Lin Huang ate an unhurried breakfast before returning to the Emperor Palace. It's almost time to send out the coordinates. He glanced at the time, opened the address book in his Emperor's Heart Ring, selected Zhongshan, Huang Tianfu, and Kuji's names, then composed a message and sent it to them. The contents of this message contained the coordinates of the dimensional gateway that led to the Great World. Lin Huang had really put a lot of effort into this dimensional gateway. First of all, in order to prevent the people of the gravel world from being teleported into the God territory, he went through quite a number of places before setting the teleportation point in the human domain. The next step was to prevent too high a mortality rate of the gravel world's virtual gods after they reached the Great World. After connecting this dimensional gateway, he secretly modified the surrounding area on the gravel world side of the dimensional gateway and, using a divine pattern, enveloped it with an ice-sealing elemental enlightenment. If an ordinary living creature were to approach within a certain distance from the dimensional gateway, they would slowly be frozen by the cold that radiated from the divine pattern. For individuals who had not mastered God rule power, only those whose divine power exceeded virtual God rank 6, not including rank 6, could use their divine power to overcome being frozen and enter the dimensional gateway. Those who had mastered God rule power could easily resist being frozen by the cold. Since the elemental enlightenment that Lin Huang had housed within the divine pattern was only first glimpse level, the chill that the divine pattern exuded would not be from the power of the elemental enlightenment itself. Instead, it would be pure cold that was isolated from the elemental enlightenment. As for cultivators who were below high-level virtual God and had not mastered God rule power, as long as they retreated in time, the frost from the elemental enlightenment would automatically fade away quickly. However, if they were to push through regardless of the cold, they would eventually freeze completely. Nevertheless, Lin Huang did not tell anyone that he was the one responsible for this. He only vaguely mentioned in the text message that he sent to those few individuals, the area surrounding the dimensional gateway is enveloped in cold, so virtual gods who are not high level should not enter. This setup was done for the good of everyone in the gravel world. This was because most of the Great World's resources were monopolized by various major and minor organizations. Anyone below high-level virtual god would find it difficult to join a major organization in the Great World. Even if they were lucky and managed to join a grade 3 or grade 4 organization, they would basically only be able to rely on odd jobs for a living, and it would be extremely difficult to obtain cultivation resources. If one were to be a lone ranger, not only would the mortality rate be extremely high, but they would have to hand over at least 50% of their gains every time they entered a secret zone ruin owned by someone else. Some ruthless organizations would even take more than 70% of those gains. Even if, once in a blue moon, one were to encounter a secret zone ruin with no owner, it would be full of reckless rogue cultivators who were not afraid of death. Without an organization to maintain order, the degree of danger would only be higher. The exceptions were those who had amazing talent and potential like Chan Do and Huang Wuji, who could get various organizations to prioritize their training merely at the sight of them. In the meantime, everyone else would have to slowly go through all kinds of trouble and hardships. If this had been the past, Lin Huang would definitely not have spent so much effort on such matters. He had always been someone who did not like trouble. However, now that he had refined the gravel world, his thinking had changed slightly, and he had the vague idea that, these people are my people. That was why he had worked hard and spent several days making these arrangements. The people who received the message were in varying states of mind after reading it. Huang Tianfu and Kuji had no doubts about the message that Lin Huang sent, and they also did not doubt the warning he had given them. Lin Huang must have had his reasons for stating that those below high-level virtual gods should not try to pass through the dimensional gateway, so they would follow what he said. Lin Huang had also told them not to spread this information, so they would keep it strictly confidential. On the other hand, Zhang Shan's reaction after reading the message was completely different. He sent the coordinates over so easily. No concrete requirements or trading conditions. Zhang Shan's first reaction was to doubt the authenticity of the coordinates, as Lin Huang had given out the information too easily. Even so, he banished this idea in an instant because false coordinates would be too easily exposed. All he had to do was send someone to the coordinates to check, and he would know whether they were real or not. This process would take less than half an hour. The area surrounding the dimensional gateway is enveloped in cold, so those who are not high-level virtual gods should not enter. Zhang Shan was also skeptical of this warning. So, those who are low-level and middle-level virtual gods can't enter the dimensional gateway. As for the part of the message that mentioned not spreading this information, conversely, Zhang Shan did not doubt that at all. This kind of information was top secret in itself and could be sold at a high price. Why would he spread it for free? After carefully reading Lin Huang's message 3 times and confirming that there were no hidden messages, Zhang Shan closed the text. He then dialed the communication numbers of the 2 vice chiefs as well as other senior officials to call for an emergency meeting. By 9 in the morning, everyone was already gathered in front of the Emperor Palace. Huang Tianfu and the other senior officials of dynasty stood nearby and looked on quietly. In addition to Lin Huang and Lin Xin, Mr. Fu, Lin Zan, Xiao Mo, Chan Do, and Huang Wuji were all present as well. As for Yi Zheng and his sister Yi Yeyu, Lang Yuexin, and Li Lang, their combat levels were still at imperial level, and they had not elevated to virtual god level yet, so Lin Huang did not want to take them with him. As for Fatty, even though he had good potential after using the flawless card, he spent a lot of time in his restaurant, so the amount of time he could devote to cultivation was far less than the others. Just a few days ago, he had contacted Lin Huang to inform him that he had broken through to Transcendent. He was still a long way from virtual god level. Lin Huang glanced around at everyone present, then nodded slightly. We're all here, so let's get going. After saying that, he stretched his hand out, and a whirlpool like a black hole automatically coalesced out of thin air. Chan Do and the others were all taken aback when they saw this. It was the first time they had seen this kind of ability. Lin Xin and Lin Zan took the lead and disappeared into the whirlpool. Mr. Fu and the others followed behind them and stepped in one after the other. Lin Huang was the last one to go. Before entering the whirlpool, he turned to look at where Huang Tianfu and the others were standing, then gave them a slight nod. Take care, Your Majesty. Huang Tianfu and the others shouted, waving to Lin Huang. Only then did Lin Huang turn around and step into the whirlpool. After a moment, the whirlpool in front of the Emperor Palace slowly disappeared. We don't even know when His Majesty will be back again. Huang Tianfu and the others watched with forlorn expressions as the whirlpool disappeared. Only after a long while did they turn and leave. Upon stepping out of the whirlpool, Lin Xin and the others found themselves in a deep sea. Not far away was a massive shipwreck that was half buried under sand and silt, and they could only faintly make out the shape of a large ship. After a while, Lin Huang walked out of the whirlpool. As well, his gaze lingered on the shipwreck in front of him for only a moment before he suddenly turned his head to look in a certain direction. At this point, Lin Zan also frowned slightly. Is someone coming here? It's the Union government's people. I sent the coordinates to Zhongshan half an hour ago, Lin Huang explained with a calm expression. They've probably come to check on the dimensional gateway. As Lin Huang spoke, he slapped his hand down on Huang Wuji's shoulder, imbuing a portion of ice-sealing elemental enlightenment into his body. Mr. Fu and Lin Zan were both true gods, while Lin Xin was a virtual god rank -9. Xiao Mo and Chan Do were both virtual god rank 3s, but both had mastered rule-bending power. Huang Wuji, who had only just elevated to virtual god rank -1, was the only one who had not been able to learn rule-bending power yet. He was also the only one who could not enter the dimensional gateway on his own. Huang Wuji merely felt a chill within his body, but it was quickly replaced by a different mysterious sense soon after. Before he could perceive it in more detail, though, the Union government's team had arrived. Surprisingly, the leader was Lin Huang's old acquaintance Guan Zhong, the head of Agency EA. At the sight of Lin Huang and the others, the expression on Guan Zhong's face betrayed visible embarrassment. Your Majesty. Despite this, he still took the initiative to greet Lin Huang. Are you getting ready to leave now? Lin Huang glanced at the troop that Guan Zhong was leading. There were not many members, only 6 of them, and their combat levels were all different. They were at virtual god level rank -1, RANK 3, RANK 4, RANK 6, RANK 7, and RANK 9, respectively. Although Guan Zhong was only a virtual god RANK 4, he obviously held the highest position among them. Yes, Lin Huang gave an indifferent nod. He did not have any particular opinions about Guan Zhong, nor was there any conflict between them. It was just that they had different standpoints, so it was difficult for them to be friends. Then, will you all go first? Of course, Guan Zhong did not dare to jump Lin Huang's queue. Don't worry, I really want to see the results of your exploration trials in this area, Lin Huang replied with a smile. Guan Zhong obviously had not expected Lin Huang to say this, but he quickly responded nonetheless. Then hold on for a moment, Your Majesty. We'll try it out first. Once he finished speaking, he let the virtual god rank -1 and rank 3 enter the shipwreck first. The virtual god rank -1 approached the shipwreck, but even before he could get within 100-meter range, a layer of white frost began rapidly condensing on the surface of his body without any warning. He tried taking 2 more steps forward, and the speed at which his body was being frozen began to accelerate rapidly. It was too late for him to retreat. At this point, the virtual god rank 9 from the Union government suddenly made a move. A long rattan vine lashed out, wrapped around the other's waist as yet still not completely frozen, and pulled him out. Fortunately, the virtual god rank -1 had not been completely frozen. After leaving the shipwreck, his body slowly began to defrost. However, his face was full of fear and terror. "It's so cold, it's like the chill is freezing my soul along with my body. After I took the last 2 steps, I couldn't move at all, I couldn't get away even if I wanted to." After seeing what had happened to his companion, the virtual god rank 3 was obviously more cautious, and he took very small, slow steps. As soon as he was within 100-meter range, his body also began swiftly freezing, but he frantically fought back using the divine power within him. Even so, the cold was all-pervasive, and his divine power was being rapidly consumed with every second that passed. He moved forward slowly, step by step. As soon as he was within a 50-meter range, his body began to freeze even more quickly. Remembering his previous companion's misfortune, he did not dare to rashly advance any further. He decided to ignite his divine power, sending his body flying backward in retreat. "It's no good, I can only make it to about a 50-meter range at most. I think I'd be completely frozen if I were to take 1 or 2 more steps forward." His body was shaking with cold, and he shook his head at Guanzhong. Guanzhong hurriedly handed him a divine crystal so he could replenish his divine power. The virtual god rank 3 could only reach about 50 meters, so the virtual god rank 4 did not even have to try. He turned his head and nodded at the virtual god rank 6. The virtual god rank 6 looked solemn, but he still began to approach the shipwreck 1 step at a time. A few minutes later, he finally arrived at the shipwreck, but the moment he set foot on the wreck itself, a layer of white frost suddenly crawled up his legs and ankles like a living creature, then quickly spread upward. The virtual god rank 9 from the Union government already had his rattan vine on hand, ready to come to the rescue at any time. The virtual god rank 6 activated the divine power within his whole body, but after only a moment of resistance, his divine power was completely exhausted. Seeing the frost rapidly enveloping his teammate's body, the virtual god rank 9 made a move again, and the rattan vine lashed out. Just as the rattan vine came in contact with the virtual god rank 6's waist and was about to pull him back, the frost started to spread onto the vine as well. The moment the virtual god rank 9 pulled on it, the part of the vine around the other's waist disintegrated. Crap! The virtual god rank 9's heart thumped hard in his chest. However, at this moment, the body of the virtual god rank 6 suddenly rose into the air, as if he was being pulled back by some invisible object, and flew backward. Those from the Union government activated their divine telekinesis. Only then did they discover an invisible telekinetic thread wrapped around the virtual god rank 6's waist. Their gaze followed the telekinetic thread as it retracted, finally landing on Lin Huang. "No need to thank me." Lin Huang gave them a faint smile. He took it upon himself to save this individual because this was his doing after all. Furthermore, its purpose was not to kill people but to prevent those who were not powerful enough from hastily charging into the great world. After the virtual god rank 6 had been settled, the virtual god rank 7's expression darkened slightly, but he still moved forward steadily and walked toward the shipwreck. His divine power surged throughout his whole body, and he quickly stepped onto the shipwreck. The moment his feet made contact, frost began to condense on both his legs but was suppressed by his divine power. He hesitated for a moment but decided to move forward. After entering the hole in the shipwreck, he kept going down, following the coordinates given by Lin Huang. Fortunately, things went relatively smoothly this time. After entering the shipwreck, the virtual god rank 7's aura did not significantly weaken. After about 10 minutes, he withdrew from the shipwreck, his body covered in frost. Although he had an exhausted look on his face, he was obviously relieved. "How was it? Did you see the dimensional gateway?" Guanzhong promptly asked. "I saw it." The virtual god rank 7 nodded. "How intense was the cold?" The virtual god rank 9 asked from the sidelines. "At the current strength of my divine power, I could barely pass through the area enveloped by the cold. However, just entering and exiting once has depleted almost all of my divine power, the virtual god Rank7 explained. Also, the closer one gets to the dimensional gateway, the stronger the chill, and the greater the consumption of divine power. My guess is that a virtual god Rank6 wouldn't be able to pass through even if they took a large number of divine crystals with them, because the rate of divine power absorption would be far lower than its consumption rate. I'll go check it out. The virtual god Rank9 nodded slightly, then walked straight to the shipwreck, evidently preparing to try it out himself. Although the virtual god Rank7 had come back alive, the virtual god rank 9 was still very cautious as he walked. It also took him about 10 minutes before he came out of the shipwreck. He went back to Guanzhong, and the two exchanged a few words through voice transmission. After a short while, Guanzhong turned his head and looked at Lin Huang again. "Your Majesty, I apologize for holding you up for so long." After that, his gaze came to rest on Xiaomo, Chando, and Huang Wuji for a moment. "You've seen the results of our trials. I'm afraid that it'll be difficult for you young men to pass through." Seeing the results of the Union government's trial explorations, Chando and the others were indeed a little worried. "Thank you for the reminder." Lin Huang nodded slightly at Guanzhong. He did not refute Guanzhong's words either, merely led his group toward the shipwreck. Guanzhong and the others fixed their eyes on Chando and the other two, waiting to see what Lin Huang would do after they froze. Instead, to their surprise, Lin Huang and his group all proceeded smoothly until they stepped into the shipwreck. None of them showed any signs of becoming frozen. Within the shipwreck, Chando and Xiaomo had long since understood what was happening. The moment the two of them were within 100-meter range of the shipwreck, the rule-bending power within them automatically activated, completely isolating the chill so it was on the outside of their bodies. As for Huang Wuji, who had yet to learn rule-bending power, Lin Huang had imbued a small trace of elemental enlightenment into him for protection. Because of that, he had a common origin with the ice-sealing power, so he did not feel the chill at all. Those from the Union government watched on as Lin Huang and his group entered the shipwreck. A moment later, there was a wave of spatial fluctuations from under the shipwreck, and the auras of Lin Huang and his group vanished. Guanzhong and the others fell silent for a moment. How did they do that? At this, the virtual god Rank9 spoke up. "It's probably due to rule-bending power." Lin Huang imbued the two virtual god rank 3s and that one virtual god rank -1 with rule-bending power to protect them. Chapter 1471, Devil Hunter Star Zone. Fister Star was an ordinary remote planet located in the border region between the human world and the abyss. Lin Huang choosing this place to be the first stop in the Great World had been Bloody's suggestion. This was mainly due to the fact that although this planet was far away, it was located within the administrative zone of the Grade 6 Hunt organization Devil Hunter Star Zone. Initially, when Devil Hunter Star was established by the Hunt organization, its main function had been to guard the border between the human race and the abyss, as well as provide members of the organization with a foothold to use for transactions and temporary lodging. However, with the ever-increasing number of people coming and going, Mysterious Item Pavilion, which was also a Grade 6 organization, saw that there was money to be made and established a branch in the same star zone as well. After that, the entire star zone became more prosperous until even the White Robes specially set up a branch there to maintain order in the entire star zone. Devil Hunter Star Zone also became a unique scenic route between humans and the abyss. Currently, in Devil Hunter Star Zone, including Fister Star, 38 planets were inhabited by humans and had formed a complete ecological chain. Fister Star was merely one of these ordinary planets. Even so, the level of prosperity was comparable to that of a grade of foothold in the gravel world. It was just that the buildings were not so densely packed, and the population was slightly smaller. However, cultivators were much more commonly seen here than in the gravel world. Looking around, Mr. Fu and his group could see virtual gods almost everywhere, and there were a good number of true gods roaming the streets as well. Apart from Lin Huang, everyone else was stunned when they saw this. Are true gods this frequent in the great world? Mr. Fu could not help asking Lin Huang. Lin Huang could not help but smile and shake his head when he heard this question. Actually, no, Devil Hunter Star Zone is located on the edge of a battleground, so there are more cultivators coming and going. Moreover, in addition to the three large Grade 6 organizations, the Hunt, Mysterious Item Pavilion and the White Robes. A good number of other Grade 4 and Grade 5 organizations have also established their branches here. You're thinking of choosing this place as a foothold? Chan Do asked. The others also turned to look at Lin Huang immediately. Yes. Lin Huang nodded calmly. This place is very close to the Abyss battleground. It's very suitable for hunting abyssal monsters. Moreover, Demon Hunter Star Zone is comparable to top-tier Grade 5 star zones. Whether it's purchasing supplies, obtaining information, or organizing hunts, and handing over missions, everything is very convenient. There are also white robes in charge of maintaining order, so, needless to say, it's very safe. In the entire human world, the number of star zones that possess this kind of environment don't even add up to 5 fingers. What should we do next then? Lin Xin could not help asking. Let's register our identities at the White Robes foothold first, otherwise we won't even be able to stay in a hotel. Lin Huang finished speaking, then continued, when filling in the registration forms, don't reveal that we are from the gravel world, just fill in the mini world number NF404. As for the other pieces of information, you can fill them in normally. Is NF404 the number of our gravel world? Lin Xin asked, unable to restrain herself. No, our gravel world isn't officially registered. This number is that of a mini world relatively near here that has connections to the human race. If that's the case, won't we be found out? Lin Xin inquired hurriedly. Under normal circumstances, we won't be. Many people from the human world register their identities every day. As long as we don't cause a major incident, normally, no one will check. After giving his instructions, Lin Huang quickly led the group toward the planet where the White Robes were stationed, Evil Extermination Planet. The identity registration process was very smooth. After the forms had been filled in, a round of simple physical examinations was conducted to confirm Lin Huang and the others' human identities. The staff members of the White Robes then gave them each a ring that resembled an emperor's heart ring. With that, Lin Huang's group successfully became official citizens of the human world. After they had obtained their identity rings, Lin Huang then brought a few of his group to the hunt foothold to register a small hunting team. Once all of this was finished, Lin Huang found a hotel for everyone to settle in. Now that we've already formed a small hunting team, everyone can enter the battleground. Lin Huang finished speaking and glanced at Huang Wuji. Master Chan and Xiao Mo, your combat levels are about the same as Huang Wuji's, so you can bring him with you and explore around the outer region. At the same time, you can all familiarize yourselves with the environment while you're at it. It would be best if all of you can upgrade your combat levels as soon as possible. Don't waste time specifically trying to understand rule-bending power once you've reached Virtual God Rank 9, it's still not too late to spend time on that. After he finished, Lin Huang then turned to look at Lin Xin. Teacher, Dazan, you can team up with Shin'er and explore a little further in. What about you? Lin Xin asked hurriedly. I have imperial monsters. Lin Huang smiled. Let me briefly give you a rundown now of what the current situation is with the humans in the Great World. The human world has 3 saints and 7 sects. The 3 saints are Deluo Temple, Lei Temple, and Sanctuary. They are Holy Land Grade 7 organizations and are guarded by lords. They are also the 3 most powerful organizations in the entire human world, and they are at transcendent status. The 7 sects are Taiching Sect, Tranquil Temple, Mysterious Item Pavilion, the White Robes, Asura, Xiaoyao Sect, and the Hunt. Taiching Sect is an organization that split from Deluo Temple. I won't go into details about the specifics, you can read the information later on your own. Tranquil Temple is not a nunnery, but an organization established by a powerful female cultivator. This organization only accepts female members. Mysterious Item Pavilion is the largest commercial organization in the entire human world, as well as the largest intelligence organization. The White Robes are a management and law enforcement organization jointly established by the 3 saints. Practically all the top executives are from Deluo Temple, Lei Temple, and Sanctuary. Asura is an assassin organization and is extremely mysterious. Xiaoyao Sect is a rogue cultivation alliance established by a powerful rogue cultivator, and its administration is a bit more relaxed. There's also the Hunt. It's the largest hunting organization in the human world and issues the largest number of hunting missions. Is this Hunt organization connected to the Union government of the Gravel World and the Hunter Association? Mr. Fu was finally unable to restrain himself from asking. Yes. Lin Huang nodded. It's that hunting organization. Seeing the others' mystified expressions, Lin Huang explained again, the Hunt is the power behind the Union government, as well as the Hunter Association in the Great World. After this round of explanations, Lin Huang continued again sternly. Although we have already formed a team, I suggest that you don't hunt first these next few days. Thoroughly read through all the information that I'll be sending to you. Pay attention especially to the Great World's Monster Guide. It contains many more times the number of monsters in the Gravel World, so it would be best if all of you can memorize all the monster information. Everybody nodded one after the other. All of them were also aware that the Great World was certain to contain many monsters that they had never even heard of before in the Gravel World. If they were to encounter unfamiliar monsters during the hunting process, it would be extremely dangerous. Apart from this, there are also several social media platforms that you should register on. Normally, if there's any news or information, it can be found there. After Lin Huang finished speaking, he put together the various pieces of information and sent them to everyone. Chapter 1472, Kylie's situation. After settling Lin Xin and the others in, Lin Huang quickly got in touch with Bloody. Kylie's situation in the Nephilic Judge tribe still worried him. I've basically settled everything on my side. How are things on your end? Not very optimistic, Bloody replied. A while ago, Kylie successfully elevated to Supreme God rank -5. Once news of this got out, the Holy Sons of several Lord-level organizations have recently come forward to propose marriage. Based on the current situation, it's only a matter of time before the Nephilic Judge tribe agrees to a marriage alliance. Lin Huang knew about Kylie's elevation to Supreme God rank 5, he was not overly surprised by this. After all, the Nephilic Judge tribe was a top-tier grade 6 tribe. With their abundant resources on top of Kylie's talent and potential, her advancement to Supreme God level was no surprise. Even within grade 7 organizations, Supreme God level rank 5 was potential at the level of a Holy Son. This was also why several grade 7 organizations were willing to use Holy Sons to propose a marriage alliance after Kylie's advancement. Upon hearing this, Lin Huang's brows furrowed slightly. This was not good news. That won't do at all. I'll recall both of you back right away then. Before Bloody could reply on her end, a push notification from Xiaohe suddenly popped up in front of Lin Huang. It is not recommended to recall the 2 monster cards back right away. My current authorization is not enough to separate cause and effect. If a lord or half-step lord skilled in tracking investigates Kylie and Bloody's whereabouts, the host will have a higher risk of exposure. Right after Lin Huang finished reading Xiaohe's push notification, Bloody spoke from her end. I feel that unless it's a last resort, it's best not to recall both of us back. The Nephilic Judge tribe is guarded by a half-step lord who most certainly will not allow Kylie to disappear under his nose. If Kylie were to go missing without a trace, the Nephilic Judge tribe will definitely try its best to hunt for her, possibly even paying high prices to ask lords from other organizations to help with the search. As long as there is the slightest clue left behind, it won't escape their detection. Do you know of any other way then? Lin Huang asked with a frown. I do know of several, but most of them are only temporary solutions to the problem and can't resolve the main issue. Take, for example, tactics such as faking death with golden cicada molting. Even if I design all kinds of plans ingeniously and flawlessly, it may very well be child's play to the eyes of a lord who has mastered or is seen through in just a single glance. This is a failure that's to be expected, given the utter disparity in our abilities. Unless my combat level is the same as theirs, there's no solution otherwise. At present, I can think of only one way to solve Kylie's current situation in its entirety. Bloody paused for a moment before continuing, that is, to have Kylie advance to Pure Spirit rank 6. Once Kylie advances to the level of Pure Spirit, her status in the Nephilic Judge tribe will longer be that of a pawn used for marriage alliances. Instead, she will officially have the right to speak. She may even be groomed to be the next tribe leader. The Nephilic Judge tribe will also never allow pure spirits within the tribe to marry outside the tribe. They will focus on giving their all in training Kylie so that she can lead the Nephilic Judge tribe to glory. However, although this method will solve the marriage problem once and for all, it also has a huge downside. Advancing Kylie's status will make it even harder for her to leave the Nephilic Judge tribe. Here, Bloody paused again. Actually, even if she doesn't elevate to rank 6 now, it'll still be very difficult for her to leave the Nephilic Judge tribe. Comparing both problems, the more pressing one for us to solve at the moment is the marriage issue. Looking at the current situation, Kylie doesn't have very long. If the first holy son from any grade 7 organization comes forward to propose marriage, the Nephilic Judge tribe will definitely agree without hesitation. Even if it's only the second or third holy son, the chances of them agreeing to a marriage are very high as well. So, you're suggesting that we first find a way for Kylie to elevate to rank 6 and solve the immediate crisis, then find a way for her to leave the Nephilic Judge tribe later on? Lin Huang asked, brows slightly furrowed. Yes. Bloody nodded once more. Actually, if we don't take marriage into consideration, Kylie is definitely being treated like a princess within the Nephilic Judge tribe. As for her leaving the tribe, we can think of ways at our leisure later on. The most urgent thing now is to solve the current threat of marriage. Lin Huang fell silent for a moment but eventually nodded in assent. As long as I advance to true god level, my authorization will be upgraded once again. Once I've gotten grade 5 advance cards, I can assist Kylie in elevating to rank 6. But after mythical level rank 4, to continue upgrading your levels, we'll need not just advance cards but also other advancement materials. There may even be special advancement conditions. In a little while, I'll send you a list of Kylie's advancement materials. You can start preparing these first. On my end, I'll elevate to true god as soon as possible to get the authorization for grade 5 cards. Before Kylie officially advances to rank 6, try and find a way to deal with things for a while. Lin Huang had not expected that Kylie's situation would have become so serious to this extent. In the beginning, he had not thought that letting Kylie return to her tribe was a bad thing and was even supportive of it. He certainly did not expect that in less than a year, the Nephilic Judge tribe would sacrifice Kylie for profit. This matter of Kylie's also made it all the more urgent for him to elevate his abilities. After ending his conversation with Bloody, Lin Huang quickly sent his consciousness into his inner world and began swiftly searching. When a monster card appeared in its monster state, there was a corresponding projection within Lin Huang's body. On the almost translucent projection, he could see all the information about the card monster. He soon found Kylie's projection card and flipped it over to check it out. Monster card. Kylie, Rarity, Supreme God, Advancement Conditions, Grade 5 Advance Card X5, the blood of a Lord Master of the Lightning Aura X1 drop, the blood of a Heavenly God Master of the Lightning Sequence X10, the heart of an Angel rank 5 Angel X12. Just a glance through this list of advancement materials made Lin Huang's head ache. Not counting the several Grade 5 advance cards, he felt that even for the top-tier grade 6 Nephilic Judge tribe, gathering all these materials would be no easy task. He could not help thinking how difficult it would be for Bai and the others to advance to rank 6 in the future. Kylie had the Nephilic Judge tribe to back her up. He did not need to worry about her. For the rest of the other summoned beasts, however, he feared that as their master, he would have to think of ways to obtain the majority of their advancement materials when the time came. As he thought about this, he could not help but feel the mounting pressure. This was not just confined to future rank 6 elevations. The more immediate situation was that Charcoal and the others were about to advance to rank 5. And needed a lot of advancement materials as well. Moreover, there were more than 30 card monsters like Charcoal waiting to advance to rank -5. When he got to this point, Lin Huang did not dare to continue his ruminations. Shaking his head to get rid of these distracting thoughts, he immediately copied Kylie's list of advancement materials and sent it to Bloody. Chapter 1473. Kids who are digging their own graves. After ending his conversation with Bloody, Lin Huang pondered for a while and decided to bring forward his intended hunting time. Your other materials can be put aside for now, you can look at them when you've come back from the hunt. Today, memorize the monster guide. Tomorrow we're going hunting first thing in the morning. After sending this message to the newly formed chat group, Lin Huang tagged everyone. What happened? Why are we suddenly in such a hurry? Mr. Fu was the first one to pop up and ask. He had only achieved his breakthrough to true god level not too long ago and was still adjusting to the novelty of coming to the great world. He had only just begun to relax and had not expected Lin Huang to bring the originally scheduled hunting time forward. Kylie has run into some problems on her end, so I need to upgrade my combat level to true god level as soon as possible, Lin Huang explained briefly. When you enter the battleground this time, you don't necessarily have to kill tons of abyssal monsters. Your main focus is on familiarizing yourselves with the environment. In reality, Lin Huang could enter the battleground entirely on his own, but he was a little uneasy about letting Lin Xin and the others charge into the battleground without his supervision. Therefore, after some deliberation, he still ended up choosing to bring forward the entire itinerary so he could take them in to explore first. After chatting a bit more in the group, Lin Huang closed the chat group and went to the branch of the mysterious item pavilion alone. After buying a copy of detailed information about the abyssal battleground nearby, Lin Huang immediately began going through it carefully. This expanse of battleground where Demon Hunter Star Zone was located went by the name of the battlefield of the Dragon Abyss. It was originally the main battleground where a lord from the Dragon Tribe and a lord from the Abyss engaged in combat. It was currently the off-peak season for battles, and entry to the battleground was restricted by the lords of the Dragon Tribe, and the Abyss only powerhouses below Heavenly God level could go in to hunt. The reason for preserving this sort of battleground was mainly to train up new blood for various major organizations. To prevent geniuses who had not yet grown into maturity from encountering more powerful enemies, the battleground was further subdivided into the outer, inner, and core layers. Only virtual gods could enter the outer layer. The inner layer was the battleground for true gods, while the core layer was where the topmost tier true god powerhouses clashed. The core and inner layers were connected, but the powerhouses in the core layer usually could not be bothered to enter the inner layer to battle with low to medium rank true gods. On the other hand, the outer and inner layers were connected, but only one way. Virtual gods in the outer layer were able to enter the inner layer. Conversely, however, true gods from the inner layer were unable to enter the outer layer to hunt virtual gods. As a result, in the battlefield of the Dragon Abyss, some virtual god-level peak powerhouses would hunt along the border area between the outer and inner layers and occasionally fought against true gods. If they were to find themselves in a situation, they could immediately escape to the outer layer to avoid being hunted down by true gods. Looks like I'll have to go around the inner layer first, hunt enough 7th and 8th rank divine fires, then enter the core layer. Lin Huang's goal was very clear. I just don't know whether there'll be any true god peak powerhouses showing up in the core layer. After carefully reading over the information once, Lin Huang sent a copy of it to Lin Xin and the rest of the group. All of you, take a look through this information. There's no need to read it all, just read the relevant information about the hunting area you'll be in, and that will do. After making these arrangements, Lin Huang closed his eyes right away and began cultivating seamless, patiently awaiting the start of the hunt. At 8 o'clock the next morning, everyone met together at the agreed time. Has everyone done their pre-battle preparations? Lin Huang's gaze swept over everyone present. He could sense that, apart from Lin Zan and Chan Do, everyone else was more or less slightly nervous, including Mr. Fu. Lin Zan was not nervous, perhaps due to the last few years of hardship that had formed his unflappable character. On the other hand, Chan Do was not nervous because, as one of the 5 princes, he had almost never failed while growing up. This gave him massive confidence. Mr. Fu being nervous was something Lin Huang could understand. After all, Mr. Fu had not utilized his full abilities in many years, much less hunt in ruins. Moreover, after coming to the Great World this time, he had seen a large number of true gods, which had made him more cautious on some levels. As for Lin Xin and Xiao Mo, they had minimal combat experience, and both of them had never been to any ruins while growing up. Huang Wuji was nervous because he had just elevated to virtual god level and had yet to officially cross swords with other virtual god level powerhouses. There's no need be nervous, the main purpose of going in this time is to familiarize yourselves with the environment, Lin Huang reassured them with a smile. Let me brief you about the specifics of the arrangement now. Master Chan and Xiao Mo, realistically there shouldn't be many virtual gods who have mastered rule-bending power in the outer layer area. So, my suggestion to both of you is not to use rule-bending power unless absolutely necessary, and try your best to find Rank 3 and Rank 4 virtual gods for combat practice, otherwise, the experiences won't bring much in the way of results. Also, I did consider that Wuji is a virtual god rank -1, so he'll find it more difficult to hunt alone. He'll still need you both to accompany him, which is why I don't recommend delving deep into the outer layer area. After Lin Huang finished talking, he turned to look at Lin Xin, Lin Zan, and Mr. Fu once again. Xiao Xin, although you're only a virtual god Rank 9, with your equipment, running into low-ranked true gods shouldn't be a huge problem. You can follow Teacher and Dazan into the inner area and be their reinforcement because both of them can't enter the outer area. Only after arranging the itineraries for both teams did Lin Huang set out with all 6 of them and enter the dimensional portal to the battleground area. Once they stepped out of the portal, the 7 of them appeared right away at the battleground entrance. From afar, Lin Xin saw groups of men holding hands and walking through the entrance to the battleground. What are they doing? Lin Xin looked astonished. This is to allow teams to be teleported to the same coordinates. If they don't hold hands, everyone will be teleported to different locations. All right then, Lin Xin nodded, but suddenly asked, we have both virtual god and true god combat levels, so, if we all hold hands, will we also be teleported to the same coordinates? Yes, we'll all be teleported to the inner layer. Lin Huang nodded. Virtual gods can enter the inner layer area, it's only true gods who can't enter the outer layer area from the inner layer. If true gods and virtual gods teleport together, they will all be teleported to the inner layer area. Girl, you definitely must not have read the materials carefully yesterday, Lin Huang commented in some irritated. I did read them. Lin Xin's voice faltered, it's just that I didn't really look at the details, there were not many people lining up at the battleground entrance to register. In front of Lin Huang and the others, there were only 3 teams left, all of which consisted of only true gods. Seeing that there were several virtual gods on Lin Huang's team, the other teams began discussing quietly amongst themselves. A female member of the team in front looked at Huang Wuji and a few others before hesitating a moment and walking over regardless. The danger level for this battleground is extremely high. The outer layer area is even more chaotic than the inner layer area. I would suggest that unless you're a high-rank virtual god, it's probably best you don't enter. After the woman finished, she intentionally eyed Lin Huang, who was a virtual god rank 6, obviously insinuating, you shouldn't enter either. Thanks for the reminder, we're just going in to have a look. If it doesn't work, we'll come back out, Lin Huang replied with a smile, knowing that she meant well. Upon seeing this, the woman merely frowned slightly but did not say anything further before turning around and going back to her team. Why do you bother about them? They're willing to dig their own graves. A male member of the team grinned at the woman. The man intentionally did not use voice transmission, so even the other 2 teams in front looked over as well. Lin Huang and the others naturally heard him loud and clear but ignored him and continued to line up. In less than 2 minutes, the 3 teams in front finished registering themselves and entered the battleground holding hands. Registration for Lin Huang's team was also completed very rapidly. Team NF404, the registrar watched as Lin Huang and the others split into 2 groups and held hands to go through the battleground entrance. His lips twitched in resignation. Another bunch of kids digging their own graves. Chapter 1474, Earth Skeleton. After teleporting in from the entrance, Lin Huang realized that only Chando, Xiaomo, and Huang Wuji were still beside him. Lin Xin and the other 2 had obviously been teleported somewhere else. Lin Huang lifted his head and looked around. This was a vast canyon. In the distance, one could see a continuous range of mountains looming on the horizon. However, the most unusual thing was the sky. The blue-black sky contained no stars at all and was covered with dark clouds. No sunlight illuminated this vast expanse of land, there were only the occasional blood-colored lightning flashes and flares of scarlet flame. Is this the real abyss? Xiao Mo could not help asking. This battleground is the product of combined fragments from both the abyss and the material world, Lin Huang explained nonchalantly. My divine telekinesis has been suppressed. I can only sense up to a distance of 3,000 meters. Chando turned his attention to the more immediate issue right away. I can only sense up to 1,000 meters. Huang Wuji frowned slightly. There are still remnants of lords in this battleground. Anyone who is below heavenly god level will have their divine telekinesis suppressed to about 1,000th of their normal state. Lin Huang also spread out his divine telekinesis. It was suppressed by an unknown force as well, but he still could sense up to around 1,200 kilometers. Although divine telekinesis coverage range isn't wide, it's best that all of you keep it activated. In this battleground, in addition to abyssal hunters, there are also spirit types that evolved from remnant corpses and souls left behind on the battlefield. There are also undying species, aberrant species, demons, and other monsters. There are some monsters that specialize in concealment and camouflage, and they can be very difficult to detect with the naked eye. Lin Huang mentioned this because he had already noticed that not too far off, there were many hidden monsters around. However, he did not intend to take action. There were only 10 or so monsters in this wave, all of which were beginner stage virtual gods. They were just right for Chando and the other 2 to practice on. There was little sense in him making a move. Due to the limitations of their sensing range, despite Lin Huang's reminder, Chando and the other two still did not notice the group of monsters hiding not too far away. However, it seemed that the group of monsters had other perception abilities and could sense the presence of Lin Huang and the other three from afar. Not only that, the monsters were sneaking up on them silently. Where do we go from here? As Huang Wuji asked this, he was very clearly looking toward Lin Huang. Upon hearing this question, Chando and Xiaomo also looked at Lin Huang. Lin Huang raised his brows. Don't look at me, look at the map. As Lin Huang spoke, he projected a map. Since there was no way to fix positions within the battleground, they would have to determine their locations by themselves. This was not an obstacle for Lin Huang, whose probing range of divine telekinesis was extremely wide, but it was slightly more difficult for Chando and the other two. Seeing the three of them staring at the map with a blank expression, Lin Huang pointed to a dot on the map. We're currently here, and we're facing this direction right now. Hearing Lin Huang describe their location so breezily, Chando stared at him and asked, "How do you know our current location?" "I've been here once before." Lin Huang concealed the fact that the probing range of his divine telekinesis was abnormally wide. As one had to use divine telekinesis to confirm their own location, the coverage range of one's divine telekinesis had to be extremely wide to the extent that they could compare it with a map to know where they were. After getting this answer, Chando nodded and did not ask further. He pulled up his own map projection as well. "From what I see, if we continue walking in this direction, we'll go deeper and deeper into the outer layer areas." Seeing that Chando had started taking the lead, Lin Huang did not say anything more and waited for Chando to finish talking before adding two reminders. The distribution of the monsters on the map isn't completely accurate. Some monsters will migrate spontaneously, and some will also move due to man-made influences. Moreover, the abyssal hunters also won't hunt according to the monster distribution rules and may appear anywhere in any area. It's also possible for intermediate stage and high-level monsters to appear in the beginner stage monster distribution area on the map. In short, don't trust the map too much. The information there can only be used as a reference. Chando and the others nodded solemnly, put away the map, and began flying in Chando's chosen direction at low speed. The group of them flew no more than 10 meters above the ground, and they flew very slowly. The reason was very simple. Flying high would make it easy for them to be discovered, and would cause them to become targets. Flying fast could also easily cause air turbulence and draw unnecessary attention. Lin Huang trailed behind the three leisurely, watching Chando and the others getting closer to the direction where the monsters were hiding. However, he did not speak up to remind them. This was because he knew that he could remind them once, but he could not keep reminding them for the second and third time. Only after encountering the monsters themselves would they truly commit this to memory. When the team had approached within a certain distance, Chando suddenly frowned slightly. He detected no anomalies within his divine telekinesis sensing range, and there was nothing unusual in sight, but his intuition was sending him warning signals. Wait a minute, he made a decisive decision and waved his hand to stop everyone from moving forward. What's the matter? Xiaomo was a little bewildered. Did you discover anything out of the ordinary? Huang Wuji immediately increased his vigilance. I didn't find anything unusual, but my intuition sensing there's danger ahead. Chando had just finished speaking when they heard a hissing sound. Thousands of meters away, the earth began churning rapidly, before surging toward Lin Huang and the others like a wave. The tumbling wave of sandy soil roiled higher and higher, increasing in speed. Almost the next instant, it loomed in front of Lin Huang and the others. Lin Huang had long since vanished in a flash, silently appearing hundreds of meters above the ground and observing the reactions of the three people below him. Seeing the wave gradually drawing closer, the three were visibly stunned for a moment before they reacted. They began fleeing toward the higher areas in the direction that they had come from. Chando was the calmest among them and only adjusted his flying altitude to be slightly higher. He narrowed his eyes and observed for a while, then went into combat mode right away. This was because he already knew what was approaching. Huang Wuji and Xiaomo had retreated some distance in a panic. Seeing that Chando did not follow suit, they stopped fleeing. Don't panic, it's a spirit type and earth skeleton. After that, Chando added, normally its combat level doesn't exceed beginner stage virtual god level. Earth skeletons were originally skeletons buried beneath the ground that had transformed into spirit types. They were skilled at moving through the earth, but their abilities were not considered strong. At Chando's words, Huang Wuji and Xiaomo visibly calmed down. Both of them had read the monster guide for the Great World and had some understanding of Earth skeletons. Hearing that it was this type of monster, they immediately felt a rush of relief. Not long after Chando finished speaking, the sand had already barreled its way in front of him. Chando did not fight back either, but let it swallow him up. Following that, roaring sounds of battle came from within the tumbling sand and the sand's rolling momentum visibly weakened. Huang Wuji and Xiao Mo glanced at each other, then they moved almost simultaneously, transforming into two streams of light that plunged into the tumbling sand. Seeing the three of them officially in combat mode, Lin Huang nodded in satisfaction. Not long after, the tumbling sand's momentum gradually halted. The dust billowing into the air blocked Lin Huang's view, but with divine telekinesis, he could observe everything happening behind the curtain of sand clearly. The Earth skeletons were easily beheaded by Chando and Xiao Mo, and their numbers were rapidly decreasing. Although Huang Wuji's abilities were limited by his combat strength, he also was able to move freely within the dust and draw fire from several Earth skeletons, assisting the other two in completing their kills. Although this was the first time the three of them had joined forces, they had surprisingly good chemistry. After merely 3 to 4 minutes, 14 Earth skeletons had all been beheaded on the spot. The tumbling sand also became still, leaving behind only a pile of earth that looked as if it had been dug over by an iron plow. Lin Huang's figure gradually descended. He glanced at Chando before turning his gaze on Xiao Mo and Huang Wuji. Don't panic when you encounter a situation. Observe first, then only make your decisions. After briefly discussing some issues regarding the three, Lin Huang allowed Chando to continue leading the team forward. Chapter 1475. The battle is not over yet. After experiencing the first wave of surprise attacks from the Earth skeletons, Chando and the other two quickly went into battle mode. Chando and Huang Wuji were the most outstanding of the Gravel World's younger generation. They had been through countless battles, both great and small. Therefore, after becoming familiar with the new environment of the battleground, their confidence quickly returned. As for Xiao Mo, despite not having as much battle experience as the other two, his combat strength was still at virtual god level rank 3 after all, and he had mastered rule-bending power. His overall abilities were only slightly inferior to Chando, and it was hard to find someone who was his match among the beginner stage virtual gods. Seeing that Huang Wuji was so fearless despite only being a virtual god rank -1, Xiao Mo quickly followed suit and went into battle mode as well. As they continued on their way, the three of them were also becoming increasingly familiar with the hunting process. Lin Huang followed behind them the entire time. He did not make any moves and rarely even spoke. He merely briefly pointed out their mistakes and areas for improvement every time the three of them finished a battle. Chando and the other two also improved rapidly in subsequent battles and rarely repeated the mistakes they had made. After the group had advanced several thousand kilometers and were about to reach the boundary of the beginner stage virtual god area, Lin Huang glanced silently at Chando and the other two, the corner of his lips quirking up slightly. He had sensed early on that there was a group of abyssal hunters not too far away, who were all intermediate stage virtual gods from rank 4 to rank 6-7 people in total. However, he was not planning on giving hints to Chando and the other two. At this point, all three had gone through a few dozen battles, and their confidence was rapidly beginning to expand. Lin Huang felt that at this moment, it was essential that they experience some hard knocks in the world. As Lin Huang and the other three continued their approach, the group of abyssal hunters soon became aware of their presence. However, due to the disparity in their divine telekinesis coverage ranges, Chando and the other two did not notice anything out of the ordinary. With his divine telekinesis, Lin Huang could clearly see that the 7 people from the other group were split into 2 teams, with one team making its way around from behind. They were evidently planning to attack Chando and the other two from both sides. As the distance between the two groups diminished, Chando and Xiao Mo noticed something unusual almost simultaneously, but at this point, they were already less than 3,000 meters from the hunters ahead of them. It's the abyssal hunters. As soon as Chando finished speaking, the 3 abyssal monsters in front of them sprang out, appearing in front of Lin Huang and the other 3 from not too far off and blocking their way forward. Upon sensing the strength of the 3 monsters, auras, Chando and the other 2 grimaced. This was because their opponents were 2 virtual god rank 5s and a virtual god rank 6. Didn't think we'd be lucky enough to bump into a bunch of human kids. The leader, a virtual god rank 6 monster, had a human-like upper torso with a bald head and knotted muscles, except that it had 8 glass bead-like eyes on its face, which made it seem incredibly like a deity. However, the biggest difference between itself and a human was that it did not have legs below its waist. Instead, it had dozens of scarlet tentacles. 3 virtual god rank 3s, and a virtual god rank -1. I don't know where you found the courage to enter the battlefield of the Dragon Abyss. The monster off to one side stood upright on both legs. Just by looking at its silhouette, one might have thought that it was a tall, thin male human. However, its body was covered by thick blue-black scales, and even the 2 eyes in its head were fish eyes. I actually hope guys like them come here more often, then we'll get to eat fresh, tender meat every day. Humans are a lot more delicious than the monsters in this battleground. The monster that spoke looked slightly deformed, its head taking up a good half of its body. It had a bird-beast-like body which was covered in feathers, except for its head. Chando glanced surreptitiously at Lin Huang, saw that he was clearly not planning on taking action, and knew that he could only rely on the other 2 to fight this battle. He started rapidly turning over counter-tactics in his head. Their opponents were 2 virtual god rank 5s and a virtual god rank 6, whereas, for his own group, Huang Wuji was only at virtual god level rank -1, which also meant that he could only rely on himself and Xiaomo. Although he and Xiaomo had both mastered rule-bending power, every time they used their virtual god combat strength to activate their rule-bending powers, it put extreme stress on their bodies and depleted their divine power immensely. The more pressing issue was that even with rule-bending power, it did not mean that one would be able to run rampant among virtual gods. It was true that rule-bending power was able to kill virtual god rank 9s, but Xiaomo and Chando were only virtual god rank 3s. If they were hit by an attack from the 3 monsters in front of them, there was a high chance that they would instantly be killed on the spot. Based on how strong my divine power is, I can activate rule-bending power 3 times at most. If Xiaomo can activate his rule-bending power twice, we have 3 opportunities to attack and 2 to defend. I have to join forces with Xiaomo. We can't waste a single chance when using our rule-bending power. Different strategies flashed quickly through Chando's head. He ended up choosing the best option and communicated it to Xiaomo through voice transmission. However, as he made this decision, he was unaware of the 4 ambushers behind them. After the voice transmission ended, the battle began. Chando directly launched a frontal attack and charged toward the virtual god rank 6. The tentacle monster laughed menacingly. "He's mine, don't any of you make a move." As soon as it finished speaking, the countless scarlet tentacles below the monster's waist turned into scattered shadows that filled the sky. They blotted out heaven and earth as they surged toward Chando. All of a sudden, the entire space seemed to turn into an ocean of tentacles that swallowed Chando up right away. When he saw what was happening, Huang Wuji's expression altered slightly. However, he very quickly noticed Xiaomo's serene expression, and his own emotions calmed down immediately. The sea of red tentacles in the void only lasted for a moment before suddenly shooting out golden beams of light. An instant later, the tentacles that filled the sky were all annihilated. The tentacle monster was not the only one astonished. The other 2 abyssal monsters watching the battle from the sidelines were also stunned. Right at this moment, Xiaomo suddenly disappeared on the spot. Almost at the same time, a dark shadow silently wrapped itself around the body of the big-mouthed monster. "Help! Help me!" By the time the big-mouthed monster managed to cry out, more than half of its body had already been swallowed up by the dark shadow. The fish-scaled monster off to one side was about to reach out and rescue the big-mouthed monster. However, it had barely touched the big-mouthed monster's body before it realized that a dark shadow was swiftly crawling up its arm and seemed inclined to contaminate its own body. It broke off its arm without hesitation and leapt backward until it reached a certain distance. After that, it watched with a horrified expression as the big-mouthed monster was completely swallowed up by the dark shadow, its life force gradually dying out. On the other side, the tentacle monster also let out a dismal howl. The fish-scaled monster turned its head in that direction, and saw that all the scarlet tentacles in the sky had been fractured into nothingness. Even the tentacle monster's whole body had been impaled by a blinding golden streak of light. As the anguished howl suddenly ceased, the tentacle monster's life force dissipated, and its corpse slumped toward the ground. When it saw the tentacle monster and the big-mouthed monster die one after the other, the fish-scaled monster turned to flee but saw a streak of golden light hurtling toward it from the spot where the tentacle monster had fallen. That golden streak of light had practically reached maximum speed and pierced right through the fish-scaled monster's body in an instant. Before the golden light had fully dissipated, a human silhouette gradually revealed itself. It was Chan Do. He held his sword in one hand, but his chest was heaving violently. His sword-wielding right hand was also trembling slightly. He had used rule-bending power to attack twice consecutively, which put extreme stress on his body. It had even depleted the greater part of his divine power. Sensing that the three monsters' life force had dissipated, Chan Do and Xiao Mo were about to exhale a sigh of relief when Lin Huang's voice sounded in their ears. The battle is not over yet. Chapter 1476. Lin Huang leaves the team. Upon hearing Lin Huang's prompting, Chan Do and the other two were startled. Right at this moment, the four abyssal hunters behind them rushed over. All four had clearly sensed the fluctuations from the battle here. They had not participated because, on one hand, they did not think their teammates needed help, and for another, they wanted to block Lin Huang and the others' escape route. Once the battle fluctuations had ended, they were too lazy to even use divine telekinesis to check on the outcome before charging straight over to this side of the battleground. This was because, in the eyes of the four abyssal hunters, this hunt was nothing to be concerned about. To them, it was entirely a one-sided massacre. The disparity between virtual god rank 3s and rank 5s was not something that could be offset easily. Moreover, this human team had also brought along a virtual god rank -1 who would only be a liability. One did not need to be a genius to know what the outcome would be. Moreover, the battle had only lasted for no more than half a minute, something that the four abyssal hunters had expected. As the quartet ran toward the battleground, they were thinking about how to divide the spoils, but when they arrived at the scene and saw that Lin Huang and the others were still alive, they were immediately stunned. A single question popped up in the minds of all four abyssal hunters almost simultaneously, namely, what on earth is going on? Right at this moment, Chan Do sent a voice transmission to Xiao Mo without hesitation. Now, taking advantage of the four abyssal hunters' momentary stupefaction, Chan Do's figure once again transformed into a golden ray of light. Using his remaining divine power to boost his light elemental enlightenment, he targeted the virtual god rank 6 with the highest combat strength among the quartet. Almost simultaneously, Xiao Mo also made his move, unleashing his full power, his figure once again disappearing into thin air. The four abyssal hunters were only briefly taken aback, but before they could recover their equilibrium, they saw a golden streak of light pierce through the body of a black-armored monster among them. Not too far away, another multi-eyed monster, a virtual god rank 5, was also being entangled by a dark shadow. "Save me!" The multi-eyed monster entangled by the shadow struggled wretchedly, calling help from the remaining two hunters all the while. The two abyssal hunters that had not been attacked were visibly shocked upon seeing what was happening. As one of them was hesitating over whether to come to their teammates' aid, the other abandoned its companion without hesitation and turned to flee. Although this virtual god rank 5 could not figure out what had happened and why these two humans would suddenly manifest such abilities, its two comrades with more powerful abilities than itself were both in jeopardy right before its very eyes. Also, 3 of its comrades up ahead were now all dead, so it decided it would choose to escape instead. Seeing its companion decisively abandon it and flee, the virtual god rank 4 that had initially been hesitating lost its courage and immediately turned to flee in the other direction. On the battleground, although Chan Do had succeeded in beheading the virtual god level rank 6 black-armored monster, his divine power was completely depleted, and he no longer had even an ounce of strength left in his body to move. On the other side, the multi-eyed monster was being slowly swallowed up by the dark shadow. Although Xiao Mo still had some energy left, he could not catch up with the two fleeing monsters. When Lin Huang saw this, he finally took action. 2 blood-red gleams shot out from the cuff of his sleeve. These instantly pierced through the void and impaled the bodies of the 2 abyssal hunters that were frantically running away. Once Lin Huang's telekinetic threads wrapped around the 2 corpses and brought them back, Xiao Mo finally completed his kill over on this end. Xiao Mo was slightly out of breath. Although his divine power was not completely depleted, it was not enough to support him in calling up a third round of rule-bending power. His condition was slightly better than Chan Do's. Seeing that Lin Huang had killed the last 2 monsters, Chan Do lay flat on the ground, face up, panting heavily. Lin Huang used divine telekinesis to scan both of their bodies. Although Chan Do had seriously overexerted his physical body, there were no residual effects. Xiao Mo had nothing much wrong with him either. "Let's call it a day for today's battles then. We'll find a place to rest for a while." As soon as Lin Huang said this, Huang Wuji took the initiative to carry Chan Do on his back, glancing at Xiao Mo. I'm alright, it's just that my divine power has been depleted a bit more than usual. Xiao Mo quickly waved him off. After cleaning up the battleground, Lin Huang led the three of them to find a cave for temporary shelter. Placing Chan Do on the ground, Huang Wuji appeared slightly worried. Is he alright? While he was carrying Chan Do along the way, he felt as if the latter was unable to lift even a finger. He's alright, just extremely overexerted. A good rest, and he'll be fine, Lin Huang explained. Xiao Mo also sat down beside Chan Do while leaning against the wall of the cave, his expression one of exhaustion. In truth, he was also aching all over, but his physical body had not reached the point of overexertion yet. Let me give all of you a review of your battle just now. First of all, you're not vigilant enough. Although the probing range of your divine telekinesis isn't as wide as the other team, you still have other probing methods you can use. If you notice anything unusual, you should immediately adopt other probing methods to see if there are enemies ambushing you, so that you can prepare in advance. The second point is one that I think you all managed quite well, making decisive moves with no hesitation. Master Chan and Xiao Mo's cooperation was actually very good, and they already have a tacit understanding between them. Not only that, but they also trust each other. This is an excellent thing. My third point is one in which Master Chan committed a serious error. There's nothing wrong with fighting to the death. At any given time, however, one must always leave oneself a chance of survival. I know you were worried that a single strike wouldn't be enough to get rid of the enemy, so you didn't dare hold anything back in your third attack. However, this resulted in you utterly losing any means of self-preservation. Since your divine power was completely depleted, even if you had a life-saving trump card, you might not have been able to use it. In terms of the appropriate apportioning of divine power, you still need more combat experience. If I hadn't acted just now, once the two fleeing monsters realized that no one was pursuing them, they would definitely have come back to check. That's because in this kind of hunting ground, even if one person has energy left, they'll chase down any remaining enemies to avoid bringing even more trouble upon themselves. It's normal to fail in any pursuit, but both of you didn't even chase after them at all. This would most certainly have roused their suspicions. Once they'd had a chance to calm down, there's a high possibility that they would have returned to check the battleground. They might even have pursued you in return. Lin Huang conducted a post-mortem of the whole battle, pointed out some of the group's issues, then took out 3 storage rings from his space storage, which he tossed to each of them in turn. There are some divine crystals inside these, not many, but they should be enough for you to replenish your divine power during this trial. Lin Huang finished, then continued, personally, my suggestion is that you shouldn't go in any deeper for the time being. It's best that you withdraw a certain distance. If you can elevate your combat level, elevate it. If you can upgrade your abilities in other aspects, then do so. Obtain resources steadily and surely, don't rush in. If you keep going in any further, not only might there be intermediate stage virtual gods, but even teams of high-level virtual gods might show up. After a day's rest, Xiao Mo was back to peak condition. Although Chan Do's body was not fully restored, he had also recovered 80% of his abilities. Lin Huang gave them a few more words of advice before taking his leave of them, swiftly traveling on his own toward the deeper reaches of the battleground. After Chan Do and the other two watched Lin Huang leave, they took heed of his suggestions and turned around, heading back in the direction from which they had come. Chapter 1477, Border Area. After separating from Chan Do's team, Lin Huang continued journeying in deeper. Without stopping, moving swiftly toward the inner layer. All the monsters he met along the way, he instantly killed with his telekinetic flying daggers. Lin Huang's speed did not slow down in the least, either. After killing the monsters along the way, he extended his divine telekinetic threads and collected all the spoils, not giving anyone else a chance to get their hands on them. Even if these virtual god-level beast corpses and godheads were of no use to him, they could still be sold for money. It took Lin Huang less than 10 minutes to get from the outer layer to the inner layer of the battlefield. At the border between the inner and outer layers, he altered his route again and sped along the boundary line, searching for traces of Lin Xin and her group. Lin Xin was only virtual god level rank 9, and both Mr. Fu and Lin Zan were only first-rank true gods. Based on their abilities, the best place for them to gain experience was this border between the inner and outer layers. If they were to go deeper into the inner layer, the risk of them dying would also increase. Lin Huang did not conceal his tracks at all. Under Thousand Faces disguising, he was currently displaying the combat level of a virtual god rank -9. At such a combat level, his swift travel along the border quickly attracted the attention of many powerhouses. Excluding a very small number of cautious fellows, almost all the teams did not hesitate to attack Lin Huang. However, it went without saying that everyone who attacked Lin Huang was killed instantly, whether they were high-level virtual gods or low-rank true gods. Not a single one of them was spared. After traveling less than half the distance that he had covered in the outer layer, the number of monsters that had perished by Lin Huang's hand was already more than twice the number of monsters he had encountered in the outer layer. Is this border area always this lively? Lin Huang extended his divine telekinesis and found that the density of monsters at this boundary between the inner and outer layers was far greater than that of the outer area. There were also a dozen times more humans and abyssal hunters. After traveling along the border for more than 10 minutes, he finally located Lin Xin's trio with his divine telekinesis. The three of them were hunting down a first-rank true god-level aberrant species monster. Lin Huang appeared near the area where the three of them were and hid himself to quietly watch the battle. Lin Xin held a silver gun in her right hand and circled the edge of the battleground. She did not fire continuously but only attacked occasionally, aiming at the aberrant species' weak spots. Every so often, right before the aberrant species was about to attack, she would directly hinder its assault. At other times, it would be a fierce battle between the aberrant species, Mr. Fu and Lin Zan. The moment the monster let down its guard, Lin Xin would instantly switch to sniper mode with the gun she wielded and attack the monster's weak spots. Her grasp of battle timing and accuracy had undoubtedly reached the peak of gun technique. If she were to improve just a little more, Lin Huang felt that she might even be able to consolidate firearms' true meaning. Lin Xin performed extremely well as combat support in this battle. Under her constant interference, the aberrant species was only able to display less than 70% of its full ability and was quickly killed off by Mr. Fu and Lin Zan. Once he saw that the battle had ended and Lin Zan was already beginning to collect the spoils, Lin Huang finally came out of hiding and revealed himself. Upon becoming aware of the sudden appearance of someone else within their sensing range, the three immediately became vigilant, but they soon sensed that this aura belonged to Lin Huang. Brother. Lin Xin's face filled with joy when she saw Lin Huang. You did well. Lin Huang gave Lin Xin a satisfied nod. When did you arrive? Lin Zan asked, a little surprised. More or less when the battle was just starting. Lin Huang did not hide the truth. I didn't want to interfere with your pace of battle, so I just watched from the sidelines. Although they had not sensed Lin Huang's aura throughout the entire fight, Mr. Fu and Lin Zan were not too surprised. After all, they had seen Lin Huang take down a 9th-rank true god-level powerhouse before. I assume things are going well for Chando and the others. Mr. Fu asked with a smile. The fact that Lin Huang was here likely meant that there were no major issues on Chando's side. You could say it's going fairly well. Lin Huang nodded. Their main issue is that their combat level is too low, but other than that, there are no major problems. What about all of you? On my way here, I discovered that the distribution of monsters at the border is much denser than in the outer layer, and there were human and abyssal hunters practically everywhere. The one with the highest combat strength was at 4th rank true god level. Lin Huang had also noticed that the three of them still bore very neat and tidy appearances, so they probably had not encountered too much trouble. Well, we've only been here for a day, so we haven't encountered any powerhouses yet. The strongest one we've come across was a 2nd-rank spirit type. However, the difficulty of hunting it down didn't increase very much, it just took more time, Mr. Fu said with a smile. Yes, although the spirit type yesterday was a 2nd rank, it was really dumb. Lin Xin could not help mocking it. Whenever one of us hit it, it would chase after that person. It was a lot of fun. Monsters with that kind of intelligence level are actually a minority. Lin Huang shook his head after hearing that. It was just your good luck to encounter it. If it had been even a little smarter, it would definitely have been several times harder to hunt down than a 1st rank. Just like the aberrant species from earlier, if it had been a 2nd rank, you wouldn't have been able to break through its defenses at all. It wouldn't be affected by your gun attacks in the least. Lin Huang looked at Lin Xin again. You performed well with your firearm just now, but don't fall behind on your sword skills. If I remember correctly, in the beginning, your main cultivation path at the Martial Hunter College was sword skills, and firearms was only supplemental cultivation. If you meet a suitable opponent, you have to use that chance to sharpen your close combat skills. Don't let your main cultivation path become your shortcoming. Okay, right after receiving a compliment, she was being nagged to practice her sword skills. The smile on Lin Xin's face vanished immediately. The girl has performed very well, don't criticize her so harshly, Mr. Fu decided to defend Lin Xin this time. It's alright, your main issue is that you still lack actual combat experience, so you'll be fine after fighting in a few more battles. Lin Zan also comforted Lin Xin. Lin Huang did not say anything more after that. Are you preparing to enter the inner layer directly? Lin Zan turned and asked Lin Huang. In reality, he did this to change the topic of conversation. I'm not in a hurry. I'll come along with you for a while. Lin Huang shook his head, then turned his gaze on Lin Xin. I want to see how all of you are adapting. What are you looking at me for? I'm adapting just fine, Lin Xin said with a curl of her lips. Lin Huang withdrew his gaze, then said, on my way here, I found that there were more powerhouses at the border than I expected. I've already seen 5 teams with medium-rank True God members, and 2 of those teams were Abyssal Hunters. Among the 5 teams, the strongest was one of the Abyssal Hunter teams. They have 3 4th-rank True Gods and 5 3rd-rank True Gods. If you encounter them, you wouldn't even be able to escape. Upon hearing this, not only did Mr. Fu and Lin Zan fall silent, but Lin Xin as well. What the 3 of them did not know was that as Lin Huang was speaking, he had secretly crushed Witch's monster card, allowing her to hide off to one side and secretly watch over them. I'll accompany all of you for a while, then we'll leave first thing tomorrow morning. Chapter 1478. Arriving at the core layer, you've all mastered rule-bending power, but from what I've seen in the previous battles, there's still a lot of room for improvement in how you utilize it. The use of rule-bending power consumes a large amount of divine power. At your current combat level, you can't use rule-bending power limitlessly. Therefore, you need to learn to accurately judge when to use it and which type of rule-bending power to use. Based on the last few battles that I saw, Lin Xin was the one who used it most accurately, even though she's only mastered one type of rule-bending power. Of course, this is also because she has only mastered one type of rule-bending power, so she only needs to determine the timing of her actions. Furthermore, having a good grasp of timing is a must for a firearms master. Lin Zan, you've mastered the most number of rule-bending powers, 6 types, in fact, but your utilization is the poorest among the 3 of you. Not only did you make mistakes in the utilization of the rules themselves, but sometimes you also hesitated so you could think. This is a cardinal sin in battle. My personal suggestion is that you categorize the rule-bending powers that you've mastered so you can significantly cut down on the time used for thinking when in combat. When I first started out, I categorized the rules that I had mastered into 3 main types: strength, speed, and others. Whatever type of rules that I needed in combat, I would directly extract them from one of these categories and use them. Even if it's not suitable, you still won't be too far off if you use a similar type of rule-bending power. As the number of rules that you master increases, you can branch out from the main categories to divide them into different subcategories and group the rules with similar effects together. Of course, there are many people who find this troublesome. They would rather gain experience from actual combat. However, this will depend on individual potential. Most people take a longer time to master rule-bending power because it takes repeated practice to be able to make instant judgments in battle. Lin Xin, Lin Zan, and Mr. Fu listened attentively as Lin Huang discussed his experiences because, in the long run, the number of rules that they mastered would increase constantly, and this categorization method would become useful sooner or later. Since using rule-bending power consumes a large amount of divine power, and the divine power within you is limited, you can't activate the rules each time you attack. The rules should be utilized within the area of your blade. Lin Huang continued to analyze their problems for them, and the 3 also listened to him very carefully. Unlike Chan Do's group, the overall abilities of Lin Xin's team were pretty much at the lowest level within the inner layer areas. To put it bluntly, almost all the other hunting teams in the inner layer were stronger than them. After all, although the combat level of Chan Do's team was not high, both Chan Do and Xiao Mo had mastered rule power, so even if they were to encounter an intermediate stage virtual god within the outer layer areas, they were capable of protecting themselves. However, in the inner layer areas, there was practically no one who had not mastered rule power. Furthermore, their combat strength was stronger than Lin Xin's team. That was why Lin Huang could not help worrying about the 3 of them. and also why he let Witch hide off to one side to watch over them. During their journey afterward, Lin Huang helped the three of them review their battles and pointed out issues. He also gave suggestions regarding the use of rule power based on the actual combat situation. Under Lin Huang's guidance, the three of them started to become more and more familiar with the use of rule power after every battle. Lin Huang only accompanied them for one day. During this period, the four of them also encountered an attack by a team of abyssal hunters, the leader of whom was a 4th rank. Although Lin Xin's team was not able to turn the tide even after going around against them, their performance was clearly miles better than when they had first entered the area. In the end, Lin Huang stepped in and finished the team off. Early the next morning, Lin Huang bid farewell to the three of them and headed toward the inner layer area alone. The reason he could be at ease leaving the three of them behind was that they were being guarded by Witch. Furthermore, after a day of guidance and special training, their utilization of rule-bending power was now at a satisfactory level. It would be meaningless for him to continue accompanying them. After separating from Lin Xin's group, Lin Huang swiftly headed toward his destination. When the Thousand Snake sect invaded the gravel world previously, he had actually collected enough 7th rank and 8th rank divine fires, but he only had 6 9th rank divine fires. This time, his purpose in entering the battlefield of the Dragon Abyss was to hunt for the remaining divine fires so he could break through to Virtual God Rank 9 in one shot. While following the path shown on the map, Lin Huang was also attacked by some true god-level monsters along the way. He casually killed them off, then used divine telekinesis to put the spoils into his space storage, not letting anything go to waste. It took him the better part of half an hour to travel across the entire inner layer area. At the speed that Lin Xin's group was traveling within the inner and outer border area, it would probably take them at least half a month to cover this distance. To avoid any unnecessary problems, Lin Huang disguised himself as a true god Rank 9 using Thousand Face. The battlefield of the Dragon Abyss was not without solo travelers, and the core layer was no different. However, traveling solo was usually a sign of powerful ability. Even in the core area where true god rank 9s were everywhere, most powerhouses still came in teams. The core layer of the battlefield of the Dragon Abyss was not located in the same space as the inner and outer layers but in an ancillary space. To be precise, it was on another battlefield fragment. However, this fragment that comprised the core layer was smaller, and it was embedded into the battlefield of the Dragon Abyss, forming a structure similar to an ancillary space. Although such a combination of two battlefield fragments was extremely rare, it was not unheard of. Some were formed naturally, while some were created artificially. The battlefield of the Dragon Abyss was said to have been formed naturally. It might have been that the two battlefield fragments had collided together and formed this mosaic structure by chance. Standing on the edge of a cliff, Lin Huang lowered his head and looked down. More than 10 meters below his feet, everything was shrouded by a layer of gray fog, preventing any kind of probing. Even his divine telekinesis could not pass through, much less his line of sight. This should be it. Lin Huang put the map away. He knew he had found the right place. At the bottom of this cliff was the entrance to the core layer. According to the information given out by Mysterious Item Pavilion, the core area was quite different from other parts of the battlefield of the Dragon Abyss. As this battlefield fragment of the core layer region had been the battlefield of two other lords, not only was the material on the battleground more stable, but its gravity was also greater, and space rule could not be used. Besides that, the density of abyssal energy was also greater. Even the energy in the air was of the type that humans could not absorb at all, it had to be isolated using divine power. If a cultivator of insufficient ability were to enter, they would be corrupted in the extreme, to the point of becoming demonic or even deformed. However, such an environment was an excellent place for abyssal creatures to cultivate. As a result, there were a large number of abyssal monsters in the core layer, and the number of hunters from the abyss was far greater than human hunters. Lin Huang attempted a probe. He found nothing, but he had already expected that. Taking a deep breath, he took a step forward, plunging down the cliff in free fall. Chapter 1479. Encounter with an aberrant species. After landing in the core layer space, Lin Huang clearly felt the difference between this space here and that of the battlefield of the Dragon Abyss. The gravity in this place was much stronger, and the space rule was also very chaotic. Lin Huang extended his divine telekinesis and found that it had been further suppressed. The radius of his divine telekinesis coverage had been reduced to about 120 kilometers, which was only 1/10 of what it had been in the battlefield of the Dragon Abyss. However, the thing that made Lin Huang most uncomfortable was how the air was saturated with dense abyssal energy that was constantly trying to penetrate his body through every pore and skin cell. With such dense abyssal energy, I'm afraid even 7th rank and 8th rank true gods wouldn't be able to put up any amount of resistance for too long. Sensing the speed at which his divine power was being consumed as he resisted the abyssal energy, Lin Huang frowned slightly. This environment was practically the equivalent of home ground for abyssal monsters. Without waiting until he could fully adapt to this new environment, Lin Huang lifted his head and gazed into the distance. Right after scanning the area with his divine telekinesis, he noticed that there were several monsters nearby. He also clearly sensed that he was being watched. The monsters that were staring at him had gazes that were almost tangible, and they even made no attempt to conceal their own ill intentions, unabashedly making them known. The corners of Lin Huang's lips quirked up slightly. From a distance, he looked at the first monster that was approaching him at top speed. Almost instantly, the monster leapt across a distance of about 10 kilometers and opened its blood-stained mouth, pouncing at Lin Huang. Lin Huang just stood there as if he had been frozen on the spot by fear. Only a red gleam faintly flashed from the cuff of his sleeve. The next instant, the head of the red-skinned, large-mouthed monster exploded, and its body toppled to the ground heavily, stirring up a cloud of smoke and dust in its wake. At this point, 2 other monsters had just arrived. Before they could even take action, they witnessed this scene happening in front of them, and their instincts told them to turn around and flee. However, it was already too late. As soon as Lin Huang raised his head, his gaze swept over the 2 monsters who had turned to flee. 2 scarlet gleams shot out from the cuff of his sleeves again, instantly impaling the bodies of the 2 creatures. "Too bad there's only 1 9th rank, I'm still short of 3, Lin Huang commented regretfully as he watched his life wheels absorb only 1 9th rank divine fire. After storing away the corpses of the 3 monsters, he did not linger but continued swiftly toward the deeper reaches of the core layer. Along the way, he met several monsters who tried to launch stealth attacks at him, but Lin Huang killed them all. However, he regretted that none of these were 9th rank monsters. The life wheels within him refused to accept their divine fires. In fact, along the way, Lin Huang had sensed a lot of monsters with his divine telekinesis, but he did not initiate any attacks, because hunting them down was meaningless to him. Those he did kill were the ones that attacked him first. After moving forward for more than 10 minutes, Lin Huang finally found a 9th rank true god, which was a humanoid aberrant species. It looked like a robust human male, but its size had expanded to more than 3 meters, and its chest and back were full of festering pustules with corrosive green pus seeping out of them. Its right hand looked like a normal human arm and was holding a broad-bladed battle sword. The other arm was deformed and swollen, more than 2 meters long. The circumference of this arm was almost comparable to that of its waist, and it was covered in greenish-blue scales. Lin Huang had never seen an aberrant species like that in the monster guide before, but he was still able to determine that this fellow had most likely been a human in its past life. It was only that it had been corrupted by abyssal energy to the point where its soul had also been corrupted after its physical body had been completely deformed. Therefore, it had fully turned into a monster both inside and out. Monsters formed by the corruption of humans were usually in the top tier among monsters. Sensing the aura of this monster, Lin Huang also became a little more cautious. From the looks of things, the other used to be a sword cultivator before its death, and since it had dared to enter this core layer, that meant it was definitely not weak. Normally, it was unlikely that a 9th rank true god would be corrupted by the energy in this core layer. Therefore, Lin Huang determined that the other most likely had been corrupted after encountering a major battle that had exhausted its divine power. All this while, Lin Huang was hiding nearby, observing in secret. However, the aberrant species suddenly looked in Lin Huang's direction. An instant later, the sword Dao of the aberrant species began to rise rapidly. True self-level sword Dao. Lin Huang was shocked. The other had also reached the 3rd level of sword Dao true meaning, just like himself. At this moment, the sword Dao within Lin Huang's body seemed to be influenced by the other's energy, fluctuating slightly. Instantly, he felt the aberrant species sword Dao lock onto him. Lin Huang reluctantly stood up from the bushes. He had not expected that his own sword Dao would betray him like this. As he looked at the aberrant species in front of him, his gaze had also become serious. The fact that the sword Dao within him could respond to the other's energy meant that the other's sword Dao was at the same level as his own. However, Lin Huang was not intimidated in the slightest. Both of them were at the third level of sword Dao true meaning, and he did not believe that he was any weaker than his opponent. Under the pull of each other's energy, both parties' sword Dao flowed out of their bodies and began to elevate rapidly. In the end, the aberrant species was still slightly weaker, and its sword Dao was the first to reach its peak. Under the continued oppression from Lin Huang's sword Dao, it finally could no longer hold back and attacked. The broad-bladed battle sword in its hand slashed forward like a violent gust of wind, producing tens of thousands of slashes in an instant. The pitch-black sword gleams compounded together like a wave, coming at Lin Huang like a tsunami. This attack would have been enough to slice a 9th-rank true god into pieces. However, Lin Huang was not fazed at the sight of the black tsunami-like wave approaching him. In fact, he was delighted. He had not encountered a worthy sword Dao opponent in a long time. At some unknown moment, a narrow red blade had consolidated in Lin Huang's hand. He made just the slightest movement, and the narrow blade stabbed forward. A violent gust of blood-red wind like a tornado shot out from the point of the blade. The tornado expanded as soon as it hit the air and began rapidly splitting, instantaneously multiplying into 12 colossal hurricanes that reached from the earth to the heavens. If there had been other powerhouses present who possessed true self-level sword Dao, they would have been able to see what actually happened with his attack. In reality, he had unleashed the same attack 12 times, but the trajectory of the attacks was exactly the same, and the speed at which they were delivered was so fast, it looked like he had only attacked once. Like 12 gigantic sky-high pillars, the 12 hurricanes abruptly suppressed the tsunami, then completely shattered. Everything in the path of the blood-red hurricanes turned to dust. There were even a great many 7th-rank and 8th-rank monsters that suffered unexpected calamity. They were swallowed up by the hurricanes. A terrifying surge of energy was released in all directions, and this quickly attracted the attention of other hunters nearby. Quite a number of powerhouses had seen the terrifying hurricanes from a distance. "I've never seen this kind of attack before. Seems like a newcomer has arrived in town. Such powerful sword Dao true meaning, what a powerful sword cultivator. It's coming from this direction. Someone can't be hunting down that monster, can they?" Chapter 1480. Any last words? // Lin Huang battled with the aberrant species. The area where the two of them were fighting was filled with the phenomenon of red and black sword gleams from their clashes. As the battle progressed, he managed to obtain a rough idea of the aberrant species' strength. Its strength was almost equivalent to that of a Supreme God rank 5 monster, with full control of the true self level of sword Dao true meaning. It had also mastered more than 40 types of rule-bending power, some of which had reached control level. In terms of overall ability, it was considered top tier among true gods. In fact, its overall strength was in no way inferior to Tang Ran from the Thousand Snake sect. The fact that an individual with this kind of ability was unable to escape being polluted by abyssal energy was really surprising to Lin Huang. It was hard enough for Lin Huang to meet a powerhouse sword cultivator of a caliber on par with his own, so he had every intention of learning whatever he could from the exchange. Although his opponent's every attack could prove fatal, for Lin Huang, it was an excellent learning opportunity. He restricted his rule-bending power to the same level as that of the other party and confronted his opponent time and time again. He could also sense that there were more and more powerhouses in the surrounding area that were starting to pay attention to the battle, but he ignored them. The fight lasted for more than 3 hours until his opponent had exhausted practically all its tactics. Once he observed that there were no more new moves from the other party, Lin Huang began getting down to some serious action. 28 layers of control-level rule-bending power were compounded onto the blade of his blood-red sword, with the additional integration of true self-level sword Dao. The moment the blade sliced down, even the color of heaven and earth faded. The entire universe seemed to be awash with that blood-red ray of light. The aberrant species swung its sword repeatedly in resistance. However, it was all in vain. Its form was instantly swallowed up by the blood-red sword gleam. A number of individuals watching the battle from nearby witnessed this attack, and their pupils contracted. However, there were also a few of them who became curious about Lin Huang. The intense battle lasted for more than 3 hours. In addition, Lin Huang's final blow seemed to have revealed his final trump card. To some individuals, this signaled an opening that they could take advantage of. Several figures quietly appeared on the battleground where the fight between Lin Huang and the aberrant species had just ended. Of course, Lin Huang had also noticed these small stirrings around him. His divine telekinesis sensed several monsters approaching him, and the corners of his lips quirked up ever so slightly. The core zone is such a great place. I never knew that meals were delivered straight to you. Lin Huang realized that he was not the only hunter around. The three abyssal hunters who had targeted Lin Huang did not rush into action but slowly revealed themselves instead. Oh, it seems this prey is extremely in demand. One of the monsters laughed. It looked a bit like a giant ape, but with 9 heads and 18 pairs of limbs. When it spoke, all 9 heads spoke at the same time in different pitches and voices, creating a hallucinogenic effect and sound that was very soporific to the listener. This prey looks very delicious. I really want to eat him, eat him, eat him. A giant baby with a huge belly salivated non-stop. Its head was also extraordinarily large and it only had a single pitch black eye, as well as a huge mouth that took up half its face. Except for its massive size, abnormally proportioned head, and a belly that made it look pregnant, the biggest difference between the giant baby and a human was the 2 huge black wings on its back that seemed at once both real and ephemeral. A closer look revealed that the pair of wings was not, in fact, wings. They were actually made up of arms of various shapes and sizes that numbered into the thousands. Since all of us fancy the same prey and we don't want to give him up, then each to their own. The last one to speak was a humanoid black-scaled monster. Its appearance was similar to that of a burly human wearing a layer of full-body scale armor. The scale armor even covered its entire face, making it seem as if it were wearing a helmet. However, on closer inspection, the scales were not really scales, but a kind of fine black crystal, densely stacked to simulate the form of scales. However, its specific material was unknown. The 3 monsters obviously already knew each other. Lin Huang's gaze swept over the 3 monsters, lingering a little longer on the third one because he felt it was a human that had been transformed into an abyssal creature. However, he only paused very slightly before withdrawing his gaze. The auras of the 3 monsters were very clearly no less powerful than the aberrant species from earlier, perhaps a little stronger, even. All of them were top-tier true gods, close to the very peak of true god level limits. However, Lin Huang was not shocked. Instead, he was thrilled that he had run into them because it had been a while since he had encountered such powerful enemies. Enough nonsense, come at me then, all 3 of you. Before the trio could say more, Lin Huang interrupted them. Hehehehe, what an arrogant fellow. The 9 heads of the multi-headed ape laughed simultaneously. It was not annoyed but said with a smile, if you were able to go full force on us, perhaps 1 or 2 of us would be worried, but right now, Lin Huang could not help but chuckle when he heard what it said. I don't doubt that I can kill all 3 of you. When he fought the aberrant monster, he had only used about a third of his ability at most, so it did not really consume much of his strength. The reason the battle lasted for more than 3 hours was purely so he could practice his sword skills. However, the onlookers did not know this. They assumed that Lin Huang had already used up all of his strength in the battle earlier and that he won the fight only because he utilized his final trump card. As a result, they severely misjudged his ability and thought that they could take advantage of this opportunity. However, Lin Huang was delighted at their mistake because the 3 monsters were extremely high-quality prey. It's too bad I can only absorb 1 last divine fire. Lin Huang felt a slight twinge of regret. After hunting down the aberrant monster, he had already accumulated 9 9th-rank divine fires within him. According to his experiences from 1st rank to 8th rank, his life wheels could only hold 10 divine fires. If there were more, they would not be absorbed. However, alongside his regrets, Lin Huang was also somewhat relieved because this final hunt would mean that he could finally leave the battlefield of the Dragon Abyss and go back to refine his divine fires. Kill us, what a cute response. I really want to eat you, eat you, eat you. The monster baby opened its eyes wide and looked at Lin Huang with even more excitement. Its shouts became louder and louder, and its pitch rose increasingly higher, becoming even more piercing to the ears. Its voice instantly traveled a distance of over several hundred kilometers. Wherever the sound passed through, except for 9th-rank true gods, the bodies of any living creatures would burst as if shattered by the sound waves. The powerhouses who were watching from a distance had a slight change of expression. That demon baby looks like he's going to explode. Right now, from the looks of the demon baby, the 9-headed ape and the black scale monster will get the target. I'm thinking each of them will have a slice of that particular cake. That human will die, that's for sure, but it's really hard to say who will be the last one left standing. On the battleground, only the scaled monster remained silent. Lin Huang waited for the two monsters to finish speaking. He then looked at the scaled monster with a smile. Both of them have said their last words, aren't you going to do so as well? Chapter 1481. The symbiotic creature of the abyssal fountain. As Lin Huang faced the three monsters, he was not planning on holding back anymore. Since the aberrant species from before was a sword cultivator, he had spent more time on it because he was thinking in terms of a sword cultivator improving his skills. Of course, no one knew what the aberrant species might have been thinking. However, this time, none of the three monsters were sword cultivators, and Lin Huang only needed one last divine fire before he successfully retired from the battleground. Naturally, there was no need to waste any more time. The blood-red battle sword made a series of horizontal slashes, and three brilliant rays of scarlet light as bright as the noonday sun suddenly lit up, instantly, illuminating the dim world into blood-red day. When the three monsters saw the blood-red suns rising, their expressions immediately changed dramatically. They had initially thought that Lin Huang's final slash when killing the aberrant species was his final move. They had not expected that he might not have unleashed his full power in the earlier battle. These three seemingly casual slashes looked several times more powerful than the previous one. Lin Huang had compounded 40 control-level rule-bending powers onto the three slashes and integrated them with true self-level sword Dao as he made his attacks. Rule compounding power was not simply adding on in terms of numbers. With each rule that was compounded, the power of Lin Huang's sword increased by leaps and bounds. When he killed the aberrant species, he had only compounded 28 layers of rule-bending power. Right now, compared to previously, the power of his current three slashes was 12 times the strength of his earlier slash. The three monsters had initially thought that this was going to be an easy win. It had never crossed their minds that they might be serving themselves up as easy meat. We're going to die, we're going to die, we're going to die, the demon baby shrieked in a strange voice, flapping its so-called wings and fleeing the scene at a frightening speed. However, as fast as he could not outrun the speed of the blood-red sun's rays. Under the brilliant blood-red beams that illuminated the entire sky, the various shapes and sizes of arms that made up its wings melted swiftly at a speed visible to the naked eye, like ice melting under the hot summer sun. They melted together with its body. Don't kill me, I surrender, the nine-headed ape yelped dismally as he frantically fled. It used its 9 pairs of upper and lower limbs together. Every time it used the void as a stepping stone and jumped, it traveled a certain distance like a flash in space. It was as fast as the demon baby with wings. However, its escape was still in vain. The blood-red rays quickly melted its limbs and head like a lighted candle. Of the three monsters, only the black scale monster did not try to escape. Instead, the black scales all over its body stacked up in front of it, turning into a pitch-black shield. Only now did Lin Huang notice that its scales were actually a kind of liquefied black crystal. Not only could the black crystal absorb energy, but it also reflected and refracted energy. At least 50% of the power from Lin Huang's blow was deflected by it. It was then Lin Huang finally saw the monster's figure, sans the covering of black scales. It was a well-built human male who appeared to be around 40 years old. Except for its completely jet-black eyes that were without whites, it was almost no different from a human being. After being besieged by the blood-red sword gleams for about 10 seconds, the shield created by the black scales finally could not withstand the energy impact and retreated back within the body of the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man violently spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, and his entire body was sent flying backward. Lin Huang noticed that the man's body had not completely melted away. It was merely in the condition that it would be in the aftermath of an extremely high-temperature inferno. A combat cultivator. Lin Huang could not help but raise his brows. When this monster was still a human being, he had probably been an extremely powerful combat cultivator. However, the fact that he was able to survive was not entirely due to his strong physical body, but also because the black scales integrated into his muscles and bones after retreating into his body, taking at least half the subsequent impact from the blood-red rays. Even so, at a glance, Lin Huang guessed that the combat cultivator's physical strength was probably close to that of a first-rank heavenly god. Otherwise, he would not have been able to withstand the power of Lin Huang's assault. The 3 slashes killed 2 of the monsters within seconds, and although one was not dead yet, it had completely lost its ability to fight. When Lin Huang glanced toward the black scale monster in the distance whose divine power had been completely exhausted, his expression suddenly changed to one of slight puzzlement. This was because he sensed that the divine fires within the bodies of the two slain monsters had all been absorbed by his life wheels. What's going on? Why did they absorb 11 divine fires? According to his previous experiences from Virtual God rank -1 to Virtual God rank 8, every transition of rank would only allow absorption of 10 true God divine fires. Virtual God rank 9 should have been no exception. However, his life wheels seemed to have absorbed an 11th 9th rank divine fire. This was entirely unexpected. However, his doubts only lasted for a moment. Lin Huang then turned his gaze in the direction of the black scale monster again. Since I can absorb more, then I'll continue hunting until my life wheel stops absorbing. He did not bother racking his brain any further over what might have caused this change. His figure flickered, and he appeared beside the black scale monster, more precisely, beside the naked middle-aged man whose body had entirely cast off its black scales. Your consciousness seems to have preserved its state of awareness, which is rare among polluted individuals. While Lin Huang carefully scrutinized his opponent, his divine telekinesis also made a sweep of the other's body. It seems to be in an unusual state of symbiosis. After studying the black scale monster, Lin Huang did not spare it. He raised his sword and beheaded his opponent right away. Congratulations to the host on obtaining the entire monster card set for the symbiotic creature of the Abyssal Fountain. Supreme God, I obtained a complete monster card set. Lin Huang immediately took out the card to check it. Monster card. Symbiotic creature of the Abyssal Fountain. Rarity. Supreme God. Monster name. Black scale. Type of monster. Unique species, unknown tribe. Bloodline. Golden Fountain, unawakened. Combat level. 6th rank True God, 9th rank True God Major. Combat Cultivator, Parasitism, Water Elemental Enlightenment, Major Skills. Immortal Being of the Cosmos, Combat Tao. True Self Level, God Rule, Tenacious, Summon Authority, Activated. Card Remarks, Trainable. Remarks. An extremely rare and unusual symbiotic creature type. Even Xiao He thinks it's rare. Lin Huang glanced through the card information and quickly noticed the final remarks. This was the first time Xiao He had specifically emphasized that a card monster was rare. Xiao He, do you have any suggestions about how its training direction should go? Lin Huang asked immediately. There is insufficient information. It is not possible to give training suggestions. Xiao He's answer also surprised Lin Huang a little. Alright, Lin Huang did not bother to pursue the matter further. For him, obtaining this Supreme God level monster card was already an unexpected thrill. He also noticed that after slaying Blackscale, his own body had absorbed the monster's divine fire. At that point, he had absorbed 12 9th rank divine fires into his body. I don't know if I can continue absorbing. Lin Huang felt a little helpless. He did not know what was going on with his body or why the absorption of 9th rank divine fires did not seem to satiate his life wheels. Whatever, I'll just keep hunting until my life wheels refuse to absorb any more. Chapter 1482, Saturated. Due to unknown reasons that allowed Lin Huang to continue absorbing divine fires, he had no choice but to change his itinerary and postpone his plan to leave the battlefield of the Dragon Abyss so he could continue hunting in the core layer. The core layer was undoubtedly a good place. 9th rank true gods were everywhere. It took Lin Huang less than half an hour to hunt down 4 more 9th rank monsters. After he killed the 4th one, his life wheels finally stopped absorbing divine fires. Are they saturated now? Lin Huang was puzzled as he sank his consciousness into his life wheels to check. Among the 10 life wheels, there were 5 with double-stacked 9th rank divine fires and 5 life wheels with only single ones. What's going on? Why didn't these 5 life wheels absorb more? Lin Huang looked doubtfully at the differences between the divine fires in the 5 life wheels. After a while, he finally discovered where the problem lay. The 5 life wheels that contained 2 9th rank divine fires all had 1 rank 4 divine fire plus 1 rank 5 divine fire. The 5 rank 5 divine fires came from 5 monsters: the demonic Buddhist Holy Sun, the aberrant species, the 9-headed ape, the demon baby, and the symbiotic creature of the Abyssal Fountain. The remaining 5 life wheels with only 1 9th rank divine fire only had rank 4 divine fires, not rank 5 divine fires. So the rank 4 divine fires are saturated, and only rank 5 divine fires will be absorbed. With this speculation in mind, Lin Huang immediately knew what direction his next hunt should take. He made a sweep with his divine telekinesis and began to lock in the locations of the strongest auras in the core layer one by one. I found one. It only took a moment. He could not help quirking his lips slightly as he swiftly headed toward the figure. However, he had not flown very far before the figure seemed to notice Lin Huang's pursuit and began to flee quickly. Seems like someone saw me. The corners of Lin Huang's mouth turned up, and he pursued his prey even more hotly. The two played cat and mouse for around 10 minutes before Lin Huang finally caught up with the other party. It was a monster with several dozen pairs of black wings, dressed in white, and wearing a silver mask. If one ignored the wings on its back, it looked just like a human being. Before Lin Huang could make a move, the winged being voluntarily stopped, put the walking stick in its hand away, and said to Lin Huang, "I surrender. Don't kill me, you're not weak. Why don't you want to fight?" Lin Huang raised an eyebrow. He did not attack immediately because, unlike the nine-headed ape who had begged for mercy, it did not try to provoke him, nor did it have any intention of doing anything. "I saw your fight just now. I'm no match for you," the winged being said frankly. "It's meaningless to try and fight you." The winged being was even more alarmed that Lin Huang had caught up with it. One must know that up until this very day, it had depended on its exceptional speed in the core layer. If its best ability had been superseded by Lin Huang, it knew the disparity between its own abilities and Lin Huang's was vast. "Then give me a reason not to kill you." Lin Huang smiled and looked at it. "I am Shadow Wing. I'm very familiar with the core layer and can act as a guide for you." The winged being bowed toward Lin Huang and then introduced itself. "You don't feel bad betraying your own kind?" Lin Huang sneered at this sort of behavior. "You're wrong about that." Shadow Wing was not annoyed, merely smiled and corrected Lin Huang. "The abyss has hundreds of millions of types of creatures, just like the human world has birds, quadrupeds, and insects. However, birds, quadrupeds, and insects are not the same as humans. The abyss is the same. Except for my kin, there are very few allied tribes. The other tribes are not the same as ours, and some are even enemies to me. Therefore, it's not a betrayal." Lin Huang did not refute its statement. Although he had never been to the actual abyss, he knew that there were many types of abyssal creatures, and the competition was extremely fierce. Moreover, he knew that there was no camaraderie to speak of between different tribes. In addition to that, the winged being did not regard the other tribes in the abyss as being of the same race as itself, which was normal. After thinking for a moment, Lin Huang stated his request: "I don't need a guide, I only need prey. As long as you help me find more than 5 prey as strong as you are stronger, I'll let you go." According to the map from Mysterious Item Pavilion, the entire surface layer of the core layer was as big as the surface areas of 4 Earths combined. With his divine telekinesis under extreme suppression, it would take Lin Huang some time to find 5 targets. If the winged being could help him find 5 suitable targets quickly, he had no qualms about letting it go. After Shadow Wing heard Lin Huang's request, the eyes behind its silver mask blinked twice. "It's as easy as that. You might not want to say that so soon." Although the winged being agreed very quickly, Lin Huang did not fully believe that it was up to the task. "I've been in the battlefield of the Dragon Abyss for more than 10 years, it's been more than 3 years since I entered this core layer. Anything else, I wouldn't dare to say much, but as far as familiarity with the core layer goes, there aren't very many people who know it better than I do. You want to hunt down rank 5 creatures? Well, I happen to know a few hunting groups made up of rank 5 members. However, if you add them all up, there's a lot more than 5 of them." Shadow Wing chuckled. "The whereabouts of the hunters aren't fixed. What's the use of knowing who the members of those teams are? Or is it possible that you can still ascertain their locations?" Lin Huang asked. "Now, this is something you don't know. In this core layer, there's a place called the core source. It's the place where the abyssal energy is densest. Even peak true god powerhouses don't dare to approach it willy-nilly. The core source is a place that churns out powerful abyssal creatures continuously. The strongest teams in the core layer divide the vicinity of the core source into a few hunting grounds, and each of them occupies one part. As long as the members of these teams enter the core layer, they usually stay in their own part of the hunting grounds most of the time. Therefore, it won't be difficult to find them." Lin Huang listened to Shadow Wing's explanation and remembered that the map he obtained from Mysterious Item Pavilion had a large red shaded area without any descriptive text. He guessed this was most likely the location of the core source that Shadow Wing had mentioned. He could not help but ask somewhat curiously, "Can the core source really churn out powerful abyssal monsters from thin air?" "Yes." Shadow Wing nodded. "No one knows the specific principles of it. Some say that there is a space tunnel deep in the core source that is connected to the deepest reaches of the abyss. Others say that the core source is connected to a powerful internal abyssal kingdom. Some also speculate that the entire core layer is a laboratory for a powerful entity in the abyss. In fact, in addition to churning abyssal creatures out of thin air, throwing any living or dead abyssal creatures into the depths of the core source will also result in abyssal energy infiltrating them, generating aberrant species, fallen species, undying species, or spirit types. The sword cultivator aberrant species you killed became what it was when it was initially forced into the depths of the core layer by a hunting team. It seemed that Shadow Wing had been paying attention to Lin Huang since his battle with the aberrant species. Lin Huang frowned slightly when he heard this. When Shadow Wing noticed Lin Huang's change of expression, it quickly changed the subject. Since the abyssal energy in the core source is too dense, true gods have no way of going in very far. As for what secrets the core source hides, nobody knows except the lords who set up the barriers. I see. Lin Huang nodded slightly and did not bother continuing with small talk. Take me to the hunting ground right away then. Chapter 1483. If one slash doesn't do the job, the second one will. The hunting ground of the core layer was an area in the shape of a ring around the core source. The entire ring was occupied by the core layer's top powerhouses and strongest hunting teams. The core source generated various polluted creatures every day, sometimes in the form of abyssal creatures, or aberrant species, or perhaps evil spirit types, or demons. Sometimes, it even produced evil weapons with strange abilities. As for the information about the core source producing evil weapons, Shadow Wing deliberately kept it from Lin Huang. These evil weapons were growth-type items similar to god weapons. For abyssal creatures, their value was not below that of Lord-level god relics. These powerhouses stayed here in the core layer for the long term, mainly to guard the evil weapons. Hunting was merely their second priority. Lin Huang followed Shadow Wing, moving at a swift pace, and quickly arrived near the hunting ground. The first target I've chosen for you is a 3-person team. The 3 members are all rank 5s, and 2 of them are about as strong as me. One is stronger than me and is estimated to have mastered over 30 types of control-level rule-bending powers. After Shadow Wing had helped Lin Huang to choose his targets, he then revealed various pieces of information about them. Not only did Shadow Wing reveal their general level of strength, but he also gave a comprehensive description of their areas of expertise and their weaknesses. Do these 3 fellows have a grudge against you or something? Lin Huang squinted at Shadow Wing after hearing this. It's not a grudge, per se. There's just some slight conflict between us, Shadow Wing smiled and said. In front of Lin Huang, he did not dare to lie openly. He had decided to be as honest as possible, especially in obvious matters. After all, his life was still in Lin Huang's hands. When he saw Lin Huang looking at him wordlessly and smiling, Shadow Wing finally revealed with some embarrassment, "They stole my prey and tried to chase me down." As they closed the distance, Lin Huang turned his gaze from Shadow Wing and looked in the direction of the 3 targets. The 3 monsters had already entered his divine telekinesis sensing range. Based on the intensity of their aura, they were indeed rank 5s. However, Lin Huang could clearly feel that the auras of the 3 monsters were much stronger than Shadow Wing. 2 of them were slightly stronger and 1 was more powerful by a full level. In terms of aura intensity, they definitely surpassed the demon babies group of 3 monsters that he had just killed. Shadow Wing had evidently exaggerated his own powers when evaluating the strength of the 3 monsters. Just when Lin Huang's divine telekinesis sensed the 3 monsters also sensed the covert probing of Lin Huang's divine telekinesis. Seems like prey. Walked right up to our door. The one who spoke was a huge creature with a body that mostly resembled a mouse. However, its head was that of a human. It was bald, bearded, and had a gaunt face. The only part of it that was not human-like was its eyes that shone dazzlingly scarlet even in the dark. It seems like that birdman Shadow Wing is with him, too. The one who said this was a fish-headed monster. It looked like an intensely muscled giant bullfrog that walked upright. Both its huge eyeballs protruded outward, and it had organs that resembled fish gills on both sides of its neck. Don't let it get away this time. Among the 3, the monster with the most powerful aura, a batwing monster, finally spoke. It looked a bit like a fiend with fiend-like wings and ram's horns. However, apart from the pair of ram's horns on its head, it possessed no other facial organs and looked just like a faceless human. Its spine tapered to a long tail that had a poisonous scorpion-like sting at the tip. The three monsters abruptly went into action without waiting for Lin Huang and Shadow Wing to get any closer. Lin Huang's divine telekinesis sensed the movements of the three monsters. Initially, he was a little worried that they would run away. However, the next instant, he saw all three monsters starting to charge toward himself and Shadow Wing. It only took a moment for both parties to come face to face. The Batwing monster headed the monster team. The three of them surrounded Lin Huang and his companion in a triangle formation. Tisk tisk tisk, so you're working with a human. Birdman, how degenerate have you become? The fish-headed monster saw the two of them and mocked Shadow Wing. When Shadow Wing saw the three monsters, he clearly looked a little nervous at first. However, when he glanced at Lin Huang beside him, he immediately gained back considerable courage. You're a fish-headed monster working with a damn bat, and you have the gall to call me degenerate. Do your fish-headed monster friends know about this? Lin Huang knew something about these two monster tribes. Batwing monsters belong to the Night Devil tribe in the Abyss, while fish-headed monsters belong to the Water Walkers. The Water Walkers were one of the many staple foods of the Night Devils, which made the Water Walkers extremely hostile to the Night Devils. The two tribes could almost be said to be arch-enemies. This fish-headed monster and Batwing monster in front of them working together were indeed much more outrageous than an abyssal creature working with a human being. Birdman, do you have a death wish? The fish-headed monster had not expected that Shadow Wing would talk back at it, and its humiliation turned into anger. Just when the fish-headed monster was about to start arguing with Shadow Wing, the Batwing monster secretly sized up Lin Huang. However, after observing for a moment, he did not notice anything out of the ordinary. Under Thousand Faces camouflaging, Lin Huang was an extremely run-of-the-mill 9th rank true god of normal 9th rank combat level. He possessed the same aura strength as an ordinary 9th rank true god, with absolutely no special features whatsoever. Thousand Faces disguise was good enough to fool a peak heavenly god level powerhouse. The Batwing monster was only true god level and could not see through the subterfuge. However, this also puzzled it slightly because Shadow Wing was aware of their abilities. It was illogical for Shadow Wing to bring along an easy kill who was weaker than himself. It was equivalent to bringing food right to their doorstep. Lin Huang was also sizing up the three monsters in front of him. A Night Devil, a Water Walker, and a human-faced rat. These were abyssal monsters that had appeared in the Monster Guide. According to the records in the Monster Guide, these three types of monsters had considerably large tribes and belonged to the lower-ranking tribes in the Abyss. However, the three monsters in front of him seemed to be individuals of note within their respective tribes, and their abilities were that of peak true god powerhouses. Among the three, the Night Devil's aura was obviously the strongest, and it did not try to hide it at all. Lin Huang's lips slowly quirked up because after seeing the three of them, he was absolutely sure that they were the rank 5s that he wanted to hunt. Without waiting for the fish-headed monster and Shadow Wing to finish bickering, the battle sword in Lin Huang's hand transformed into 3 blood-red lightning bolts and sliced toward the trio. The blood-red lightning bolts swept across the void in a flash, closing the distance and directly appearing in front of the three monsters. Before the fish-headed monster could even react, its body had been impaled. The human-faced mouse noticed Lin Huang's attack, but it could only watch as the sword gleams pierced through the air. It had no time to escape. Only the Night Devil dodged immediately when it saw the glow of the sword gleams, but it was a touch too slow. It managed to avoid the attack that could have ruptured its head, but the sword gleams pierced through its left wing. That's fast. As the Night Devil teetered on the verge of life and death, its entire body was drenched in cold sweat from shock. It had assumed that the human Shadow Wing brought along could not possibly be weak in terms of ability, but it had not expected Lin Huang to be so powerful. When Lin Huang saw the Night Devil dodging his rapid speed sword skill attack, he raised his brows but said nothing. Instead, he immediately attacked a second time. The Night Devil had only just calmed down a little from its shock when it instantly sensed an even bigger threat heading its way. When it looked up, the second blood-red lightning bolt was already right in front of its face. I'm going to die. Before it could finish its thought, half of the Night Devil's damaged horn flew off. Its entire head burst open. If one slash doesn't do the job, the second one will, Lin Huang murmured as he sheathed his sword. Next to him, Shadow Wing was completely caught off guard. A moment later, it still had not recovered from the shock. It knew that Lin Huang was very powerful, but even having witnessed the event with its own eyes, it still found it hard to believe that Lin Huang could have killed off the Night Devil's team so easily. Let's go. Only after Lin Huang had gathered up the loot and shouted at Shadow Wing did it finally came back to reality, gazing at Lin Huang with eyes full of awe. Chapter 1484. Completion. After killing the Night Devil's team of 3 monsters, Lin Huang did not stir up very much activity. This was something he had done quite deliberately. Even if there were monsters nearby that sensed the energy fluctuations from the battle, it was only a fleeting thing. On top of that, the hunting grounds near the core source were divided by using their respective divine telekinesis sensing range limits as boundaries and did not overlap with each other. Even the divine telekinesis of the owners of the 2 nearest hunting grounds could only probe the respective boundaries of their own hunting grounds, so it was impossible for them to learn what had happened in the hunting grounds of the Night Devil's team. Having witnessed Lin Huang beheading the Night Devil's trio, Shadow Wing put aside its scheming thoughts entirely. In the beginning, when it took the initiative to lead the way for Lin Huang, it did not have the best intentions. It had brought Lin Huang to the Night Devil's team here, because it felt that the 3 of them together would not be that much weaker than Lin Huang. If both parties fought against each other, there was a high chance that both would suffer and lose. This way, it would stand to reap benefits from both sides. What it had not expected was that Lin Huang's abilities far exceeded its wildest imaginings. Even a strong team like the Night Devil's trio had been easily killed off in an instant. One should know that while the Night Devil's small team of 3 was not the most powerful in the core layer, the 3 members complemented each other very well. Their overall strength was also extremely impressive, almost in the top 5 among all the teams in the core layer. This was also why the 3 of them were able to occupy an area of hunting ground outside the core source. Sensing the extra 3 5th-rank divine fires within his body, Lin Huang was basically sure that his previous guess had been correct. His 4th-rank divine fires were saturated, but 5th-rank divine fires could still continue to be absorbed. I've already accumulated 8 5th-rank divine fires. Based on the life wheel's inherent behavior from before, they should be fully saturated after another 2. Lin Huang made some mental calculations. What's the situation with the next wave of prey? Lin Huang asked via voice transmission as he followed swiftly behind Shadow Wing. The next target I've picked for you is a 2-person team. One member is a devil giant, and the other is a rotten soul. Lin Huang was not unfamiliar with these 2 types of monsters because they had been described in the monster guide. A devil giant was a giant with black hair covering its entire body and a height of around 10 meters on average. The reason why it was referred to as a devil was because its face only had a single organ, a gigantic mouth with 6 petals that could open up like a blooming flower. The insides of each mouth were full of razor-sharp teeth. Aside from this, there was also a tongue full of poison needles in each mouth. This tongue was an offensive weapon that could shoot out from the mouth and extend for thousands of meters. It was 100 times more agile than an elephant's trunk. Its defensive abilities were also astounding. 4 thick-set, muscular arms covered in black hair. As for its hands, they resembled the steel claws of a fierce bird and were frightening to behold. As for the rotten soul, it was a green monster with a shape similar to swamp sludge, its entire body emitting foul-smelling bubbles at any given time. It could even change into any form it desired when it had to fight, but its most common form was that of a pool of sludge with countless tentacles. Its body contained countless deadly toxins. Even if lightly pricked by the protruding tentacles, the toxins produced in an instant were enough to poison creatures of the same level of combat strength. This team of 2 monsters could be considered quite formidable. Their team ranked 3rd in terms of overall strength within the core layer. Although they were only 2 individuals, their abilities were a step up from the Night Devil's 3-member team. Lin Huang followed behind Shadow Wing. After only 2 or 3 minutes of swift travel, they arrived at the territory of the Devil Giant and the Rotten Soul. Even before Lin Huang saw the 2 monsters, he could smell the stench in the air from afar. This was the smell emitted from the Rotten Soul's body. Not only was it foul in the extreme and nauseating to the point of causing others to vomit, but it was also highly poisonous. Even if the toxins were not taken into consideration, probably apart from the Devil Giant, very few individuals were willing to team up with the Rotten Soul. This was because most of the abyssal creatures would not be able to stand the noxious odor alone, whereas the Devil Giant had no sense of smell, and its body was immune to a majority of toxins. Lin Huang hurriedly shut down his body's external respiratory system. Only then could he block out the nauseating smell that was making him want to throw up. The truth was that his tolerance for foul odors was extremely high, so even when faced with different types of rotting corpses and internal organs, he did not react much. However, This kind of stench given off by the rotten soul's body would directly assault the physiological limits of many creatures' sense of smell, causing them to involuntarily vomit. This was no longer a matter of whether or not one could bear the smell. Standing off to one side, Shadow Wing used divine telekinesis to envelop its entire body, unwilling to allow any part of itself to come into contact with this odor. If you knew this would happen, why did you choose such a prey? Catching a glimpse of Shadow Wing's reaction, Lin Huang cursed inwardly. A moment later, both of them saw the two monsters below. The devil giant, which had originally been sitting with its back against a small hill, stood up and raised its featureless face in the direction where Lin Huang and Shadow Wing were in midair. Not far from it, a pool of bubbling green sludge also extended its tentacles one by one like germinating young shoots. The next instant, hundreds of tentacles suddenly surged up and shot toward Lin Huang and Shadow Wing. Almost simultaneously, the devil giant leapt upward. Although massive in size, its speed was by no means slow, and it appeared above Lin Huang and Shadow Wing almost instantaneously. Lin Huang had not expected that these two monsters would choose to attack first. He was momentarily surprised but reacted immediately. The battle sword in his hand was swiftly withdrawn from its scabbard, immediately transforming into two completely different sword gleams. One of the sword gleams, which resembled an ocean of blood, rolled with earth-shattering, crushing force toward the rotten soul below. Meanwhile, the other sword gleam transformed into a blood-colored crescent moon that surged up into the heavens to take on the devil giant above. The waves from the ocean of blood crashed down upon the rotten soul like a tsunami. Wherever the waves passed, all the rotten soul's tentacles were obliterated in an instant. Before the rotten soul had time to escape, it was completely submerged by the blood-colored waves. Its ear-piercing shrieks of agony only lasted for less than 2 seconds before abruptly ceasing. On the other end, the terrifyingly sharp blood-colored crescent moon attacked the devil giant. The devil giant seemed to be aware of the danger of this attack and quickly retracted all 4 limbs in front of itself, stacking them in the shape of a shield and supplementing them with dozens of types of rule-bending power. From its point of view, given its own naturally terrifying defensive abilities as well as rule-bending powers, it was confident that it would be able to defend itself against the attacks of any powerhouses, except for top-tier true god-level powerhouses. The next moment, however, its expression suddenly changed drastically. This was because he saw that when the blood-red arc touched its arms, the dozens of types of rule-bending power it had supplemented itself with disintegrated layer by layer, providing no defense at all. The blood-colored crescent moon encountered no resistance whatsoever, directly slicing off the devil giant's 4 retracted limbs in front of its torso, before continuing on to slash through the devil giant's body as if it were cutting up tofu. It was another crushing instant kill. Shadow Wing looked at Lin Huang with increasing awe and respect. At this point, Lin Huang was ignoring his surroundings. He sank part of his consciousness into his inner world and looked at his 10 life wheels. In the 10 life wheels, the 10 5th-rank divine fires all rank 9 were fully complete. Lin Huang had originally wondered whether or not he still needed to hunt and kill 1 or 2 more monsters after these 2, just to see if he could continue absorbing divine fires. However, he now knew that it was unnecessary as he could sense the satisfaction that was transmitting from his life wheels. After the 10 5th-rank divine fires entered the life wheels, his true god level had reached a state of completion. The rest just needed to be refined and absorbed. Withdrawing his consciousness, Lin Huang glanced at Shadow Wing by his side. "You're free to go now." Shadow Wing was startled when he heard this. "Don't you need to continue hunting?" "Not anymore." Lin Huang shook his head. "I'm about to leave the battlefield of the Dragon Abyss." After saying this, he did not look at Shadow Wing again. He sent out his telekinetic threads and gathered up the loot on the ground before making a beeline straight toward the exit of the core layer. Shadow Wing remained rooted to the spot in a daze, watching Lin Huang's departure. Only after Lin Huang had left the sensing range of its divine telekinesis did it snap back to reality, muttering to itself under its breath, "I'm afraid the humans are about to produce an exceptional prodigy in this epic." Chapter 1485. Virtual God level rank 10. Upon coming out from the core layer of the battlefield of the Dragon Abyss, Lin Huang quickly located Lin Xin and the others by using divine telekinesis. He greeted them and advised them once more in passing before leaving the battlefield of the Dragon Abyss right away. What Lin Xin and the others found slightly bewildering was that Lin Huang had left them for less than half a day, and he was already done hunting. Lin Huang was comfortable with Lin Xin and the others remaining in the battlefield of the Dragon Abyss because, for one, Lin Xin's team was being guarded, by which this was certainly enough to handle many dangerous situations. For another, Lin Xin currently possessed the Goldfinger of the Emperor's heart within her, so her safety was essentially something Lin Huang did not need to worry too much about. As for Chan Dou's team, although their combat level was not high, two of them had already mastered rule-bending power. As long as they did not recklessly venture deeper into the outer layer, there should be very little in the way of problems. Lin Huang teleported out alone from the gateway of the battlefield of the Dragon Abyss, and the registrar who saw him was taken aback. Lin Huang ignored the registrar's scrutiny and swiftly departed in a flash. Watching Lin Huang leave, the registrar's mouth twitched. As expected, 7 of them went in, and only 1 made it out alive. Given that too many similar cases had occurred in the past, the registrar assumed that Lin Huang's team had perished when he saw Lin Huang leaving on his own and that only 1 survivor had escaped alive. Naturally, Lin Huang was not aware that he had given rise to such a misunderstanding on the registrar's part. Of course, even if he had known, he would not have cared. After going some distance away from the gateway of the battlefield of the Dragon Abyss, Lin Huang located an uninhabited planet, then opened the entrance to the Great Heaven Palace and stepped through it. In front of the Great Heaven Palace, Sword One sat cross-legged. He was clad in a long white robe and had his eyes closed. Sensing Lin Huang's return, he immediately opened his eyes. Lord Swordmaster. When he saw Lin Huang step out from the portal, Sword One stood up to welcome him. Sword One. Lin Huang nodded slightly. He knew that Sword One was sitting here, not because he was looking for Lin Huang for any particular reason, but because he was guarding the Great Heaven Palace. Clapping a hand on Sword One's shoulder, Lin Huang reached out to push open the Great Palace doors. I'm going into closed-door cultivation for some time. If anyone has anything to bring up, you can tell me when I finish cultivation. Yes, Lord Swordmaster. Sword One bowed slightly, raising his head slowly only after Lin Huang had stepped into the big hall, and the doors had closed behind him. Turning around, Sword One once again resumed his cross-legged sitting position in front of the entrance, eyes closed, resembling an immovable Taoist priest. Once he entered the Great Heaven Palace, Lin Huang immediately sat down, cross-legged. He merely conducted cursory sensing on the condition of the divine fires within him before retrieving a time cabin item card right away. With only minimal pressure from his fingers, the card transformed into golden points of starlight that condensed into the form of a cabin, not too far away from him. Without any hesitation, Lin Huang pushed the door open immediately and walked right in. Inside a 4-star card time cabin, the speed of time could, at most, be 100 times that of the outside world. Moreover, there were no shortcuts for refining divine fire, one had to expend time to do so. Inside the time cabin, the wooden door slowly closed and transformed into a white wall. Since Lin Huang was already sitting cross-legged, without delaying even a second longer, he immediately expedited the divine fires within his body to refine furiously and to integrate. Inside the time cabin, time passed one day at a time. The progress rate of Lin Huang's divine fire refinement increased day by day as well. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had gone by, and Lin Huang's combat level had also made a breakthrough from Virtual God rank 6 to Virtual God rank -9. However, Lin Huang also discovered that his divine fire was refining the 5th rank divine fires at a much slower pace than before. Looking at the 10 days remaining, Lin Huang crushed another time cabin card to extend the time to 110 days. He then closed his eyes and continued refining the last 10 5th rank divine fires. He did not know what would happen to him after these 10 5th rank divine fires had been refined, but he knew that he was on the right track. As time went by a day at a time, the level of refinement of the 10 5th rank, multicolored divine fires became increasingly higher. Lin Huang's own divine fire also turned a more intense shade of red until it became the color of blood. This refinement process lasted for 100 full days, even longer than the 30 divine fires from 7th to 9th rank combined, that Lin Huang had previously refined. Seeing the last divine fire completely integrate into his scarlet divine fire, Lin Huang could not help but exhale in a long sigh. Finally, I've finished refining. He could sense that the divine fires within his body had completely merged together, to the point where he could feel a sense of flawless perfection. These 10 divine fires seemed to have reached their limits and could no longer become more powerful. Following the complete merging of the divine fires into a fully integrated state, the divine power within Lin Huang's entire being began swiftly returning to his divine fires for further refinement. This refined divine power then began to cycle back into his body, transforming every single cell, even at the atomic level. Not only that, each particle that made up his soul also underwent rapid transformation as if it were under the workings of a catalyst. Almost every day, Lin Huang could clearly feel himself becoming stronger. The entire process lasted for 10 days. Lin Huang's divine power was refined hundreds of times by the 10 divine fires before it finally reached its peak. After 10 rounds of repeated refinement and transformation, Lin Huang felt that he was more than 10 times stronger than before. He even vaguely felt that his current physical strength was probably comparable to that of a heavenly god's body. Immersing his consciousness within his inner world, Lin Huang savored his transformation. He knew that he had not advanced to true god level yet, but he also knew that he was much stronger than other true gods. As this virtual god level rank 10, after a glance at his character card, Lin Huang knew that he had advanced to a previously uncharted level virtual god level rank 10. In the past, cultivators and virtual gods could reach rank 9 at most. Beyond that, they would be at true god level already. However, Lin Huang had already reached the pinnacle of virtual god level rank 10. In that case, after this, how do I achieve a breakthrough to true god level? Lin Huang had just asked himself this question when a strange idea surfaced in his mind. He could create a godly rite. Create a godly rite? Of course, Lin Huang had heard of a godly rite before. It was something only heavenly gods possessed. Under normal circumstances, elevation from true god to heavenly god required the mastery of at least one type of rule at fullness level, followed by a further breakthrough and condensing invisible god rules into concrete god sequence chains. Establishing god sequence chains was tantamount to stepping across the threshold of heavenly god level. Once they possessed god sequence chains, heavenly gods would further integrate these into their inner worlds and use them to derive sufficient rules. After that, they would use the god sequence chains as a trunk and the derived rules as branches to construct a rule network throughout their inner world. The will of this rule network that permeated the entire inner world was a godly rite. Actually, to a certain degree, it was also a type of world will. It was considered a non-natural, man-made world will. At heavenly god level, one could construct 9 god sequence chains at most, but only one godly rite. These 9 god sequence chains were the 9 backbones of a godly rite, and the various types of rules derived from the 9 sequences were all part of the godly rite as well. Logically, the construction of a godly rite would come after heavenly god level. At this moment, however, it became the way for Lin Huang to elevate to true god level. I'm only a virtual god, how do I go about constructing a godly rite? Lin Huang deliberated with his brows furrowed, not even noticing that the time cabin was dispersing around him. Chapter 1486. He wanted even more than that. Lin Huang immersed his consciousness into his inheritance memories, quickly scouring for memories related to the construction of a godly rite, and hoping to find something to use as a reference. The first thing he had a look at was the Great Heaven inheritance. As the heavenly god who dominated the god territory for an entire epoch, Great Heaven's many experiences were a treasure for Lin Huang. That was why the first thing that occurred to Lin Huang was to check Great Heaven's inheritance memories regarding the construction of a godly rite. After setting the time frame of Great Heaven's memories to the point before the construction of a godly rite, Lin Huang rapidly scanned through this segment of memory. The more he went through these memories, the more apprehensive he felt. Great Heaven was undoubtedly an egotistical powerhouse. He had already mastered 9 types of rule-bending power at fullness level early on when he was a 9th-ranked true god. To construct a godly rite, his idea had been to condense all 9 god sequence chains in one go and directly advance to 9th-rank heavenly god, after the 9 types of rules had reached fullness level and been condensed into god sequence chains. However, things did not progress as smoothly as he had imagined. When the second series of god sequence chains condensed, his body and soul began undergoing massive internal pressure. He resisted this pressure valiantly, however, he only ended up condensing 4 god sequence chains before he had no choice but to give up. This was because the construction of the 4th god sequence chain had already caused his body and soul to start showing signs of disintegration, and even the god territory within him had begun to collapse. If it had not been for the timely suppression by Yin Yin, his Goldfinger, he would have died immediately. This proved that Great Heaven's method was not feasible. Furthermore, at Lin Huang's current strength of body and soul, it was impossible for him to accommodate 9 god sequence chains in one go. After condensing the 4 god sequence chains, Great Heaven used them as the trunk and their rule-bending powers and elemental enlightenment as the branches and leaves. He integrated them into the God territory within him and constructed its world rules. After looking over the construction process of Great Heaven's godly right, Lin Huang deliberated over it. After a moment, he closed Great Heaven's inheritance memory and got up. Pushing the doors open, he walked out of the Great Heaven Palace. Seeing Lin Huang step out from the Great Heaven Palace, Sword One immediately stood up with a flicker of astonishment in his eyes. Only 2 short days had passed, and Lin Huang had already advanced from Virtual God level ranked 6 to the limits of Virtual God level rank 9 in one go. From the looks of things, it was possible that he might break through a step further to True God level any time now. What surprised Sword One even more was that although Lin Huang's aura was restrained to the maximum, he emanated a faint sense of danger. Without waiting for Sword One to greet him, Lin Huang spoke first. Please summon all the sword servants within the region of the Great Heaven Palace. Yes, Lord Swordmaster, Sword One answered quickly, without even asking why. Once Sword One had issued the announcement about the assembly, less than a minute later, Swords 1 to 100 all arrived at the scene. Not a single one of them was absent. All the sword servants present were filled with trepidation, as well as anticipation. They were completely unaware as to why the Swordmaster had summoned them over here all of a sudden. Lin Huang's gaze swept over everyone present. He could see everyone's uneasiness and hopefulness and immediately declared loudly, I summoned you all here this time because of cultivation needs. I would like to look at the construction processes of your godly right. You don't have to give me the cultivation inheritance, I just want to have a look at your memory images between the condensing of the God sequence chains and the construction of the godly right. Upon hearing Lin Huang's words, many people displayed astonishment. Of course, they could clearly sense that Lin Huang's current combat level was not at true God level yet. Logically speaking, he was still miles away from the construction of a godly right. However, since the Swordmaster had made a request, as sword servants, naturally, they could not refuse. Whatever the reason, the sword servants were willing to contribute these segments of memory if the Swordmaster so required. Sword One was the first one to step forward and replicate this memory. He touched Lin Huang's palm with a finger, and the memory images instantly poured into Lin Huang's mind. Lin Huang did not click it open to check, he merely nodded at Sword One, signaling to the next sword servant. After that, Sword Two came, followed by Sword Three. One by one, the sword servant stepped forward and transmitted a copy of their memory images into Lin Huang's mind. After the last transmission from Sword 100 had been completed, Lin Huang nodded slightly at everyone present. I'm going back into closed-door cultivation. You may go now. The sword servants left in 2s and 3s, while Lin Huang once again turned and went back into the Great Heaven Palace. Once within the palace, Lin Huang immediately sat down cross-legged. He closed his eyes, immersed his consciousness into his ocean of consciousness, and began looking through the sword servant's memory images. The segments of memory images unfolded before Lin Huang's eyes like VR images, every single detail crystal clear. Lin Huang checked out each of the 100 sword servants' godly right construction processes, and his thoughts gradually became clearer. On the surface, the construction of a godly right looks like it's based on God sequence chains, but it's actually based more on the inner God territory. The construction process of a godly right is essentially structuring world rules within the inner world, artificially creating a world will, then integrating one's individual will with the world will. The heavenly gods' God sequence chains and the various derived rules aren't part of constructing the godly right, they're vehicles for the godly right. A godly right is essentially the world will of a God territory and is also the individual will of a heavenly God, which makes the heavenly God the absolute master of the world rules in the God territory. The enhancement of a godly right requires not only the personal cultivation of the God territory's owner but also the participation of the other creatures within the God territory. Every rule-bending power they master, even if repeated, will become part of the world rules and a vehicle for increasing the power of the godly right. After reading through 100 sword servants' godly right construction processes, Lin Huang finally managed to obtain a general line of thinking. My God territory has already integrated with the gravel world. The various types of rule-bending power within me have already become the world rules of the gravel world, and even my will has been integrated into the gravel world's world will itself. To some extent, my integrated gravel world will is the weakened version of a godly right. The reason why it hasn't condensed into a true godly right is that these rule-bending powers are still not powerful enough or not numerous enough to allow the world will to condense into a godly right. That means if I want to construct a godly right, either I condense a God sequence chain to provide both energy and a vehicle for the world will, or I put enough rules into the God territory so that their power is comparable to that of a God sequence chain. For Lin Huang currently, constructing God sequence chains presented no great difficulty. At most, it was a matter of a few epiphany cards. After all, he had already mastered rule-bending power at control level, and it was not difficult to reach fullness level. If he wanted to make a further breakthrough, he could do so by using a few epiphany cards. However, Lin Huang did not really want to take this path as he had seen the limitations of it from the Sword Servant's godly right construction processes. Normal heavenly God level powerhouses could only condense 9 God sequence chains at most. For normal individuals, this number was sufficient as not many people were able to master multiple rules to the level of fullness, much less make a further breakthrough to condense God sequence chains. However, for true genius powerhouses, this was a huge limitation. An example was a powerhouse like Great Heaven. When he was a 9th rank true god, the number of rules he had mastered surpassed even Lin Huang. He had even condensed 9 types of fullness level rules and hundreds of control level ones. The reason Great Heaven had pursued a way to condense 9 God sequence chains in one go was that there were only 9 chances to condense God sequence chains at heavenly God level. He was able to dominate an entire epic because he was able to condense at least 4 God sequence chains every time. By the 9th sequence, he had 42 God sequence chains within him, far surpassing that of most people by at least 4 times over. This was not a mere 4-fold increase in abilities. It was an increase of hundreds, even thousands of times. What Lin Huang wanted was even more than that. Chapter 1487, Advancement to True God Level. Since he was not going to go down the path of forming God sequence chains, Lin Huang thought of another way. He would amass enough layers of rule-bending power to replace the God sequence chains, and turn them into a vehicle for the godly right, to provide power for it. This idea was certainly an extremely good one, but Lin Huang then encountered a problem. He had only mastered 120 types of rules. Even if he included the few true gods from the gravel world who had evolved, there were only 130 or so types in total, which was far from enough to substitute for a God sequence chain. Although it's possible to borrow the rule-bending power mastered by the local residents of the gravel world, it's still far from enough. Lin Huang frowned and pondered. The gravel world has only just rebuilt its world rules, and the number of people able to break through to true God level in such a short time is limited, so the number of rules that they'll be able to provide is also extremely limited. If I want to obtain a large number of rule-bending powers, I'll have to borrow them from somewhere else. For example, by letting a large number of true gods migrate into the gravel world. As Lin Huang's train of thought went further and further, his gaze passed over the void of his inner world and settled on the monster cards within him. If I migrate all my card monsters to the gravel world and let them become residents there, does that mean I can also borrow all the rule-bending powers they have? Lin Huang's eyes lit up at the thought of this. Although he only had a total of around 40 true god-level imperial monsters in his possession, this did not include the number of bug tribe fighters in his hive. Due to limited materials, the 6 bug tribe queen mothers had not been able to breed a large number of true gods. They had only bred about 20 of them. However, when the Thousand Snake sect had invaded the gravel world, he had obtained more than 5,000 true god-level corpses. This batch of materials had since been divided between the 6 queen mothers, and each of them had produced true god-level bug tribe fighters, including thousands of bug kings. If I include the newly evolved true gods from the bug tribe, there would definitely be over 10,000 rules. Lin Huang was quite excited, and shifted his gaze from within him, looking through the doors of the Great Heaven Palace and at Sword One who was sitting at the entrance. If I add 300 or so sword servants, it should be enough to construct a godly right. Now that Lin Huang's combat level had elevated to virtual god level rank 10, all the sword servants' powers had been correspondingly unsealed to 9th rank true god level. Furthermore, almost all of these sword servants had mastered at least several dozen to a few hundred types of rules, so the number of rules that they could provide in total might be even more than the thousands of bug tribe members. Once he reached this point in his ruminations, Lin Huang immediately got to work. It was very difficult to become a resident of a world. One needed to be recognized by the world will and have their souls marked with the world brand. However, this could not be any easier for Lin Huang, as he had integrated with the world will of the gravel world. It would not matter even if this plan did not work out. If worst came to worst, he would merely need to control the world will and remove the world brand. Lin Huang returned his consciousness to the gravel world and moved himself into an expanse of void. He summoned Death Knight. The reason he used it as a test subject was that it had the ability to revive itself. In the unlikely event that something went wrong and the revival rule of Monster Paradise became null, Death Knight would still be able to revive itself. After briefly explaining to Death Knight what he wanted to do, Lin Huang allowed Death Knight to lower its defenses and let itself be branded by the world will. After only a moment, the branding was successful, and Lin Huang could clearly feel that the number of world rules had indeed increased. His first experiment was a success, with no unexpected problems. Lin Huang then began summoning his imperial monsters in batches, leaving the world brand on them one by one. Once all 40+ imperial monsters had been branded, Lin Huang summoned the hive and branded all 5,000+ true god-level bug kings and bug tribe fighters. In the process, he could clearly feel that the world rules of the gravel world were becoming increasingly stronger. The total number of world rules had also skyrocketed from the initial 130+ types to tens of thousands. After recalling all the summoning beasts in the hive, Lin Huang quickly summoned the sword servants who had remained in the gravel world. Sensing Lin Huang's call, the 268 sword servants hurried to meet Lin Huang in less than 3 minutes. The combat level they displayed now was no longer virtual god level rank 9, but 9th rank true god level. Lin Huang stated his request, and none of the sword servants had any objections. The 268 brandings were completed in less than a minute. Lin Huang could clearly feel that the world rules had increased by over 20,000. He hesitated for a moment but decided to abide by Great Heaven's recommendation and did not put the remaining 100 sword servants into the gravel world. It was not that he did not trust Sword 1 and the others, but because he could not predict the consequences of releasing all 100 of them from the Great Heaven territory. 30,000+ rules should be enough to support the construction of a godly right, Lin Huang murmured. He also knew that this was not yet the end of constructing the godly right. His godly right would become stronger once he left a world brand on Sword 1 and the other sword servants in the future, as well as the elevation of local residents to true gods and the migration of more true gods into the gravel world. After dismissing the sword servants, Lin Huang floated in the void alone, closing his eyes to sense the world rules within him. Over 33,000 rules coalesced into illusory stars of different colors and sizes, radiating points of starlight to every corner of the world. Lin Huang separated a thread of his consciousness, crushed a time cabin card, and stepped into it. He began to integrate the world will, and his own will, as well as the rule-bending stars in the heavens. His own 120 rules were the easiest to integrate. He completed this in almost no time. Integrating the rules mastered by his card monsters was also not too difficult. It only took less than a day. Perhaps due to their contracts, or perhaps because they were sword cultivators, it only took a week to integrate the sword servants' rules. However, integrating the rule-bending power of the bug tribe without a card contract was a much more cryptic affair. Lin Huang spent almost 2 time cabin cards worth of time before completely integrating all the rules in the god territory within him at last. At this point, the world will had finally begun to transform. It was getting more and more powerful every day. After 10 days had passed, the world will finally completed its transformation into a godly right. At the very moment that the godly right condensed into form, the divine fires in all 10 of his life wheels vibrated simultaneously, releasing thousands of scarlet light rays and turning the entire gravel world blood red. However, this phenomenon only lasted for a moment before everything returned to normal. Lin Huang could clearly feel that his 10 divine fires had further transformed the very moment the godly right was formed. The transformation of the divine fires also brought about a direct transformation of his physical body, soul, divine telekinesis, and the divine power within him. This transformation process lasted for 3 days before finally ending. The moment the transformation was over, Lin Huang knew that he had officially become a first-rank true god. Chapter 1488, Lin Huang, the GOAT. Host: Lin Huang. Gender: male. Age: 21 inches. Combat strength: true god level, first rank Goldfinger. Xiao He, stone tablet, eternity fire, yin yin, integration item, origin god's heart, 1-page sword scripture, galactic hive, god weapon, great heaven palace, initial integration, god territory, monster paradise, godly right, unnamed, inheritance, great heaven, sword 2, sword 8, sword 10, sorcerer goddess, divine ability, substitute, golden cicada, god rule, superhuman strength, seraphic speed, God slaying power, elemental enlightenment, instant flash, sun shadow, heavenly rock, traceless, lightning god, heaven's punishment, tattooed demon, hell, sword Tao, true self level possesses sword heart, sword soul, sword skills, 300,000 types, minor, twisted fate scripture, seamless, monster skills, divine telekinesis, divine regeneration, holy power, elemental immunity, leech pods, absolute control, divine purification light, revival, immortal warrior body, vampire particles, divine strength, divine defense, lightning lord, mirror, doll forbidden skill, punishment, divine witchcraft, night, integration, mechanical building, mechanical recovery, evil blood substitute, divine disguise, demon flame, hellish fire, abyssal fire, lightning god, phoenix, summon authority, activated pure spirit. Available number of summons, 100 inches. Remarks, almost at the standard of a qualified host. After checking his personal panel, Lin Huang was quite satisfied overall. What on earth is this kamoji in the remarks? After more than 5 years, he had actually long since gotten used to not looking at Xiao Hei's remarks about himself. This time, he had merely glanced at the remarks and noticed the strange kamoji but did not ponder over it any further. After evolving to true god level, not only had his summon authority been activated to pure spirit rank 6, but the upper limit of all his mythical level imperial monsters, combat strength had been unsealed to heavenly god level. The imperial monsters, combat strengths were not directly elevated to heavenly god level. And Lin Huang's available number of summons had increased from the original 50 to 100. In addition to the changes in his imperial monsters, on the Great Heaven Territory's side, Lin Huang's authority over the sword servants had also increased. Initially, he only had control authority over the sword servants whose numbers came after sword 100, but now he had gained control authority over swords 11 to 100 as well. Excluding the strongest swords 1 to 10, control authority over the remaining sword servants was now fully unsealed. Moreover, the upper limit of the sword servants' combat power had also been unsealed even further, and they were now at first rank heavenly god level. Lin Huang clicked on the godly right in his card and checked the details. Godly right unnamed. Godly right constructed from more than 3,000 types of rule-bending power. Godly right effect 1. When inside the god territory, the godly right user can use all rules, sequences, and odalic forces within the god territory without limitations. Godly right effect 2. When outside the god territory, the godly right possessor can borrow at will any rules, sequences, and odalic forces within the god territory that is within the range of the physical body and spirit strength to withstand. Godly right effect 3. When inside the god territory, the godly right possessor can lend all rules, sequences, and odalic forces within the god territory to inhabitants inside the god territory for a short period of time. Godly right effect 4. Under the influence of the godly right possessor can learn all rules, sequences, and odalic forces within the god territory at epiphany speed. Remarks. This godly right was not constructed using god sequence chains, but by borrowing the rule-bending power of other true gods within the god territory to create a completely open rule network. Due to this unique openness, the world rules of this god territory are no longer limited by the god sequence chains and can accommodate all types of rule-bending power. The effects of the godly right were entirely what Lin Huang had anticipated, as basically all godly rights had similar effects. It was just that due to the difference in the fundamental construction of the godly right, the final results that appeared would definitely be different. Just like the description given in the remarks section, Lin Huang's godly right had been created using a large number of rule-bending powers, which was why he could borrow all the rule-bending powers of the entire god territory. As for other heavenly gods who used god sequence chains to construct their godly rights, the world rules of the god territory within their bodies could only be integrated with the rules derived from the god sequence chains, and their godly right would also be restricted accordingly. After reading the description of his godly right, Lin Huang had more thoughts about the matter. He had now advanced to true god level, and his sword servants all had their powers unsealed to first rank heavenly god level. If one included the 100 sword servants over whom he had just unsealed his authority, there were 358 of them in total. Even if each of them only unsealed one god sequence chain, the number of god sequence chains in the world rules within his body would still increase by at least 358. Furthermore, under the effects of the godly right, he could borrow these god sequence chains any time he wanted as long as his physical body and life soul strength allowed for it. Lin Huang's original estimation was that at his current first-rank true god level ability, he should be able to contend against a second-rank heavenly god, but still have a slim chance of defeating a third-rank heavenly god. However, now that his godly right had been constructed, he felt that with his physical body and life soul strength, he should be able to borrow 4 god sequence chains without any major problems. One could say that with this round of advancement, his strength had increased exponentially. Even so, what surprised Lin Huang even more than this were the changes in his god territory. God Territory. Monster Paradise, God Territory Ability 1. After a summoning beast dies, the dead summoning beast soul will return to the god territory with its body reconstructed with divine power and revived. Those that have broken souls will have their broken soul pieces recalled and recovered. Remark 1. Unlimited number of revivals. Remark 2. If killed by an odalic attack, it will truly die and cannot be revived. Remark 3. Each revival requires the consumption of a certain amount of godly right power. The consumed godly right can be replenished. Derivative ability. If the god territory possessor dies, they can choose a summoning beast to substitute death. Remark 1. The number of substitute deaths per day depends on the number of summoning beasts. Each summoning beast can only die in place of the host once within 24 hours. Remark 2. If the god territory possessor is killed with Odal, they will truly die and cannot be substituted by a summoning beast. Remark 3. After a summoning beast dies in place of its host, it will return to the god territory to be revived. God Territory Ability 2. The god territory possessor can borrow any skills, divine abilities, rules, and sequence powers of all summoning beasts at any time. Remark 1. The borrowing of monster skills already possessed by the god territory possessor is invalid and will not produce compounded effects. Remark 2. The number of borrowed skills is not restricted by the upper limit of the god territory possessor's number of monster skills. After the advancement of Lin Huang's god territory once more, the biggest change was that all summoning beasts could theoretically be revived an unlimited number of times. As long as they were not assaulted by the odalic attack of a lord-level powerhouse, they would not be truly killed. Of course, such revivals were not without a cost. A certain amount of divine power would have to be expended. However, to Lin Huang, such a cost was nothing to him, because as he continued to grow stronger, his godly right would also grow stronger along with him. In addition, he could borrow the skills, divine abilities, rules, and sequence powers of all his contract monsters at will, without any restrictions. This made his monster skill bar seem a bit like a mere decorative item. With that said, however, Lin Huang knew that he had actually improved upon some of the skills in his monster skill bar, and the effect was better than his summoning beast's original skill. It was just that there were also many skills that had not been modified. Since he could borrow them at will now, Lin Huang intended to get rid of the unmodified skills one by one and replace them with skills that were more powerful and more suitable for modification. Chapter 1489. Update on Kylie. After sending swords 10 to 100 into the gravel world so they could receive their brands, the number of rules in Lin Huang's god territory had now increased to more than 45,000 types. In addition, his authority over his sword servants' heavenly god levels had been unlocked since he had elevated to true god level. As a result, 412 god sequence chains had been added to the world rules of his god territory. At first rank, some true gods would have mastered only 2 god sequence chains, so this number surpassed Lin Huang's expectations. The addition of the god sequence chains has made my godly right exponentially stronger. Even the speed at which the world rules are evolving has increased by more than 100-fold. Lin Huang furrowed his brow slightly and pondered. My strength has also leveled up, but my combat level is still stuck at first rank true god level. He was going down a completely new path of cultivation. As he had created his own method to advance to true god level, naturally, there was no one to guide him on how to cultivate after that, so he could only think of ways on his own. Currently, there are many directions that I could take to become stronger. I could elevate the rules that I've mastered to fullness level. I could further advance my Sword Dao True Meaning to Sword Dao Heavenly Rule and continue to cultivate Seamless to strengthen my divine telekinesis. I could also accumulate more world rules and god sequence chains from my god territory. Lin Huang's thought processes slowly gained more clarity. Although the way by which he could increase his combat strength was still unclear for the time being, there were still many other ways to increase his abilities. He also anticipated that the method for increasing his combat strength ought to be among one of these paths for improving his abilities. My current self should be strong enough to take on a 4th rank heavenly god. If I borrow the power of the god sequence chains, I could even go up against a 5th rank. Lin Huang re-evaluated his overall ability. The 358 heavenly god level sword servants. This was combat strength at the 1st echelon. Kylie, Killer, Hu Rong, demonic Buddhist holy sun, and Blackscale, the symbiotic creature of the abyssal fountain, were supreme god rank 5s, all of whom were at 9th rank true god level. It was only a matter of time before the 4 of them elevated to heavenly god level. They were in the 2nd echelon. Among the card monsters who were at pseudo-supreme god rank 4.5, Tang Ran, sect leader of the Thousand Snake sect, had been reinstituted to 9th rank true god level. Bloody was currently at 6th rank, while Bai was currently only at 4th rank. However, without the restriction of the upper limit of Lin Huang's combat strength, it would not be difficult for the 2 of them to evolve further. The 3 of them were considered the 3rd echelon. Grimace, Charcoal, the Bug Tribe Queen Mothers, and the remaining others were all at mythical level rank 4, and their combat levels were at 3rd rank or 4th rank, so there was still a lot of room for improvement. Under the command of the 4 Queen Mothers were more than 5,000 mythical level rank 4 Bug Kings and Bug Tribe elite fighters who were at true god level as well. They were also a powerful combat force. Due to the enhancement of Monster Paradise, his summoning beasts could not be truly killed. For the next few days, Lin Huang put on the 1000-face mask and went around several battlefields in the god territory, releasing all the imperial monsters apart from the hive to let them hunt on their own and increase their combat strength. Lin Huang spent a few days to complete this before he contacted Bloody again. What's the situation like on Kylie's end? Since she's at Supreme God level rank 5, she was affected by the increase in your combat strength, so she was able to advance her own combat strength to 9th rank true god level in one go, Bloody replied, then continued, I've let Kylie temporarily suppress the advancement of her combat strength. We took this opportunity to request a large number of materials on the grounds that we would be going into closed-door cultivation. We're still short of the last 2 types of materials needed to advance to rank 6, but we should be able to get them within this month. What about you? Have you advanced to true god level yet? Bloody immediately inquired. I've already completed the advancement, and Pure Spirit rank 6 authority has been activated. Lin Huang nodded. However, if a monster card isn't recalled, then there's a distance limitation on use of the advance card, so Kylie must be within my field of vision for the advance card to be effective. That's why you need to arrange for me to meet with her in person. That's hardly a problem, Bloody nodded. Next month, a secret territory will be opened in the God territory, and only organizations that are peak grade 5 and above are eligible to participate. Various major organizations will send their best genius talents to compete. When the time comes, Kylie and I will participate together. You can also apply to join via Death Sickle by using Xie Lin's identity. It's unlikely that they'll turn you down. Later, I'll send you a file containing detailed information about this secret territory. After they had finished discussing important matters, the 2 chatted for a while more before ending the call. Bloody sent over the documents about the secret territory in short order. As soon as he received them, Lin Huang immediately opened them and began checking the information out. After a quick scan through the file, Lin Huang was able to form a general understanding of this secret territory. This secret territory that Bloody had mentioned was actually a mini-world used by God Capital for locking up prisoners. Every few hundred years, when the number of prisoners in the mini-world had accumulated to a certain level, God Capital would dispatch people there to conduct a cleanup. In reality, this so-called cleanup was letting a few heavenly gods enter the place to slaughter the prisoners. Later on, God Capital felt that this method was too troublesome. Even though there were also heavenly gods among the prisoners, most of them were only virtual gods and true gods. The members of God Capital were all pure-blooded Protoss, and they regarded it as a shameful thing for heavenly gods to slaughter virtual gods and true gods. Therefore, someone came up with the idea of letting the virtual gods and true gods of God Capital enter the place as a trial, and carry out a hunting competition. After several of these events, the higher-ups of God Capital felt that this hunting competition involving only their own members was not exciting enough, so they decided to just open up the secret territory to a few other Grade 7 organizations and invite the gifted geniuses of other organizations to participate. After that, one by one, Grade 6 organizations also began taking part, and things slowly evolved to the way things were at present. The prisoners in the secret territory had also gradually gotten used to this game. At God Capital's request, prisoners were allowed to arbitrarily attack hunters of the same level. However, true gods were prohibited from attacking virtual gods, while heavenly gods were forbidden to attack true gods and virtual gods. They could only fight back if the god territory hunters attacked them first. Moreover, if the prisoners survived by the end of the hunt, they would get a definite share of the spoils from the hunters that they had killed. God Capital would even dispatch someone to help them unlock the storage rings of the slain individuals. To some extent, this also motivated the prisoners to participate in this game. The most important thing was that virtual gods and true gods who survived 3 consecutive hunts would be released. Of course, this was not an unconditional release. After they left the prison space, they were obligated to sign a master-servant contract with members of God Capital to become their god servants. Lin Huang was initially rather curious about why God Capital would have so many prisoners. After reading the documents to the end, though, he discovered that this game had developed to a point where not only God Capital but various other major organizations were also providing prisoners to God Capital. One organization in particular was the God Combat Temple. After every territorial war that they participated in, no matter if it were large-scale or small-scale, they would bring back large numbers of prisoners of war. In the secret territory, the number of prisoners that the Combat God Temple contributed accounted for more than half the total prisoner population. That was more than all the other organizations combined. Lin Huang did not experience any great misgivings over hunting these prisoners because most of them were from the Abyss, the Bug tribe, and other tribes of different species. There were humans as well, but they were very few in number. He just had to make sure that he did not initiate a move against his compatriots first.